Initially believing that their marriage was merely nominal, both parties anticipated parting ways once the contract expired. However, to her surprise, her hastily married husband became quite clingy, often indulging in her hospitality and even soliciting financial support. Fortunately for Chi Enning, luck seemed to be on her side post-marriage. She not only received a promotion and a raise, but also casually won the lottery, leading to a prosperous and vibrant life, allowing her to accommodate an additional mouth to feed. One day, Chi Enning was astonished to discover that the world's richest man bore an uncanny resemblance to her seemingly useless husband, sharing the same name as well. As their contract neared its conclusion and they prepared to divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau, a row of luxury cars came to a halt before her. Chu Lichuan appeared, accompanied by two miniature versions of himself, holding roses and gazing at her with tender affection. "Wife, my son and I have come to take you home." On a chilly March night in Yun City, Chi Enning lay on a wooden bed with her daughter nestled beside her, two hot water bottles placed at her feet, yet she still felt the cold. Although she could have used an electric blanket, her sister-in-law deemed it too costly, sealing off the sockets in her room with cement. From the adjacent room, the sounds of an argument between her brother and sister-in-law pierced the air. Is it normal for a sister-in-law to be pregnant while her younger sister stays at her parental home with a child? Regardless of what kind of person young Master Shin is, he doesn't mind your sister bringing a bastard child and is willing to offer a dowry of 500,000. Then we can move to a bigger house. I don't care, I'll go find young Master Shin tomorrow to discuss the engagement. Enning pulled out earplugs from under her pillow and gently placed them in her daughter's ears. Bathed in moonlight, she gazed at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, her heart swelling with emotion. Shin Yiming was notorious for his promiscuity and unscrupulous nature. She could never allow her daughter to marry such a scoundrel. Enning reached for her phone and contacted the man who had saved her 5 years prior. His name was Chu Lichuan, a soldier. After a brief exchange of messages, she discovered he was single and, with a sense of cautious optimism, asked, "Would you marry me, just to repay the debt of gratitude for saving my life?" To her astonishment, he agreed. Grateful yet transparent, Enning confessed, "I have a daughter, 4 years old." Fearing that Chu Lichuan might resent her for having a child, she hurriedly clarified, "I won't entangle you in my life, nor do I need your assistance in raising her. My daughter, and I won't disturb your life in any way. I'm currently facing some troubles and require a married status. Once I resolve my issues, I will divorce you, ensuring it won't hinder your future happiness." After a long and anxious wait, Chu Lichuan finally replied, and they arranged to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau the following morning at 9:30. The next day, Enning assisted her mother in arranging the supermarket shelves downstairs, had breakfast, and, carrying her pink backpack, rode her pink electric scooter to take her daughter to kindergarten. Upon arriving at the school gate, her daughter, Xin quietly inquired, "Mommy, what is a bastard? Why do my aunt and the other children at kindergarten call me that?" It turned out that her daughter had overheard everything the previous night, but pretended to be asleep. At only 4 years old, Xingxin's maturity was heart-wrenching. Enning cupped her daughter's rosy cheeks and gently reassured her. "Who says our Xin is a bastard? Our Xin has a father. He just passed away before you were born. Xin, don't pay attention to what others say. We should simply focus on living our lives joyfully." Yet, Xin remained disheartened, her little head drooping. "Will the new uncle dislike me after Mommy gets married? Will he think I'm not well-behaved? How could that be? Mommy's little princess is the sweetest and most lovable." Enning embraced her daughter, stifling the tears at the corners of her eyes, vowing in her heart that she would never allow such a situation to arise. Her daughter was her life, her everything. No one could ever look down on her, not even with a glance. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Enning sent Chu Lichuan her location. Before long, the sound of rotors filled the air. 3 helicopters soared in, circling low above the Civil Affairs Bureau. Onlookers craned their necks, the lead aircraft being a military fighter jet with a sleek, high-tech design that sent shivers down their spines, as if it were poised to rain down projectiles at any moment. Whispers of impending warfare rippled through the crowd, causing a wave of anxiety. However, after a brief circuit, the helicopters flew off into the distance. Enning, preoccupied with her own concerns, waited for nearly an hour, but Chu Lichuan did not answer her calls or respond to her messages. Had he changed his mind? Disappointment washed over her as she deleted his number, preparing to leave when suddenly, a taxi screeched to a halt at the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance. A man emerged from the vehicle, clad in a sharply tailored black suit and oversized sunglasses, exuding an air of aloof sophistication. It had been 5 years since Enning had last seen him, and she hardly recognized him until he approached with long strides. "Mr. Chu, you've arrived." She greeted him with a smile. Chu Lichuan's demeanor was cool. He glanced at Inning with disinterest from behind his sunglasses. Today, she wore a white shirt, a light brown trench coat, jeans, and white sneakers, clean, fresh, and full of vitality. Her youthful awkwardness from 5 years ago having blossomed into striking beauty. Noticing Chu Lichuan's distant attitude, Inning chose to remain silent and was about to step into the Civil Affairs Bureau when the taxi driver called out from behind. It turned out that Chu Lichuan had not paid for the ride. Realizing this, he fumbled in his trouser pocket and said to Inning, "I didn't bring any cash." His wallet was with his personal assistant, and he hadn't wanted to draw attention to himself today, so he hadn't brought the assistant along. He had taken a taxi directly after disembarking from the helicopter. Inning scanned the payment code. "It'll cover it," she said. Chu Lichuan replied, "I will pay you back. Inviting you to obtain the marriage certificate means I should cover the fare." Inning reasoned, sensing that Chu Lichuan was likely having a tough time and that his offer to repay her was merely to maintain his dignity. However, to clarify the nature of their arrangement, she signed the prenuptial agreement without even glancing at it. Chu Lichuan was taken aback. Did she not see that he despised women who approached him with ulterior motives? If it weren't for wanting to retrieve the gold watch he lost 5 years ago, he would have simply given her a large sum of money to avoid entanglement. "Our marriage won't last long. I'm merely trying to avoid unnecessary trouble. During our marriage, I will fulfill all responsibilities as a husband. After the divorce, you will receive everything you are entitled to." Inning could sense his reluctance. Had she not been left with no other options, she would never have insisted on this. "Though I saved you, we haven't been in contact for 5 years. We are nearly strangers. If I were in your shoes, I would also be cautious. Marrying me is a significant favor and grateful. I wouldn't dream of coveting your wealth," he retorted, his gaze on her revealing a hint of strategy that he had mastered in the business world. As they proceeded to complete the marriage formalities, they exchanged not a single word, exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau together after obtaining their certificate. "What troubles are you facing?" Chu Lichuan inquired. Considering Inning's past kindness, he couldn't be overly harsh. He could provide her with a substantial sum of money if she merely spoke up. Inning was reluctant to divulge her family's troubles to an outsider. Her brother had a disability, and after finally marrying and having a child, she did not wish to be the cause of discord between her brother and sister-in-law. Getting out of her family's house legitimately and severing ties with Shin Yiming was her best option, and marriage was the most viable solution. "It's nothing much, I just want to get married," Inning replied. Chu Lichuan found her insincerity grating, his tone growing impatient. "How long do we need to maintain this marital relationship? 6 months, a year, or longer?" Inning pondered seriously. "A month will suffice." "A month?" Chu Lichuan scoffed inwardly. Did she believe that 1 month could win him over and make him reluctant to divorce? Inning retrieved a card from her bag, containing the rent for the next 6 months. "Hey, race 8,000. While it's not much, it's my sincere intention." Chu Lichuan frowned, bewildered as to why she would give him money. "The password is the last 6 digits of the card number," Inning said, pressing the bank card into his hand. "I've taken up enough of your time today. You must be busy. Let's meet here at the same time in a month." Chu Lichuan's frown deepened. Was his new wife planning to discard him? Chapter 2 Lichuan loves me deeply. Inning turned and walked towards her electric scooter. Upon witnessing Inning's determination to leave, Chu Lichuan hastily followed. In his imagination, Inning would employ every strategy to entangle him. Completely unprepared for her nonchalant departure, he still needed to retrieve the gold watch, as he intended to accompany Inning home. "Is there anything else?" Inning questioned, noticing that Chu Lichuan was blocking her path in silence. Perplexed by his intentions, after a moment's reflection, she realized there was indeed something that should be clarified. "At that time, saving you was merely a small effort on my part. I never expected any gratitude in return. Regarding the marriage, I am grateful yet apologetic. Should you remarry in the future, if your wife has any objections, I will explain to her that our union was merely a formality, devoid of any substantial relationship." "I will not remarry," Chu Lichuan stated. "How could that be? You are so handsome and possess such charm. There must be countless admirers surrounding you." Even in the entertainment industry, Chu Lichuan's looks would be considered strikingly superior, making him highly sought after regardless of his financial status. Chu Lichuan remained silent. In truth, he also had a son, who was 4 years old. He did not wish to find a stepmother for his child and had resolved to remain unmarried for life. Inning pondered whether Chu Lichuan's injuries from years ago had left him with some lasting affliction. Suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for him, she also admired his resolve. At that moment, Inning's phone rang. It was a call from her stepmother, Chu Lichuan. She had noticed that most of Inning's belongings were missing and realized that Inning intended to move out. urging her to cancel the lease. Living together is better. You are busy with work, and your mother can help take care of Xian. I worry about you living alone out there. What if you encounter a pervert? As Chao Huilian spoke, she began to cry. Ever since Ning had become pregnant before marriage, Chao Huilian had been plagued with guilt for not protecting her. Ning sniffled and mentioned the marriage. Chao Huilian's fury erupted on the other end of the line. Fine. I was just about to bring Lichuan home. Ning had initially planned to return only with the marriage certificate, never anticipating such an intense reaction from her stepmother. After hanging up, Ning found herself in a dilemma. Chu Lichuan, however, was quite straightforward. He effortlessly swung his long legs and sat on the electric scooter. I will accompany you home. His enthusiasm moved Ning deeply. Once I have dealt with my mother, I will tell her you returned to the army. You two will not meet again. Chu Lichuan's military identity was simply perfect. Not only would it instill caution in Shan Yiming, that wealthy second-generation heir, but he could claim to be on a mission, away for a year or so, and his family would not suspect a thing. Ning's family owned a small supermarket named Ning Supermarket, located in a dilapidated two-story building. The walls were peeling, with a large demolished sign prominently displayed. Isn't it rude to wear sunglasses around elders? Could you take them off? Ning pointed out. Chu Lichuan removed his sunglasses, his cold eyes narrowing uncomfortably, revealing their deep intensity. 5 years prior, his eyes had also been injured. Although healed, he had grown accustomed to wearing sunglasses. May we hold hands? It would appear more intimate and less suspicious. Though Ning was not particularly fond of handsome men, she felt a bit shy around someone as striking as Chu Lichuan. He, not particularly fond of being touched, did not refuse. The faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her made Chu Lichuan feel inexplicably familiar. Perhaps he had caught a whiff of it when she saved him 5 years ago. He had not anticipated entering the house with Ning. Chao Huilian was busy organizing delivery boxes, thinking that she must not let the house appear untidy on the occasion of her new son-in-law's first visit. Moreover, while it was Ning who had saved Chu Lichuan, in a certain sense, he had also saved her 5 years ago. Chao Huilian had never met Chu Lichuan before. Upon seeing his handsome features and well-built physique, she felt somewhat satisfied, though she was displeased that he came empty-handed. Why brother and sister-in-law usually live-stream selling snacks online and have decent sales. The house is a bit cluttered with deliveries. Ning motioned for Chu Lichuan to sit on a chair and poured him a glass of water. Chao Huilian sat opposite him and began her inquiry. Chu Lichuan behaved quite politely in front of the elders, maintaining an upright posture and answering all questions. After a while, Chao Huilian's expression grew increasingly grim. Ah, you're 29. 6 years older than Ning. You can't remain in the army forever, and your job is unstable. Chu Lichuan had retired 5 years prior due to his injuries. Furthermore, the Chu family possessed billions in assets that he was expected to inherit. It was impossible for him to stay in the army indefinitely. And what about the wedding house? Where will you and Ning live after marriage? Mom, Lichuan and I have already discussed it. We will rent a place first and buy a house when our circumstances improve. We are still young, capable, and our lives will only get better. Lichuan loves me dearly and will treat Xian as his own. Ning said sweetly, as if they were genuinely in love. Chu Lichuan cast a sidelong glance at her. You are quite the deceiver. Why not pursue acting? Yet, in front of the elders, he nodded in agreement. Indicating that Ning was correct, Chao Huilian, feeling exasperated, continued her interrogation. How many past relationships have you had? Chu Lichuan's gaze drifted for a moment before he replied, none. Chao Huilian found him lacking in transparency and did not believe that an exceptional unmarried man would willingly marry a woman with a child. There must be some hidden agenda. Chao Huilian discreetly dismissed Ning and began to press Chu Lichuan about whether he minded Xian, explaining that Xian was, in fact, adopted, that we have always treated Xian as our own. Ning also claims she is her biological child, not wanting Xian to know she is an abandoned infant. Chao Huilian scrutinized Chu Lichuan's expression closely, asking, Xian won't affect your relationship, will she? No, Chu Lichuan replied. If he truly loved a woman, he would naturally embrace her past and everything about her. Innocent children are never a burden. Finally, Chao Huilian's demeanor softened somewhat. Mom, it's noon. Let's prepare lunch. Ning interrupted their conversation. She disliked her mother referring to Xian as adopted. Xian was not a burden or a stain. She was her treasure. Chao Huilian hesitated. Rubbing her hands together before rising to head to the kitchen, I apologize. My mother is quite inquisitive. Ning expressed her regrets. It's all right. Chu Lichuan understood the elder's concerns. Xian is my biological child. Not adopted, Ning whispered. Chu Lichuan acknowledged with a sound. Watching Ning, if you wish to seek revenge, I can assist you. What? Ning did not grasp his meaning. That scoundrel. How old was Ning back then? How could someone have the heart to abandon a girl so young? Although Ning harbored ill intentions, she was, after all, Chu Lichuan's savior, and he could not allow anyone to bully her. Ning clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, her expression remaining calm and unyielding, its in the past. Let us not bring it up. That was a nightmare she wished to forget for the rest of her life. Noticing Ning's reluctance to discuss it further, Chu Lichuan refrained from asking more questions, fabricating an excuse to rest and retreated to Ning's room. The room upstairs was less than 10 square meters, barely accommodating a single bed, a small desk, and a simple wardrobe. The window faced north, allowing no sunlight in, and situated in a drafty area. The room felt damp and cold. Ning was raising a child in such conditions. It was even smaller than his bathtub. No wonder she sought shortcuts. I keep it very clean, and the sheets and blankets are freshly changed. Please sit. The bed might be a bit chilly. I'll grab you a hot water bottle. Ning arranged the bed and was about to step out when Chu Lichuan called her back. Although we are married, I must remind you of one thing. Do not harbor any illusions about me. I will not develop feelings for anyone, so there is no need for you to curry favor with me. Chu Lichuan's serious demeanor made him appear quite unapproachable. Ning was not offended and replied calmly, Mr. Chu, I merely wish to express my gratitude for your help today and to be courteous. However, you are correct. We are merely a couple in name. Emotionally detached. It will be straightforward when we divorce. I dislike complications. Ning had long since resolved to avoid emotional entanglements, believing that troublesome men would only hinder her from earning a living to support her daughter. There is no need to thank me, Chu Lichuan stated. He too had ulterior motives in approaching Ning. Regardless of who was right or wrong, they both had their agendas. It was a fair exchange. Then please do as you wish. Ning did not wish to make things awkward and turned to leave. Once she had exited, Chu Lichuan began his search. Chapter 3. My husband. Chao Huilian had prepared a modest meal of 1 meat and 1 vegetable to host Chu Lichuan. Ning felt it was too meager and took a can of fish, a can of fruit, and sliced a piece of ham from the shelf. Chao Huilian could not help but nag. It's your first time bringing him home to meet the parents, and you didn't bring any gifts. I think he doesn't value you at all. I'm not asking you to find someone wealthy. I just want you to find someone who truly loves you. Mom, he has a rather rigid personality, but he is a good person. Ning placed the sliced ham on the table. During this time, Ning had sought help from many people for her marriage, and only Chu Lichuan was willing to lend a hand. Although his attitude towards her was poor, she remained grateful for his assistance. This kindness was beyond repayment, so Ning could only treat him a bit nicer. Ning, marriage is a woman's second life. I hope you find happiness in your later years. Don't end up like me. Chao Huilian's voice choked as she spoke. Mom, I will remain clear-headed. If I discover any incompatibility after marriage, I will cut my losses promptly and not let myself get too deeply involved. As a woman who had become pregnant before marriage, how could she dare to aspire for love? As long as she could accompany her daughter to grow up healthily and happily, that would be enough for her. Remember, never tell him about Xian's origins. If one day it can't be concealed, just say she is your ex-boyfriend's child. Do you understand? Ning lowered her long lashes, concealing the pain that flickered in her eyes. Responding dully, Chu Lichuan had not found the gold watch in Ning's room. Could it be that she had taken it to her new house? Just as he was about to head downstairs, He emerged from the adjacent room. She had just woken up, supporting her 6-month pregnant belly, yawning, and looking disheveled, utterly devoid of any semblance of grace. Upon seeing Chu Lichuan, her eyes brightened, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly retreated back into her room. When He came downstairs again, she had changed into a loose, low-cut dress, applied makeup, and even spritzed on perfume. During the months of her pregnancy, He managed to maintain her figure, wearing loose dresses that almost concealed her baby bump. "Mom, who is this? I've never seen her before," she remarked, her gaze lingering on Chu Lichuan with a hint of mischief. Chao Huilian positioned herself to block He, her expression composed. "Your brother-in-law? He and Ning just registered their marriage today." "Lichuan, this is your sister-in-law." Chu Lichuan, discerning He's ill intentions, chose to ignore her. "What? Ning, you're married. When did you start dating? How come I wasn't informed?" He's voice rose sharply, revealing her irritation. She intended to visit Master Shun that afternoon to discuss their engagement date. "We've known each other for many years. It was only recently that we solidified our relationship," Ning interjected, pulling Chu Lichuan down to join her for a meal. He's eyes flickered with jealousy. How could a woman like Qi Ning, who had a child, attract the attention of a wealthy second-generation heir with a husband so handsome, while her own husband, Qian, upon hearing the news of Ning's marriage, hurried back with a limp, still clad in his delivery uniform. "Brother, this is Lichuan, my husband," Ning introduced with a smile. Seeing Ning's sweet smile, Qian swallowed his words and nodded at Chu Lichuan. Lifting a bottle of white wine by the end of the meal, Qian was somewhat inebriated, while Chu Lichuan remained composed, showing no signs of intoxication. Chao Hualian instructed Chu Lichuan to help with the dishes. Ning, wishing to spare him any difficulties, joined in. The water was quite cold during this season. Ning's fingers turned red from the chill, and as she warmed them by blowing on them, she resumed washing the dishes, only to be gently pushed aside by Chu Lichuan. "Let me handle it." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon his chiseled profile. It was rare to find a handsome man who could also manage household chores in this day and age. Ning mused, believing that whoever married Chu Lichuan in the future would undoubtedly be very happy. Silently, she picked up a dry cloth and began to wipe the clean dishes. Chao Hualian watched the scene of the young couple working together and felt a wave of contentment wash over her. She quietly asked Qian, "Littlein, do you think Xian and Lichuan bear a resemblance?" "Mom, what are you thinking? That's impossible." Qian leaned back in his chair, looking towards the kitchen. He understood why his sister was eager to marry. He always found ways to antagonize Ning and would even give Xian the cold shoulder. It was his failure that he could not persuade his wife nor protect his sister. Chu Lichuan emerged from the kitchen after finishing the dishes. "Auntie, all cleaned up." Seeing the kitchen tidy and orderly, Chao Hualian finally smiled and remarked, "You should call me Mom now." Chu Lichuan found it difficult to utter the word. And after a moment of hesitation, he managed to force out a stiff Mom. Chao Hualian responded warmly, turning away to wipe her eyes before taking out her phone to add Chu Lichuan as a WeChat friend. Having corrected his address, she insisted on giving him a red envelope. Your sister-in-law was indeed a rare find, treated equally. Chao Hualian sent Chu Lichuan a red envelope of 10,001, reminding him of the customary yuan he owed her in return. Ning knew Chu Lichuan had no cash on him. She swallowed hard, retrieving a single yuan from her bag, exclaiming, "Mom, how generous." Though Ning initially intended to stop Chu Lichuan from accepting the money, he, in her presence, confirmed the transaction. Ning closed her eyes in pain, feeling her heart bleed. She had already given him 8,000. While she felt sympathy for Chu Lichuan's financial woes, her own circumstances were hardly better. Raising a child and renting a place required money at every turn, didn't it? He was displeased, believing her mother-in-law's money was essentially her own. "Why should they receive 10,000? Since you're married, how much is the bride price?" He questioned, arms crossed defiantly. "Lichuan and I are truly in love. We do not require a bride price," Ning declared, clasping Chu Lichuan's large hand. The warmth of her small, soft hand sent an unfamiliar shiver down Chu Lichuan's spine. When he heard there would be no bride price, she exploded. "Don't you know our family is short on funds due to the relocation? We need money. 500,000 for the bride price, not a penny less. Young Master Xian is willing to give." "Shut up. My family doesn't sell daughters," Qian interrupted, raising his voice. "Qian, are you shouting at me? Am I wrong? Our family raised her, feeding and clothing her. Marriage requires a bride price." Qian attempted to pull Hiyu upstairs, but she shoved him away. "Ning, without a bride price, you will not marry him." Hiyu charged forward, attempting to separate their clasped hands. Chu Lichuan raised his hand to shield Ning, his sharp gaze as cutting as a knife, causing Hiyu to instinctively take a step back, shivering. "What are you staring at?" Hiyu snapped, arching her neck, one hand resting on her baby bump. Here was a man of striking appearance and decent attire, yet he couldn't even provide a bride price. The cold aura radiating from Chu Lichuan was palpable, and just as he was about to speak, he was halted by Ning's grip. Ning, trembling with anger yet maintaining her composure, said, "Sister-in-law, Lichuan truly cannot afford a bride price. But what should we do? I love him, even if it means supporting him. I would willingly do so." Chu Lichuan recognized Ning's fabrication, yet his heart warmed slightly. If they were indeed a real couple, would she genuinely be willing to support him? "Ning, have you lost your mind? Our family raised you. It's not for you to chase after a man." "Enough," Chao Hualian interjected. "As long as Lichuan treats Ning well, our family will forego the bride price, Mom." Hiyu, furious, kicked Qian in frustration, attempting to enlist his support. Qian ignored her, offering Chu Lichuan a parting remark before heading upstairs. "My sister is very kind. Take good care of her." Qian, you useless. He rushed after him, her sharp voice fading behind the closed door. Ning withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushed, not wanting Chu Lichuan to witness her family's discord. She explained, pregnant women can be emotionally volatile. She doesn't mean any harm towards you. Chu Lichuan stroked his fingers, still warm from her touch. You should not indulge her. If it were me, I would have expelled such a sister-in-law from my life. Having endured for 5 months, they would soon move out. Why prolong the unpleasantness? My brother still has to live with her. Chapter 4. Have you already moved in together? Your tolerance will only embolden such individuals. Ning did not oppose Chu Lichuan's perspective, shrugging, I can't provide a bride price. There's nothing I can do if she makes a scene. I still can't produce one. Chu Lichuan gazed deeply at Ning. Feeling that he needn't endure this, his wife should never have to endure indignities from anyone. Even in name only, it was unacceptable. After all, they were family. Tearing each other apart would ultimately yield nothing positive, just wasted time and unnecessary anger. At that moment, Ning's phone rang, prompting her to step outside to answer. Sorry, Mr. Zhang, I have a personal matter today. I will definitely report to work tomorrow. Yes, I will provide the paint. No worries, Chu Lichuan messaged his assistant. Lin Fong, inquiring if a bride price was necessary for marriage. Boss, it generally is, though some do not require one. Chu Lichuan sent Lin Fong Ning's bank card number, instructing him to deposit 50 million into it as his bride price. After their divorce, he would provide Ning with additional funds, perhaps a few more houses as well. Boss, you and the young madam are developing rapidly, already meeting the mother-in-law. But boss, did you bring a gift for the mother-in-law? Lin Fong asked. Is a gift necessary? This is my first time. I lack experience. Boss usually doesn't bring gifts when meeting elders. They are simply happy to see you. But the mother-in-law is different. Gifts are a must. If you don't please her, she won't feel secure about letting her daughter marry you. Chu Lichuan found Lin Fong's chatter excessive. We are merely temporary spouses. Temporary or not, she is still your mother-in-law. Chu Lichuan considered this point, instructing Lin Fong to purchase high-end supplements suitable for middle-aged women. Yet, a question lingered in Chu Lichuan's mind. Who was young Master Shun? What was his relationship with Ning? When Ning returned from her call, she found Chu Lichuan examining the spicy strips on the shelf. Thinking he desired a snack, she handed him a package. Chu Lichuan turned away. He had no interest in such junk food. Chao Hualian called them to the room, retrieving a card from under the bed. Ning, all the living expenses you've given me over the years have remained untouched. I've saved a bit more, amounting to 80,000, which is your dowry from Mom. Ning was reluctant to accept, but Chao Hualian insisted, placing it back in her hand and intertwining it with Chu Lichuan's. Lichuan, starting anew is not daunting. The real fear lies in not working together harmoniously. Mom entrusts Xian and Ning to you. Chao Hualian remained uneasy, wishing to see Ning's new home, wanting to spend more time with her new son-in-law to gauge his character. Ning did not wish for her mother to visit just yet. She wanted to avoid burdening Chu Lichuan further. She also preferred that he not know her address, as it made her feel insecure about her new home. However, Chao Hualian had already summoned a vehicle, urging Ning to hurry out. Waiting for the coast to be clear, quietly descended the stairs, opening the computer on the bar to access the surveillance footage. She always suspected her mother-in-law and sister-in-law spoke ill of her behind her back, so she had secretly installed a camera in Chao Hualian's room. So much hidden money behind my back. Qian, come here, Hu exclaimed, knocking over the fortune cat on the bar. Ning's rented apartment was next to Xian's kindergarten, a modest 60 square meter 3-bedroom on the 7th floor without an elevator. Such a place offered significantly lower rent. She had already tidied up the apartment, repainting the walls and furnishing it completely, just waiting to move in. Have you two already moved in together? Chao Hualian observed the well-furnished room, mistakenly believing the young couple had decorated it together. Mom, we haven't. Ning's face flushed crimson. Chu Lichuan cleared his throat, turning to gaze out the window. Chao Hualian noticed that the trash bin was remarkably clean, and with a sheepish smile, she suggested that they go grocery shopping, taking advantage of Lichuan being at home to buy whatever was needed. Living on such a high floor, it would be difficult for Ning, a girl, to carry anything heavy. On their return, they would pick up Xin, for she had been missed dearly. Understood. Ning and Chu Lichuan finished shopping at the market and then proceeded to pick up Xin from the Little Sun kindergarten. I had no intention of allowing Xin to meet you. My mother has come over today simply to observe whether you and Xin get along harmoniously. When you see Xin, could you manage a smile? I do not want her to feel unloved. Ning felt somewhat anxious, fearing that Chu Lichuan might dislike Xin and cause her distress. Chu Lichuan glanced at Ning, questioning silently, am I truly that malicious? Very well. He merely had a rather cold demeanor. At that moment, Teacher Strawberry escorted Shin outside. The little girl sported 2 ponytails, clad in a gray pleated skirt uniform, and carried a small pink backpack. Her chubby little face was exquisitely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. Mama, I miss you so much, Shin exclaimed, bounding joyfully into Ningning's embrace. Mama misses my little princess too. And who might this be? Teacher Strawberry inquired. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Chu Lichuan. This is my husband. We just registered our marriage today, Ningning replied. Ha ha, congratulations. Teacher Strawberry's expression bore a hint of disappointment. Shin tilted her little head, curiously examining Chu Lichuan, and whispered, Mama, is he the husband you chose? Ningning pinched her daughter's plump little face. Yes, what do you think? He is so handsome and tall, just like a prince from a fairy tale. But, Shin nuzzled into Ningning's embrace, revealing her large, grape-like eyes. He seems a bit scary. Don't be afraid. Uncle is very easy to get along with. Chu Lichuan observed the little pink bundle in Ningning's arms and felt an inexplicable warmth. A desire to pinch her soft, fair cheeks. Shin's mother is quite fortunate, having such an adorable daughter and finding such a handsome husband, Teacher Strawberry said with a smile, though her words carried a distinct undertone. She typically addressed Ningning as Miss Chi, but today she emphasized the term Shin's mom, and Ningning immediately understood her implication. Teacher Strawberry has a good eye. I also think my husband is very handsome. Ningning chuckled innocently and sweetly, which only served to irk Teacher Strawberry further. Chu Lichuan suppressed a laugh, realizing that Ningning was not the naive little lamb she appeared to be but rather a hedgehog in rabbit's clothing. Teacher Strawberry remained undeterred, feigning concern as she lowered her voice, though it was loud enough for Chu Lichuan to hear. Shin's mom, remarrying with a child in tow, you truly possess great courage. After all, they are not your biological children. Can you truly be kind to another's child? Don't blame me for being nosy. I adore Shin and cannot bear to see her suffer. This remark struck a chord in Ningning's heart, leaving her momentarily speechless. Teacher Strawberry smiled triumphantly. Suddenly, Chu Lichuan bent down and picked up Shin. The little one bore a striking resemblance to Ningning. Her large, sparkling eyes almost seemed to converse. Chu Lichuan's once impenetrable heart softened just a fraction. What do I call you? Chu Lichuan pondered, concluding that Daddy was inappropriate, so he settled on Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Shin giggled, her voice bright and melodious. Hello, little Shin, Chu Lichuan replied, his tone markedly gentler than usual, which surprised Ningning. Throughout the day, he had maintained an air of indifference and disdain towards everything, yet his gaze upon Shin was gentle. Without a trace of disdain, Ningning smiled knowingly. In the entire kindergarten, only Teacher Strawberry truly cared for her. Nevertheless, my husband stated that love extends to all, and Shin is as good as his own daughter. Teacher Strawberry huffed, muttering under her breath, let us see how long you two can maintain this facade, before turning back toward the school. Chapter 5. Wedding night. Ningning gathered the various bags from the ground. Preparing to head back, Shin attempted to wriggle free from Chu Lichuan's embrace to assist her mother. Mama, you don't need my little princess's help. Mama is strong and can carry it all. Ningning, slender as she was, struggled under the weight of her burdens but feigned ease. Chu Lichuan, finding it bothersome, nevertheless took the items from her, including Shin's pink backpack, as he strode ahead, one arm cradling Shin and the other laden with bags. Ningning felt a warmth in her heart. Wow, Uncle is also very strong. Shin clapped her small hands, her face alight with admiration. Of course, I'm a man, Chu Lichuan replied, offering a slight smile that, though stiff, was the first Ningning had witnessed all day. Ningning quickened her pace to walk alongside him, pleased with his performance. What do you mean by performance? Chu Lichuan tilted his head in inquiry. Everything, Ningning beamed at him, her bright eyes twinkling like a galaxy of stars, stirring a subtle ripple in the otherwise calm sea of Chu Lichuan's heart. He mused that it must have been the alcohol from lunch that made her seem particularly radiant at this moment. Abruptly, he quickened his pace, adopting a demeanor that sought distance from her. Upon arriving at the community entrance, Ningning spotted a sleek, black luxury car parked roadside, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated surroundings of their neighborhood. The emblem bore 2 M's, which Ningning did not recognize. She paid it no mind, only hearing Chu Lichuan say, "You two go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." Chu Lichuan reluctantly set down the soft bundle he had been holding. Ningning reached out to take the items from him, but Chu Lichuan, considering the trek up to the 7th floor, insisted, "I'll carry them." I'll be back shortly. All right. Chu Lichuan waited for the mother and daughter to enter the community before moving toward the black luxury car. Lin Fong emerged from the vehicle, his eyes crinkling into a smile, boss and the young madam together, looking just like a warm and cozy family of three. Shut up. Lin Fong quickly sealed his lips, opening the trunk to reveal an array of gift boxes. Boss, I bought ginseng, blood swallow, donkey hide gelatin, deer antler. Any tonic suitable for middle-aged women. I've got it all. Is this enough? Why don't you just move the store here? Chu Lichuan retorted, exasperated at the thought of how to carry so many items upstairs. Lin Fong understood the hint. I'll take them inside for boss. I want to let the young madam see me. I'll just leave them at the door and be on my way. She is not the young madam. That woman, with her ulterior motives, does not deserve to be Chu Lichuan's wife. Lin Fong chuckled foolishly. She is still boss's ex-wife, the former young madam. That label will stick for a lifetime. Lin Fong picked up the boxes from the ground and accepted the large bags from Chu Lichuan, babbling, it's only been a day since we last saw boss, and he is already out buying groceries. The young madam truly knows how to manage her husband. Ha ha, shut up. Lin Fong sealed his lips once more. Chu Lichuan casually strolled ahead, one hand tucked in his trouser pocket, while Lin Fong struggled to keep up, laden with gifts. Boss, the young madam lives in such a place. It hardly befits her status. Shouldn't we consider getting her a new residence? Lin Fong climbed the stairs, drenched in sweat. Chu Lichuan owned countless properties. Giving Ningning a new place would be as effortless as discarding a sesame seed. Without a word, Chu Lichuan allowed Lin Fong to continue talking to himself. Well, we haven't found the gold watch yet, so we can't move for now. But boss, shouldn't we ask the young madam where she hid it? That's true. We can't ask. The chip in the gold watch is coveted by many forces. If they discover it's with the young madam, it could bring disaster upon her family. Lin Fong then remarked, Boss, I sense something different about you. You wouldn't be developing feelings for the young madam, would you? Chu Lichuan shot a piercing glance at Lin Fong, causing him to retract his head in fear. Mumbling, I'm sorry, I'll keep quiet. Lin Fong deposited the items on the 7th floor before hastily retreating downstairs. Chao Hualian gazed at the towering pile of premium supplements, momentarily stunned. While she felt joy, she also worried about Chu Lichuan's extravagant spending and insisted he return everything. If your mother doesn't want them, just discard them. Chu Lichuan replied nonchalantly, Mom, that's not what he means. He thought you wouldn't like them. Ningning explained why mother loves them. She just worries about you spending too much. It's nothing. They're gifts from friends, Chu Lichuan stated. Ningning felt anxious that Chu Lichuan's bluntness might lead to an unpleasant encounter with her mother, potentially turning a good deed into a misfortune, and thus she pulled Chu Lichuan into the kitchen to prepare the vegetables. They were sent by your friends. Just keep them for yourself without giving them to my mother. It seemed that Chu Lichuan's health was quite poor, prompting friends to send him such a plethora of premium supplements for recuperation. I should have brought a gift for your mother on our first meeting. I completely forgot. It's all right. My mother doesn't mind these things. Your mother treats you very well, Chu Lichuan remarked, falling silent thereafter. Indeed, my mother has always been very good to me. She was the only light during the darkest days of my brother and me. Chu Lichuan could not comprehend Ningning's sentiments, but chose not to inquire further. He held no interest in her past. Chao Hualian, having conversed with Xin, seemed to have grown quiet, her gaze toward Chu Lichuan cautious. She whispered to Ningning that she wished to return to her grandmother's home. However, her grandmother had said that today was Mama and Uncle's wedding night, and Xin could not stay at home, lest Uncle be displeased. Xin did not wish for Uncle to be unhappy. Ningning, feeling a pang of affection, kissed her daughter's chubby cheek, assuring her, Uncle will not be displeased. He really likes Xin. Chao Hualian prepared 6 dishes and a soup, continually serving Chu Lichuan. She could see that despite his cold demeanor and few words, he treated Xin quite well, showing neither excessive flattery nor hidden disdain. His demeanor was natural and straightforward. This realization was sufficient for her to be convinced of this son-in-law for the rest of her life. However, Chao Hualian discreetly glanced at Chu Lichuan and Xin once more. She still felt that they bore a slight resemblance to each other. After finishing dinner, Yu insisted with urgency that Chao Hualian return home. Chao Hualian wished to take Xin along, but Inning suggested that it would be beneficial for Chu Lichuan and Xin to spend more time together to deepen their bond. So she departed alone. The moment the door closed, Inning's taut nerves, which had been strained all day, finally relaxed, and she collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Xin, being considerate, brought Inning a cup of hot water and then went to the kitchen, standing on a small stool to wash the dishes. Chu Lichuan looked at the slumped Inning and remarked, "You let such a small child wash the dishes. Life skills should be practiced from a young age. When she grows up and becomes a mother herself, she won't feel that being a woman is exhausting, having to handle household chores while also raising children and earning a living. Girls should be nurtured well," Chu Lichuan asserted. "Those are the privileges of a wealthy family. An ordinary household can only cultivate her resilient spirit and physique." Inning didn't see anything wrong with her approach. Living together as mother and daughter, she needed to work and earn money. It was impossible to manage everything perfectly, so she could only allow Xin to learn independence early. Chu Lichuan, with a serious expression, removed his suit jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves, heading to the kitchen to wash the dishes. In his entire life, he had only washed dishes twice, both times here. "Uncle, Xin can do it." Xin thought that Chu Lichuan found her clumsy, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Xin can also steam rice, cook instant noodles, do housework, and wash socks. "I'm not just a glutton, Uncle." Xin is very capable. Hearing Xin's voice quivering with suppressed sobs, Chu Lichuan felt a pang in his heart. He crouched down, his tone softening, akin to that of a caring father. "Xin, you are still young. These chores should be handled by adults. At your age, you should focus on being happy." Xin shook her head, insisting, "I'm not small anymore. I'm not a 3-year-old. She had grown up. Inning's educational principles had taken root deeply within Xin, and Chu Lichuan refrained from saying much, gently ruffling her hair and encouraging her to go play. Yet, she picked up a mop taller than herself and began to clean. The sight of the tiny child working diligently tugged at Chu Lichuan's heartstrings. What had this young child experienced to be so mature? Chapter 6. Dream lover Chu Lichuan quickly finished washing the dishes, took the mop from Xin, and cleaned the floor. After completing these tasks, he turned to look at Inning on the sofa, only to discover that she had fallen asleep. Just as he was about to wake her, Xin put a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. "Mom hasn't he been resting well lately? Let her sleep." "Why hasn't she been resting well?" Chu Lichuan inquired. "She is anxious about finding a man to marry," Xin replied, her big eyes blinking innocently. "She has been searching for a long time and finally found you, Uncle." Chu Lichuan furrowed his brow. "How many has she looked for?" Xin held up her delicate fingers and shook her head. "Xin can't count. There are so many, every day. But they all dislike that Mom has a child, and it troubles her greatly." Chu Lichuan's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly. Inning jolted awake from the sofa, instinctively pulling Xin into her embrace, her gaze fixed warily on Chu Lichuan. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" "I want to ask you what you intend to do." Inning rubbed her face, becoming slightly more alert. "I'm sorry. I must have dozed off." Inning sent Xin back to her room to play and politely thanked Chu Lichuan, suggesting that it was getting late and he could head back. Chu Lichuan was reluctant to leave, stating he would sleep on the sofa tonight. "Isn't your unit stationed in Yunqing? I can call a car for you. I've been discharged." "Then where did you come from today?" "Beijing. I'll book you a ticket. I'm too tired today. I don't want to travel. I can find you a hotel. It's not clean." Inning, was this becoming a hassle? "We are merely a nominal couple. It is inappropriate for a single man and woman to share a room." Inning was not accustomed to having a man stay overnight in her home, especially after the incident 5 years ago, which had instilled a deep-seated aversion to men within her. "Once you've used me, do you intend to kick me to the curb?" Chu Lichuan's tone was displeased. "That's not what I meant. What did you mean by that? You don't think I want to do anything to you, do you? Rest assured, I have no feelings for you." Chu Lichuan sat on the sofa, tiredly pinching the corners of his eyes. He was more exhausted today than after an all-night international conference. "You can only stay for one night." Inning didn't insist further on driving him away, taking a blanket and placing it on the sofa. That night, Inning found it impossible to sleep. She got up to lock the door, then felt uneasy and opened the door to glance at her daughter's room, lost in thought. Chu Lichuan, nearly 190 centimeters tall, lay on a sofa barely 1.7 meters long, his feet dangling over the armrest. He was quite uncomfortable, constantly shifting positions. "Why don't you sleep in my room?" "I'll go to Xin's room," Inning suggested. Chu Lichuan was not shy about it. He took the blanket and walked toward Inning's room. At the door, he stopped her from entering, asking, "How many men have you sought to marry?" Inning felt a bit embarrassed at a few. "Why did you choose me in the end?" He was taken aback that he wasn't the first choice. Inning replied honestly, "Only you agreed." Chu Lichuan fell silent. Inning bent down to retrieve her blanket from the bed. Wearing an oversized t-shirt that reached her knees, her slender figure was accentuated as she leaned over, revealing a glimpse of her inner attire. Chu Lichuan quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat, his demeanor turning somewhat harsh. "Hurry up." Inning glanced at Chu Lichuan but said nothing, turning to leave for her daughter's room and locking the door behind her. In Inning's room, Chu Lichuan discovered a locked drawer. Using a thin needle, he probed the lock, and in no time, it clicked open. Inside were 2 bank books, 2 bank cards, some documents, and a diary. He flipped through the diary but didn't want to invade her privacy. So he tossed it back into the drawer. The gold watch was not in Inning's room. Could it be in Xinxin's room? That night, Inning slept exceptionally soundly, waking up refreshed in the morning. She heated the leftover food from last night. However, Chu Lichuan claimed that eating cold leftovers was unhealthy and took Xinxin out for breakfast. When he returned with baozi, rice porridge, and side dishes, Inning had already finished breakfast and was washing the dishes. Chu Lichuan seemed to be upset about something. He opened the refrigerator and discarded all the leftover food, warning Inning not to eat cold leftovers again. He added, "It's for Xinxin's sake." "She is still growing." Inning pursed her lips and ignored him, silently criticizing Chu Lichuan for being overly particular. "Lunch is sorted. Thank you." Inning placed the baozi and rice porridge into her bag. Chu Lichuan's lips twitched slightly. Inning's disregard for her own health had nothing to do with him. As Inning changed her shoes at the entrance, she turned to the tall man standing in the living room and said, "You should go back today. I want to leave you a key." Chu Lichuan understood that Inning was wary of him, watching the mother and daughter leave before slowly making his way to Xinxin's room. The gold watch was not in Xinxin's room either. Chu Lichuan searched the entire house but still did not find the gold watch. Where on earth had that woman hidden it? Just then, Lin Feng's call came through. "Boss, there's an important meeting today. We need to head back to Beijing." Inning was a mural artist, somewhat renowned in Yunqing. She went to her studio to pick up paint, changed into her work clothes, and rode her bike to Linyansi Temple in Yunqing. The temple was undergoing renovations, requiring a significant amount of work and climbing. Standing on a scaffolding over 100 meters high, even with several safety ropes secured, she felt precarious. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she began her work. Several art students she had hired arrived in succession, painting while discussing the recent sighting of 3 fighter jets in Yunqing, which had trended online. They landed right on the sports field. "I even took a video." One girl exclaimed, "I saw the original video. So many people in black jumped out of the planes. It was epic." Especially the leading man, with the background music, it felt more exhilarating than a blockbuster. Another girl chimed in, "Yeah, he is so handsome and cool, but it's a pity the footage isn't clear. I really want to meet him." The girls chattered excitedly about how charming the man was, how captivating his presence, a quintessential dream lover for countless young girls. "Inning, did you see it? Isn't he handsome?" One girl eagerly asked, trying to pull the focused Inning into their fan frenzy. Inning smiled faintly. "I rarely watch short videos. I don't have the time." "Inning, you're only a couple of years older than us. Don't act so old-fashioned. What young person doesn't watch short videos?" At that moment, the sound of propellers filled the sky as 3 helicopters zipped past above the pagoda. The girls squealed, shouting that those were the fighter jets, and some even pulled out their phones to take pictures. Uninterested in the commotion, Inning focused on her work, attempting to catch up on the progress delayed from her absence the day before. In the afternoon, the 3 fighter jets astonishingly returned, following the same flight path, soaring over the pagoda once more. The girls erupted in another round of shrieking, calling out to the skies, "Handsome guy, flying back and forth ist interesting. Come down and say hello. We have many beautiful girls here." Of course, the people in the aircraft could not hear their voices and swiftly flew away. Inning continued painting until 7 in the evening, finally wrapping up as the sun set. She was exhausted after hanging there all day, her bones feeling like jelly. Dragging her weary body home, she pulled out her keys, only to be surprised to find a high-security password lock before her. Had she mistakenly entered the wrong unit? At the entrance, a semicircular red doormat lay, adorned with the auspicious characters "Congratulations" and "Prosperity," which she had personally painted. This was indeed her home. Inning was taken aback. Continuously knocking on the door and calling out, "Xinxin, are you home? Mommy is back." Chapter 7. Fondness for Uncle. As the door swung open, Xinxin rushed towards her, followed by the tall and poised Chu Lichuan. Inning embraced her daughter tightly and inquired about the door lock issue with Chu Lichuan. "I went out for a bit, and when I couldn't reach you by phone, I called a locksmith," he replied succinctly. Inning felt an urge to complain about the locksmith for carelessly changing someone else's lock, but recalling her marital status with Chu Lichuan, she suppressed her frustration. Feeling a lingering unease, she hugged Xinxin again, intending to prepare dinner, only to be informed by Xinxin that she had already eaten with her uncle, who had even packed a meal for her. her favorite, oil-braised prawns. Xin whispered excitedly in Inning's ear. Uncle is great. I really like him. Inning glanced at the stern man sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, and a warmth spread through her heart. Yet, just as quickly, she stifled that feeling. After dinner, Inning drank 2 large cups of water, having refrained from drinking all day due to work. Chu Lichuan finally put his phone down, his expression darkening as he questioned why Inning's phone had been unreachable. Really? Is that so? No way. Inning feigned surprise as she pulled out her phone, suggesting it might be broken. Why don't you try calling now? In a hurry, she removed Chu Lichuan's number from her blacklist, renaming it Yuanba as a jest, given that he was akin to a monthly husband she had paid for. Chu Lichuan, however, did not attempt to verify through a call, but instead reprimanded Inning for allowing such a young child to return home alone from school. Is making money more important than your child's safety? Inning found herself at a loss for words. Sensing the tension, Xin interjected, Uncle, please don't be angry. Mommy has taken me home many times. I can go back by myself. You kindergarten teachers are irresponsible. How could they let you return home alone without a parent? Chu Lichuan struggled to comprehend how such a negligent mother and school could exist. Xin, still innocent, blinked her large eyes in confusion, not understanding what Chu Lichuan was upset about. Throughout the exchange, Inning remained silent, tossing dirty laundry into the washing machine and tidying the room. When she had chosen this apartment, it was intentionally located near the kindergarten, minimizing the need to cross busy streets, allowing Xin to return home alone if she couldn't pick her up in time. If circumstances permitted, Inning would have loved to accompany Xin every day. But she also needed to work to save for her daughter's surgery. Rubbing her tired eyes, Inning praised Xin for being so capable today. You managed to come home by yourself. She then inquired about the cost of the new lock. Without even glancing at her, Chu Lichuan replied curtly, 17,000. Bank transfer or cash. Inning's lips twitched. She had always believed that a password lock was not very secure. Xin was still young and could easily be manipulated into revealing the code. It was less secure than the original lock. Chu Lichuan fell silent for a moment before taking Inning outside, entering a few commands into the keypad and registering both her and Xin's fingerprints. Now it's a combination of fingerprint and password. It's much safer. As he added his own fingerprint, Inning could not intervene. Isn't this inappropriate? This is my home. Inning felt a surge of irritation. I bought the lock. I have the right to use it. Chu Lichuan's voice was icy. Inning as Chu Lichuan stepped inside, Inning followed, questioning why he had not left yet. Ignoring her dismissal, he warned her that she must personally pick up Xin from school the next day. Since you've become a mother, you ought to fulfill your responsibilities. Inning nodded in agreement. You're right. However, the following day, after finishing his work, Chu Lichuan flew back from the capital, only to find Xin returning home alone again. He called Inning multiple times before she finally answered, her voice barely audible over the sound of rushing wind. What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. I asked where you are. Chu Lichuan's tone grew more forceful, yet Inning continued to inquire about his words. Frustrated, he hung up and softened his tone when addressing Xin. Xin, I'll come back early tomorrow to pick you up from school. Xin beamed with joy. Really, uncle? That evening, Inning returned home after dark, and Chu Lichuan did not bring her dinner, a punishment for her disobedience. Not particularly bothered, Inning rubbed her stiff neck and, feeling exhausted, opted to prepare a pack of instant noodles. Chu Lichuan sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, occasionally glancing at Inning with a displeased expression as she ate. Xin approached with a toy robot, and Inning encouraged her to read the instructions herself. Slightly disappointed, Xin pouted. Chu Lichuan beckoned her to his side. This type of robot, my son has several, but they are of a much more refined design. Within moments, he assembled the robot with ease, eliciting delighted applause from Xin. Uncle is amazing. Mommy can't even do this. Chu Lichuan ruffled Xin's hair. Do you like robots? Xin nodded eagerly. I love them. Don't all girls prefer dolls? He inquired. Xin giggled. Dolls are so childish. I prefer robots, zombies, and unique toys. Chu Lichuan, intrigued, asked, what else do you like? He opened his phone and browsed through several high-end toys. Xin's eyes sparkled as she pointed out several favorites, but she lamented. These are so expensive. I can only look. Chu Lichuan, however, added all of Xin's preferred toys to the shopping cart and proceeded to check out. Are these gifts from Uncle? Xin gasped in disbelief. As long as you like them. Chu Lichuan replied with a gentle smile, entirely different from his usual imposing demeanor. He was unsure why he felt such an inexplicable fondness for Xin. Perhaps it was due to pity for her circumstances? Uncle is so nice to me. Xin giggled. her laughter ringing sweetly, reminiscent of a little angel capable of soothing the soul. At that moment, Chu Lichuan felt an overwhelming urge to protect Xinxin's smile for a lifetime. Ensuring her perpetual happiness, free from worries, he told Xinxin it was time for bed, but she insisted on finishing her live stream with a worn-out phone to avoid upsetting her aunt. Her delicate fingers danced across the screen with practiced ease. The hosts were He Yu and Qian, with He Yu sweetly calling him my husband, her demeanor entirely different from her previous hysteria. Qian remained unchanged, his expression mild and honest as he reassured fans that gifts were unnecessary. Purchasing products was sufficient. It seemed He Yu had kicked Qian under the table, causing him to feign a limp as he excused himself. Xinxin, does your aunt treat you poorly? Chu Lichuan asked. Shaking her head, Xinxin replied. No, it's because I'm not obedient. I always make aunt angry. Observing Xinxin's understanding nature, a thought blossomed in Chu Lichuan's mind. How wonderful it would be if Xinxin were his daughter. He would ensure she became the happiest little princess in the world. Have you ever met your father? Chu Lichuan suddenly found himself curious about the man who had so callously abandoned such a lovely girl. Xinxin shook her head, her twin braids swaying. Mommy said Daddy is dead. Dead? Yes, he died a terrible death, crushed by a big truck. Chu Lichuan Chapter 8. Stepfather. After their bath, Inning and Xinxin were relaxing. Xinxin, exhausted, fell asleep while drying her hair. Chu Lichuan stood at the bathroom door. The mother and daughter wore matching pink pajamas, their long hair cascading down, appearing as if they were carved from the same mold. However, upon closer inspection, Xinxin's lips and nose bore little resemblance to Inning's. Inning was about to lift Xinxin. Chu Lichuan walked in, gently scooping her up and carrying her back to her room. Then discreetly turning to leave, deliberately avoiding a glance at Inning, who had changed into her nightgown. Chu Lichuan's impeccable manners made Inning feel at ease, gradually easing her defenses. She found it difficult to categorize Chu Lichuan. Aside from his aloofness, he possessed a certain gentlemanly charm, exuding grace and elegance in every gesture, neither excessive nor lacking, replete with a sense of refinement. Mr. Chu, thank you. Though Chu Lichuan lingered, which annoyed Inning somewhat. She was deeply touched by his kindness toward Xinxin. The little girl craved paternal affection, often stealing glances at children with fathers. The past few days had brought Xinxin immense joy, as she experienced a love she had never known. One that Inning could not provide. Chu Lichuan paused, his tone growing cold. You shouldn't have told Xinxin that her father is dead. It's cruel. Inning gazed at her daughter, who was sleeping soundly, and smiled faintly. I could weave a beautiful dream for Xinxin with a lie. Yet, dreams must eventually end. It's better to let her confront reality from the start and acknowledge her background. Can you face your own origins? Chu Lichuan's words dripped with sarcasm. Inning was taken aback. I believe I manage well in that regard. Chu Lichuan surveyed the princess-themed room adorned in pastel hues. This place has been decorated for quite some time, hasn't it? 3 months. First, paint the walls, let the scent settle, clean the place, furnish it, and then gradually move my belongings in without my family noticing. Inning stated with a hint of pride. Although the house is rented, it is a small home for her and exine. And no longer must she endure others' judgments or fear being evicted. You are remarkably organized, methodical, cautious, and thorough in your actions. Chu Lichuan's gaze deepened, becoming somewhat intriguing. Inning discerned that his tone lacked admiration. Mr. Chu, do you harbor a bias against me? Chu Lichuan remained silent, striding towards the exit. Inning hurried after him, calling out, I understand you. Losing your first marriage like that would be uncomfortable for anyone. Chu Lichuan paused, not turning back, yet his imposing figure made Inning feel a sense of pressure. He was indifferent to the concept of a first marriage. Given his status, whether a second, third, or even fourth marriage, women would eagerly line up to marry him. However, for Inning, a young woman meticulously renovating a new home and moving in secretly for 3 months. Her calculated demeanor made it difficult to dismiss the notion that her marriage to him was premeditated. Think carefully about why I might have a bias against you. Chu Lichuan took a couple of steps before stopping to inquire. Did that scoundrel truly die? Inning's fingers tightened suddenly, her expression remaining calm. Yes, he died a terrible death, with no complete corpse. Chu Lichuan. In the following days, Chu Lichuan continued to reside at Inning's home, refusing to leave. Each time she brought it up, he remained tight-lipped. Don't you have a job? Inning was curious. Had Chu Lichuan not sought employment after retiring? Chu Lichuan still said nothing. It can't be due to health reasons preventing him from working. Can it? This was the only reasonable explanation Inning could conceive. Chu Lichuan ignored her, continuing to play with Xin. Recently, Xin had acquired many new toys, nearly overwhelming their small room. Inning had warned Chu Lichuan several times not to spend recklessly, fearing it would spoil the child. Yet Chu Lichuan insisted, "I can reimburse you. I'll give you the bills." Inning forced a smile and turned to leave. Chu Lichuan chuckled softly. One need not delve deeply into Inning's character. Merely observing the decor of her home reveals her as a thorough materialist. There were fortune cats on display, carpets emblazoned with slogans invoking wealth, decorative items on the door proclaiming prosperity, and a money tree atop the coffee table. Just how much did this woman love money? Even her WeChat profile picture was a cartoonish depiction of the god of wealth. However, Chu Lichuan did not have Inning's WeChat. He had chanced upon it. Chu Lichuan increasingly concluded in his mind that Inning had married him solely for financial gain. The weather had been dreary for days, perpetually overcast. Inning had to finish the exterior work early if rain were imminent. While picking up Xin from the Little Sun kindergarten, she unexpectedly encountered Chu Lichuan. He was still clad in a black suit and shirt, sans tie, with the collar casually unbuttoned at the top, one hand tucked into his trousers pocket. Just standing there, devoid of expression, he became the focal point of attention. "What are you doing here?" Inning approached briskly, offering him a mask. Chu Lichuan did not accept it. "What do you mean? I don't want the parents to recognize you. Let outsiders know I'm married, but there's no need for them to know who you are or what you look like." Inning did not wish to cause Chu Lichuan undue trouble. After all, he still had a future to consider. He will soon be divorced. Chu Lichuan retorted with irritation, "If I don't say anything, who will know I'm divorced?" Inning replied, "Oh, that's your intention." Chu Lichuan narrowed his cold, elongated eyes, his gaze sharp. So, Inning intended to leverage her association with him as his wife to gain advantages in the outside world. What else could it be? Inning preferred not to elaborate. She needed the status of being married to allow others to forget her premarital pregnancy. In a few years, people would assume she was a divorced woman raising a child. It was far better than the sordid rumors that might circulate. "It's late. I've been picking up Xin from school for several days now," Chu Lichuan stated. When the parents saw Inning had arrived, they felt emboldened to approach and gossip. They first congratulated her on her marriage and praised her husband for being handsome and good to Xin. Inning felt a surge of pride as her husband was complimented, relishing the moment in front of the parents who had often looked down on her. It was a moment of vindication. However, someone soon asked Inning with a hint of envy, "What does your husband do?" "He's in the military. He's on leave right now but will return to the army in a few days." Inning preemptively set the record straight to avoid future speculation should they divorce, preventing the parents from spreading rumors about Chu Lichuan. The parents began to whisper amongst themselves, grumbling about what it meant to live in solitude and speculating about his lack of future prospects. Their comments growing increasingly harsh. Most people dislike seeing others thrive, especially someone like Inning, who had long been the subject of their scorn. Suddenly finding a good husband only highlighted her shortcomings and painted her as a woman in need of a stepfather for her child. Inning, incensed, stood before Chu Lichuan and declared vehemently, "Without my husband as selfless sacrifice, would you enjoy your peaceful lives now? Even those who look down on others should open their eyes and see that the person you disdain protects the safety of this region amidst gunfire. I once witnessed him fall by the river, his blood soaking through his camouflage uniform, barely clinging to life. His greatness is unparalleled." In that moment, Inning realized that a tranquil life is safeguarded at the cost of someone else's life. The parents were rendered speechless, retreating one by one in defeat. Unbeknownst to her, a burning gaze was fixed upon her slender back. In the days they had spent together, Inning had shown a wonderful temperament. Never one to engage in quarrels, even when angered, she spoke kindly. This was the first time Chu Lichuan had witnessed her in a fiery rage. He found himself at a loss for how to feel at that moment. His family had vehemently opposed his military service, yet in his youth, he had stubbornly followed his own path, even enlisting with the resolve to face death, severing ties with his family for 6 years. As if he had vanished from the earth. Those around him had little faith in his choices, and some still claimed those 6 years were the most foolish of his life. Inning was the first to defend him from his perspective. He had no idea he was seen as so admirable in the eyes of some. Chu Lichuan failed to notice that his gaze toward Inning had softened considerably. Chapter 9. The heat. Xin was the last to emerge from the school. Teacher Strawberry wore an exceptionally short dress today, with a low neck, deliberately positioning herself in front of Chu Lichuan, holding her phone in a way that accentuated her curves. "Mr. Chu, I apologize. Xin had an unfinished craft project, so she came out late." Teacher Strawberry Coo. Mr. Chu, the school has changed the schedule. Let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll send it to you. Inning, not waiting for Chu Lichuan to respond, interjected, Teacher Strawberry, we already have WeChat. Just send the schedule to me. Xinxin's mom. It's been Mr. Chu picking her up lately. He's more invested in her matters, and I'm just considering what's best for her. Teacher Strawberry, if you want to add my husband on WeChat, just say so without using Xinxin as an excuse. Inning's directness caused Teacher Strawberry's cheeks to flush crimson. It was not as if she didn't care for Xinxin. She simply wanted to add Mr. Chu. Am I wrong? Teacher Strawberry had no fault. It was her husband's fault for never adding women on WeChat. It's getting late. Our family of 3 will be leaving now. Inning linked one arm with Chu Lichuan and held Xinxin's hand with the other, walking away without a glance at Teacher Strawberry's twisted face. Chu Lichuan noticed Inning was sulking and felt a chuckle rise within him. Was it really necessary to be so upset over adding a WeChat? Inning took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable anger rising within her. You are my husband. Does she think I'm invisible? Right in front of me, she brazenly flirts with you. Inning's words unexpectedly instilled a sense of belonging in Chu Lichuan, causing his heart to swell. We are nominally married, he coldly emphasized, unsure of what he wished to prove. Inning paused, realizing, yes, they were a fake couple. If Chu Lichuan had any interest in Teacher Strawberry, she had no right to impede their connection on WeChat. Dio, you want to add her? Inning looked up at Chu Lichuan. He towered over her, making it impossible to see anything but the taut line of his jaw. This? Chu Lichuan appeared contemplative. I'll give you her WeChat. Inning pulled out her phone. You add me as a friend first. Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. If you want to add me on WeChat, just say so. Inning pocketed her phone, ignoring Chu Lichuan, and pulled Xinxin's small hand along the edge of the curb, distancing herself from him. Chu Lichuan chuckled softly, striding ahead without looking back. Don't lead the child astray. Walking on the curb isn't safe. Inning realized that if Xinxin were to fall and roll into the street, she quickly picked Xinxin up and warned her not to walk on the curb anymore. Just as the family of 3 arrived home, it began to rain outside. Lately, they hadn't cooked at home, and the refrigerator was nearly empty. Inning thought of making instant noodles for dinner, but strangely, she couldn't find a single pack. Reluctantly, she prepared a large pot of hanging noodles. Try my sauce noodles. Each of us gets 2 eggs. This is your egg. Inning first served 2 fried eggs into Chu Lichuan's bowl. Chu Lichuan swallowed hard, looking skeptically at the large bowl of dark concoction before him. Can this be eaten? Don't judge by appearance. The taste is quite good. Give it a try. Inning felt a bit embarrassed, as she wasn't particularly skilled in cooking. Chu Lichuan took a bite, managing to choke it down. How is it? Not bad, right? It's my own recipe for sauce noodles. True sauce noodles are not made this way, Chu Lichuan remarked. Don't sweat the details. Eating is to fill the stomach. Inning's sauce noodles were merely broth made with sauce, with some vegetables and eggs added. Chu Lichuan reluctantly consumed half a bowl, but could eat no more. He wished to take Xinxin out for a meal. Yet Xinxin was relishing her food so much, and with the rain pouring outside, he had no choice but to abandon the idea. The large pot of noodles prepared by Inning, naturally, remained uneaten. Such a tall figure. Yet with such a small appetite. So easy to take care of. Inning recalled how Chu Lichuan forbade her from eating leftover food, and she could only bear the pain of discarding it. She glanced at Chu Lichuan, who was in the living room reading a storybook with Xinxin. His rich, magnetic voice made her heart feel soft. Chu Lichuan hadn't eaten enough for dinner. Given his poor health, he ought to replenish his strength. Chu Lichuan had left in a hurry that day, forgetting the supplements that Chu Lichuan had given her. Inning opened a box of deer antler supplements, discovering 2 stick-like items on either side of the box. She was unfamiliar with supplements and didn't know what they were, but she was aware that everything from a deer was nourishing. Inning consulted the internet for the preparation method and meticulously followed all the steps. Placing everything into the pot to begin simmering the soup. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Qian, filled with voice messages exceeding 60 seconds. Fearing there was an emergency at home, she hurriedly opened it, only to hear he use sharp voice. Qianing, what do you mean? You didn't answer my calls. Young Master Shan is very angry. You need to remove him from your blacklist. Where are you living now? Hurry and tell me. Young Master Shan said he would help us secure an additional apartment during the demolition. Inning quickly silenced her phone, unable to listen to the remaining voice messages. She had blocked Hiyu's WeChat and phone calls for the past few days. Recently, Hiyu had been watching Chu Lichuan closely, and to prevent Hiyu from discovering Inning's address, Chu Lichuan dared not pick up Xinxin from school or visit Inning's home. After much deliberation, Inning first sent 3 smiling emojis. Sister-in-law, you are pregnant, so you must take good care of yourself. As for my marriage, you needn't worry. I heard your younger sister is recently discussing marriage. Perhaps you should focus on her dowry instead. After sending the message, Inning set Chi and's WeChat to do not disturb. Chu Lichuan glanced toward the kitchen and asked Xin, who is young Master Shin? He is very bad. Both Xin and Mama dislike him. Xin likes Uncle. As she spoke, Xin playfully touched Chu Lichuan's face with her small, tender hand. Unbeknownst to her, she was the only one brave enough to touch Chu Lichuan's face. Uncle is handsome. When I grow up, I want to find a husband just as handsome as Uncle. Chu Lichuan couldn't help but chuckle. You're still so young, and you're already thinking about finding a husband? He felt inexplicably delighted to hear such compliments from Xin, despite many others having said he was good-looking. Xin smiled, then pouted her small lips, feeling a bit down as she quietly said, Uncle, can you and Mama not get divorced? Xin doesn't want to not see Uncle anymore. Xin leaned against Chu Lichuan's leg, her big eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chu Lichuan felt his heart melt, gently ruffling her hair. To them, he was merely a passerby. Perhaps he would leave before the day of the divorce arrived. Your mama told you this too? Why does she share everything with you? He thought Inning was wrong for this. A child's world should be simple and pure, untainted by adult complexities. Mama said that she and I are the closest relatives and the best, most trusted friends. We can't have secrets, Xin declared. Inning finished making the soup and brought a bowl of dark concoction to Chu Lichuan, urging him to drink. Chu Lichuan pinched his nose, refusing to drink, so Inning had to coax him softly. I specially made this nourishing soup for you. Be good, it's good for your health. Just as Chu Lichuan was about to push it away, Xin made a silly face at him, teasing, Uncle is afraid of bitterness. Uncle is naughty for not drinking medicine. With a restrained smile, and under Xin's eager gaze, Chu Lichuan gulped down the concoction in one go. After washing the bowl, Inning handed Xin a handful of tablets. Xin obediently swallowed them one by one. Chu Lichuan asked Xin what medicine she was taking. Inning smiled and replied, nothing much, just vitamins. 18 Chu Lichuan felt hot and uncomfortable. Even opening the window didn't alleviate the heat. He took a cold shower, yet the heat within persisted. As Inning got up to use the restroom, she unexpectedly bumped into Chu Lichuan, who was only wrapped in a towel. The towel was loosely tied, revealing his well-defined 8-pack abs and alluring V-line. Inning's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her back to him. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Just as she was about to flee, Chu Lichuan grasped her wrist, his voice hoarse like split timber. What did you make me drink tonight? It's the supplements from the deer antler gift box. At that moment, Chu Lichuan's eyes burned with intensity, resembling a beast scorched by fire, poised to strike with lethal force. Inning's face turned pale with fear as she tried to break free, but Chu Lichuan dragged her into the room, pressing her against the cold wall. His breathing was rapid and heated. Inning turned her head to avoid him, but his long fingers seized her chin, forcing her to face him directly. You did this on purpose. Chu Lichuan's expression was pained, as if he were struggling to suppress something. If he recalled correctly, there were still 2 deer tails in the gift box that Lin Fong had purchased. While playing with Xin in the living room, he had seen Inning throw the empty box outside the door. He didn't know what Inning was up to, nor did he inquire further. Little did he expect, this woman had brewed everything for him. I was just trying to help you with the supplements, Inning protested, bewildered by where she had gone wrong. You've already had a child. Stop pretending to be ignorant. Chu Lichuan snapped angrily. What does that have to do with me having had a child? Inning felt a twinge of sadness. Chu Lichuan still looked down on her. But what did it matter? She had never considered having anything with Chu Lichuan. Whether he liked her or not was irrelevant. Inning had only had that one experience 5 years ago. Since then, she had been very averse to men, keeping her distance. Her life revolved solely around her child and work, leaving no energy to focus on anything else. And she was a complete novice when it came to matters of men. Let go of me, let go. Inning pushed forcefully, her palm brushing against the scar near Chu Lichuan's heart. It was the scar left by a gunshot wound 5 years ago. The doctor had warned that if it had been even half an inch off, he would have died in Inning's heart. Chu Lichuan had always been a hero. Yet now, the person she admired was staring at her with a look of utter disdain, causing her heart to ache. Do you think sleeping with me will elevate your status? I advise you to behave yourself and put away those little schemes. Had it been before, Chu Lichuan might have endured Inning's ulterior motives out of gratitude for saving his life. But unexpectedly, he had fallen for her trap, feeling a conflagration within him. and his rationality teetered on the brink of collapse, leading to words that were as harsh as they could beat. "I will never like a scheming woman. I won't even touch you." Chu Lichuan enunciated the words scheming woman with great emphasis, dripping with intense hatred. Inning felt her eyes welling up with tears, her gaze clouded as she responded, "Mr. Chu, I have always treated you with courtesy and respect. So please mind your words, do not slander me without cause." The glimmer of tears in Inning's eyes unexpectedly tugged at the strings of Chu Lichuan's heart. He found himself losing control, his large hand forcefully slipping beneath Inning's nightgown. "You saved me back then, and I gave you a card as thanks for your life-saving grace, which you did not take. But you took what you should not have. I could attribute it to your youth and a moment of greed. You had better return what you took. Otherwise, you will face consequences you cannot bear." "What nonsense are you talking about? What did I take?" Inning continued to struggle. She could tolerate being disliked, scorned, and looked down upon. But being wronged was intolerable. "Still unwilling to speak, are you?" Chu Lichuan scoffed, increasing the pressure of his grip, displaying a domineering and savage demeanor. "You bastard!" Inning, infuriated, raised her hand. With a sharp smack, for red marks appeared on Chu Lichuan's cheek. He froze, his awareness sharpening somewhat. Releasing Inning and stepping back, he felt a twinge of guilt, yet was reluctant to apologize. Seeing Inning's tears streaming down her face, he inexplicably felt irritable, clenching his fists until the veins bulged. "You should leave." He couldn't guarantee that if Inning stayed, he would be able to control himself. In truth, Inning was quite beautiful. Her long hair was slightly disheveled, and 2 buttons of her nightgown had come undone, revealing her snowy shoulders, undeniably alluring. Inning had intended to slam the door behind her, but upon noticing Chu Lichuan's bleeding nose, blood trickling down from his enticing lips, along his neck, and spreading to his chest, she still fetched him a tissue. "Are you all right? I didn't mean to hit you so hard." Inning believed Chu Lichuan's nosebleed was a result of her strike, feeling somewhat apologetic yet also furious, her tone not the most pleasant. "I don't know what misunderstanding you have about me, but I genuinely made that nourishing soup to help you regain your health, without any ill intentions. And when I saved you back then, I took nothing from you. If you don't believe me, feel free to call the police and have them investigate." Inning's tone was cold, tinged with a hint of grievance. "My circumstances may not be ideal, but I have my principles and would never steal what isn't mine. To wrongfully accuse someone, one must have evidence." Inning turned and exited, her demeanor distant, as if they had become strangers. Chu Lichuan realized Inning was truly angry, the kind that couldn't be easily soothed. He deemed it unnecessary to care. Whether that woman was angry or not, he was determined to retrieve his gold watch. Initially, he had thought the watch had sunk into the river, taking with it confidential documents that would never resurface. However, just a few days prior, his gold watch had appeared on a second-hand luxury goods website. That watch was one of only 3 limited editions worldwide, and on the back of the watch face was his initials. See, the watch was valued in the 8-figure range, yet the seller had listed it for only 180,000. Chu Lichuan instructed his men to conduct the transaction in person, only to find that the person who came was an agent, and the watch they presented was a counterfeit, not the genuine item from the photos at all. Chu Lichuan traced the IP address of the listing, discovering the location to be Anning Supermarket on a backstreet in the southern district of Uncity. It is the supermarket owned by Inning's family. Does this not imply that the gold watch was taken by Inning? Yet he searched for several days, thoroughly scouring the entire rental unit, but found nothing. Today, he deliberately brought it up in front of Inning, hoping to lure out the unwary. If Inning feels guilty, he would have an opportunity to exploit. In the ensuing 2 days, Inning did not utter a single word to Chu Lichuan and forbade Xin from approaching him. Chu Lichuan's actions that night had caused Inning to lose all trust in him. She despised all men who laid hands on her. Regardless of the reason, they would inevitably tread upon her most sensitive boundaries. Chu Lichuan, too, showed no inclination to speak with Inning, yet he kept a close watch on her from the shadows. However, Inning's daily routine consisted solely of going to work and returning home, devoid of any suspicious behavior. For the past few days, it was Chao Hualian who picked up Xin from school. Chao Hualian noticed that the young couple seemed to be quarreling and even asked Xin if it was because she had misbehaved and upset her uncle. Xin felt wronged, pouting her little lips, insisting that she had always been well-behaved and had not angered her uncle. Then be even more obedient. Chao Hualian, still concerned that Chu Lichuan harbored resentment towards Xin, reassured Inning over the phone, Ning, even I did not initially approve of you and Shaoan. Relationships take time to cultivate. Every couple goes through a period of adjustment, and only after that can they truly harmonize. You cannot let a minor issue lead to a quarrel with Chu Lichuan. I find him to be quite a decent man, not one to be swayed by sweet words. Such a person is grounded and genuine. This weekend, I will not assist you with Xin. Your sister-in-law constantly watches over me, and for the past few days, I've been sneaking out. Upon returning home, she gives me the cold shoulder. Chu Lichuan also hoped to use this opportunity to foster a closer bond between Chu Lichuan and Xin. Although Enning verbally agreed, she still could not forgive Chu Lichuan. She had initially intended to take Xin to work with her over the weekend, but Chu Lichuan had left early in the morning. Enning felt certain that he would not return. Given the tense standoff between them, he would surely lack the face to continue staying at her home, so she instructed Xin to stay home and watch television, forbidding her from opening the door to anyone. Enning hurried home at noon to deliver lunch to Xin, only to find that Xin had vanished. Chapter 11. Fussy, Enning rushed out to find her child. Just as she opened the door, Chu Lichuan returned, cradling Xin in his arms. It turned out that he had taken Xin to the amusement park and had bought her a plethora of delightful treats. Enning was furious but refrained from speaking to Chu Lichuan. Gripping Xin's shoulders, she sternly said, Xin, remember, you must not go out to play with anyone except your mother, do you understand? You can never be too careful. Who knows who might be a bad person? Chu Lichuan, too, seemed disinclined to engage with Enning, pulling Xin closer to him, his expression grave. You cannot trust anyone except your uncle. You are still young and do not comprehend the malice of human nature. Just as Enning was about to retort, Xin hung her little head and began to whimper softly. It's all Xin's fault. Xin should not have insisted on going to the amusement park. I will be good and obedient from now on. Can uncle and mama stop arguing? Xin's understanding nature tugged at Chu Lichuan's heart. The idea of visiting the amusement park had been his, when he returned to find Xin watching television at home. He simply wanted to take her out for a little adventure. Xin had gazed at the amusement park, not expressing a desire to go but merely lingering her gaze a moment longer. Noticing this, Chu Lichuan had asked her if she wished to go, to which Xin hesitantly replied, It's very expensive. Mama doesn't allow Xin to go to the amusement park. Without uttering another word, Chu Lichuan swept her up and strode into the amusement park. Uncle is just upset that Mama is too busy working to take Xin to the amusement park. We did not quarrel. Chu Lichuan thought Enning was being too stingy with Xin. What child should be deprived of the joy of an amusement park, compared to his own son, who merely expressed a fondness for amusement parks? His father had immediately opened a massive amusement park. In comparison, Xin's situation was miles apart. Enning pulled Xin closer, softening her tone. Xin, Mama isn't forbidding you from going to the amusement park. Mama is just worried about you engaging in vigorous activities. Xin could sense the tension between Chu Lichuan and Enning. Grasping Chu Lichuan with one hand and Enning with the other, she tilted her little head back, her big eyes glistening with tears as she looked at them. Can we not argue anymore? When little friends quarrel, they just need to hold hands to make up. Xin placed their hands together. Both recoiled as if shocked. We have already made up, right, Chu Lichuan? Enning felt a slight flush on her cheeks and let out an awkward laugh. Yes, we have, Chu Lichuan replied, averting his gaze and rubbing his nose. Enning took Xin to take her medicine, after which Xin ran back to Chu Lichuan, calling him uncle with such sweetness that it made Chu Lichuan's lips curl into a smile. Enning observed with a twinge of concern that Xin was becoming increasingly reliant on Chu Lichuan. She worried that after their divorce, Xin would be sad for quite some time. Enning contemplated discussing matters with Chu Lichuan but was at a loss for how to broach the topic. Just then, her phone buzzed with WeChat messages. The two previous blind date candidates, seemingly in coordination, sent her voice messages simultaneously. Enning, I've thought it over. It's indeed unreasonable for you to abandon your daughter to help me take care of my child. Your salary is decent. You can certainly support your daughter on your own. Let us try dating for a while. If the two children get along well, then I have no objections. Another message read, You know my conditions. I have a car, a house, and savings, but I can't accept you bringing a child. Let us try living together for 2 years. If it suits us, we can then get married. How does that sound? Nowadays, men are so practical. Enning replied, I am already married, and promptly copied and pasted the same message to the other one, Chu Lichuan, while helping Xin assemble her new toy, remarked emotionlessly, You found a new partner so soon? Enning shot him a glare but said nothing. These two are clearly not good people. One is selfish and irresponsible, and the other wants a free ride. Chu Lichuan commented in the days that followed. Inexplicably, Chu Lichuan took over the responsibility of picking Xin up and dropping her off at school, allowing Enning to focus on her demanding job. She could not fathom why she felt so at ease and trusting towards Chu Lichuan, even allowing him to take care of Xin without a second thought. Although she was still angry with Chu Lichuan, deep down, she felt grateful for his affection towards Xin. The 3 fighter jets continued to soar above Inning's head daily, leaving in the morning and returning in the afternoon. The girls still screamed with excitement, declaring their desire to marry the men in the planes. However, all short videos of the 3 fighter jets had vanished from the internet, the buzz lasting only a day. Any attempts to repost them were swiftly blocked by the system. The mystery only deepened the girls' fascination, leading them to speculate that the 3 jets might be on a classified mission, increasing their yearning to know the individuals inside. Inning remained oblivious to all this, her world revolving solely around earning a living for her daughter, hastening to complete her work and securing the next business deal. One day, before Inning had finished work, Chu Lichuan arrived with Xin in tow. He had taken a taxi, presenting the driver with a 100 yuan bill, but when the driver could not provide change, it was Inning who had to come down from the tower to make the payment. Xin proudly displayed her first-place award for a craft project, showing off the exquisite helicopter made from matchsticks. "Wow, Xin, you are amazing," Inning exclaimed, unable to contain her praise. Xin, pulling Chu Lichuan's large hand, looked up proudly. "Uncle taught Xin how to make it. He is so incredible. He can do anything. The other kids are all envious of me for having such an amazing uncle." Xin gazed at Chu Lichuan with admiration, causing a pang of jealousy to stir within Inning. Xin's affection for Chu Lichuan was growing stronger. If only they were truly a couple, it would be a wonderful thing. But they were not. Inning fleetingly considered how splendid it would be if Chu Lichuan could stay by Xin's side. Yet, deep down, she understood that even if Chu Lichuan were poor, ill-tempered, or lacked wealth, she would never be worthy of him. Over the past few days, she had pondered deeply and had come to understand that Chu Lichuan's agreement to marry her was motivated by a desire to search for something. He had not left because he had yet to find its for what that something was. Inning had no idea, but it must be of great significance to Chu Lichuan as she observed him. Her gaze flickered. She still had work to do. After spending some time with Xin, she returned to her tasks. The few female students descended for a break and, upon spotting the dashing and aloof Chu Lichuan, their eyes sparkled with intrigue as they discreetly asked Inning, "Who was that man?" Inning glanced at the nearby Zhang Zong, who was holding a thermos filled with goji berries, and raised her voice. "My husband." The group of girls gasped and squealed, their excitement palpable. "Sister Inning, you are amazing. How did you manage to land such a handsome man? Please tell us your secret. He is so handsome, even more so than a celebrity. Sister Inning, can we take a picture with your husband?" Some even mentioned knowing a modeling agency that was currently recruiting, insisting that with Chu Lichuan's physique and looks, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. Inning smiled and declined. He wouldn't like that. Given Chu Lichuan's aloof and detached nature, he would never engage in a profession that capitalizes on appearance. She suspected he wouldn't even tolerate menial tasks. He was, after all, quite fussy. The bedsheets and covers had to be washed and aired every day. The area beneath the bed must be kept spotless. Dishes needed to be boiled daily, and the bathroom required disinfection. With the house sprayed with alcohol for sterilization, he set high standards for her as well. Clothing could not be too tight, too short, or have a wide neckline. Were it not for Inning's awareness of Chu Lichuan's tendency to stay at home all day, she might have suspected him of being a wealthy businessman. He carried himself with an air of superiority, as if born to be a king, causing anyone in his presence to bow down in submission. As daylight faded, Inning climbed back up the high platform. Chapter 12. Kindness towards an individual. Chu Lichuan stood below, facing the setting sun, squinting as he gazed at the diminutive figure atop the tall tower. His expression growing increasingly complex. Each day, as he returned to the capital, he would pass by this tower. Lin Fong, upon seeing someone working up there, lamented aloud, remarking on the hardships of life that everyone endures. It was no wonder Lin Fong expressed such grievances. After all, the constant travel was beginning to wear him thin. Clearly, there existed a simpler solution to their dilemma: merely apprehend Inning and intimidate her. Surely, a young girl would not dare to conceal the truth. Yet, his superior refused to resort to such measures. He claimed that although Inning possessed cunning, her nature was not malevolent. Her greed for money stemmed solely from her desire to provide for her child. Lin Fong felt that his superior had changed. Once the cold-hearted Shura, Chu, now seemed to exhibit a tenderness towards the delicate. Chu Lichuan remained there for a while, his gaze fixed on Inning atop the tower. The girl's figure appeared frail, swaying precariously in the wind, evoking a sense of dread. "Uncle, Mama works so hard. Can you promise not to quarrel with her anymore? And Xian's voice was soft, tinged with concern. Mama works tirelessly to earn money for you. Without you, Mama would surely have a happier life. Chu Lichuan picked up an Xian, pinching her soft, fair cheek. Without you, Mama would not be happy. Such thoughts are not permitted in that little head of yours. If you wish for Mama's joy, then you must eat well and study diligently. And Xian nodded fervently, envisioning herself as Mama's little treasure. When she grows up, she would buy Mama a grand house, a beautiful car, ensuring that Mama would never have to work again, spending her days watching television, playing on her phone, and basking in the sun. And Xian was truly filial. She wrapped her arms around Chu Lichuan's neck, shyly murmuring, "Will Uncle be there too?" And Xian wished for Uncle and Mama to wait for her at home every day after work. Chu Lichuan remained silent for a few moments, tousling in Xian's hair, and said nothing as he took her back home. Having heard that Ning adored seafood, Chu Lichuan instructed Lin Fong to order an exquisite seafood feast from a high-end restaurant. Lin Fong stood at the door, curious to see what enchantment this little girl, who seemed almost to be attached to the boss, possessed that garnered such favoritism, yet was frightened away by Chu Lichuan's stern gaze and fled. Chu Lichuan opened a bottle of red wine to aerate while he awaited Ning's return. However, by 8:30 in the evening, darkness enveloped the outside world, and Ning had yet to arrive. Suddenly, Chu Lichuan felt the urge to take a stroll and led Xian downstairs. At the entrance of the community, he spotted a garish blue Lamborghini parked, with a disheveled man with yellow hair standing beside it, exuding an unmistakable air of unsavory character. The man had his back to Chu Lichuan as he conversed with Ning, whose demeanor was uncharacteristically hostile, displaying a fury Chu Lichuan had never witnessed before. Upon seeing the man, Xian instinctively hid behind Chu Lichuan, clutching his sleeve tightly. "I just returned from a trip abroad and came to find you. Can't you see that my feelings for you are genuine? I don't care that you're married. Marriage can be undone. Qian Ning, you belong to me. You have for 5 years, and you cannot escape. Shin Yiming, I'll say this once more, do not harass me. I have never been yours. It would be best if you never sought me out again. My husband would be furious," Ning declared, shoving the man away and entering the community. She hadn't anticipated encountering Chu Lichuan and Xian, and quickly forced a smile, gently calling out to Xian. Chu Lichuan asked no questions, merely carrying Xian back home. So that was Shan Xiaoya. Could he possibly be Xian's biological father? For reasons unknown, Chu Lichuan felt as though a lump of cotton had lodged itself in his chest, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Upon returning home, Ning was greeted by a table laden with her favorite seafood, including a colossal lobster she had only ever seen but never tasted. While she felt a surge of delight, she also scolded Chu Lichuan for his extravagant spending. Surely such a large lobster must cost several thousand. Chu Lichuan did not disclose that the air-freighted seafood was worth tens of thousands, and asked Ning to wash her hands for dinner as he poured 2 glasses of red wine. Ning relished her meal, inquiring, "Do you know why I love seafood?" "Why?" Chu Lichuan asked. "It's delicious. Doesn't tea contribute to weight gain? And is highly nutritious." Ning sipped the red wine, oblivious to its brand, finding it smooth yet slightly bitter, with a rich aftertaste. In truth, the wine was hardly enjoyable, but sometimes indulging was quite pleasant. Ning poured herself another generous glass. Chu Lichuan wanted to advise her that wine should be savored rather than consumed in excess. But Ning had already downed her glass in one go, prompting him to refrain from speaking further, merely sighing, "As long as you're happy." Indeed, happiness was paramount. There was no need to dwell on trivialities. After finishing her meal, Xian washed her hands and retreated to her room to play. She understood that this time was meant for Mama and Uncle, and she secretly made a fist at Ning, encouraging her to persevere. Xian truly wished to keep Uncle close, hoping he would become her father, enabling their family to live together forever. She had tentatively broached the subject with Ning, but was told, Xian, "Uncle is a good man, deserving of someone even better. He should have his own children. If we truly care for Uncle, we should not confine him to our side." Xian was perplexed. How could being kind to Uncle mean keeping him away from them? Tilting her head, she replied, "But Mama is a good person. You could also have children with Uncle, as long as we treat Uncle well. Making him very, very happy. Isn't that enough?" Xian, being good to someone means granting them freedom, not confinement. Ning found it challenging to convey her sentiments. Her own life was akin to a beast caught in a trap, and she did not wish to burden Chu Lichuan. Xian's small lips pursed, her big eyes glistening with tears. "Mama, is it because of me that you feel unworthy of Uncle?" Ning had nearly consumed an entire bottle of red wine during dinner and even asked Chu Lichuan if there was any left. Surprised by her capacity for drink, he had only prepared one bottle. Ning pondered ordering takeout, scrolling through the supermarket's selection of expensive wines, inquiring, "I haven't drunk much wine. Which one do you think is good?" Chu Lichuan typically avoided such cheap wines. Taking her phone away, a girl must learn to protect herself. One should not intoxicate oneself in the presence of men. "But you wouldn't do anything to me," Ning retorted. Chu Lichuan felt a sense of provocation and exhaled in resignation. The effects of the wine were potent. Ning refrained from informing Chu Lichuan of her tolerance for alcohol. Acknowledging he was right, she should not allow herself to get drunk. "How much did you spend on this meal?" "I'll reimburse you." Ning was reluctant to let Chu Lichuan bear the cost. "Are you certain?" Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow and Ning sniffled. "You must be spending your retirement pay, right? You'll eventually need to marry, dowries, houses, cars. Everything requires money, so it's better to save. Didn't you say you didn't want a dowry?" Chu Lichuan observed Ning, noting the flush on her cheeks and the glimmer in her eyes, which rendered her quite charming. "I'm not worthy." Ning shook her head with a light laugh. "What makes you unworthy? You are not a bad woman." "Wherein lies the fault?" Ning's gaze dimmed momentarily before she regained her gentle smile, opting not to engage further with Chu Lichuan's inquiry. "Calculate the expenses for the toys you bought for an xin, the door locks, and all other expenditures. I will reimburse you." From Ning's words, Chu Lichuan sensed a farewell lingering in the air. An unsettling bitterness swelling within him. To quantify the total expenses was a task he had not undertaken. It certainly amounted to nearly 200,000. "Are you bidding me farewell?" Chu Lichuan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "Once you ascertain that the items you lost are indeed not with me, you will inevitably depart." Ning smiled nonchalantly, yet her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, whether from intoxication or reluctance remained unclear. Chu Lichuan reached for a cigarette but, recalling the child at home, put it away, leaning back in his chair, his tone indifferent, yet emanating an unspoken pressure. "It seems you are certain I will not find them?" Chapter 13. Wife Ning recognized that Chu Lichuan still harbored doubts about her. In the presence of someone who did not believe in her, no amount of explanation would suffice. It would only come across as a defense. She did not wish to squander her time on such matters, simply stating, "The innocent shall clear themselves," as she reached for her phone to transfer funds to Chu Lichuan. How could he possibly accept money from Ning? He had perused her bank book, which contained less than 100,000, and could only wonder how much hardship she had endured to save that amount under the relentless sun. Moreover, that paltry sum was insignificant to Chu Lichuan. "An xin is my daughter. I cannot allow you to spend money." It was preferable to keep their accounts clear. Ning did not want to owe Chu Lichuan anything, nor did she wish for him to perceive her as having ulterior motives. She, Ning, must live with dignity throughout her life. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Chu Lichuan felt a twinge of helplessness, his tone softening slightly. "We are now husband and wife. It is not necessary to count every penny I spend on my own wife." Ning was taken aback. "Wife?" The words made her throat tighten, and she suddenly felt the urge to cry, hastily masking her vulnerability with a smile. "Mr. Chu, you are a good man. I will always remember your kindness towards an xin. Even if you suspect me of thievery, I cannot hold that against you. A good man." Chu Lichuan found it amusing. It was the first time he had ever been labeled as such. An xin had always been astute, adept at reading people's expressions. Perhaps her single-parent upbringing had deprived her of a sense of security. Had he not genuinely cared for her, she would never have grown close to him. Yet, she was reliant on him, fond of him, but ultimately he would leave. For her sake, it might be better to deny her hope altogether. Maintaining some distance was perhaps the wisest course. Chu Lichuan remained silent for a considerable time before nodding. With the air cleared, Ning felt a weight lift from her shoulders, offering Chu Lichuan a radiant smile. "Mr. Chu, I wish you success in locating your belongings soon, and may you enjoy good health and happiness." Ning's smile is a sight to behold, with her eyes slightly curved and her gaze clear and bright, reminiscent of a crystalline spring, pure and unblemished. She appears vastly different from 5 years ago, when her eyes were devoid of life, resembling a marionette devoid of spirit. An inexplicable warmth surged within Chu Lichuan, prompting him to divert his gaze, his voice slightly hoarse. "What makes you so joyful now?" A sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he had misjudged Ning, for she seemed so innocent and harmless. Yet, having been surrounded by hypocrisy and deceit throughout his life, he found it difficult to trust anyone easily. Ning lowered her long lashes, concealing the melancholy in her eyes. Life is beautiful when one smiles. Having battled severe depression in the past, she learned to mask her struggles with a smile, so as not to worry her family and to present herself in the best light. Chu Lichuan poured her a glass of water and stood beside her, inquiring, "Is that blonde man the biological father of Xine? Ning's movements froze as she took a sip, and after a long pause, she shook her head. "No, it's getting late. I should rest." Ning seemed to be evading something as she hurriedly stood up. Perhaps the effects of the red wine had taken hold, as she felt dizzy and stumbled into a cold, firm embrace. The softness of her form caused Chu Lichuan to tense up as he gazed down at her delicate, rosy lips. His throat tightened, and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he leaned in to kiss her. Ning felt a sudden chill on her lips and widened her eyes in shock, pushing Chu Lichuan away and fleeing to her room. Chu Lichuan stood frozen for a moment, finally regaining his composure, tugging at his collar in frustration. What had he just done? Surely the alcohol was to blame for his sudden desire towards Ning. Yet, he had never reacted this way to any woman, no matter how much he drank. Kicking a chair in agitation, he surveyed the mess on the dining table, recalling the image of Ning working high up on the tower that day. He eventually calmed himself and cleaned up the table. After a cold shower, he returned to his room, placing the bank card Ning had given him into the drawer where she kept her passbook and documents. Locking it securely, he called Lin Fong, requesting an investigation into the relationship between Ning and that Master Shun. He wished to assist Xine in finding her biological father before departing. Just as he hung up, a call from Chu Manqi came through. Chu Lichuan dotes on this younger sister, as does the entire family. The Chu family has a rare hereditary heart condition, making the birth of daughters a difficult endeavor. Both his aunt and sister suffer from this ailment, and the family is overly protective of them, fearing any mishaps. Chu Manqi shared amusing anecdotes from her recent world travels and inquired if Chu Lichuan had secretly started dating. "I've heard from people at the company that you've been mysteriously elusive lately, brother. You mustn't let him ran down. After giving birth to Yang, she has been unwell. If you don't marry her, you mustn't betray her. Stop talking nonsense." Chu Lichuan thought it crucial that the family remain unaware of his reluctance to marry, as it would not only cause an uproar but also adversely affect Ning. Sensing Chu Lichuan's irritation, Chu Manqi quickly wrapped up the conversation, inviting him for dinner the following evening. Before hanging up, he set down his phone and gazed into the dark night outside. The image of Ning dangling from the tower, swaying precariously in the wind, resurfacing in his mind. How could a girl be so high up and not be afraid? The next day, Chu Lichuan posed this question to Ning. "Fortunately, I can overcome it." Ning averted her gaze from Chu Lichuan, focusing on preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She had spent the entire night pondering why he had kissed her. Hadn't he always disliked her? Even if he didn't, their relationship shouldn't have warranted such intimacy. Chu Lichuan recognized her fear. She rarely dared to look down from the balcony. She was simply too strong to show her vulnerabilities. "I see that you're the only one on the highest floor," Chu Lichuan asked again. "I only hire students. I wouldn't want them to take risks. I've taken on all the dangerous tasks myself." Ning replied, serving rice porridge and fried eggs on the table. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Lichuan inquired, "How is your painting skill?" "It's decent," Ning humbly responded. Xine, brushing her teeth, with bubbles in her mouth, incoherently exclaimed, "Mommy's paintings are so beautiful. She's won many awards." Chu Lichuan pondered for a few seconds and replied, "The exterior wall of the pagoda is mostly flat with simple patterns. You could hire some less skilled workers. Not only would they be cheaper, but you could also free up time to take on a more challenging project, sparing you the hardship of hanging from the tower every day." Ning had not anticipated Chu Lichuan's business acumen. "I haven't received any new orders lately, so I must stick with this for now." Today, Chu Lichuan did not accompany Xine to school but quietly followed behind, watching her enter the campus before returning to the capital with Lin Fong. Ning was right. He would eventually leave, and Xine must learn to adapt to living alone. As the plane flew past the pagoda, Chu Lichuan couldn't help but look down. Unfortunately, the altitude was too great, and he could not discern which figure among the shadows below was Ning, boss, passing by every day and still not having enough. Lin Fong chimed in, also looking down. Chu Lichuan redirected his gaze, asking, "What have you discovered?" Lin Fong produced a stack of documents, revealing that Master Shun's name was Shun Yiming, the heir to the Shun Group. 5 years prior, the young madam had met Shun Yiming while studying at the capital university and working part-time at a colorless club. It was said that they had dated for a time. Subsequently, the young madam became pregnant out of wedlock, leading to a scandal that resulted in her expulsion from school at that time. Everyone claimed that the child she carried was. Noticing Chu Lichuan's increasingly grim expression, Lin Feng's voice lowered. It was Shen Yiming's. The air in the cabin became thick with tension. Lin Feng felt stifled, and after a long pause, he murmured, "What a coincidence." The young madam was also in the capital 5 years ago, at the same colorless club. Chu Lichuan's gaze turned icy as it bore into Lin Feng, sending a chill down his spine. I meant to say that the boss and the young madam are fated to meet. The boss often frequented the colorless club, perhaps even encountering the young madam back then. The boss served in Cloud City, and the young madam's family is also from Cloud City. How serendipitous. Lin Feng chastised himself internally. Upon arriving in the capital, Chu Lichuan instructed Lin Feng to compile a list of the Chu Group's subsidiaries and partners in Cloud City. It was then that he discovered that the demolition of Inning's neighborhood was a project under the Chu Group's Hongyue real estate. Contact the person in charge of Hongyue. I want to meet him. Chapter 14. Paying the price that evening, Chu Lichuan did not return and Inning found herself uncertain whether he would come back or if something had happened. After several attempts to pick up her phone, she ultimately dialed his number at Xian's persistent urging, "Oh, I've returned to the capital. I'm fine. As long as you're safe. Good night." A child's innocent voice echoed through the phone. "Daddy, hurry back." Inning hastily hung up, her heart racing. Who was that boy? Wasn't Chu Lichuan unmarried? Could he be someone else's child? Xian, aware that Chu Lichuan would not be returning, sat quietly under the sofa, clutching the helicopter he had taught her to make. Remaining silent, Inning gently ruffled her hair, saying, Xian, in life, we must learn to accept farewells and goodbyes. One will always be by our side. Whether parents, friends, relatives, or lovers, in the end, we are left alone. Though Xian did not fully comprehend, she nodded and replied that she understood. With Chu Lichuan absent, Inning felt a sense of discomfort. Though he had a cantankerous temperament, she had subconsciously come to regard him as part of her family. The home felt desolate without him, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Inning stood at the door of Chu Lichuan's room for a long while before finally closing it quietly. The following morning, while at work, Yu called Inning using Chao Huilian's phone. She informed her that Shen Yiming had requested 2 additional 200 square meter houses from their family, with no extra cost, urging Inning to hastily divorce the poor man Chu Lichuan and marry Shen Yiming. Master Shen doesn't mind that you have a child or that you're divorced. A man like him is 1 in a million. Inning took a deep breath, suppressing her angered sister-in-law. Shen Yiming knows which neighborhood I live in because you told him, right? Let me reiterate. My marriage is none of your concern. Do not call me again. Inning hung up the phone, only for it to ring again. Thinking it was Yu, she was about to hang up when she noticed it was an unfamiliar number and impatiently answered. The caller identified himself as the manager of a chain Western restaurant, wishing to discuss the creation of an art wall with Inning. Upon arriving at the still under construction restaurant, she met the impeccably dressed manager, who, having reviewed her previous works, quickly finalized a partnership. We are a chain restaurant with 4 locations in Cloud City and over 800 nationwide. If Miss Chi does well, all our restaurants will have art walls created by her. Inning did not anticipate receiving such a substantial order, and the compensation offered was generous, prompting her to sign the contract immediately. Elated, she went shopping at the mall and bought 2 dresses for Xian. As she passed a men's clothing store, she paused. Though unsure if Chu Lichuan would return, she ventured inside and purchased a set of loungewear in his size. Just as she exited the mall, she received a call from the Shaoyang kindergarten. What? Xian fainted? Inning rushed to the hospital, where Xian had already been taken into the emergency room. The principal continuously apologized, explaining that it was due to teacher Xiaomei's punishment for making Xian run around the playground. Only after Xian fainted did she become aware of the situation. I pay half again in tuition each month because Xian has a heart condition and cannot engage in strenuous activities. The teachers all know this. Why did they still make her run around the playground? If anything were to happen to Xian, I would not let you off the hook. And Ning trembled all over, continuously trying to call teacher Xiaomei, but her phone was already turned off. Call the police, hurry and call the police. Chao Huilian urgently dialed the emergency number. The principal wanted to intervene but was too afraid to speak further, only hoping that Xian was all right. Otherwise, her kindergarten would have to shut down. Mom, Xian won't be in trouble, will she? She has never fallen ill. We have taken such good care of her. The doctor said if we wait a few more years, Xian will be able to undergo surgery. Inning grasped Chao Huilian's hand, repeatedly voicing these reassurances. Chao Huilian nodded vigorously, unable to hold back her tears. Yu approached with Qian, folding her arms, and mockingly remarked, congenital heart disease is no trivial matter. Who knows if she can even make it to the operating table? Inning, not to criticize you, But you ought to face reality. Earning money like a madwoman could very well lead to both financial and emotional ruin. Shut your mouth. Ning exploded with fury for the first time, delivering a sharp slap across He-Yu's face. Ning, how dare you strike me? I was only trying to help. He-Yu's face turned red and swollen from the blow, trembling with rage. You too are to become a mother. How can you utter such heartless words? Chao Hualian felt her heart ache with anger. Mom, the baby in my womb is your true grandson. Xian is nothing but a wild child. He-Yu, utter another word about Xian, and I swear I will tear you apart. At that moment, Ning's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anguish, making her look particularly terrifying. He-Yu, ultimately frightened, swallowed hard, daring not to provoke Ning further. While cursing Qian is useless, helplessly watching as his sister struck her. Can you please stop making a scene? Qian snapped, his tone harsh. Fine, your entire family bullies me. I'm carrying your child. He-Yu collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Qian had no choice but to help her up and seat her on a chair. Chu Lichuan went to the kindergarten to pick up Xian, only to learn that she had collapsed and been rushed to the hospital. He hurried to the hospital, where Xian was still in the emergency room. Ning squatted in the corridor, her expression vacant, her gaze hollow. Chu Lichuan approached, crouched down, and gently placed his hand on Ning's shoulder. Without uttering a word, he provided her the release she desperately needed, and she fell into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Lichuan, you were right. I am not a competent mother. I have harmed Xian, wailing, it is all my fault. I did not take care of Xian properly. If I hadn't offended teacher Xiaomei, she wouldn't have made things difficult for Xian. Wailing, how could I have been so foolish as to offend a teacher? Ning was filled with self-reproach, wishing fervently that she were the one lying in the emergency room. Chu Lichuan gently patted Ning's trembling back. It is not your fault. Xian will be fine. He said solemnly. That day, teacher Xiaomei had failed to successfully add Chu Lichuan on WeChat, and the next day, she waited at the entrance of Ning's community for him. She spoke ill of Ning, claiming she was reckless, had multiple men, and had given birth at 19, suggesting that she had been with countless men, warning Chu Lichuan not to be deceived by Ning's seemingly innocent appearance. She further mentioned that parents had said Ning might have some sort of unclean illness, causing the children in kindergarten to avoid playing with Xian, and so forth. Chu Lichuan grew enraged, responding with utter disdain. As a teacher, you seduce the parents of your students. You are the filthiest of them all. You had better stay away from me. You are not even 1% of Ning's worth. I have no interest in you. In conclusion, Chu Lichuan dismissed teacher Xiaomei with a curt command. Merely 2 days later, Xian encountered trouble. It was evident that the corporal punishment directed at Xian was intended for him. Chu Lichuan released Ning and stepped outside to make a phone call. As he passed by He-Yu, she was still quietly complaining to Qian about being struck by Ning. Chu Lichuan shot her an icy glare, causing her to instantly fall silent, her face etched with terror as she gasped for breath. He-Yu could not comprehend how a person's gaze could instill such fear. Chu Lichuan strode towards the end of the corridor. He contacted heart specialists in the capital, arranging for a private plane to bring them to Yuncheng. He also reached out to Lin Feng, instructing him to locate teacher Xiaomei as swiftly as possible. Chu Lichuan ended the call, his expression dark and menacing, emanating a chilling aura. The one who harmed Xian would pay 1,000-fold for their misdeeds. Lin Feng acted quickly, cornering teacher Xiaomei in a small inn. After Xian collapsed, teacher Xiaomei was terrified, taking advantage of the chaos surrounding Xian's transport to the ambulance to flee the kindergarten. She dared not return home or go to a legitimate hotel, so she hid in a small inn. Lin Feng brought teacher Xiaomei to an underground warehouse. It was dark and cold, devoid of windows or lighting. Teacher Xiaomei was terrified, continually pleading for help, but there was no sound to be heard. Finally, footsteps echoed in the darkness, and the lights suddenly illuminated the space. Teacher Xiaomei squinted against the brightness, realizing that she was surrounded by a group of people clad in black suits. Standing in a straight line, their expressions unreadable, clearly a well-trained group. Who are you? What do you want from me? Teacher Xiaomei's voice trembled, cracking under the weight of her fear. In the center sat a man. A cigarette poised between his fingers, smoke swirling around him as his expression remained grim and his gaze penetrating. Teacher Xiaomei, seeing him as her savior, scrambled towards him, crying out, Mr. Chu, it's me, teacher Xiaomei. Save me, please, save me. Chu Lichuan merely cast a dispassionate glance in her direction, taking a drag from his cigarette without uttering a word. Teacher Chao suddenly realized her precarious situation, waving her hands frantically, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's not my fault, really. It has nothing to do with me." Xine usually runs around without issue. "I never expected this to happen." Crying, Teacher Chao fell to her knees. "Mr. Chu, I was wrong. Please let me go." Wailing, Xine has already escaped danger, right? She is fine now. Just let me go. Chu Lichuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, his voice low yet piercing. Xine is indeed fine, but what about the suffering she endured? "Mr. Chu, as long as you release me, I am willing to do anything you ask. I am willing to beg for forgiveness." Teacher Chao began tearing at her clothes, attempting to barter her body for her freedom. "You think you are worthy of that?" Chu Lichuan snapped, his tone dripping with disdain. "Then what do you want from me? Just say it, and I will comply." Wailing, Chu Lichuan glanced at the man beside him, who sported a crew cut and bore a deep scar running from his forehead to his earlobe. He approached Teacher Chao holding a syringe. Teacher Chao face turned ashen with fear, shaking her head vigorously. "What are you going to do?" "Please, I was wrong. Can't we just forget this? Mr. Chu, send me to prison instead. I would rather go to prison than die here." The scar-faced man continued to advance, and Teacher Chao cried out in terror, "Mr. Chu, are you going to kill me? That is a crime." The scar-faced man injected her, and within a minute, her complexion turned pale, her body convulsed, and her eyes widened in a gasp for breath. Akin to a dying fish, Chu Lichuan discarded his cigarette, but, rising from his seat and slowly approaching Teacher Chao "Prison? No rush. You will get there at that moment." He resembled a devil, relishing Teacher Chao suffering. His tone measured and calm. "This is a special drug. It won't endanger your life, but it will accelerate your heartbeat and cause difficulty in breathing, akin to a heart attack." "You?" Teacher Chao struggled to grasp her neck, her fair skin marked with crimson scratches. 2 hours later, once the effects wear off, there will be no trace left. Chu Lichuan chuckled softly, a seemingly gentle laugh that was, in truth, terrifying. "I have plenty of methods to torment people without leaving any evidence." Teacher Chao do enjoy your time over the next few days. "You? Who on earth are you?" Teacher Chao writhed in agony, her voice barely a whisper. Chu Lichuan brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and turned to exit the underground warehouse. When he returned to the hospital, Xine had just regained consciousness. Though visibly weak, she resembled a little adult, comforting Inning. "Mom, Xine is fine. Please don't cry. When you cry, Xine wants to cry too." Inning wiped her tears. "Mom isn't crying. Mom is just happy to see you awake." Xine raised her small hand, gently patting Inning's head. "Don't worry, Mom. Xine is already fine. I want to fall ill again, so you want to have to worry." Inning quickly turned away, wiping away her fresh tears. Chu Lichuan approached, taking hold of Xine's small hand. Upon seeing him, Xine beamed, chirping, "Uncle, Xine, feeling better?" Chu Lichuan's tone was soft, a stark contrast to the cold, murderous demeanor he had displayed in the underground warehouse. "Yes, much better." Xine's complexion was pallid, her lips lacking their usual vibrancy. Resembling a fragile porcelain doll, Chu Lichuan felt an ache in his heart as he held her small hand and kissed it gently. "Uncle will help Xine recover quickly. I will take you to the amusement park for some fun." "No, I don't want to go to the amusement park." "Where does Xine want to go?" "I will take you there." Xine beckoned him closer with her finger. Chu Lichuan leaned in, and she whispered softly, "I want to be with Uncle every day. Is that okay?" Chu Lichuan fell silent. Yet in that instant, a thought blossomed in his mind. He wanted to adopt Xine. Glancing at Inning by the bedside, he began to contemplate how he could coerce her into agreeing. As Xine observed Chu Lichuan's silence, she mistakenly assumed his lack of response indicated disapproval. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she implored, "Uncle, is it because I haven't been well behaved that you are upset and not coming home?" She earnestly promised to be obedient henceforth, pleading, "Please don't stay away." "Uncle," Chu Lichuan reassured her, stating that she was indeed very well behaved and adorable, and that he held great affection for her. He explained that his absence was due to some matters he had to attend to. At last, a smile broke across Xine's face as she wrapped her arms around his neck and timidly asked, "Uncle, may I give you a kiss?" "Certainly," he replied. With a hint of nervousness, Xine quickly pressed a peck on his cheek before shyly covering her face and bragging to Inning. "Mama, I kissed Uncle. You should kiss him too. He smells wonderful. Just one kiss, and you two will make up, all right?" XNXN could discern that both her mother and uncle had been at odds lately, not speaking to one another. She speculated that uncle must have been driven away by mama's anger. Ning hurriedly tucked XNXN in, advising, "You've just awakened, dear. Speak less and rest more," with a pout. XNXN softly pleaded, "But just one kiss. Mama said that if she liked someone, she would kiss them. Mama likes uncle too, so she should kiss him as well. If you don't kiss uncle, he might think you don't like him, and then he won't come home again." Such innocent words. Ning could only sigh in silence, awkwardly glancing at Chu Lichuan. Suddenly, she recalled that brief kiss from that night. Though fleeting, the scent of him lingered vividly in her memory, impossible to erase. It was cool, reminiscent of bamboo in the mountains, infused with a subtle hint of tobacco, quite delightful. Chu Lichuan's gaze met hers, their eyes locking for a moment before they both quickly averted their stares, the atmosphere growing subtly charged. XIN, uncle needs to have a word with the doctor, Chu Lichuan said, clearing his throat. As he stepped out of the ward, he brushed his lips with his fingers, feeling as if the softness of Ning's lips still lingered there. A sweetness akin to a jelly. He felt a warmth rising within him, tugging at the collar of his shirt as he strode towards the doctor's office. The esteemed experts from the capital were astonished upon reviewing XIN's medical report. The heart condition she suffered from was identical to the hereditary heart disease prevalent in the Chu family, and her blood type matched that of Chu Lichuan. What did this imply? Speculations began to swirl. Could the little girl possibly be Chu Lichuan's illegitimate child? Such a revelation would send shockwaves through the family if discovered. Upon seeing Chu Lichuan enter, the specialists hastily fell silent, their expressions grave. Noticing their serious demeanor, Chu Lichuan assumed the worst, that XIN's condition was dire, and he hastily opened the medical records. How could this be? The furrow in his brow deepened as he flipped through the pages, the sound of paper rustling echoing in the tense silence. Was it merely a coincidence? An elderly expert, Mr. Tang, who had watched Chu Lichuan grow up, motioned for him to step outside for a private conversation. In a secluded corner, Mr. Tang lowered his voice, asking, "Lichuan, is that child yours?" Chu Lichuan felt as if something had detonated beside his ear. His mind blanked. Mr. Tang had never seen him care so deeply for anyone. If she truly was his daughter, would he consider bringing her back to the Chu family? His grandfather would be thrilled. As he favored girls, Chu Lichuan clutched the report, his eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. He wished fervently that XIN were indeed his daughter. However, he had only been involved with one woman, Ran, 5 years prior, with whom he had a son named Chu Yang. How could XIN possibly be his daughter? "No," he replied curtly, his lips pressed tightly together. Mr. Tang expressed his regret, stating, "Then it must be a coincidence." Although the Chu family's hereditary heart disease is rare, such cases do exist. Mr. Tang, please keep this matter confidential. I do not wish for anyone to know about XIN, Chu Lichuan insisted. Rest assured, I will clarify this with the other experts. Our visit is a charitable consultation sponsored by the Chu Group. We simply encountered XIN's case. Mr. Tang understood Chu Lichuan's concerns. Though he and Ran had never married, the Chu family had already regarded her as a daughter-in-law. Should news of Chu Lichuan's particular fondness for a little girl leak out in Yun City, it would be detrimental to both the child and her mother. Mr. Tang continued discussing XIN's condition, noting that the child was too young for aggressive treatment and that they must avoid any future episodes, as the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, he pointed out that she appeared to be a premature baby, requiring meticulous care to compensate for her deficiencies. Otherwise, the risks of surgery when she grew older would be significantly heightened. Chu Lichuan's brow furrowed deeper. Yang was also a premature birth, with inherent vulnerabilities. What a strange coincidence. After their conversation, he returned to find that XIN had been moved from the intensive care unit to a regular ward. She was receiving in-4 and sitting on the bed, watching a boy in the adjacent bed who was crying loudly, refusing to take his injection. The boy, chubby and robust, was causing chaos, leading the nurses to fumble in their attempts. His grandparents and parents, rather than admonishing him for his unruly behavior, were scolding the nurses for their technique and even raising their hands against them. Chu Lichuan, concerned for XIN, wrapped her protectively in his arms. "Why are you alone? Where is Mama? You have a heart condition and need someone nearby." He felt a pang of worry. After all, she was still receiving treatment. "Grandpa is speaking with Mama. They've gone out." XIN replied confidently, "Uncle, I'm grown up now. I can manage on my own." Chu Lichuan held her tightly, feeling sorrowful for her plight. While other children had their families surrounding them when ill, Yang was always accompanied by a crowd, yet here was Xian, all alone. Ning returned, cheerfully exclaiming, Xian, you are so lucky. Just in time for the heart specialist from the capital to come for a consultation. And you are on the list. Why is she not in a private room? With all this noise, how will Xian rest at night? Chu Lichuan's tone was harsh and filled with resentment. As if Ning were an unkind stepmother. Mr. Chu, I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people stay in regular wards when they fall ill. What's wrong with that? Ning was exasperated by Chu Lichuan's unrealistic expectations. Do you live in a fairy tale where every hospital stay is in a private room? This hospital isn't even mine. There are many patients without beds who must stay in the corridors. Xian has a bed only because her condition is serious. I wish to provide my daughter with a better life, to let her be a cherished little princess, Ning said, lowering her gaze and suppressing the ache in her heart. Yet, her means were limited. She chose to ignore Chu Lichuan, instead comforting Xian to rest. The elderly lady in the next bed finally calmed her grandson and shouted, if you find it too noisy, go to a private room. If you can't afford it, don't complain. Chu Lichuan shot her a glare, his expression darkening as he strode out of the ward. Moments later, several nurses entered, surrounding Xian and helping her transition to a different room. The old woman scoffed, oh, now they can't handle the noise and are moving to a private room. Why didn't they do that from the beginning? What a show. This lady, my husband doesn't need to put on airs. He is indeed capable. If you're envious, get a private room yourself instead of being bitter here, Ning retorted, cradling Xian as they exited the ward, nearly colliding with Chu Lichuan as he entered. Noticing Ning's anger, he effortlessly took Xian from her arms, one hand holding the four-stand, and asked, what are you arguing with that old woman about? My husband. I can say it's fine. Others cannot? Ning replied, heading towards the elevator, with Chu Lichuan trailing behind, watching her slender form with a warm sensation blooming in his chest, his gaze softening. Unaware of Chu Lichuan's current demeanor, Ning busily typed messages. Handling work matters. Accidentally, she noticed a stranger had added her as a friend, named Jiang Shui, mistaking it for a new client and accepting the request. However, the stranger remained silent, as did she. Chu Lichuan had not merely switched to a private room. He had secured a VIP suite, akin to a five-star hotel, lavishly furnished with a private bathroom, a tea station, and even a kitchenette. How much does this room cost? Ning inquired. Chu Lichuan ignored her, placing Xian gently on the bed and turning on the television to play her favorite show, Peppa Pig. You aren't working now. You shouldn't be so extravagant. Even if you have a mountain of gold at home, it will eventually dwindle, and Ning cautioned, not wanting Chu Lichuan to expend too much on Xian, fearing it would lead to greater indebtedness. Finally, he condescended to respond to her, albeit still with a hint of hostility. Explaining, I happen to have a comrade who knew my wife was in the hospital with our child, and he arranged this room. My wife? Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your wife? Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow, stepping closer and earnestly asking, you can refer to me as your husband. Why can't I call you my wife? I am not. Ning turned away, attempting to organize Xian's belongings, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Then what are you? Chu Lichuan queried, observing her flustered demeanor with amusement. Ning was at a loss for words. Come on, what are you? Chu Lichuan pressed closer, drawing out his words playfully. I am nothing, Ning exclaimed, pushing past him. You watch Xian while I wash the fruit. She fled into the kitchen, feeling her neck flush with heat. What was wrong with her? Why was her heart racing? Pressing her hand against her throbbing chest, she took a moment to calm herself before re-emerging with the freshly washed fruit. Chu Lichuan arrived with dinner, having prepared chicken soup and Xian's favorite wontons. She observed Chu Lichuan accompanying Xin as they watched cartoons together, both of them sharing laughter and joy. Unable to suppress her smile, she whispered to Ning, I never expected Lichuan to be so close with Xin. Ning, you truly chose a wonderful husband. You must cherish him. In this luxurious hospital room, I've heard it's not merely about wealth. It requires connections. Lichuan shouldn't bear the cost for this room. Our family will cover it. Yes, I understand, Ning replied, ladling a bowl of chicken soup for Xin to cool. You should treat Lichuan well. A man like him is hard to come by. Chu Lichuan tugged at Ning. Stealing a glance at Chu Lichuan, Ning noticed that he always wore a gentle smile when with Xin, clearly showing his genuine affection for her. Ning's gaze softened, and she quietly prepared a bowl of chicken soup for Chu Lichuan. Did you hear that? Chu Lichuan pressed. I did. I will definitely treat him well. Chapter 17. Unmoved? As Chu Lichuan and Xin conversed, they inadvertently brought up teacher Chow Mei. Holding a bright red strawberry, Xin, in her delicate voice, said, "Uncle, please don't blame teacher Chow Mei. It was Xin who wanted to become a little sports prodigy, which is why I ran on the playground." "Why do you want to be a little sports prodigy?" Chu Lichuan asked softly, touched by Xin's innocence and kindness. She resembled a little angel. How could anyone bear to harm her? "Teacher Chow Mei says I'm the best, the fastest runner, and I can be a sports prodigy," Xin earnestly declared. Chu Lichuan closed his eyes momentarily and patiently explained, "Xin, some people are very wicked. They often use deceitful means to ensnare others. Remember, no matter what anyone says in the future, even if they tempt you with the thing you desire most, you must not engage in strenuous activities. You need to constantly be aware of your health and protect yourself. You must also learn to discern the bad people to prevent further harm." Xin listened with only partial understanding but nodded vigorously. After dinner, Qian came to visit Xin, bringing an abundance of fruits and toys. He urged Chu Lichuan to return home to rest, offering to stay with Xin that evening. How could Chu Lichuan leave with peace of mind? Although Qian appeared honest and simple, Chu Lichuan held reservations about him. If it weren't for Qian mishandling his marital relationships, Inning and her mother wouldn't have faced disdain at home, ultimately resorting to marriage and moving out. He found Qian rather ineffectual, coddling his unreasonable wife as if she were a treasure. Xin adored Qian, calling him uncle repeatedly, finally bringing a smile to his troubled face. With someone to keep Xin company, Chu Lichuan settled on the sofa to handle company documents on his phone. When Inning returned from an errand, she was followed by a beautiful woman with chestnut curls, holding flowers and an enormous plush toy, who exclaimed upon entering, "Godmother is here to see you, my little treasure." Gu Ruoyan leaped onto the bed, showering Xin with affection. Xin's face contorted from the kisses, her little hands flailing. "Godmother, your drool." Only then did Gu Ruoyan release Xin, grinning at her. "My little treasure, I've missed you so much." Xin wiped her face vigorously. "I miss Godmother too." Gu Ruoyan, unable to resist, leaned in for another kiss, startling Xin, who quickly buried her face in the pillow, exclaiming, "No, no, it's all drool." The more Xin protested, the more Gu Ruoyan wanted to kiss her, causing Xin to erupt in giggles. Chu Lichuan, displeased, coughed to remind Inning to keep that woman in check. After all, Xin had a heart condition and couldn't afford to be overly excited. Inning, accustomed to their dynamic, hugged Xin and pushed away Gu Ruoyan's outstretched hands. "Don't hurt my treasure. She is still unwell." Only then did Gu Ruoyan restrain herself, flipping her long curls, and teasingly winked at Xin. "Little Xin, quickly beg for mercy. If you don't, I'll tickle you." Xin clung to Inning, kicking her little legs as she laughed loudly, shouting, "No, no." Chu Lichuan's expression darkened, and he coughed again. Only then did Gu Ruoyan notice the extraordinarily handsome man seated on the sofa. Gasping in surprise, "Enan, is this your husband? He is so handsome. Hello, I'm Gu Ruoyan, Enan's best friend." Gu Ruoyan trotted over to Chu Lichuan, extending her hand in a friendly manner. Chu Lichuan merely glanced at her. Continuing to focus on his phone, Gu Ruoyan awkwardly brushed her bangs, taking a step back, silently questioning Inning, "Is your husband really that aloof? But I like it." Inning, Gu Ruoyan was quite the chatterbox, incessantly asking Inning about their relationship's progress. "Have you held hands? Kissed? Hugged? Slept together?" Inning blushed. "No, stop making things up. I'm not making things up. You two are married now. Sleeping together is normal. I don't believe you. How can you not be moved by such a handsome man?" Inning's cheeks reddened further as she covered Gu Ruoyan's mouth, sneaking a glance at Chu Lichuan, who remained engrossed in his phone. She whispered, "We'll be getting divorced soon." Chu Lichuan's mood suddenly soured. He put away his phone, his handsome face clouded with a frost-like chill, and told Xin, who was still watching television, "Xin, it's time for you to sleep." "Uncle, it's only 8 o'clock," Xin protested, not wanting to sleep. She had napped all day and was quite energetic, yet she obediently lay down. "You're not well. You need ample rest." Chu Lichuan approached the bedside, tucking Xin in. Gu Ruoyan sensed the dismissal and immediately fell silent. Inning, feeling embarrassed, exchanged a few gestures with Gu Ruoyan, and the two went out into the corridor to chat. "He prefers peace and quiet." Inning explained, "I understand. The stoic type is always like this." Gu Ruoyan was unbothered, as she was a writer who adored such men. According to Gu Ruoyan, Chu Lichuan epitomized the quintessential male lead in a novel: aloof, abstinent, unsmiling, and regal like a noble king. Enan, your husband isn't truly an invisible billionaire. Is he? One of those with a net worth in the millions or billions, sweeping through the business world like a giant. Enan chuckled. He's just an ordinary person. He's not as fantastical as you claim. I think you've become infatuated with your own writing. With such a luxurious hospital room, you can't possibly call him ordinary, Gu Ruoyan scoffed, continuing to discuss Chu Lichuan and sharing her recent wedding photos taken in Bali with her fiancé. Jealous? Itching for a shoot with your handsome husband? I have a membership card. It's 20 off. Enan truly envied her. She had once fantasized about wearing a wedding dress, but she knew she would never don that gown in her lifetime. I can't hold him back. We agreed on a marriage of convenience, and in 10 days, we will divorce. Unbeknownst to her, 20 days had silently passed. Days with Chu Lichuan seemed to fly by. Gu Ruoyan shook Ening's sister. Has your mind rusted? A man this handsome should be kept close to you. Gu Ruoyan's fiancé finally finished his call and came upstairs. He intended to take Gu Ruoyan home before heading to work. Gu Ruoyan, not wanting to leave after not seeing Ening for a long time, pouted. Han Bing then suggested leaving Gu Ruoyan to go to work, prompting her to sulk. Han Bing quickly cupped her face, gently coaxing her, Darling, I work hard not just for myself, but to provide you with a better life. After a moment of sweetness, Gu Ruoyan escorted Han Bing to the elevator, feeling a bit dejected as she complained to Ening. He has been so busy with work lately. Even in Bali, he was constantly on the phone. He hardly has time for me. Isn't he being busy a good thing? The more he earns, the better he can take care of you. Ening remarked, enviously observing Gu Ruoyan and Han Bing's relationship. They had been in a romantic relationship since high school, with their bond remaining as strong and sweet as ever, evoking admiration. Although Gu Ruoyan complained, she still smiled shyly, saying, I bought the house and paid for the renovations. He feels like I'm the one supporting him. He must work hard so I can stay home as a wealthy lady. He was also incredibly ambitious. After just over 2 years at the company, he had risen from a junior employee to a department manager. He often comes home drunk, and I worry so much. I don't want him to work so hard, but he insists on proving himself, wanting my family to see his potential. Gu Ruoyan endlessly praised her fiancé, as if he were a deity unmatched by anyone else. Ening listened with a smile, feeling both envious and comforted. Observing the happiness of those around her, was that not a form of happiness in itself? Chapter 18. The true husband. Ening glanced into the hospital room. Relieved to see Xin peacefully asleep, her worries of the day finally easing. Chu Lichuan remained by Xin's bedside. Through the window on the door, Ening watched the silhouette of the man, warmth blossoming in her heart. Thankfully, during Xin's recent illness, Chu Lichuan had been there to support her. Otherwise, Ening would have felt like a headless fly, anxious and scared. It was strange. Chu Lichuan always gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Even the nightmares that had plagued her for years had not disturbed her sleep during this time. This feeling was peculiar. Despite having known each other for only 20 days and not having delved deeply into one another's lives, there was an unspoken bond, a trust that flowed from Ening's heart towards Chu Lichuan. Gu Ruoyan, playfully resting her hand on Ening's shoulder, teased, Sister, your affection is practically spilling from your eyes, and you say you are not moved. Ening quickly averted her gaze, playfully scolding Gu Ruoyan for her nonsense. How could I possibly fall for him? Gu Ruoyan rolled her eyes, remarking, You two are married. Isn't it natural to develop feelings for one another? Ening replied, My marriage to him was a whirlwind romance, lacking any emotional foundation. Many couples gradually fall in love with each other after marriage. A flash marriage can also stem from love at first sight. You've spent 20 days together, day in and day out. I refuse to believe you haven't developed feelings. Gu Ruoyan's unwavering certainty left Ening both amused and exasperated. It seems you've read too many romance novels. Your mind is filled with love and affection. Relationships are often a gamble. Investing your heart also places you in the path of potential heartbreak. I'm far too busy every day to take such risks. Isn't it more fulfilling to focus on my career and raise my daughter? Gu Ruoyan understood that Ening's heart had been closed off for 5 years, making it difficult to open up again. You can't let a past injury keep you from moving forward. You're still young. There's plenty of time ahead. Living alone in solitude would be a waste of your beautiful face. Your husband treats Xine so well. It seems he has indeed fallen for you, considering how he treats her as his own. There is no future for me and Chu Lichuan. He could never develop feelings for me, Ening stated. Chu Lichuan had long warned Ening that he would never be interested in her. Moreover, he remained by her side only to find something. His kindness towards Xine stemmed from his innate goodness. Enough, it's futile to reason with you. A blockhead. Chu Lichuan shook her head and inquired, have you not yet found that wicked woman, Teacher Chowmei? They say all leads have gone cold. There are no sightings on the surveillance. She hasn't returned home, and her phone is off. Mentioning Teacher Chowmei tightened Inning's chest with resentment. Why should the unpleasantness between adults be projected onto an innocent child? Could she truly vanish without a trace? That shameless woman who entices other people's husbands deserves no good end, Gu Ruoyan spat. Noticing the time, she called Han Bing to pick her up before heading home. Upon returning to the hospital room, Inning found Chu Lichuan still guarding Xian by the bedside. However, he was preoccupied with his phone, seemingly engrossed in something. Hearing Inning's footsteps, he turned off the device and glanced at her without uttering a word. Inning wished to engage Chu Lichuan in conversation, yet as the words danced on the tip of her tongue, she hesitated, unsure of what to say. She sensed a hint of displeasure in him, but was oblivious to the reason. Observing the strange atmosphere between the newlyweds, Chao Hualian exchanged glances with Qi and Ning. It's getting late. Your brother and I will be heading back. You two should rest early and call us if anything comes up. Qian, reluctant to leave, wished to stay and provide support, not wanting his sister to bear the burden alone. Chao Hualian nudged him, urging him to leave the room quickly. Are you foolish? They're newlyweds. Why would we stay and be a third wheel? Chao Hualian poked Qian's forehead. It was only then that he realized the absurdity of their situation. In the room, there was only one empty bed. I'll sleep on the sofa. You take the bed? Inning insisted. Chu Lichuan remained silent, picking up a pillow and walking toward the sofa. That sofa is quite small. With your height, it will be uncomfortable. I'm petite. The sofa suits me perfectly. Inning returned the pillow to the bed. Chu Lichuan's expression darkened slightly as he stated, your cervical spine isn't in good condition. Sleeping on the sofa will exacerbate it. Inning rolled 2 towels and used them as a makeshift pillow, declaring, this height will be just right. All right, it's getting late. You should sleep early. With that, Inning took a blanket and lay on the sofa. Chu Lichuan glanced at her before lying down on the bed. Yet sleep eluded him. Inning too found herself wide awake, with her eyes open. She could clearly see Chu Lichuan on the bed. The stark lines of his chiseled profile were illuminated by the dim light, resembling a masterpiece carefully crafted by an artist. Inning gazed at him, captivated, only to realize that Chu Lichuan was looking back, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze and feign sleep. To her surprise, Chu Lichuan directly inquired, why are you looking at me? Inning felt her cheeks flush, unable to contain her embarrassment as she opened her eyes, her heart racing as she scrambled for an excuse. Your comrade arranged such a wonderful hospital room for you. We should invite him to dinner. No need, Chu Lichuan replied curtly. You may not need to, but I feel compelled to show appreciation. He is your comrade. Helping you is a matter of friendship. It would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude. Must you be so calculating? Chu Lichuan's tone turned slightly irritable. Inning paused, then heard him say, you are my wife now. Do you understand? Confused, Inning sat up, staring blankly at Chu Lichuan. He also sat up, meeting her gazed eye in the dim light. Inning's fair skin and cascading hair framed her delicate features. Her lips pressed together in a thoughtful manner. She exuded a fragility that begged for protection, yet her eyes shone with an undeniable tenacity. Chu Lichuan's tone softened. I have promised to fulfill all my responsibilities as a husband. In 10 days' time, I do not wish to hear anything that does not pertain to our marriage. No more formality. Treat me as your true husband. Chu Lichuan himself was unsure why he had spoken so. Perhaps it was out of pity for Inning? Yes, that must be it. He averted his gaze from her, finding it difficult to bear the sight of her with her hair down and her clear, doe-like eyes. Lying back on the bed, he firmly shut his eyes. Meanwhile, Inning sat on the sofa, completely devoid of drowsiness. What did it mean to treat Chu Lichuan as a true husband? She pondered the question as she gazed at him. He must have fallen asleep by now, his breathing steady, his chest rising and falling gently. She recalled that brief embrace they shared when she was inebriated. Chu Lichuan's firm chest radiated a sense of masculine strength and security. She absent-mindedly traced her lips with her fingers, as if the scent of him still lingered in the air. Suddenly, the realization struck her, and she quickly shut her eyes. Could it be that she was genuinely developing feelings for Chu Lichuan? She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the unrealistic thoughts swirling in her mind. Internally, she chastised herself. Inning, do you not know your own circumstances? Chu Lichuan's future should not be tethered to someone like you. The following morning, Chao Hualian arrived with breakfast and noticed the blanket on the sofa, pulling Inning outside to speak. Why are you sleeping on the sofa while he takes the bed? Are you angry? Have you separated? Mom, it's not what you think. We're in a hospital. Inning's face flushed, unable to meet her mother's gaze. Oh, right? It is a hospital. Sleeping together is indeed inappropriate. However, Ning Ning, I must warn you. Do not quarrel with Lichuan. Such a good man could be snatched away in an instant. You must seize the opportunity. I understand, Inning replied, lowering her gaze to conceal the turmoil within. She knew she needed to maintain a distance from Chu Lichuan. Otherwise, she would only end up hurt. Chapter 19. Is there another woman? Chao Hualian continued to inquire about the couple's daily interactions, noting Inning's lack of the tender affection typical of newlyweds. She suspected Inning's emotional resistance stemmed from past events. If she neglected Chu Lichuan due to this, wouldn't it adversely affect their marriage? What is love? It is the principle of reciprocity. You treat me well, and I will return the favor, fostering deeper connections. People are inherently selfish. How many can truly care wholeheartedly for another's child? Initially, I was not kind to you and Qian, feeling inferior in comparison to Lichuan. Though Lichuan may be less affluent, his kindness towards Xian demonstrates his generous spirit, a rare quality these days. Enduring her mother's lengthy monologue, Inning responded with vague affirmations while her mind wandered. Mom, Xian needs her medication. I'm going in. She entered the room to find Chu Lichuan feeding Xian breakfast, who was beaming with joy in that moment. Chu Lichuan's demeanor softened under the morning light, appearing less brooding than usual, which caused Inning's heart to flutter. If only Chu Lichuan were Xian's biological father, and they were truly a family of three. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to hastily retreat to the restroom. Splashing cold water on her face, gazing at her reflection, she repeated to herself, Inning, be rational. You and Chu Lichuan have no future. Xian delightedly enjoyed Chu Lichuan feeding her, giggling as she recounted, Uncle, the big brother next door is 9 years old, and his father still feeds him. He hugs him often, stays with him when he is sick, takes him to the amusement park, and buys him treats. The big brother says that as a boy, he will inherit the household registration, so his father loves him very much. Uncle, when I grow up, I want to be a boy and inherit the household registration too. Chu Lichuan chuckled at Xian's words. Xian, you are a girl. You cannot become a boy when you grow up. Seeing that Chu Lichuan misunderstood her intent, Xian anxiously climbed off the bed and whispered in his ear. Uncle loves Xian like the big brother's father, right? Chu Lichuan paused. Did he love Xian? He had never considered it. He merely felt a deep sympathy for her and wanted to make her last 10 days as pleasant as possible. Noticing the glimmer of sadness in Xian's eyes as she awaited his response, he realized the clever child was implying something deeper. Gently, he pinched her little nose. Of course not. Feeling a bit shy, Xian licked her lips, her big eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to Chu Lichuan's shoulder, whispering, Then can Uncle be Xian's daddy? Xian wishes for a father like Uncle. Chu Lichuan was momentarily taken aback. A father? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, all revolving around the idea of being by Xian's side until she grew into adulthood. Yet the prerequisite was, Xian wanted to be with Uncle? Chu Lichuan inquired. Xian nodded vigorously. If given the choice, would she prefer to be with Uncle or with her mother? Chu Lichuan was eager to hear Xian's opinion. If Xian chose him, he would do everything in his power to persuade Ning to allow him to adopt Xian and bring her back to the imperial capital. Could Xian not be with both Uncle and her mother? Xian tilted her small head, looking utterly perplexed. She could only choose one. Xian was torn, expressing, I want to choose both. It must be one. Chu Lichuan gazed intently into Xian's beautiful eyes, yearning for a satisfactory answer. However, how could Xian possibly abandon her mother? Yet Xian did not respond directly, pouting her small lips, sorrowfully stating, Mother has it hard. She only has me to accompany her. We promised to never part ways and to always be together. Chu Lichuan gently ruffled Xian's hair, urging her to sit properly and continue eating. Perhaps he was overthinking. What profound thoughts could a child possess? It was merely that she felt the warmth of paternal love from him, which sparked the desire to have him as her father. Xian must need more love from her biological father. Xian, do you wish to meet your father? Chu Lichuan asked softly. Xian furrowed her small brows. Isn't father dead? How can I meet him? What if he is not dead? Chu Lichuan could hardly believe that Xian's biological father was truly deceased. Based on Inning's attitude whenever she mentioned that man, it was likely that he was Shun Yiming. If Inning harbored disdain and hatred for Shen Yiming, severing Xian's ties with her biological father would indeed be excessively cruel. Xian had the right to experience paternal love. Yet before that, he would assess Shen Yiming's character before making a decision. Consider it a farewell gift for Xian. Although he had yet to locate the golden watch, he could not linger here indefinitely. It was time to return to his own life. Chu Lichuan's phone buzzed, a video call from Chu Yang. He rose to answer it in the stairwell, where a miniature version of Chu Lichuan appeared on screen. Blinking his big, dark eyes, asking where Chu Lichuan was. On a business trip, Chu Lichuan replied, "Daddy, Yang misses you. When will you come back? You promised to take me to Disneyland. Hurry back, Daddy. Yang can't wait to go to Disneyland." After expressing his excitement, Yang was about to run off when a beautiful woman scooped him up. "Yang, you just spoke to Daddy and you're already running off? How rude." And Ran smiled gently at the camera, her dress strap slipping down, revealing her fair shoulder. "Lichuan, are you at the hospital? Are you unwell?" Chu Lichuan glanced back, noticing the hospital logo behind him. He remained silent as Ran continued, "You've lost weight. Take care of yourself out there. You can't just focus on work." Her voice was so soft it seemed to drip with sweetness. She possessed that charm that made any man unable to resist. Yet it was ineffective against Chu Lichuan. "Lichuan, Yang is so worried about you that he can't even eat. Please come back to see him when you can." Chu Lichuan's expression was colder than when he spoke to Chu Ying, exuding a chill as he simply replied with an reminding Yang to eat well. "Mommy, let me go. I want to play with my toys," Yang protested, refusing to engage further with Chu Lichuan. Wriggling his body, "Mommy, you're hurting me. All right, I'm hanging up." Chu Lichuan ended the video call. He had always been aware of Ran's feelings. Chu Yang was not the type to be overly attached to others. Yet Ran persistently urged him to express his longing and return home. Ran glanced at her phone, longing to call again, but she hesitated. She knew Chu Lichuan despised her. However, previously, he could still maintain a professional demeanor and return home for dinner with Chu Yang. But recently, his visits had become increasingly rare, and he seldom answered her calls. Was Chu Lichuan acting strangely because he had a woman outside? Ran hugged Chu Yang tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Yang, you are all I have left. You must help Mommy and make Daddy come home more often. Otherwise, Mommy will have nothing. Boo-hoo." Chu Yang, annoyed by Ran's tears, said patiently, "Mommy, you're an adult now. Why are you crying?" Chu Meiki came to visit Chu Yang and, upon seeing Ran crying, anxiously asked what was wrong. Ran expressed her suspicions, asking if Chu Meiki knew anything. "Meiki, you must help Sister Ran. We can't just stand by and let another woman take away Yang's paternal love." Ran sobbed inconsolably. "Sister Ran, my brother is just busy with work." Chu Meiki certainly did not dare to disclose the recent peculiar behavior of Chu Lichuan to Ran. "Don't worry, Sister Ran. I won't let any other woman steal my brother's heart. I'll keep an eye on him for you." Chu Meiki patted Ran's shoulder, making plans in her mind. Chapter 20. A man of extraordinary virtue. Chu Meiki knew that Chu Lichuan was meticulous in his work, and it was unlikely she could glean any information from him. Therefore, she set her sights on Lin Fong. Lin Fong was not easily fooled either. Every time Chu Meiki called, it was merely for casual conversation. After a couple of days, she casually asked Lin Fong to bring back some local specialties from his business trip. Chu Meiki had calculated that Chu Lichuan could handle a day's work while commuting, indicating that he was not going far. She listed various specialties from the surrounding cities. Lin Fong, not wanting to be pestered by Chu Meiki any further, casually suggested, "How about cloud cake?" "Yes, I love cloud cake. Bring me back a whole box." Chu Meiki smiled slyly. Cloud cake was a specialty of Yun City. Confirming the destination, Chu Meiki drove for nearly 2 hours, reaching Yun City, and immediately contacted Chu Lichuan. But he did not answer. With nowhere else to turn, she messaged their travel circle, announcing her presence in Yun City and asking if anyone could pick her up. A user named Shun Chi responded, sending her a location and inviting her to a bar. Chu Meiki smiled triumphantly, starting her car, "Just what I was waiting for." After spending 2 days in the hospital, Xian was discharged. That afternoon, Ning received a call from the police station, informing her that they had found teacher Strawberry. Ning asked Chu Lichuan if he wanted to accompany her, to which he curtly replied, "No," returning to his phone, casually adding, "Why did it take so long to find her? The speed is truly slow." Ning hesitated. Having Chu Lichuan around made her feel more secure. Otherwise, she was genuinely afraid to venture into a police station again. Stepping outside, she ran into Gu Ruoyan, who came to visit Xian. Ji Ruoyan accompanied Ning to the police station, constantly reassuring her not to be afraid, promising to stay by her side. Ning remained silent, her hands tightly clenched. She had thought that the memories of the past 5 years would have faded, but standing at the police station's entrance, the unbearable recollections flooded back as vividly as if they had occurred yesterday. No, I'm not. You've misunderstood me. I was assaulted. I didn't sell myself. Why won't you believe me? I'm innocent. Ning cried out in desperation, yet no one believed her, leaving her with a group of heavily made-up, scantily clad women, and she was detained for 15 days. Chu Lichuan held Ning's hand tightly, helping her regain her composure as they entered. After a few days, the once youthful and vibrant teacher Strawberry had become a hollow shell, devoid of spirit and vitality, as if she had suffered severe psychological trauma. Upon seeing Ning, the emptiness in her eyes flickered for a moment before tears streamed down her face as she desperately pleaded for Ning to spare her life. Did you ever consider that your vengeful heart could potentially harm Xian while you were hurting her? Ning was unwilling to easily forgive teacher Strawberry. She would not let anyone who harmed her daughter go unpunished. I will follow the proper procedures and ensure you receive the retribution you deserve. Teacher Strawberry let out a bitter laugh. Do you even know who he is? Ning was puzzled, wondering who he was that teacher Strawberry referred to. What are you trying to say? Stop wasting time with her, Chu Lichuan scolded teacher Strawberry harshly, nearly losing her temper and wanting to kick her if not for the police officers holding her back. Teacher Strawberry appeared indifferent, wiping her tears and glaring at Ning with bloodshot eyes. He is a devil. I'm waiting to see just how tragic your fate will be. Just wait. Ning. Ha ha ha, who are you talking about? Ning demanded. Teacher Strawberry began to laugh maniacally, refusing to say another word. Ning exited the police station, deep in thought. Chu Lichuan, curious, asked while driving, could she be talking about your husband? Did he take revenge on her? Impossible. He has been at the hospital these past few days, never leaving, Ning replied. Chu Lichuan is noble and elegant. He is certainly not a brutal person. Could it be that scoundrel Shen Yiming? Chu Lichuan asked. Ning shook her head again. If it were him, he would have rushed over to gloat. Shen Yiming was the type who would want the whole world to know if he did anything for her. Especially something as significant as taking revenge on teacher Strawberry. Forget it. Let whoever wants to do as they please. She deserves it for being so wicked, bullying even a 4-year-old child. Chu Lichuan followed Ning up to the 7th floor, panting heavily. Sister, I'll pay for us to rent a lower floor. The view from the 7th floor is lovely, Ning replied. Lovely my foot. The altitude is so high that my legs are trembling with fatigue. It's about time you began exercising. Ning wiped the delicate beads of sweat that had formed on her nose and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chu Lichuan was accompanying Xin in her painting, and after a brief silence, he took out his phone to send a message to Lin Fong, instructing him to purchase a house. Boss, do you have any requirements? Lin Fong inquired. Chu Lichuan pondered for a moment. Ning had a fondness for painting and required a study. Xin was still young and often home alone, which made living on a high floor rather perilous. Thus, a secure and upscale neighborhood was also necessary. A 3-bedroom apartment with a living room, exquisitely decorated, in a luxurious low-floor building with an elevator, close to a kindergarten, supermarket, and elementary and middle schools. The name should be written as Ning. Lin Fong couldn't help but smirk at his phone. Realizing how swiftly things had turned around, just previously, he had stated that he wouldn't buy a house for the young lady of the house. Ning had just finished washing the rice and placed it into the rice cooker when Chu Lichuan entered the kitchen. Let me handle it. No, I should do it. You've been taking care of Xin for the past few days, and that's already quite exhausting, Ning replied. Are you concerned for my well-being? Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Not at all. Ning avoided his gaze and reached into the refrigerator for vegetables. Chu Lichuan could see that Ning hadn't rested well these past few days. There were traces of bloodshot veins beneath her eyes, prompting him to usher her out of the kitchen. I refuse to consume your culinary disasters. Hurry and leave. Ning, wow, your husband can cook as well. He excels in both the kitchen and the parlor. I envy you, Ning. Your husband is truly remarkable, an unparalleled gentleman. Chu Lichuan clasped her hands over her heart, gazing at the industrious Chu Lichuan in the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ning covered Chu Lichuan's eyes, forbidding her from watching her husband. Oh, come on. Can't I even take a glance? With such protection, you still claim not to be in love. That is a tall tale. Ning couldn't help but blush. Although she verbally denied it, deep down, she was fully aware that she had indeed developed feelings for Chu Lichuan. However, she would be cautious to conceal it, ensuring that not a trace was revealed. When Gu Ruoyan beheld the table laden with a feast of visually appealing and aromatic dishes, she erupted into yet another round of compliments. Inning served Gu Ruoyan a piece of rib. "This is to silence your praises. Is Han Bing not treating you well? He never lifts a finger at home. The moment he returns, he's glued to his phone, busy with work. He's never even stepped foot in the kitchen." Although Gu Ruoyan complained, her eyes sparkled with happiness, as she perceived that since she spent her entire day at home, household chores were her responsibility. "I also earn money, you know? Just my workspace happens to be at home." Gu Ruoyan took a bite of the rib and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious. How did you make it?" "I consulted Baidu," Chu Lichuan replied succinctly. "It tastes so good. You must cook often." Gu Ruoyan inquired. "It's my first time," Chu Lichuan stated. "What? Your first time?" Both Gu Ruoyan and Inning expressed astonishment. Inning had assumed that Chu Lichuan frequently cooked at home, especially since he was so adept at washing dishes. "Is it really that difficult?" Chu Lichuan asked. "How pretentious," Gu Ruoyan lamented, covering her forehead in exasperation. After dinner, Chu Lichuan voluntarily washed the dishes. He aimed to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband during this brief period, assisting Inning as much as he could. Gu Ruoyan, envious, stomped her feet and tugged at Inning's arm, inquiring how she managed to train her husband to be so accommodating. "It's not that exceptional. He merely feels sorry for my hardships," Inning thought, her heart overflowing with sweetness. That moment, Inning began to understand the mindset of those women who revel in showcasing their husbands. Gu Ruoyan played with Xin for a while before being summoned back home by Han Bing's phone call. Inning and Xin had just finished bathing when Chao Hualian, panting and carrying numerous bags, climbed up, stating that she would stay to assist with Xin and urged Inning not to delay her work. That night, Chao Hualian took residence in Xin's room. Chapter 21. The morning kiss. Inning sat on the sofa, her expression troubled. Did she really have to share a room with Chu Lichuan? After he emerged from the shower, drying his damp hair, he addressed the conflicted Inning. "Do you want to be discovered?" Inning certainly did not. I'm not tired yet." Chu Lichuan glanced at her, said nothing, and walked towards the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Sipping it leisurely, Inning stole a glance at him. Freshly showered, his short hair was not as meticulously styled as usual, falling between his prominent brow bones, rendering him considerably softer and more approachable. Inning noticed Chu Lichuan clad in the gray loungewear she had purchased, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. It fit him well. Chu Lichuan glanced down, nodded, set the glass down, and made his way to the room. Inning thought, perhaps I should sleep on the sofa tonight. Just as she resolved this, Chao Hualian yawned and emerged from the adjacent room, asking Inning why she hadn't gone to bed yet. "I'm about to sleep." Inning feigned nonchalance, showing no intention of getting up. Chao Hualian rubbed her eyes, sat on the sofa, and switched on the television. "Aren't you working tomorrow?" "I am." "Then why aren't you going to bed?" "Mom." Why are you up?" "I woke up and wanted to watch some TV." "You should hurry to bed." Chao Hualian lay sideways on the sofa, nudging Inning aside. "Well, Mom, keep an eye on things. I'm going to sleep." Inning clutched her clothing tightly, stepping cautiously towards the bedroom. Chao Hualian raised an eyebrow, waiting for Inning to enter the bedroom before smirking triumphantly. She had already extracted information from Xin, who revealed that Inning had been sleeping in the same room as her. The young couple had been married for over 20 days and were still sleeping separately. It seemed they were both too shy. Thus, Chao Hualian seized the opportunity to occupy Xin's room under the pretext of caring for her. Now, let us see how they managed to sleep apart. After yawning, Chao Hualian turned off the television and returned to Xin's room. When Inning entered the bedroom, Chu Lichuan was already lying down. With his eyes closed, he felt the bed dip slightly beside him, stirring a faint itch deep within him, which he quickly suppressed. Inning lay tensely in bed, unable to sleep, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. She knew Chu Lichuan wasn't asleep. "The room is too small. Otherwise, I would sleep on the floor," Inning murmured. Chu Lichuan remained silent. Inning swallowed hard and asked timidly, You won't do anything to me, will you?" "I won't," Chu Lichuan replied. Inning felt a slight sense of relief. Though her palms were already clammy, she was still quite nervous. Apart from 5 years ago, this was her first time sharing a bed with a man. Sensing her anxiety, Chu Lichuan reassured her, "I have no intentions towards you. So rest easy," before turning away from her. He hadn't rested well at the hospital these past few days, and needed his sleep since he had to return to the capital for work the following morning. Inning observed the broad expanse of Chu Lichuan's back. Through the fabric, she could vaguely discern the outlines of his well-defined muscles. She felt a pang of sympathy for him. He was handsome and well-built, yet burdened by his past. Inning gradually fell asleep, while Chu Lichuan found it impossible to do so. The gentle rhythm of her breathing and the faint, pleasant aroma wafting from her body ignited an inexplicable heat within him. He sat up, taking a few deep breaths. Under the moonlight, the girl's long hair cascaded like a waterfall, resembling seaweed upon the pristine pillow. Her skin was fair, and her long, thick eyelashes resembled two delicate fans. Chu Lichuan's gaze slowly descended from Inning's elegantly defined nose to her slightly pursed cherry-red lips. His throat tightened, and he felt a dryness within. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, intending to fetch a glass of water. His movement startled Inning awake. She blinked her drowsy eyes, gazing at him in confusion. "What's wrong? Thirsty? Getting some water?" Chu Lichuan replied, leaving the bedroom to drink 2 large glasses of cold water before feeling somewhat relieved. Damn it! How could I have such feelings for Chi Inning? He prided himself on his self-control. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Inning had already fallen asleep. She lay with her head tilted, her graceful neck causing him another wave of discomfort. He grabbed a blanket, covering Inning entirely, before pulling the other side over himself. Inning slept particularly soundly that night. The morning sun streamed into the room, causing her curled lashes to flutter as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing a handsome face looming over her, she gasped, instantly alert. When had she ended up cuddling with Chu Lichuan? She was even resting her head on his arm. Inning abruptly pushed Chu Lichuan away, exclaiming, "Why are you holding me?" Chu Lichuan, awakened by the commotion, frowned in displeasure. "It's you who can't sleep properly and insists on holding onto me. I couldn't even kick you away." Heaven knows how torturous his night had been. Inning's lips twitched, and just as she was about to get out of bed, Chu Lichuan flipped over, pinning her down. "You did that on purpose last night, didn't you?" The warmth of his breath sent Inning's heart racing. "What do you mean on purpose?" she asked, bewildered. Chu Lichuan slowly leaned down, his prominent nose nearly brushing against hers. Inning wanted to evade him, but there was nowhere to retreat. Her hands pressed firmly against his chest, her breathing growing erratic. "You're teasing me." Chu Lichuan's voice suddenly dropped to a husky whisper. "I didn't tease you." Before Inning could finish her sentence, he silenced her with an unexpected kiss, overwhelming her senses. Inning's eyes widened, her mind blank. The man's assertiveness threatened to consume all her breath, his dominance undeniable. Finally regaining her composure, she shoved him away and fled the bedroom. Chu Lichuan collapsed back onto the bed, wiping his lips in frustration, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Inning covered her flushed cheeks, opened the living room window, and took deep breaths, attempting to calm her rapid heartbeat. Chu Lichuan was busy preparing breakfast, and Xin had also risen, brushing her teeth. "Mom, good morning." Xin waved her chubby little hand in greeting. "Good morning." Chu Lichuan craned her neck to glance towards the bedroom, smiling broadly as she asked Inning, "How was last night?" "What do you mean? How was it?" Inning responded, puzzled. Chu Lichuan shot a reproachful glance, her expression clearly conveying "you know what I mean." Inning's cheeks, which had just regained their normal hue, flushed crimson once more. It took Chu Lichuan a considerable time before he finally emerged from his bedroom. Chu Lichuan called out to him for breakfast. "Lichuan, I have prepared yam and black rice porridge, stir-fried lamb, and chestnut cakes for you." This breakfast combination seems rather peculiar, doesn't it? While serving the black rice porridge, she remarked, "This couple should enjoy the life they ought to have. Otherwise, their relationship may not remain steady." She continued, "Make sure to eat more. You need to replenish your energy. You can't rely solely on your youth and vitality." Inning, slow to comprehend, eventually realized what Chu Lichuan was implying, causing her ears to heat up. "Mom, Xin is still here. She's too young to understand." Chu Lichuan handed Xin a bowl of white rice porridge and an egg pancake. "What are you two discussing?" Xin, indeed oblivious, blinked her big, watery eyes, filled with curiosity. Chu Lichuan, visibly embarrassed, replied, "We're just talking about eating well and taking care of our health." Inning's cheeks reddened further, and she hurriedly focused on her meal. After finishing, Inning informed Xin to behave and listen to her grandmother at home before attempting to escape with her bag. Chu Lichuan called her back to descend the stairs together. Inning, clutching her bag, kept her gaze on the stairs, not daring to glance back at Chu Lichuan. Upon exiting the building, she let out a long sigh of relief and said without looking back, "I'm off to work. Where are you going? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Inning considered offering Chu Lichuan a lift on her small electric scooter. "Just a little something to attend to." Chu Lichuan replied, Inning was curious about what could possibly require his attention since he wasn't employed, so she inquired, "What is it?" "Personal matters," he said. Upon hearing personal, Inning refrained from probing further and asked, "Is it on the way?" "Not really," he replied. Noticing Chu Lichuan standing still, looking as if he had something to say, she questioned, "Do you have something else to discuss?" After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "Regarding this morning's incident, I won't dwell on it." Chapter 22. Have we argued? Inning nearly laughed, thinking, "What do you mean you 1T take it to heart? Shouldn't it be me who doesn't need to care? When we married, I made it clear that you shouldn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me. I will never develop feelings for any other woman." Chu Lichuan stood with one hand in his suit pocket, gazing down at Inning with a condescending look. Inning felt provoked. "Mr. Chu, do you have a superiority complex? Do you think every woman in the world has designs on you? It's utterly absurd to be forcefully kissed and then be wrongfully accused. Is that not the case?" Chu Lichuan scoffed dismissively. He had contemplated it all morning. With his self-control, he couldn't have lost control repeatedly. Inning must have done something to provoke him. As for what Inning had done, it must have stemmed from their recent interactions, where she had accurately gauged his dislike for flirtatious women, subtly influencing him in their daily life, so much so that he was unknowingly seduced, resulting in a loss of rationality. "Chu Lichuan, you initiated the kiss, both times, yet you blame me," she retorted. "Have you ever considered that the issue lies with you? What issue could I possibly have?" Chu Lichuan never believed the problem resided within him. He had always been wary of Inning, convinced no issues could arise. "You're not developing feelings for me, are you?" Inning asked. "How could that be possible?" Chu Lichuan's tone dripped with sarcasm. Inning stepped closer, fixing her gaze on his cold, dark eyes, and articulated each word deliberately. "Mr. Chu, it is now my turn to advise you not to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about me. Please maintain your distance and refrain from any intimate gestures." "Are you talking to me? Is there anyone else here?" Chu Lichuan chuckled, bemused. "Even if both instances were initiated by me, we are married now. A bit of intimacy is entirely natural. It is what a husband should do for his wife. In 7 days, we will redefine our boundaries. For these 7 days, please forget that you are my husband and treat me as a stranger. Also, please adjust your perspective and refrain from viewing me through a tinted lens." Inning was genuinely angry, her words harsh. "If I sought anything from you, it was merely your single status in order to obtain a marriage certificate. Beyond that, I have never considered anything. Furthermore, aside from your pleasing appearance, there is nothing of value in you that I desire." After saying this, Inning intended to ride away on her electric scooter. She drove a white Volkswagen into the community and, upon seeing them park, exited the vehicle, handing a set of keys to Chu Lichuan. "Lichuan, Inning, since you two are married, I have no grand gift for you. I've noticed you taking cabs often, so this morning I picked up a car for you as a wedding present. You need a vehicle now that you're starting your life together without a house." Qian glanced at Chu Lichuan and Inning, noticing their gloomy expressions, and asked, "Have you two quarreled?" Inning quickly mustered a smile. "We haven't quarreled, right, husband?" She discreetly winked at Chu Lichuan. Still fuming, Chu Lichuan had never been reprimanded by a woman before, but under Qian's scrutiny, he managed a strained smile. "We're fine, as long as you haven't fought." "That's good. Couples shouldn't constantly argue. It affects the relationship." Qian pressed the car keys into Chu Lichuan's hand. "Lichuan, I won't engage in pleasantries. This is my heartfelt gift to you, and Inning, do not refuse it. I'm off to see Xin. Qian provided no opportunity for Chu Lichuan to decline and limped toward the entrance. Chu Lichuan handed the car keys back to Inning. "Take this from your brother. It's a gift for you." Then, Inning added, "I had considered giving you something after our divorce. This car will serve as your compensation and also as gratitude for your kindness to Xin. I cannot accept your brother's car. He struggles with his mobility. Earning money isn't easy, and this car must have cost him nearly 200,000. You cannot take your brother's possessions." Chu Lichuan replied, adding, "I do not need your compensation." Inning was taken aback that someone as arrogant as Chu Lichuan could also be so understanding. "I will repay my brother. Then keep it for yourself to drive." Chu Lichuan insisted, slipping the keys into Inning's hand. Yet she returned them. "I don't know how to drive. I lack a license." Chu Lichuan frowned. "Is there still someone who doesn't know how to drive?" Inning shrugged. "I don't like cars. Besides, owning a car incurs significant expenses, maintenance, fuel. It's a financial burden I cannot afford. I also need to save for Xinxin's surgery. Until Xinxin's health is restored, everything else, housing, cars, takes a back seat. Just drive it for now. I must leave for work." Inning mounted her electric scooter and vanished at the community entrance. Chu Lichuan glanced at the car keys in his hand, shook his head, and exited the community. Lin Fong was leaning over the open car window, observing the scene, and upon seeing Chu Lichuan approach, hurriedly exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the door. Boss, have you and the young madam quarreled? Lin Fong inquired curiously. Chu Lichuan shot him a glare as he settled into the car. You eavesdrop too much. Boss, if you ask me, you must have misunderstood the young madam. Lin Fong took the driver's seat and started the engine. Chu Lichuan never questioned his own thoughts. However, he had indeed been viewing Inning through a tinted lens, leading him to perceive ulterior motives behind everything she said and did. He turned his head to look out the window as the car slowly caught up to Inning, who was riding her pink electric scooter. Boss, that's the young madam. Look how hard she works, riding her electric scooter to work every day. It's fine unless it rains. If it does, she'll end up drenched like a chicken. By the way, boss, I saw the weather forecast. It's supposed to rain this afternoon. Chu Lichuan focused intently on Inning. The girl had bright eyes and a light figure, quickly turning into a narrow alley and vanishing from sight. He continued to gaze at the spot where Inning had disappeared until the car turned onto another street, finally retracting his gaze. Boss, after being married for so long, has the young madam ever asked you for anything? Not at all. Has she made any demands of you? None whatsoever. The only request the young madam made was for marriage. Since then, she has not sought anything from you, and often seems to avoid inconveniencing you or spending your money. I believe the young madam neither knows your true identity nor has any ulterior motives towards you. Lin Fong continued. Also, regarding the gold watch, it remains unfound. It likely isn't with the young madam, or else she would have already brought it out to buy Xin high-quality imported medicine. Chu Lichuan remained silent throughout the journey, and as the plane flew past a pagoda, he couldn't help but glance down. However, Inning should not be there. He had arranged work for Inning at a Western restaurant. She should be there. Inning had arrived at the Western restaurant first, having agreed to start work today, but the manager informed her that they needed to do some cleaning due to the dust and would delay the opening by a few days. Leaving the restaurant, Inning had intended to return home to accompany Xin, but a student from the Lungyan temple called, saying something had happened and urging Inning to come quickly. Inning pedaled hurriedly to the temple and saw a female student crying from a distance, with two classmates comforting her. Inning parked her scooter and jogged over. Li Xiang, what happened? Li Xiang, sniffling, was about to speak when a red Porsche sped into view, screeching to a halt. A strikingly dressed woman stepped out of the car and approached Inning, asking, "You must be Chi Inning, right?" Chapter 23. Long-lasting affection. The woman wore a high ponytail, a black dress, and knee-high boots, her arms crossed over her chest, exuding an air of hostility. Who are you? Inning did not recognize this woman. You don't need to know who I am. Chu Man had no intention of revealing her name. This scheming woman wasn't worthy of knowing it. I am a friend of Shen Yiming. Upon the mention of Shen Yiming, Inning's typically gentle demeanor instantly turned icy. What do you want? Chuan Meng scrutinized Inning with a gaze laced with judgment and disdain. During their travels abroad, she had heard Shen Yiming speak of Inning. He had proclaimed his intent to propose upon his return to the country, and Chuan Meng had even offered her blessings, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to celebrate their union. Yet, just yesterday, Shen Yiming had drowned himself in alcohol, lamenting that Inning had married another, abandoning him, and had sobbed uncontrollably in the bar, tormented by despair. Chuan Meng believed this was merely Inning's ploy. She had encountered numerous scheming women who would entice men with sweet affection only to withdraw, tormenting them with longing and unfulfilled love. Today, she sought Inning not only to defend Shen Yiming but also to inquire what it would take for them to reconcile. You are undeniably beautiful. It's no wonder Yiming is enamored with you, Chuan Meng assessed coolly after scrutinizing her. What are you truly trying to convey? Inning fixed her vigilant gaze on Chuan Meng, wary of Shen Yiming's potential tricks. Relax, I merely wish to ask how much it would cost to restore your relationship with Yiming. Chuan Meng speculated that Inning's reluctance to reconcile was merely a matter of insufficient monetary incentive. I am already married. No amount of money would persuade me to leave my husband, Inning declared with unwavering clarity. Are you truly married? Chuan Meng furrowed her brow in disbelief, questioning whether this was merely a tactic to provoke Shen Yiming. It's documented, black and white, with proof, Inning retorted, eager to avoid wasting time with Chuan Meng, and turned to leave, only to be blocked. Observing Inning's inexpensive jeans and plain white t-shirt, Chuan Meng remarked, your husband must be quite poor then. We are very happy, Inning asserted. Chuan Meng scoffed, is your happiness defined by wearing cheap clothing and laboring under the sun on a construction site? This is my life. Outsiders have no right to judge. Inning countered. Wearing affordable clothing is comfortable, and I find fulfillment in my work. Do you have any objections? Chuanmake was momentarily at a loss for words. Yiming is wealthy and handsome. He is never short of admirers. Yet his thoughts are consumed by you. Even his WeChat name bears your surname. Everyone in his circle knows of his affection for Chi Inning. He has pursued you for 5 years. Such devotion. And you remain unmoved? Perhaps you misunderstand the nature of loyalty, Inning retorted. Why not ask him about the despicable deeds he has committed? Yiming merely enjoys his freedom. He may not be stable, but his heart is genuine. His love for you is sincere. For you, he has landed himself in the hospital due to excessive drinking. He lies there now. Come with me to see him, Chuanmake insisted, grasping Inning's hand to lead her to the car. Inning shook off Chuanmake's grip, her expression frigid. If he drinks himself to death, what concern is it of mine? Please convey to him and his friends to cease disturbing my life. How can you be so heartless? He has loved you for 5 years. Can't you show him a little kindness? I have a husband. I will not betray him. What is so great about your husband? Can he provide you with a quality lifestyle? Yiming can offer you what your husband cannot. Dear lady, do you not see the flaw in your reasoning? You advocate for a married woman to abandon her husband? Inning found Chuanmake's stance laughable. Let me reiterate. My husband loves me deeply and treats me exceptionally well. I will never leave him. Even if Shin Yiming were to offer me a mountain of gold to squander, I would remain steadfast. You truly are something else. Chuanmake was left speechless. She had presumed Inning's marriage was a calculated move to provoke Shan Yiming, as she could not bear to see her friend in pain. Dear lady, do you harbor feelings for Shen Yiming? Inning observed Chuanmake silently, causing a flicker of panic to cross her face. No. How dare you say that? I do not like him. We are merely friends. I wish you both well. May you unite soon and thoroughly vanish from my world. Chuanmake huffed in exasperation, pulling out a voice recorder. I have this recorded. I will play your words for Yiming. So he understands how heartless you truly are. I couldn't care less, Inning replied, turning to approach the still sobbing Li Xiang. Chuanmake, unwilling to relent, followed her. Yiming and I will be watching to see how long you and your husband can maintain your love. Poverty will wear you down. You will be disappointed. We will endure. Inning responded resolutely, ignoring Chuanmake, and gently inquired about Li Xiang's grievances. Li Xiang, along with her 2 female classmates, appeared reluctant to speak, their expressions difficult to read. After much prodding, Li Xiang finally whispered, Sister Inning, I don't want my issues to cost my classmates, and you your jobs, and my family is not well off. I work part-time to pay for tuition. I don't want to offend that person. If you have been wronged, you must speak out. Otherwise, you only enable those who bully you. After persistent questioning from Inning, Li Xiang eventually revealed the truth, trembling as she recounted how Zhang Zong had summoned her to his office that morning while the others were yet to arrive, and had made inappropriate advances toward her. Inning's body trembled with rage upon hearing this. Zhang Zong had previously been inappropriate toward her, but after she had reprimanded him, he had shown some restraint. Now, he had dared to extend his grasp toward a student. Inning insisted on confronting Zhang Zong, but Li Xiang expressed her fear. Sister Inning, let's not. Offending Zhang Zong will jeopardize our future work opportunities. Besides, he won't admit it. He might even claim I was the one who seduced him. Inning glanced at Chuanmake, who was eavesdropping, and devised a plan. She whispered something in Li Xiang's ear before pulling out her phone to record. This is unacceptable. I will accompany you, Chuanmake exclaimed, her anger palpable. I detest those vile men who exploit their positions to harass female subordinates. Zhang Zong, in his 50s, balding and portly, leisurely sipped from a thermos filled with goji berries while seated in his office chair. When confronted by Inning, he remained unfazed. You girls should focus on your work instead of falsely accusing me. How could I possibly admit to something like that? Do you have any evidence? Inning shot back. You think you can threaten me? Ha! Inning exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiang, who followed Inning's prior instructions, unzipping her top and tearfully exclaiming, Sister Inning, it was him. He tried to assault me, but thankfully, I fought back and escaped. Zhang Zong, attempted assault is still a crime, Inning declared, ruffling Li Xiang's hair as she spoke. Zhang Zong grew agitated, pointing an accusatory finger at them. You little brats, don't spout nonsense. I merely commented on her and touched her chest briefly. I did nothing else. Inning chuckled lightly, pulling out her phone. This is your own admission. I now have evidence, she continued, her words steady and powerful. Sexual harassment is also a crime. You? Zhang Zong's face turned ashen with fury as he pointed at Inning, gritting his teeth. Chi Inning, You are scheming against me. Apologize to Li Xiang at once, and ensure that from now on, you will never lay your filthy hands on female students again. Qi Yining, do not push your luck. Am I being excessive? Perhaps I should alert the authorities and let them decide who has overstepped their bounds. Yining challenged. Go ahead. Call the police. Zhang Zong retorted defiantly. Meanwhile, Chuanmeng took out her phone. All right, let's call the police. Yining stopped her, infuriating Chuanmeng further. Your student has been wronged, and you don't want to report it? Are you trying to protect him? Are you all in cahoots? Ignoring Chuanmeng, Yining continued addressing Zhang Zong. If you do not apologize, I cannot guarantee that this recording will not find its way to your wife's phone. As she spoke, Yining located Zhang Zong's wife's WeChat. How do you have my wife's WeChat? Zhang Zong's composure faltered. I heard you were afraid of your wife, so I obtained it through a contact. Zhang Zong's reputation in the construction circle isn't stellar. I need a safeguard. Zhang Zong trembled with rage. Yining shared his wife's WeChat in the work group, urging the female students to add her. Qi Yining, you are ruthless. Zhang Zong's face flushed with anger. Ultimately, he capitulated and issued an apology. After doing so, he threatened Yining to delete the recording, or he would dismiss them all and declare that no one was allowed to collaborate with them again. This is a temple, a sacred place. If the abbot discovers the character of those who assist in constructing the pagoda, who do you think is more likely to lose their job? Yining countered. You could indeed blacklist our small team, but I will ensure this recording reaches your wife. Qi Yining, you are threatening me. Zhang Zong realized. You dare to offend me? Yining remained undaunted. We earn our living here based on merit. Let us do our jobs properly, dress modestly, not merely to deter predators, but primarily to protect against the sun. The female students finally felt vindicated, nodding in agreement. Zhang Zong, do not let your anger consume you. We shall return to work. Yining turned to leave, only to hear the sound of Zhang Zong smashing his thermos behind her. Qi Yining, wait for me. Yining gathered her entire painting team for a brief meeting. 5 boys and 8 girls encircled her, all enthusiastically calling her Sister Yining, several of whom were even older than her by a year or two. Keenly attentive to their well-being, Yining personally undertakes the more arduous and menial tasks. Unwilling to let them bear the burden in turn, they regard her with the affection one would bestow upon an elder sister. Upon spotting Chu Man standing a short distance away, the boys enthusiastically greet her. Hey, gorgeous, Chu Man, ever sociable, beams back. Hello, handsome guys. Is Yining your friend? She's stunning, and her car is lovely. The boys comment, their admiration evident. Naturally, boys are drawn to beautiful women, and those with wealth are especially captivating. Not quite. Yining interjects, steering the conversation back on track. The purpose of this meeting is to impress upon the boys the importance of looking out for the girls. Most of them attend the same school and are all from the art department. With some even being classmates. It is advisable for the girls to avoid heading home alone after work and to travel in pairs. Yining remains slightly concerned about potential retribution from General Zhang and believes it prudent to stay vigilant. In just 2 months, the construction project will come to a close. If any of you encounter difficulties here, contact me immediately. Yining, aren't you coming to work here anymore? The students lament. Please don't abandon us. Yining chuckles lightly. I would never abandon you. I've recently taken on new projects, and with my daughter falling ill, I've been quite busy, which will keep me away for a while. The students gather around her, inquiring about Xin's health, and after a lively exchange, Yining encourages them to return to their tasks. After the meeting, Yining prepares to head home. Chu Man trails behind her, her arms crossed in a haughty manner. Questioning Yining, why don't you report it to the police? You simply brushed it off with a casual apology. You weren't the one being touched, so why do you even care? The path down to Lungyan Temple is steep, and Yining carefully watches her footing. General Zhang has been in Yun City for many years and possesses extensive connections. The evidence is not compelling enough, and reporting it may not lead to an arrest. If the situation escalates, the rumors could be damaging, suggesting the girl dressed provocatively or sought to entice men, which would be detrimental to her reputation. She is still a student. How could she face her future? I can help you, to ensure that old scoundrel gets what he deserves, Chu Man asserts. Let it go. I have no favorable impression of Shun Yiming, Yining replies, wishing to sever any ties with him. You can't generalize. Besides, Yiming treats you well. Why do you dislike him so? Chu Man presses. Or is it that you secretly enjoy having men chase after you, feeding your vanity? Yining ignores Chu Man, starting her electric scooter and turning the key. Chu Man leans in, asking, is your daughter Shin Yiming's? Yining's brow furrows. No, don't be so quick to deny it. Yiming has acknowledged it. That child is yours. Speaking of which, since you have a child together, why is there still such tension? Chu Man continues, for the sake of the child, can't you and Yiming just be together? It would provide a complete family for the child. Chu Man cannot comprehend this. Her brother is the same. He caters to Anren's every whim, yet refuses to marry her or even show her affection. Inning's expression darkens, her face icy as if cloaked in frost. Even in death, I will not forgive Shin Yiming. Go tell him that Xin is not his daughter. He should stop harboring misguided feelings. Inning starts her vehicle. Chu Man hurriedly jumps in, taking a sharp turn to catch up, rolling down the window to call out, "Hey, where are you going? I'll give you a ride." Inning ignores her, focusing solely on driving. "What are you pretending for? I'm just trying to help you. If you don't appreciate it, so be it." Chu Man fumes, accelerating and kicking up a cloud of dust as she speeds away. Upon returning home, Inning finds Xin has taken her medicine and appears to be in good spirits, showing no signs of discomfort. After a brief rest, with the afternoon free, she visits Lungyan Temple again. However, she remains uneasy, fearing General Zhang may trouble the students. Fortunately, this time, he seems intimidated, merely making sarcastic remarks about the students working too slowly and delaying the project. Inning worries that Li Xiang might harbor resentment. So she reassures her, though we are women, we are not inferior to anyone. Remember, a woman must be strong and be her own support. Inning, I want to learn from you how to remain calm and collected in a crisis. To become a strong woman, Li Xiang declares, her eyes filled with determination. Inning smiles gently, I am no strong woman. I prefer to be the delicate one, and alas, she has no opportunity to be the delicate one. Life compels her to forge ahead, leaving no room for weakness, and only she knows the soft and fragile side that resides within her. In the capital, at the Chu Corporation, Chu Lichuan spends the entire day in a state of agitation. He loathes Inning yet feels a sense of wariness towards her. Why then has he kissed her twice of his own accord? Could it be true, as Inning suggested, that he has developed feelings for her? Absolutely not. The one thing he has never trusted in his life is women, and he will not allow himself to feel affection for one again. A knock disrupts his thoughts, and Zhou Zheng and Suya enter. They, along with Lin Fong and the previously mentioned crew, form the four most trusted aides of Chu Lichuan, having fought alongside him for years. Zhou Zheng immediately advises, do not show her any leniency just because Inning is now the young madam. Even if she hasn't asked the boss for anything, she is now wealthy and owns property, which is a considerable gain. This is a testament to her cunning nature. Her scheming runs deep. Do not be deceived. You being paranoid. According to your logic, there are no good people in this world, Lin Fong counters. People are inherently selfish. There are no true saints. Everyone is a self-serving individual, Zhou Zheng argues. He then continues. Just think about it. The moment the boss received the gold watch at Inning's supermarket, Inning sent a message about marrying him. What a coincidence. Chapter 25. A family of three, what a way to escape the entanglements of a wealthy heir and move out of the house. This is merely an excuse to get closer to the boss. It is imperative to locate the gold watch quickly. Otherwise, the confidential documents within it could fall into the wrong hands, leading to disastrous consequences. Boss, do not let the young madam's seemingly innocent exterior mislead you. When necessary, extraordinary measures must be employed. Zhou Zheng insists, be quiet, Zhou Zheng. The gold watch is not with the young madam, Lin Fong retorts angrily, engaging in a heated argument with Zhou Zheng. Just because you can't find it doesn't mean she is innocent. It's very possible she has hidden it away. How else can you explain the link to the address at Inning's supermarket? Perhaps she is being framed, Lin Fong suggests. We have investigated her background thoroughly. She is as ordinary as they come. Who would want to frame her? Zhou Zheng argues passionately, infuriating Lin Fong. You are quite eloquent. You can argue your way out of anything. In 7 days, the boss and the young madam will be divorced. And then I will prove my point. The young madam is not the type you claim she is. Do you really think she would willingly divorce the boss? Ha! I doubt it will be so easy. Zhou Zheng scoffs. All right, you two, stop bickering the moment you meet. Suya interjects at the right moment, putting an end to the argument. The young madam is indeed the boss's savior. Her life-saving grace is immeasurable. You two, as grown men, should not speak ill of a woman behind her back. Chu Lichuan, irritated by their bickering, swivels his office chair to face the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the overcast sky. Rain is on the horizon. He rises to leave, and Lin Fong catches up, asking, Boss, where are you going? Back to Yun City. At this moment, Yun City remains sunny. Inning and the students are working atop the tall tower, and they spot 3 helicopters soaring overhead. The female students are still quite excited, exclaiming, These helicopters haven't passed by us in days. Even after the helicopters fly out of sight, the girls continue to speculate about the identities of the men on board. I went to the stadium a couple of days ago. Those helicopters are super cool. There are even bodyguards in black nearby, not allowing anyone to approach. I heard they are retired military aircraft, but only someone very influential could afford to fly those. But I wonder what such a big shot does, flying to Yun City every evening and leaving in the morning. Surely, they must be on a date with a little lover. The girls burst into laughter, each one enviously declaring, if a man flew in to see me every day, I would be the happiest. Noticing Inning's silence, the girls eagerly ask, Inning, what about you? Would you like a big shot to fly in to see you every day? Inning smiles coyly. Ladies, wake up, don't dream. Oh, life must have dreams. What if they come true? One girl replies, if a big shot flew in from afar to see me every day, it would mean he truly loves me and is sincere. I would surely love him wholeheartedly and treat him well for life. Inning muses. The students begin to tease her, saying, quick, send me a red envelope to bribe me, or I'll tell brother-in-law that you're looking to find a big shot who flies in on a plane. You traitors! Inning laughs. Just then, her phone rings, displaying the number 18000. This is the first call she has received since saving this number. Once she answers, a deep, charming voice comes through. Where are you? Lungyan Temple. Why are you going there again? The Western restaurant will begin construction in a few days. I really can't sit idle. If there's money to be made, why rest? I'll come pick you up. Chu Lichuan arrives with Xin, driving the white Volkswagen that Qian gifted them. Inning descended the lofty tower, guided by a safety rope, and beheld, before an ancient, ornate pagoda, beneath the resplendent blossoms of a peach tree, stood a man clad in black, his tall and slender figure striking. A little girl in a pristine white dress exuded an aura of purity. A monk in gray robes passing by offered them a respectful bow. Chu Lichuan returned the gesture with sincerity, and Xin mimicked him eagerly. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering pink petals like confetti, painting a scene as beautiful as a dream. The ambience was imbued with Zen tranquility, and life felt serene, perhaps just so. Inning took out her phone and captured a photograph of them. In that fleeting moment, the once distant connection with Chu Lichuan seemed to draw a fraction closer. Inning approached, taking Xin's small hand in hers. A few female students strolled past, waving at Chu Lichuan and exclaiming jovially, hello, brother-in-law. They also greeted Xin, who, displaying impeccable manners, chirped back, hello, sisters. This delighted the girls, who cast envious glances at Inning, exclaiming, Sister Inning, your family of 3 is so blissful. Inning felt her cheeks flush with warmth as she smiled and lifted Xin into the car. Chu Lichuan started the engine and gently navigated down the slope of the hillside. As they passed Inning's pink electric scooter, she inquired, could you assist me in placing the scooter in the trunk? I'll drive you to work tomorrow morning. Chu Lichuan replied, I plan to come over at dawn. It's too early. I don't wish to disturb your rest. Inning preferred to resolve matters independently and never relied on others for issues she could handle. It's raining today. It will likely continue into the morning, Chu Lichuan remarked. Had it not been for the weather forecast predicting rain, he would not have come to fetch Inning. He justified his actions with the thought that if Inning were to catch a cold from the rain, it could easily be passed on to Xin. Inning glanced at the evening sky. This rain won't fall. Tomorrow will be sunny. Chu Lichuan also gazed at the sunset. You still watch the sky. Morning glow doesn't leave home. Evening glow travels 1,000 miles. Chu Lichuan, he interjected. Work doesn't require such fervent zeal. Climbing while fatigued can be perilous. I wish to complete the project ahead of schedule. What is the rush? Inning remained silent, yearning to conclude her collaboration with the despicable Zhang. Chu Lichuan perceived Inning as overly obsessed with wealth, valuing money above all else. He parked the car, disembarked, and approached the pink electric scooter, bending down to lift it effortlessly into the trunk. The action was fluid and precise, as if the scooter weighed nothing. However, the scooter was somewhat bulky, leaving the trunk ajar, which was anathema to someone with obsessive tendencies. After getting back into the car, Chu Lichuan remarked, you should go for your driving test tomorrow. I have no desire to learn. I possess a gas card you may utilize. Maintenance and insurance are all covered, he offered. Inning half-jokingly replied, if I am to drive, I wish to drive a luxury car. Will you have one ready for me? Absolutely. Chu Lichuan responded with enthusiasm, believing his wife deserved nothing less than a luxury vehicle. Inning regarded his proclamation with skepticism, pursing her lips and dismissing his bravado as she engaged Xin in conversation. Xin, a curious little one, bombarded Inning with questions. to which Inning patiently responded. Whenever Inning encountered a query she couldn't answer, Chu Lichuan, driving ahead, would interject with insights. The warm atmosphere made Chu Lichuan feel as though they were a family of three, filling his heart with warmth. Suddenly, he thought of Anren and Chu Yang. He had also driven them, but Chu Yang was often lost in his own world, disinterested in social interactions, while Anren incessantly sought to engage him. Rarely focusing on her son. In contrast, Inning resembled a devoted mother, whereas Anren seemed to view her child as merely a means to forge a closer bond with him. Upon arriving at the community's entrance, Chu Lichuan, concerned about Xinxin's health, decided to carry her up the stairs, fearing that climbing might exacerbate her condition. "Uncle, Xinxin can go upstairs by herself. I'm heavy. I don't want to tire you out," Xinxin protested. Chu Lichuan affectionately ruffled her nose. "You're not heavy. Uncle can carry you." Just as they were about to enter the building, a notification chimed on his phone. It was a WeChat message from Chu Manqi. "Brother, I'm in Yunqing. Treat me to dinner. I'm starving." Chapter 26. Wanting a child, Chu Lichuan furrowed his brows. Recently, Chu Manqi had been gathering information for Anren, and he hadn't expected her to find Yunqing so quickly. After dropping Inning and Xinxin off upstairs, he set down Xinxin and turned to descend. "Lichuan, where are you going?" Inning called after him. "I have some matters to attend to," he replied. "What matters?" Inning asked instinctively, immediately regretting the question. Given their relationship, she shouldn't pry into Chu Lichuan's private affairs. She hastily clarified, "My mother has prepared dinner. I wanted to ask if you would be joining us tonight or if I should wait for you." Chu Lichuan paused before responding. "A comrade is looking for me. I won't be back for dinner. If you drink, don't drive," she cautioned. Chu Lichuan glanced back at Inning, his gaze deep. Inning avoided his gaze, hastily retrieving her keys. "Understood," he acknowledged before turning to leave. Inning watched him depart, her gaze slowly returning to her own thoughts, pressing down on her inexplicably racing heart. Upon entering, Chao Hualian noticed only Inning and Xinxin and inquired, "Where's Lichuan?" "He has something to attend to and won't be back for dinner," Inning replied, setting down her bag and leading Xinxin to wash her hands. "He just came back and said he'd be home for dinner." "Look at this spread I prepared, all for him." Chao Hualian couldn't help but complain. "I specifically learned a kidney-nourishing recipe online, and now it's all for naught. Mom, you're making me feel awkward," Inning remarked as she finished washing her hands and took a seat at the table. "What's awkward about it? Even plants have genders. Without that, how could you exist? How could all of humanity come to be? But we can't say such things in front of Xinxin. She wouldn't understand." "Right? I don't understand," Xinxin chimed in, tilting her little face up and giggling, grasping her chopsticks to begin eating. Inning rubbed her forehead. Suddenly desiring a drink, she stood up and took the bottle of red wine that Chu Lichuan had brought back the previous day. The label was in a foreign language, which Inning couldn't decipher, but she recognized it as the same wine they had enjoyed during their last seafood meal. "Ning Ning, your mother hopes for you to have a child soon. With a child, a man's heart is secured, and your relationship can solidify," Chao Hualian remarked. "Mom, Xinxin is still young. Lichuan and I have agreed to wait before having children. Precisely because Xinxin is young, we should. You can't let Lichuan remain childless." "Can you, Mom?" Inning understood that Chao Hualian was quite fond of Chu Lichuan, but they were on the brink of divorce. Inning pondered for a moment before beginning to prepare her mother for what was to come. "Mom, Lichuan has a bit of a temper. Our communication is very smooth, and there are ideological gaps." Chao Hualian shot Inning a disapproving glance. "Is there anyone perfect in this world? Are you without flaws? How many men can accept Xinxin like Lichuan does and treat her so well? What's wrong with having a bit of a temper? Who doesn't have one? Besides, those gentle ones, who always speak softly and placate you. Haven't we encountered those too? I'll tell you, whatever type you end up with, that's what you'll have to put up with. Mom, that's outdated thinking. It's precisely this kind of mindset that made you endure so many years with my father despite his drinking and violent outbursts. Nowadays, young people's thinking is that if it's suitable, they stay together. If not, they part ways. I can earn my own living and support Xinxin. Why must I rely on a man?" Chao Hualian slammed the table. "Inning, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting you want a divorce? I'm telling you, don't start any trouble. Other than Lichuan, I want to accept any other son-in-law." All right. Inning was at a loss for words and raised her head to down a glass of red wine in one go. A knock at the door interrupted them. It was Gu Ruan, who had come to mooch a meal as she ate. She praised Chao Hualian's culinary skills, making her beam with delight. "Yin, if you want anything in the future, just tell Auntie and I'll make it for you. Auntie, you're the best." Is Hanbing not back yet? Inning poured a glass of red wine for Gu Ruoyan. He has been swamped lately, returning only in the early hours. He has many social obligations, so there is nothing that can be done. Gu Ruoyan took a sip of wine and, noticing the label on the bottle, exclaimed in surprise. Where did this wine come from? My husband brought it back, Inning replied. Inning, do you know what kind of wine this is? Romani Connie Grand Cru, worth over 100,000. Inning, be honest. Does your husband have a hidden identity? What hidden identity could he possibly have? He is just an ordinary man. Stop letting your imagination run wild. This is probably a high-quality imitation. Gu Ruoyan tilted her head, pondering, and though she found it possible, she still took a picture of the label, planning to ask Han Bing later if it was indeed an imitation. Yin Yin, have you and Han Bing set a wedding date? When do you plan to marry? Chao Hualian asked, serving Gu Ruoyan a piece of braised pork. Not yet. Han Bing's company is particularly busy lately, and he just got promoted to manager, so he has to handle everything personally and really has no time. However, we agreed that as soon as his work stabilizes, we'll hold the wedding. Chu Lichuan reserved a private room at a high-end restaurant. He found it puzzling how Chu Manqi, with her intellect, managed to locate Yunqing so quickly. After inquiring with Lin Fong, he learned it was because Lin Fong had inadvertently let it slip. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Lin Fong said, retreating cautiously from the private room. Chu Manqi soon arrived, and upon entering, she immediately complained to Chu Lichuan. My friends say I'm meddling too much and want to cut ties with me. I'm so furious I could slap today's woman. Brother, how can there be such a woman? She has a super wealthy man who loves her dearly, but chooses to live a hard life with a poor man who has no car, no house, and no betrothal gifts. I heard this man does nothing after marriage, only stays home to take care of the kids, with all expenses relying on the woman. I've heard the woman not only provided over 100,000 in dowry, but also gifted him a car. Isn't that just blatant dependency on a woman? Chu Manqi exclaimed, thumping her chest and taking a deep breath. The woman is quite foolish, proclaiming that she and her husband will be together forever, insisting that no one can separate them. It truly infuriates me. Chu Lichuan listened with a nonchalant demeanor, sipping from his cup, pondering whether they might indeed share a genuine love. Brother, weren't you also a soldier? Chu Manqi inquired. They say that man is also in the military. Could you look into his background for me? Find out his position, salary, and character? Chu Lichuan set down his cup. What is his name? Chu Manqi shook her head. I don't know the man's name, but the woman is called Chi Inning. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Manqi distinctly felt the atmosphere around them stiffen, the temperature plummeting. She stared at Chu Lichuan, noticing his handsome face taut and his gaze darkened, as if veiled by a layer of frost. Brother, what is the matter? What is your relationship with Chi Inning? Chu Lichuan's tone turned cold, laced with an investigative edge, causing Chu Manqi's heart to constrict. Although Chu Lichuan usually indulged her, she still felt intimidated by him. Lowering her voice, she is the object of pursuit for one of my friends. I am not well acquainted with her, having only met her today. What were you discussing with her? Chu Lichuan fixed his gaze on Chu Manqi, uncertain of how much she truly knew about Inning. Could it be that she was already aware of Inning's marriage to him and was deliberately hinting at it? Fear gripped Chu Manqi's heart, prompting her to confess. I merely wanted to persuade her to be with my friend. I had no idea she was genuinely married. I thought she was just trying to provoke him. Which friend? Chu Lichuan's voice became even more frigid, sending a shiver down Chu Manqi's spine. He is just a friend I met in the travel industry. Someone I often travel abroad with. Seeing Chu Lichuan's expression darken further, she hurried to explain, Brother, please don't be angry. I haven't made any questionable friendships. He is simply an ordinary friend who looks after me during our travels. Very warm-hearted and sincere, not a bad person at all. He is the heir of the Shen family in Yun City, named Shan Yiming. Chapter 27. Not just anyone. The atmosphere in the private room turned eerily silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. What did you discuss with that woman? Chu Lichuan was eager to know Inning's feelings towards Shan Yiming. Did she truly harbor such indifference? She is his wife now. He wished for her heart not to linger on another man. We didn't discuss much. I just asked her. Forget it. I recorded our conversation. I'll let you listen. Chu Manqi activated the recorder, as Chu Lichuan heard Inning assert, with conviction, that she would be with him forever. The corners of his tightly pressed lips involuntarily lifted for a moment. In an instant, he suppressed that fleeting smile. This woman clearly did not wish to divorce him. She intended to entangle him for a lifetime. Observing a slight improvement in Chu Lichuan's expression, Chu Manqi let out a sigh of relief and recounted how Inning outsmarted manager Zhang earlier that day. While one might label her foolish, She also displayed remarkable intelligence and composure in critical situations. Yet, when it came to her husband, her intellect seemed to vanish entirely. Nevertheless, she possesses a strong spirit, which I admire. She managed to infuriate that scoundrel to the point of contorting his face. Ha ha ha. If Shin Yiming weren't in the picture, I would genuinely want to be friends with her. Chu Lichuan shot a glance at Chu Manqi and asked, "Who told you that child belongs to Shin Yiming?" Shin Yiming himself claimed so. He knows? Chu Manqi found Chu Lichuan's question peculiar, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. It was his child, after all. How could he not know? This matter cannot be false. Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with displeasure yet maintaining a semblance of patience as he continued to probe. Did you not hear Shen Yiming mention why Qi Yining refuses to be with him? He said there was a misunderstanding between them, but he didn't elaborate. However, I perceive Qi Yining's attitude towards Shen Yiming is filled with loathing. Chu Lichuan ceased further inquiries, ate a few more bites, and prepared to leave, only to be halted by Chu Manqi's call. "Brother, will you help me investigate Qi Yining's husband? Stay out of others' affairs." "It's for a friend." Chu Lichuan pondered for a few seconds before replying. "You should also advise your friend. She is already married. She should let go sooner rather than later. If there is no love, then clinging on excessively will only be met with disdain." Chu Manqi nodded, rising to block Chu Lichuan's path, pressing him with questions about whether he had come to Yun City to keep a mistress. "Brother, even if you have a woman, I wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Sister Anren. Sister Anren loves you dearly. You must not betray her. I hope you return to her soon." Chu Lichuan offered vague reassurances, claiming he had work, and exited the restaurant, heading straight to his car. Chu Manqi followed but was intercepted by Lin Fong. She pressed Lin Fong for answers, but he skillfully evaded her questions. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Manqi. "Lin Fong, could my brother possibly know Qi Yining? He seems very concerned about her." How could that be possible?" Lin Fong wiped his brow discreetly. Chu Manqi tilted her head, contemplating for a moment. It indeed seemed impossible. What status did her brother have that he could possibly know Qi Yining? Fearing further questioning, Lin Fong charmed and deceived until he successfully got Chu Manqi sent to the hotel that I in the car. Chu Lichuan inquired of Lin Fong about the progress of their investigation into their relationship. Lin Fong hesitated to speak, but under Chu Lichuan's pressing, he had no choice but to report the facts. There were several versions. One claimed that Shen Yiming pursued the young lady for 7 years. Following her to the capital when she went to school, on her 18th birthday, Shen Yiming booked a large portion of a private club for her celebration. When she became inebriated, she berated him. And in a fit of rage, Shen Yiming reported her to the authorities, leading to her being taken away for half a month. The car's atmosphere turned icy, sending chills down Lin Fong's spine. "Continue," Chu Lichuan commanded, each word laced with frost. Lin Fong, shrinking his neck, spoke in almost a whisper. Another version claims that the young lady was engaged in questionable activities at the club, which Shen Yiming initially did not know. But upon discovering, he reported her out of anger. Yet another version suggested that on the young lady's birthday, Shen Yiming, frustrated at not being able to win her over, had rented the club and invited many men. Intending to, the young lady lost her virtue and subsequently reported Shen Yiming, only to be countered by him. Chu Lichuan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Lin Fong chuckled awkwardly. "These are just rumors. They shouldn't be taken seriously." Regardless of the version, the young lady is the victim. Coincidentally, her birthday falls on April 29, just 7 days prior to the day she plans to divorce the boss. April 29? Chu Lichuan's brow furrowed. 5 years ago, on April 29, was precisely when he was schemed against, finding himself entangled with Anren at the club. The sense of unease washed over him as he tugged at his shirt collar. "That manager Zhang, I find him intolerable. Investigate him." After having a couple of drinks at a bar, Chu Lichuan returned to find Yining already asleep. She lay nestled between the wardrobe and the bed. Her body turned to the side, her eyelids closed, her fair cheeks flushed, exuding an irresistible allure. Chu Lichuan chuckled softly. This woman is so fearful of what he might do that she dares not share the bed with him. He sat on the edge of the bed and gently nudged Yining. She remained unresponsive. He nudged her again. Yining stirred, turning over, her arm dangling off the edge of the bed, which must have hurt. Yet she still did not awaken. Leaning down, Chu Lichuan whispered, "Why are you sleeping so soundly?" As he drew nearer, he caught a whiff of faint alcohol on her breath. She had been drinking, bathed in the dim glow of the night light. He scrutinized the petite woman before him. Yining was quite beautiful, not in an overly seductive manner, but rather elegant and pure. exuding a cleanliness that was both innocent and enticing, the kind that captivates a man's heart. Chu Lichuan's breath hitched, his gaze clouded with desire as he lightly traced the delicate bridge of Inning's nose, his fingers trailing down to her soft, red lips. Heat surged through him, a peculiar urge overwhelming him, drawing him closer. Yet in the end, he restrained himself, lifting Inning gently and placing her on the bed. Just as he intended to rise, Inning stirred drowsily, wrapping her arms around his neck and murmuring, "You back? Go to sleep." Her voice was soft and inviting, akin to a subtle invitation. Chu Lichuan froze, his breath quickening as he looked down at the petite figure in his arms, no longer able to hold back. Leaning down to kiss her, Inning's delicate fingers pressed against his lips. "Want to kiss me again?" "No way. I want to take the blame. You always wrongfully accuse me," she pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking both adorable and exasperated. "Have I wronged you?" Chu Lichuan asked. "Yes. When? You kissed me both times, yet you claimed I was seducing you. I did not seduce you." Inning's pitiful expression elicited a chuckle from Chu Lichuan. "It was you who seduced me, and you're doing it again now." He glanced at the delicate white arm draped over his shoulder. Although Inning was intoxicated, she still possessed some awareness, realizing her inappropriate behavior and awkwardly attempting to place her arm properly, yet unsure where to position it, leaving it suspended in midair. "What's going on? How come you're above me?" "Oh right, I'm sleeping on the floor." Inning answered herself, convinced of her own logic, nodding in agreement. Chu Lichuan couldn't help but laugh, grasping her dainty chin, his voice low and tender. "How much did you drink?" "You're slurring your words." "Just a little bit, a tiny bit. I warn you. Behave yourself. No more touching me. We agreed to be just nominal spouses. I am not a frivolous person." Chapter 28. Do you want it? "I am certainly not a frivolous individual. With your gaunt physique, I have no interest at all." Chu Lichuan said half-jokingly. "Who is gaunt? I simply have a slender figure. I am not lacking in the right places. Have you not heard the saying? Clothes make one look slim, but without them, one appears curvaceous." "That's precisely me." And Ning twisted her body, eager to prove her point. Chu Lichuan sensed, albeit vaguely, that she was speaking the truth, her entire being radiating warmth as he pressed down on her shoulders. "Don't move," he commanded. "If you do, you will only tempt me further." Ning laughed. "You are the one who cannot keep it together, yet you criticize my figure." "What do you mean by cannot?" Chu Lichuan replied. Slightly puzzled, Ning sighed, cupping Chu Lichuan's face in her hands. "Mr. Chu, you are truly handsome, even more so than many women. It is a pity. I wonder if you will ever find a wife. However, those who love you will not be concerned with your physique. As long as you treat them well and temper your temper, a platonic marriage could be quite delightful." Chu Lichuan's brows furrowed as he raised his tone. "Platonic? Are you implying that I am inadequate?" Ning hurriedly shook her head. "No, that's not what I meant." She scrambled to find the right words in her mind. She did not wish to hurt Chu Lichuan's pride, but the more anxious she became, the more muddled her thoughts felt. "What I mean is, don't worry about whether you can perform. Many people love someone from the depths of their hearts, not merely carnally. You are so wonderful. You will surely find someone who truly loves you." Chu Lichuan's masculine dignity was thoroughly provoked. "Do you think I am capable or not?" he drawled, his voice a mere whisper against her ear. Ning's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed. "Capable or not?" Chu Lichuan continued to press, his inquiries relentless. Ning's lips parted slightly, her breath quickening. She stammered, I am. Yes, yes." Chu Lichuan still would not release her, teasingly asking, "Would you like to give it a try?" "No." Ning shook her head repeatedly, her voice soft, tinged with tension, resembling an invitation that was reluctant yet enticing. Chu Lichuan smirked, his lips almost brushing against hers. "For those who misunderstand me, I have always preferred to demonstrate with actions." His heated breath cascaded over Ning's cheeks, sending shivers throughout her body. She yearned to push him away, yet as he leaned in to kiss her, she forgot to resist, her mind consumed by the entangled sensations. A tumultuous blend of longing and desire. The temperature in the bedroom climbed, the air growing thin and suffocating. Just as Ning felt she might suffocate, Chu Lichuan finally released her. Breathing heavily, he pressed his forehead against hers. The sweet, youthful scent of the girl nearly drove him to the brink of losing control. At that moment, he craved her intensely. Yet, he did not wish to become the prey that was ensnared. Soberly asking Ning, "When you come to marry me, will you know who I truly am?" Ning responded with a soft huh. "Are you not Chu Lichuan?" she managed, her breath quickening. heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, her gaze hazy as it rested on the man so near. Chu Lichuan pondered whether Inning was feigning ignorance. Does the Chu family conglomerate not ring a bell? What do they do? Inning asked. Do you know which company is behind the development in your area? Chu Lichuan probed. Inning shook her head. No, I do not. You should know. It is the Chu family conglomerate, he replied. Oh, are they your relatives? Inning finally connected the dots, realizing they shared the same surname. Chu Lichuan sighed. Yes, distant relatives. Inning acknowledged. Oh, and there was no further discussion. Chu Lichuan scrutinized her for a moment and asked, Do you have nothing to say? Inning was at a loss for what Chu Lichuan wished to hear, swallowing hard, her throat dry. I cannot breathe. Chu Lichuan adjusted his position, loosening his hold on her slightly. I could request assistance from my relatives to allocate 2 additional apartments for your family during the redevelopment. Chu Lichuan had previously asked the CEO of Hongyue to grant Inning's family 2 additional 200-square-meter apartments. Inning presumed it was the doing of Shen Yiming, and she and Chao Hualian had resolutely opposed signing, even returning the contract. Still no. I do not wish to trouble you. We are married now. Why do you continue to treat me so formally? Chu Lichuan's irritation began to surface. It is not that I am treating you formally. Even if we were truly married, I would not allow you to seek help from relatives. Such matters can create difficulties, whether or not family members assist, and they may look down on you, perceiving you as a burden. Inning did not want Chu Lichuan to be regarded with disdain. Chu Lichuan was at a loss for words, running his fingers through Inning's hair, playfully tousling it. He suddenly felt the urge to kiss her again. Inning harbored the same desire. His cool, slender lips were incredibly enticing. However, she resisted, her small hands clutching the blanket tightly. Chu Lichuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he leaned closer to Inning's flushed ear, his voice husky. Do you want it? Inning's entire being tensed, her lips parting slightly. Do you want it? Chu Lichuan continued to draw near, his lips grazing her soft ear. Inning's body grew even tenser, her voice trembling. No. We are about to divorce. We are still married, Chu Lichuan countered, gripping Inning's delicate wrist, securing it above her head. Inning shook her head. It cannot be. Chu Lichuan did not wish to pressure her and ultimately restrained himself. He rolled onto his side, wrapping his arms around Inning. Just as she prepared to push him away, a commanding voice from above interjected, Do not move. Just let me hold you. Inning stilled, inhaling his unique scent, her heart swelling with warmth. Let us sleep, Chu Lichuan murmured, suppressing the fire within him as he closed his eyes. Though Inning felt nearly suffocated by his embrace, she remained silent and still. She hesitated to push him away, knowing that after their divorce, she would never again have the chance to hold Chu Lichuan. Contemplating, she slowly raised her hand and gently rested it on the narrow expanse of his waist. Just as she believed Chu Lichuan had drifted off to sleep, he quietly asked, Back then, you must have been very frightened, right? What? Inning did not comprehend. It is nothing, Chu Lichuan replied. He could discern that Inning harbored deep resentment towards the events of 5 years past, which had compelled her to sever ties with Shen Yiming. That incident must have left an indelible shadow upon her heart. At just 18, she had lost her innocence, been captured, became pregnant, and was expelled from school. It must have been agonizing, exceedingly difficult to endure. Chu Lichuan tightened his embrace around Inning. He longed to help her exact revenge on Shen Yiming. Yet, since Shen Yiming was ultimately Xian's biological father, he did not wish for Xian to harbor resentment towards him in the future. That night, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms, enjoying an unusually restful slumber. As dawn broke, Inning felt both shy and awkward, daring not to look at Chu Lichuan, hastily straightening her disheveled nightgown before fleeing the bedroom. Chu Lichuan watched the girl's flustered form, a low chuckle escaping his chest. As he laughed, he gradually reined in the smile on his handsome face, questioning himself, What am I laughing about? Inning's original plan was to rise at dawn and head to Lungyan Temple for work. But she awoke late, hurriedly consuming breakfast before preparing to leave. Chu Lichuan emerged from the bedroom. I will drive you, no need. You should rest a bit longer. I will leave first. Inning recalled the deep kiss from the previous night. Unable to meet Chu Lichuan's gaze, her cheeks aflame as she lowered her head to grab her bag and head for the door. Just as she pushed it open, she saw Hiyu standing outside. Poised to knock, behind Hiyu stood a middle-aged man in a suit. Inning was about to close the door when Hiyu smiled and stopped her. Inning, your sister-in-law climbed 7 floors while pregnant, and you do not even invite her in for a seat. Chapter 29. Why are you so kind? Inning stepped aside, allowing Hiyu, who was supporting her heavy belly, to waddle inside. He was unusually affable today, greeting Chu Lichuan as soon as she entered and inquiring after his well-being. Chu Lichuan, uninterested, only responded with a couple of half-hearted mms. He remained undeterred, exclaiming that Ning had married a wonderful husband. Noting Chu Lichuan's impressive demeanor and assuring him that he was no ordinary man, Ning was perplexed, uncertain of He's intentions. It wasn't until He produced a contract from the middle-aged man's hands that Ning realized he was the manager of Hongyu Real Estate. There to have Chao Hualian sign a contract for the donated apartments, Ning. So the 2 additional large apartments we are getting were arranged by Lichuan through his relatives, not Shin Xiaoya. No wonder Qian bought a car for Chu Lichuan without making a fuss. It was all for the sake of the apartments. Lichuan, why did you not mention earlier that you had such influential relatives? You should have utilized those connections sooner. In this society, with connections, one can thrive anywhere, He declared, placing the contract on the table. She and Qian had already signed, waiting only for Chao Hualian's signature. Originally, He's name was not on the property deed, but when she married Qian, the He family insisted that her name be included. To avoid straining relations between the 2 families, Chao Hualian reluctantly agreed to add He's name. Holding the pen, she glanced at Ning, uncertain whether the house was something Ning had requested from Chu Lichuan. She worried that the couple might develop a rift over the property. Seeing Chao Hualian hesitate, Chu Lichuan interjected, "Mom, just sign it." Chao Hualian looked at Chu Lichuan, seeing no trace of displeasure on his face, and feeling reassured. She was about to sign when Ning called her to the room. Ning did not wish to owe Chu Lichuan too much in this marriage. He had already done more than enough for her. However, Chao Hualian had her own plans. "Silly child, the more he gives for you, the more he will cherish you. A 50 yuan bag and a 5,000 yuan bag. Which one will you be more reluctant to part with? If you keep refusing what he offers, will he continue to invest in you over time?" Ning found herself at a loss to explain things to Chao Hualian. In just 6 days, they would be divorced. You and Lichuan currently have no home, and one of the apartments must surely be allocated to you. In the future, treat Lichuan with a bit more kindness and live your life well. Wouldn't that suffice? Chao Hualian playfully poked Ning's head. Ultimately, Chao Hualian signed the papers. He was so elated that she could hardly contain her joy. Circling around Chu Lichuan and nearly singing his praises to the heavens, Ning noticed the subtle gestures between He and Chu Lichuan. She was either playing with her hair or adjusting her extremely low neckline. "Sister-in-law, I have to go to work, but it's on the way. Let me give you a ride back." Ning interrupted He, positioning herself in front of Chu Lichuan. He pouted in annoyance and was about to leave when she caught sight of the luxurious supplements piled up in the kitchen. She immediately walked over to pick them up. "Ning, these wouldn't be the gifts you and Lichuan bought for your sister-in-law, would they?" You are too generous. Your brother gifting you a car is merely what a brother should do." "I'm sorry, sister-in-law, but these are the supplements that Lichuan bought for Mom." Ning stepped forward to take the gift box, but He sidestepped, refusing to relinquish it. "Mom is healthy and doesn't need them. I am pregnant and in need of nourishment. It's not easy to consume high-calorie supplements while pregnant," Ning replied. "Then I'll just keep them for after the baby is born." He stubbornly insisted on holding on to the supplements. After spending so much on a car for them, she intended to recoup something. He clutched the supplements and headed outside. Ning attempted to retrieve them, but was intercepted by Chu Lichuan, who whispered for her to let it go. He was currently only wishing for He to leave quickly. It was disgusting to see her flaunting herself in front of him while pregnant. "That is a gift from your friend? How can she just take it?" Ning still planned to return these supplements to Chu Lichuan after the divorce. She had looked them up online. They were premium products worth tens of thousands. Chu Lichuan, aware that Ning was defending him, softened his tone, saying, "It's just a few supplements. Didn't you say there's no need to engage in pointless disputes with those who don't matter?" He intentionally raised his voice for the last part so that He could hear. However, He, with her thick skin, remained unbothered and asked Ning if she was leaving. "It's too heavy. I can't carry it." Ning placed her bag on the table and sulked into a chair, suddenly not wanting to go to work anymore. "You go back by yourself? Then I'll take my leave." He pushed the door open, deliberately slamming it loudly. Chao Hualian was so furious she gritted her teeth, thinking about how she would deal with He once she gave birth. Ning took a moment to calm herself before heading off to work. Chu Lichuan grabbed the car keys and accompanied her downstairs. Xin waved her little hand behind them, saying, "Uncle, Mommy, goodbye. Come back early, okay?" Xin will be waiting at home. Chu Lichuan and Xin waved back, unable to resist ruffling her little head. Ning wanted to ride her electric bike to work, but after much insistence from Chu Lichuan, she reluctantly got into the car. "Still angry?" Chu Lichuan asked as he gripped the steering wheel, glancing at Inning in the passenger seat. If she were taking something of mine, I wouldn't say anything. Inning was genuinely upset. Disliking he was one thing, but she was also concerned that Chu Lichuan might feel uncomfortable because of it. I am not that petty. Besides, we are husband and wife now. What's mine is yours, right? The seemingly casual remark from Chu Lichuan sent a shiver through Inning's heart. She looked at him, but he was focused on the road ahead. But we are getting a divorce, aren't we? Inning lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. She didn't realize the profound sense of reluctance in her words. Haven't we not divorced yet? Chu Lichuan replied. Inning's heart trembled again. Why are you always fixated on our impending divorce? Why are you so eager to separate? This displeased Chu Lichuan, yet he was unsure why it bothered him. Inning bit her lip, gazing at Chu Lichuan with eyes full of warmth. Lichuan, thank you. Thank me for what? Chu Lichuan turned his head to glance at Inning. Thank you for going to your relatives for my family's matters. In truth, you didn't need to be so kind to me. Inning felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She didn't deserve such kindness from Chu Lichuan. She hadn't done anything for him. Just a phone call, Chu Lichuan remarked casually. Besides, we are married now. I will give you everything you deserve. Lichuan. Why are you so good to me? Chu Lichuan chuckled, asking, where am I good? Everywhere. You are generous and understanding. Kind-hearted, with a sense of justice, and also very. Inning blushed and lowered her head, too shy to voice the remainder of her thoughts. He is so handsome, the kind of man that any woman would find irresistible. Inning had never imagined that one day she would marry such a strikingly handsome man. Though their marriage was brief, it was the only vibrant light in her otherwise dull existence. Chu Lichuan let out a laugh, saying, I'm only good in your eyes. How could that be? You are clearly wonderful. It's just that they don't understand you. They only see your bad temper. Inning stated. Chu Lichuan didn't wish to explain. So many people cursed him behind his back, calling him bloodthirsty and merciless, wishing him ill. Only Inning saw him as a good person. Chu Lichuan drove into a high-end community. The landscaping in the area was meticulously designed, with fountains, flowing water, blossoming peach trees, and lush greenery. Chu Lichuan led Inning to the 5th floor, entered a passcode, and the doors swung open. Inning gazed at the opulently decorated house and asked in confusion, where is this? Your home, Chu Lichuan replied. Why home? Chu Lichuan guided the bewildered Inning through the bedrooms and study of the house, asking if she was satisfied, and of course, she was satisfied. The house had excellent lighting. Standing by the window, she could see the garden below, the pond, the fountain, the rockery, the small bridge, the lotus flowers, and the willows swaying in the breeze. A truly picturesque view. The decor matched Inning's taste. Luxurious, grand, and with a sense of sophistication. Xinxin's bedroom was a pink princess room, while her own room was in her favored light blue style. The study had been transformed into an art studio, adorned with famous paintings and equipped with easels and various art supplies. It was evident that Chu Lichuan had put a great deal of thought into this. This was the house of Inning's dreams, complete with a private art studio and a separate bedroom. But where did this house come from? Inning asked nervously. She was frightened that Chu Lichuan had done something bad in order to afford this gift for her. Chu Lichuan placed a property certificate in Inning's hands, reassuring her, don't worry, it's through legitimate channels. Inning opened the property certificate, and her name boldly appeared on it, heightening her unease. She didn't have the means to purchase such a large house. And Chu Lichuan didn't seem like someone who could afford it either. Even if he could, why would the property certificate bear her name? Where did it come from? Inning pressed urgently. Chu Lichuan rubbed his prominent nose and fabricated an excuse, saying it was a reward from the military for injuries sustained during a mission year's ago. Oh, that's how it is. Inning sighed in relief, returning the property certificate to Chu Lichuan. I cannot accept your house. I don't live in Yunqing regularly, so leaving it vacant serves no purpose. The environment here is good, and the windows are fitted with safety bars, ensuring that Xinxin can safely play alone at home. The community has an underground parking garage, and since there are no cars in the courtyard, the child can play outside without worry. Chu Lichuan continued to insist, shoving the property certificate back into Inning's hands. Considering that Inning was often busy with work and couldn't be with Xinxin all the time, he had taken all these factors into account. Nearby, there were kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, shopping malls, and supermarkets. Just outside the community were breakfast shops, pharmacies, hair salons, after-school classes, and bookstores. Everything necessary for life was readily available. Chu Lichuan handed Inning a membership card, saying there was a therapy center downstairs with a pleasant environment. Since you have neck issues, you can go for massages. This is the membership card for that place. Inning's eyes turned red, overwhelmed by his kindness. How could you be so good to me? Chu Lichuan had considered every detail. A man so thoughtful and meticulous would surely make any woman who married him very happy. Inning's heart ached, and her gaze toward Chu Lichuan grew increasingly affectionate and reluctant. Seeing her about to cry, Chu Lichuan chuckled, saying, "Is this how well I treat you? You are too easily satisfied." What he had bought for Inning would hardly equate to a single piece of jewelry for Anren. Nevertheless, Anren still felt that he treated her poorly, often complaining to the Chu family about her struggles in giving birth to Yang Yang, feeling unappreciated and neglected. "Inning, I approached you with a purpose. My intentions were not entirely pure. And I held biases against you. Giving you these is also a way to acknowledge the hardships you've faced raising a child alone and as a form of compensation after our divorce." Inning shook her head, saying, "You only harbor biases against me because you believe I stole your things. I do not blame you. Once your belongings are found, you will realize my innocence. You have never harmed me. You have done so much for me. You need not feel sorry for that. You marrying me freed me from Shan Yiming, allowing me to move out of my family home. You have already repaid your life-saving grace. When we got married, I made it clear that I wouldn't take a penny of your wealth." Inning returned the property certificate to Chu Lichuan. "I haven't done anything for you." Chu Lichuan pushed the property certificate back to her. He felt that these gestures were merely trivial matters, yet for Inning, they held immense significance. "Lichuan, I know you mean well, but I truly cannot accept your house." Inning returned the property certificate to Chu Lichuan, saying that even if he didn't live there, selling the house would provide him with more financial ease in the future, especially if he were to remarry. "Once given, it is yours." Chu Lichuan once again returned the property certificate. "This house, acquired at the cost of your life, I cannot accept." Inning pushed the property certificate back. "I am capable of earning my own living and taking good care of Xin. I do not require your pity. My life is flourishing, and I am quite content. I do not feel burdened at all. I live a very happy existence." Inning smiled brightly, appearing thoroughly satisfied with her circumstances. Chu Lichuan, somewhat helpless, softened his gaze and said, "You need not pretend to be strong in front of me." Those words nearly broke Inning's defenses. She struggled to maintain her smile as her eyes turned slightly red. "How could I be pretending to be strong?" Chu Lichuan grasped Inning's hand, preventing her from pushing the property certificate away again. "The geographical location here is excellent, and it is a high-end community. Should you remarry in the future, having this house would certainly make it easier to find a husband." Chu Lichuan spoke those words with difficulty. He did not wish for Inning to fall in love with another man. Yet he had to confront reality. Inning was still young. It was unlikely that she would remain single for a lifetime. Moreover, Inning was beautiful, capable of earning a living, and adept at managing life, with a daughter in tow. It would not be too difficult for her to find a partner. But if you do seek another husband, be sure to choose wisely. If possible, let me meet him, and I will help you discern." Chu Lichuan said. Inning could no longer bear to listen. The tears she had been holding back suddenly fell. "Please, do not say that." Inning wiped her tears and choked out, "I will not remarry." In her heart. One person had already taken residence. How could she possibly remarry? In one's lifetime, how often can genuine feelings be stirred? Inning now understood clearly. She had already fallen in love with Chu Lichuan. Very well. I shall remain silent. Seeing Inning cry caused a pang in Chu Lichuan's heart. "Just accept the house. Have you not always desired a home of your own?" "How do you know?" Inning asked, puzzled. Chu Lichuan. He could not reveal that one sleepless night, he had secretly peeked at Inning's diary. However, he had not delved deeply, merely flipping through a few pages, which fortuitously contained her hopes for a home. One that belonged solely to her. Not too large, not too extravagant, but entirely her own. Inning still returned the property certificate to Chu Lichuan. "Lichuan, truly, thank you, but I cannot accept the house. Why are you being so stubborn?" Chu Lichuan was displeased. "It was merely a house. I can afford it. Whether you can afford it or not, I cannot accept your things. I do not wish to owe you too much." Inning bit her lip, tears falling uncontrollably. "I cannot repay you. I would feel guilty towards you. I have already made you a second husband. I feel terribly guilty as it is." Inning's tears melted Chu Lichuan's heart in an instant. He pulled her into his embrace tightly, thinking, "If you feel guilty, then let us pledge ourselves to one another." The instinctive words left both Chu Lichuan and Inning momentarily stunned. "Pledge ourselves?" Inning raised her tearful eyes, gazing deeply at Chu Lichuan. "What, are you unwilling?" Chu Lichuan drawled, tilting up Inning's chin, gazing at her soft, plump lips, and leaned down to kiss her. This kiss was profound and lingering. Chu Lichuan lifted Inning, striding towards the bedroom. Chapter 31. The Lack of Water and Fate. Chu Lichuan and Inning fell onto the large bed in the final moments. Inning gasped, repeatedly murmuring, "No, no, no." She incessantly repeated those 3 words, her eyes filled with intense panic. Chu Lichuan's movements froze, his voice hoarse. "Inning, what is wrong?" Inning did not respond, still whispering no. Chu Lichuan, with a pained expression, lay back on the bed. "I apologize. It was my loss of control." Inning covered herself with the blanket, her fingers tightly clenched beneath it. Chu Lichuan closed his eyes, trying to quell the fire within, but visions of Inning's alluring body flooded his mind. She wore blue underneath. Inning's fair skin made the blue appear even more radiant. As if it were glowing, Chu Lichuan recalled that most of Inning's clothing was blued. "Do you like blue?" Chu Lichuan asked. Recently, at an auction, he had purchased a sapphire that should complement Inning beautifully. "Blue represents water. My life lacks water," Inning replied. Chu Lichuan shot her a sidelong glance. "You still believe in such things?" "I believe in anything related to making money." "Chu Lichuan, why are you so materialistic?" "I want to provide a better life for Xin. Inning stated, "I believe I can become wealthy and strong, allowing Xin to live a good life." "You truly love Xin. Of course, she is my daughter. I will give her everything." Inning felt both love and guilt towards Xin. Had she not taken her own life back then, perhaps Xin would not have been born prematurely, would not have had deficiencies, and would not have heart defects. "Is that not vanity?" Chu Lichuan's tone carried a hint of mockery, which angered Inning. "You do not have children. You cannot comprehend this feeling. Once you have children, you will understand the lengths parents go to for their children. A sentiment not to be tarnished. I earn my living through hard work, without theft or deceit. You have no right to judge." Chu Lichuan opened his mouth, wanting to say that he also had children. However, Yang was born into privilege, possessing everything that many ordinary people could not hope to attain in a lifetime. "That was not my intention." He merely had not completely shed his biases towards Inning, and unconsciously spoke those hurtful words. "Have you watched Meteor Garden?" Inning inquired. "I have not seen it, but I know of it." Chu Man was utterly enamored with Meteor Garden. During that time, she was infatuated, even claiming she wanted to be Shan Kai, adored by a group of handsome men, with posters of those men plastered all over her room. "Do you want to be the female lead?" "It's merely an idle drama. You girls just enjoy daydreaming. It is better to be grounded in reality. The fairy tale of Cinderella marrying into wealth only occurs in television dramas. No. I want to be like Dao Mingxi's mother. I aspire to be a powerful woman like her." "Who?" Chu Lichuan was taken aback by Inning's perspective. "She once said something that resonated deeply with me. She mentioned that she had done all sorts of hard, menial jobs for a living, selling goods at street markets, working night markets. She never let a single penny slip. I want to be like her." Chu Lichuan laughed. "I have already told you, that is a television drama. Do you think making money is that easy? I admire her approach to earning money. As long as I am willing to work hard, life will surely improve, allowing those who look down on me to see that I am living better than they are." Chu Lichuan observed the determined light in Inning's eyes, as if she were radiating. Inning, what kind of person are you? You seem quite inspirational." Inning shrugged. "I am just an ordinary person." Chu Lichuan paused for a moment and said, "I am a water element." "What?" Inning turned her head to look at Chu Lichuan, and in that moment their eyes met, both unable to suppress their laughter. Yes, they laughed. Inning playfully pushed Chu Lichuan's face away, warning him not to peek and to get dressed. Earning money cannot be delayed. She was preparing to go to work. Once Inning finished dressing, Chu Lichuan propped his head on one hand, lying on the bed, and asked Inning when she planned to move in. Inning adjusted her outerwear, gazing at the house. "I know this community. It is one of the most prestigious in Yun City, with nearby schools that are also elite institutions. Many people strive to purchase homes in this area for the school district but cannot succeed. The environment is indeed good, with excellent security and a bustling vicinity, but the property fees here are exorbitant. And tuition is also expensive. The house is quite large, around 200 square meters, which makes cleaning quite laborious. While the environment is lovely, it is not suitable for me." Inning could not accept Chu Lichuan's house, especially after he had made that remark which deeply hurt her pride. Even if Chu Lichuan meant no malice, she would not accept it. This woman? Chu Lichuan was somewhat vexed. "The property fees here are completely waived. And the tuition is also exempt. If you find cleaning time consuming, hire a maid who can also help with picking up and caring for Xin. Surely that would be acceptable?" "I have no money. I will hire one for you." "Thank you, but I do not need it." Besides, how could such a community possibly waive property fees? And it is even less likely for a private school to exempt tuition. I have earned this benefit through my contributions. I cannot exploit your privileges. Enough talk. I must go to work now. After Inning finished speaking, she picked up her bag and headed out, not even glancing back when Chu Lichuan offered to accompany her. Chu Lichuan, frustrated, paced back and forth in the bedroom. He had never encountered such a stubborn woman, rejecting a gift freely given. Though he was angry, he still made a phone call, instructing Lin Fong to arrange a card for unlimited payment of the property fees for this house, and to secure a card for the nearby school as well, ensuring the tuition was prepaid. He also instructed Lin Fong to find a caretaker experienced with children, emphasizing that she must possess good character, be efficient, and be caring. After completing all of this, Chu Lichuan dressed and left, returning to the capital. Upon arriving at Lingyan Temple, Inning felt restless. Although Chu Lichuan's words were hard to bear, everything he had done for her stirred her heart. She called Gu Ruoyan, the love expert, to meet at a CAF. She wished to consult Gu Ruoyan about what exactly Chu Lichuan meant, and in, the name I gave you is not in vain. Such a wonderful husband, and you do not seize the opportunity to cook the rice before it matures, adhering to some spirit of contract. Has your mind gone awry? His intentions are so obvious. He desires to pursue you. He has developed feelings for you. Who, upon facing divorce, does not strive to gather possessions for themselves? Yet, he goes to great lengths to present you with gifts, revealing that he does not truly wish to part ways with you, but rather is constrained by the pride of manhood, unable to articulate his feelings. He constantly considers your needs and those of Xian. Such a thoughtful and considerate man. Why not seize the opportunity to solidify your relationship and evolve it into a genuine marriage? What are you contemplating? When he urges you to pledge yourself to him, he is speaking from the heart, not jesting. I am unworthy of him. Ning clutched her cup of milk tea, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the logo on its surface. In love, there is no concept of worthiness, only the matter of affection. Did you not find yourself in a similar situation, becoming pregnant before marriage? Such narratives abound in novels and dramas, in today's society. How many single mothers are there who truly ends up alone, living a life of solitude? A man who loves you will not concern himself with such trivialities. It is only your own self-doubt that holds you back. Trust me, adorn yourself beautifully this evening, enjoy a glass of red wine, don a sensual nightgown, and ensure your husband is satisfied first. Love must be expressed through actions, not merely spoken or contemplated. Gu Ruoyan's words made Ending blush. I still need to think about it. What more is there to consider? If you hesitate any longer, the cooked duck will take flight. Come, I shall take you to buy a nightgown. Gu Ruoyan led Ending to the mall, where she purchased a black lace-trimmed nightdress. That evening, after much deliberation, Ending donned the nightgown. Under Gu Ruoyan's urging, she spritzed the room with rose-scented perfume, turned on a soft yellow nightlight, and lay in bed, flipping through a book while waiting for Chu Lichuan's return. Chapter 32. Wear it for me tonight. Ending waited until midnight, but Chu Lichuan had yet to return. She called him, and after a prolonged ring, a woman answered. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Why aren't you speaking? Ending abruptly hung up. At this hour. Why was a woman answering Chu Lichuan's phone? And why did her voice sound so familiar? Ending, filled with anger, tossed her phone aside. Chu Lichuan, out all night, apparently seeking companionship elsewhere, and Rand glanced at the contact name in Chu Lichuan's phone. Money lover? Chu Lichuan was known for his cold demeanor and rarely used such casual nicknames. And Rand felt a strong premonition that this money lover was indeed a woman. Had Chu Lichuan truly found someone else? Who could it be? And Rand sat on the sofa downstairs, glancing up at the second floor. Chu Lichuan was in Chu Yang's room, soothing him to sleep. Chu Yang had an erratic sleep schedule and was typically still playing at this hour. No amount of coaxing would persuade him to sleep early. And Rand had used this as an excuse to call Chu Lichuan back. Only then would Chu Yang comply and return to his room. Meanwhile, his phone lay forgotten on the coffee table. After calming Chu Yang, Chu Lichuan descended the stairs and found Rand holding his phone, his expression darkening instantly. He detested others touching his belongings without permission, and Rand realized this and quickly placed the phone back on the table. Apologizing, Lichuan, you had a call earlier. I thought it was the company needing you, so I answered, but the caller didn't speak. Rand observed Chu Lichuan's expression and continued slowly. It was someone named Money Lover. The depths of Chu Lichuan's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible change. He picked up his phone and stepped outside, and Rand followed, pleading, Lichuan, it's late. Why not stay over tonight? Chu Lichuan continued walking. Not glancing back, Lichuan, can't you just stay for breakfast with Yang? I can come by tomorrow morning. Chu Lichuan replied indifferently, Lichuan, it's late and raining. Driving back is dangerous. Chu Lichuan opened the car door and got in. And Ran, wearing thin clothing, stood in the drizzle, shivering as she gazed into the car at Chu Lichuan, her eyes a mix of hope and sorrow. Lichuan, do you truly dislike me that much? Is your aversion so strong that you want to even stay a little longer with Yang? Tears silently streamed down in Ran's face, her expression one of poignant vulnerability. Finally, Chu Lichuan looked at her, his gaze as frigid as a winter-esque lake, devoid of warmth. And Ran, I have stated before, I can give you anything you desire except one thing. Do not entangle yourself with me or harbor any fantasies. If you can maintain a suitable distance, both the family and everything you currently possess can endure. However, should you choose to disrupt this balance, do not blame me for being heartless. From now on, do not touch my phone again. After saying this, Chu Lichuan started the engine. An Ran stood in the rain, watching the taillights of the car fade into the distance, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Lichuan, it's been 5 years. Why can't you simply like me? An Ran wiped her tears and turned to call Chu Manki. Manki, how is your investigation going? Today a woman called Lichuan, and when she realized it was me who answered, she hung up immediately. I have a feeling she is someone close to Lichuan and knows me. She is deliberately trying to insert herself between Lichuan and me. Manki hesitated for a moment before firmly stating, Sister An Ran, rest assured, I have been keeping tabs on my brother. I can guarantee that there is no woman around him. On his way home, Chu Lichuan made 3 consecutive calls to Ning, but she did not answer. That night, he did not return to Yun City, having promised Yang that he would accompany him for breakfast the following morning. Ning, too, did not return Chu Lichuan's calls. She pondered throughout the night, what was the relationship between that woman and Chu Lichuan? Was it possible that he sought fulfillment outside their marriage? But why did that woman's voice sound so familiar? Did she know her? The following evening, Chu Lichuan finally returned. When he attempted to speak with Ning, she ignored him, placing a large pillow between them as a barrier while sleeping. Chu Lichuan chose not to engage with Ning further. The next morning, as Ning lay flat in bed, she turned to Chu Lichuan beside her and asked, Do you have a woman outside? No, Chu Lichuan replied flatly, without a hint of hesitation. I apologize. Even if you do, I should not interfere. We agreed to keep our personal lives separate. I won't call you late at night anymore. It's just that you usually come home to stay, and your sudden absence worried me. Chu Lichuan could see through Ning's nonchalant demeanor. She was clearly eager to know who the woman on the phone was. However, he could not explain his relationship with An Ran. I have principles. I will not cheat during marriage. If I don't return to stay, I will inform you. We are still married, and I have an obligation to keep you updated on my whereabouts. This is my oversight. And Ning was taken aback by Chu Lichuan's sense of responsibility. Although, in the context of their impending divorce, keeping each other informed seemed somewhat unnecessary, she did not refuse. As she gazed at the handsome profile of the man beside her, her heart ached subtly. In just 3 days, they would be divorced, and no longer would she awaken to such a beautiful face. Quietly, Ning got up and took out the clothes she intended to wear that day. Chu Lichuan also rose from bed, reaching for his suit in the wardrobe, inadvertently noticing the black lace-trimmed nightgown. It was a form-fitting, sensual piece, faintly scented with roses. Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, on the way to drop Ning off at work. Chu Lichuan turned to her and asked, Did you buy that nightgown for me? Why haven't you worn it for me? Ning's face flushed. Who said it was for you? I don't want to wear it for you. Anxious that Chu Lichuan might see her flushed cheeks, she quickly turned her gaze to the window. Chu Lichuan chuckled softly, his voice low and smooth. Then tonight, wear it for me. Ning covered her heated face. I want tea. Yet, a sweet sensation surged within her, coursing through her veins. That evening, Ning returned home early from work. She indulged in a fragrant hot bath, applied a light nude makeup, painted her lips, and lit some scented candles in her room. She turned off the main lights, leaving only a small nightlight on, changed into the nightgown, and waited quietly for Chu Lichuan to return. However, by 10:30 that night, all she received was a phone call from him. I have matters to attend to and won't be able to return. Oh, Ning did not pry into his affairs but simply said, The weather has been unpredictable lately. Remember to dress appropriately and eat on time. You too, Chu Lichuan replied before hanging up. He left the study and went downstairs, where An Ran and Chu Yang were preparing their luggage. Chu Yang sat on the sofa, swinging his legs, looking rather lethargic. Daddy, I suddenly don't want to go. An Ran subtly tugged at Chu Yang, smiling at Chu Lichuan. Lichuan, children often change their minds. tomorrow morning. He might very well want to go. They had already purchased tickets and booked a hotel abroad. Yang, Haven T, you always wanted to visit the biggest Disneyland with your daddy? And Rand smiled radiantly at Chu Yang, who sighed in response. All right, I'll listen to mommy. Lichuan, let us go to Anne. Rand smiled sweetly, her heart calculating fervently. With their family of 3 going abroad, the woman outside would undoubtedly cause a scene. Chu Lichuan despised such drama. He would surely lose interest in her. He lifted Chu Yang into the car. He couldn't help but think of Exine. She had never been to Disneyland and should have the chance to go. Chapter 33. Let us see who dares to use you. Ning removed the black nightgown, placing it in a bag and tossing it deep into the wardrobe. She took merely 10 minutes to compose herself. Reverting to the singularly focused and diligent Ning, wholly devoted to the pursuit of financial gain. As dawn broke, Ning rose from her slumber. Chao Hualian and Xin were still in bed. After a brief breakfast, Ning left a note on the dining table. Xin, please listen to your grandmother at home. Mama loves you. Xin had been recuperating at home and had not attended school in a couple of days. After a follow-up examination at the hospital confirmed her health, she would return to campus in the early morning at Lungyan Temple. The sound of the bell resonated, and the chants of monks filled the air. Ning climbed the tall tower, where no workers had yet arrived, leaving her alone atop the lofty structure. She gazed at the sun rising in the east, inhaling the crisp mountain air deeply, and clenched her fist. Whispering to herself, Ning, it's a new day. Persevere. She resolved not to let Chu Lichuan disturb her peace of mind. All those distracting thoughts would be cast aside. She would restore her indomitable self. Ning had planned to paint 2 layers of the tower today, leaving the remaining 4 for her students to complete. She could then confidently head to the Western restaurant to begin her work. As the students arrived, they quietly discussed the recent troubles of General Zhang, whose wife had discovered he was keeping a mistress, leading to his hospitalization. Others mentioned reports of embezzlement and misappropriation of funds, with higher authorities now investigating. The students voiced their concerns about whether these issues would affect their salary payments. Fear not, I will negotiate directly with the temple. Ning reassured them, donning her headphones and immersing herself in her work, oblivious to calls from below. Not far away, Li Xiang hurled a paper ball at her. Ning removed her headphones and glanced down, only to find Xin Yiming and Chu Maki below. Ning, come down. I need to talk to you. Xin Yiming had been shouting for some time, his voice hoarse. Ning ignored him, putting her headphones back on to continue her work. Frustrated, Xin Yiming kicked the scaffolding and even fetched an axe, threatening to chop the wooden structure. The students on the tower screamed in alarm, pleading with Ning to descend and intervene. Suppressing her anger, Ning descended using the safety rope. Xin Yiming, are you out of your mind? He tossed aside the axe, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, hands in his pockets. Yes, I'm crazy. I just got out of the hospital. After all those days, you didn't even come to see me. Ning, you are utterly heartless. Your hospitalization due to drinking has nothing to do with me. Why should I visit you? Ning retorted sharply, her tone inciting a visible change in Xin Yiming's expression. We have no relationship. We have a child together. How can you say that? Ning, I will not allow you to find a stepfather for our daughter. Divorce quickly, and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, Xin Yiming smirked maliciously, threatening, don't think you can work in peace. Wherever you go, I will create chaos. Let us see who will still dare to employ you. Go ahead, try it, Ning retorted fiercely, brandishing a wooden stick as she glared at him. Your family holds power. Surely you wouldn't want to lose it. I have nothing to lose. Dragging you down with me is my gain. With that, she swung the stick at Xin Yiming. Chu Maki shrieked in fright. Xin Yiming hurriedly dodged, pointing at Ning and exclaiming, Ning, do you dare strike me? Do you believe I can make your life in Yun City unbearable? Fine. If I can't survive in Yun City, I will find another place. Oh, you think your Xin family can control everything? Ning stood her ground, angering Xin Yiming further, causing him to breathe heavily. Chu Maki tugged at Xin Yiming. Yiming, weren't you here to negotiate? This commotion will only worsen your relationship. Finally softening his tone, Xin Yiming said, Ning, if you are with me, I can give you everything you desire. You won't have to toil anymore or worry about money. I can provide you with a life of luxury. Why won't you agree? What is appealing about marrying a poor soldier? Ning scoffed. My husband is quite capable. Are you not afraid he will come after you? Afraid of a soldier? Ning was taken aback by Xin Yiming's brazen persistence, having thought that marriage would deter him from pursuing her. You truly have no limits? She took deliberate steps toward him, wielding the stick. Shun Yiming's lips twitched as he stepped back, raking his fingers through his messy hair in frustration. Can't you consider our child? We could provide a complete family for her. Isn't that better? Shin Yiming, let me make this abundantly clear. Xin is not your daughter. Wake up and stop bothering me. Inning tossed the stick aside, ignoring him as she secured her safety rope, preparing to return to her work. Chi Inning, you wait for me. I will not let this go. Shin Yiming shouted in anger, storming off to his car. The blue sports car roaring to life as he sped away. Chu Meiki followed a few steps, glancing back at Inning, who resumed her work atop the tower. Chu Meiki did not leave but remained in the car, waiting for Inning to come down for lunch. When Inning finally descended, Meiki approached her. Chi Inning, why do you dislike Yiming so much? Inning ignored Meiki, grabbing a lunchbox and finding a shaded spot to eat. Meiki snatched the lunchbox from her hands. Is this what you're eating? Let me take you out for a meal. I'm not going. I'll treat you to something nice. I'm fine with this. Why are you being so ungrateful? Why do you enjoy meddling in others' lives? Inning reclaimed her lunchbox and began eating without looking up. You'll age quickly being out in this sun every day. Meiki remarked that I'm well hydrated, use sunscreen, and wear a hat and mask. I take care of myself. Inning refused to let her work lead to premature aging or becoming a tired-looking woman. She took great care in her appearance when coming to work. Perhaps this was why, despite sweating under the sun, her skin remained exceptionally fair and delicate, showing no signs of sun exposure. Meiki, at a loss for words, watched as Inning enjoyed her meal and asked, Is it good? Inning looked up. Want to try a box? Meiki had never eaten from a lunchbox and, despite the open-air setting, did not refuse. Inning had a student bring her another box. As Meiki fumbled with the disposable chopsticks. She complained, How is anyone supposed to eat this? Is making money this hard? Eating outside is exhausting. Do you think everyone is like you, born with a silver spoon? There are still many poor people in this world. Everyone struggles for a living, Inning replied. How about I help you build a few rest areas? You could eat inside and even take a nap. Miss, this is a temple. You can't just set up rest areas. Napping? Do you think we're on vacation? Inning chuckled at the notion. This young lady was a bit foolish yet endearing. Meiki pouted, cautiously tasting a spoonful from the lunchbox, then trying a second and third. How is it? Is it good? Inning asked with a smile. Meiki nodded in surprise. I didn't expect it to be this good. After finishing her meal, Inning closed the lunchbox and offered Meiki a bottle of water. If it's good, eat a bit more. And in the end, Meiki devoured 2 lunchboxes, burping and expressing her intention to return for lunch the next day. Inning shook her head. Miss, I really don't think you should come back. Don't we become friends? I don't want to be friends with Shin Yiming's acquaintances. Ugh, Meiki sighed. Your personality is quite similar to my brother's. Your brother? Yes, he is just as stubborn. He is in a situation similar to yours. He has a child but refuses to marry the mother. I don't know what he is thinking. Perhaps there are just no feelings left. However, I think this time there is a chance. They went on a family trip abroad. Let me show you their family photo, Meiki said, pulling out her phone. Chapter 34. The most unforgettable first love. Inning had no interest in the affairs of others and replied, I am not watching. I need to work. Don't you want to take a break? The sun is so intense at noon. Meiki grabbed Inning's arm. Girls shouldn't work so hard. You're young. You should live beautifully and exquisitely, not just toil away and neglect your health. Miss, only those with means can live beautifully and exquisitely. Ordinary people like me have to work hard. Otherwise, will I just be left to starve? You not resentful of the wealthy, are you? Why do you treat me so poorly? I'm not resentful. Our living environments are different. You cannot define my life by your own. Inning rubbed her temples in frustration. I'll help you hire a few people to assist you. I'll cover the costs. Thank you, but no. Not at all. Meiki surprisingly pulled out her phone to call someone. Inning hurriedly stopped her. Miss, can't you tell I'm being sarcastic? It's hot out here, and there's no place to rest. You should find a tea restaurant with air conditioning to relax and enjoy afternoon tea. Do you want to go? I'll treat you. Meiki inquired that I want to work. I'll help you hire someone to do your work. Miss? Inning felt like crying, pushing Meiki toward her sports car. Don't you have your own matters to attend to? I usually just eat and drink. I have nothing to do. I think this place is more fun. Meiki crossed her arms, standing defiantly in front of Inning, refusing to leave. All right, how about this? I'll help you with your work. I studied art as a child and can paint. I don't want any payment. It's purely for the experience, Meiki declared. Inning, if I give you money, will you let me play for 2 days? Miss, I do not go by that title. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chu Meiki. Chu Meiki extended her hand toward Inning. Inning, speechless, gazed skyward and perfunctorily shook hands with Chu Manqi. What a coincidence. You also share the surname Chu. Miss, I have no desire to associate with friends of Shen Yiming. I apologize, but could you please return home? Inning held a rather unfavorable impression of Shen Yiming and his group of debauches. Fearing that a close association with Chu Manqi would complicate matters with Shen Yiming, he is he, and I am I. You cannot despise me simply due to your prejudices against him. However, it matters not whether you wish to befriend me. I have merely come to enjoy a couple of days. When I have had my fill of fun, I shall depart on my own. Chu Manqi, in a fit of temper, pursued Inning for a work uniform, hat, and mask, disregarding others' opinions. Left with no choice, Inning procured a set of work attire and assisted her in fastening a safety harness. Chu Manqi followed Inning up to the 5th floor of the high tower. Feeling exhilarated, Chu Manqi exclaimed, Inning, this is my first time suspended so high. It is simply delightful. Is it akin to bungee jumping? I have never bungee jumped, Inning replied. Several boys on the floor above greeted Chu Manqi warmly, and she engaged them in lively conversation. The young lady merely came to have fun. Although she could draw, her painting style was rather haphazard and rough. Inning patiently assisted Chu Manqi in tidying up her work. Realizing her shortcomings, Chu Manqi stuck out her tongue and sought Inning's guidance on technique. Beginning to paint earnestly, I have never held a job throughout my life. I have dabbled in various disciplines, vocal training, art, tea ceremony, dance, calligraphy, gouging, and piano, but only for a few days. Whenever I mentioned feeling unwell, my family would prevent me from continuing. My health has always been fragile, and my family harbored but one wish for me: to grow up safely and joyfully. My family and elder brother have always indulged me. Inning felt a pang of envy towards Chu Manqi, who had been raised in a veritable honey pot. As their conversation flowed, Chu Manqi shifted the topic to Shen Yiming. Inquiring why Inning harbored such animosity towards him, Inning's gaze drifted far away, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Why family circumstances were dire. My brother tore up his university admission letter to ensure that my younger brother and I could receive an education. He was the brightest among us. I entered the fine arts department at the Imperial Capital University, taking finance as an elective, which was my brother's favorite subject. Each day, I would send him my lecture notes, and he would study diligently at home. During that period, I juggled work and study. Although life was exhausting, it brimmed with hope. But it was precisely because Shen Yiming reported me that I was expelled from school. My brother had a girlfriend at the time, whose family already looked down on him due to his disability. If my brother could graduate from a prestigious institution, there was hope for them to be together. However, following my incident, her family claimed my family had poor morals and severed their ties. Inning's words sounded light, as if recounting another's tale, yet her heart felt the sting of pain. He ruined both my brother's and my life. Should I not despise him? Yet, if he wished to make amends. Chu Manqi gazed at Inning with concern. I require no reparations from him. Inning's tone was resolute, her gaze frosty. Miss, please do not urge me further. I will not betray my current marriage. That is not what I meant. I merely believe that since you have a child together, your initial union must have stemmed from genuine feelings. Why cannot you both take a step back for the sake of the child? Chu Manqi spoke of Inning, yet her words also echoed her brother's sentiments. My brother is the same. He would rather remain unmarried for life than marry my sister-in-law. Every time I see Yang alone, downcast and averse to closeness, my heart aches. Why should a child bear the brunt of an adult's mistakes? My daughter is not Shen Yiming's, Inning reiterated firmly. Then whose is she? Chu Manqi inquired. Inning fell silent. She could not divulge to others that, on that fateful night, a stranger had dragged her into a pitch-black room. Observing her silence, Chu Manqi assumed it stemmed from a deep-seated hatred for Shen Yiming. Asking, are you not afraid of his threats? He is all bark and no bite. Alas, those who are favored often feel invincible. Thus, miss, you must strive to win Shen Yiming's heart, ensuring he is completely banished from my world. Inning tossed her paintbrush into the bucket to cleanse it. I do not like him. He is merely a friend. Moreover, I have heart issues. The doctor advised against marriage and having children, as it could pose life-threatening risks. Chu Manqi stated. Inning looked at Chu Manqi, her eyes filled with sympathy. Xin also has heart problems. I wonder if it will affect her future marriage. Very well, miss, if you mention Shen Yiming again, I kindly ask you to leave. Inning concluded the topic. Chu Manqi pouted, refraining from bringing up Shen Yiming once more. Having completed her work for the day, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Chu Lichuan, having heard that Inning was still at the Lingyan temple, drove over to find her. Upon meeting, she immediately inquired whether Inning had slept with her husband. Inning, reluctant to divulge, explained that she had worn alluring sleepwear, waiting for Chu Lichuan, but he had not returned home on 2 occasions. What kind of man is he? Would it not be better for him to earn a living to support his daughter? Inning's slightly opened heart had once again closed off. Sister, must you be so pragmatic? You must believe that love still exists in this world. Gu Ruoyan poked Inning's forehead. What love? Ever since 5 years ago. I have known that such a notion is too ethereal for me. Inning, you have not forgotten Jiangnan, have you? At the mention of Jiangnan, Inning felt a fleeting moment of distraction, followed by a faint inquiry. Who is Jiangnan? Gu Ruoyan clicked her tongue, dramatically stating, first loves are the hardest to forget. Chu Meiqi was currently on the phone with Chu Lichuan, lamenting about the exhausting day spent helping a friend, and requesting that he bring her a gift upon his return. Initially, Chu Lichuan engaged in pleasant conversation with Chu Meiqi, but suddenly fell silent. Sensing the chill emanating from the other end of the line, Chu Meiqi shivered. Brother? Who are you with? It is, Chu Meiqi hesitated to lie. Opting for honesty, I was with the painter, Chi Inning. All day today, I find her rather agreeable. I quite like her. Chu Lichuan fell silent again. Gu Ruoyan, pulling Inning aside, asked, I heard Jiangnan has returned from abroad. Has he contacted you? Chapter 35. Encountering a thief. Chu Meiqi was puzzled as to why Chu Lichuan abruptly hung up the phone, glancing toward Gu Ruoyan and Inning, who were still engaged in conversation. Would you like to join us for dinner? Inning ignored Chu Meiqi, packing her belongings while telling Gu Ruoyan, please refrain from mentioning him. I can hardly remember what he looks like. Inning instructed a couple of male students to lift her electric bike into Gu Ruoyan's trunk when her phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from Jiang Shui, someone she had added but never spoken to. He simply wrote, hello? Inning assumed he wanted to discuss work, replying, hello, my schedule is fully booked. Can you wait 2 months for an appointment? The other party responded with a simple "oh" and then fell silent. Inning turned off her phone, placing it back into her bag as she entered Gu Ruoyan's car. Chu Meiqi called the students, urging them to join her for dinner. Inning waved goodbye to the students, stating, after all, one must be gracious. I shall treat everyone to dinner once the project is completed. Please return to school early today. The students, aware of Shun Yiming's coercive tactics towards Inning, quickly expressed other commitments. Scattering like birds, Chu Meiqi, infuriated, stomped her foot, pointing at Inning in the car. Chi Inning, you have gone too far. Get out of the car and come eat with me. I am hungry, miss. I must return home. I can no longer accompany you today. Inning waved her hand dismissively at Chu Meiqi, urging Gu Ruoyan to start the car. You infuriate me. Chu Meiqi also got into her red Ferrari, closely following Gu Ruoyan's second-hand Audi. Sister, our car cannot match her luxury sports car, Gu Ruoyan remarked. Do not race her. She has heart issues. If she wishes to follow, let her be. Inning fiddled with her phone, telling Gu Ruoyan, I must make a brief stop at Anning's supermarket. Xiao Feng asked me to retrieve something for him to deliver to Yunqing High School. The area around Anning's supermarket was undergoing demolition, and the road conditions were dreadful. The low chassis of the Ferrari rendered it immobile at an intersection. Chu Meiqi parked her car by the roadside. She was both frustrated with Chi Inning for ignoring her and curious about the nature of her husband, who could prompt her to abandon a wealthy second-generation heir. As Inning was about to exit the car, her phone rang with a call from Chu Lichuan. Hesitating for 2 seconds, she answered. Where are you? Chu Lichuan inquired. Anning's supermarket. I am picking up something for my brother to take to school. Chu Lichuan paused, asking, Who are you with? Ruoyan. Again, silence fell on the other end. After about 10 seconds, he asked, Why do you not ask when I will return? You are not coming back tomorrow. We agreed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Inning replied, In no time. Chu Lichuan's tone was displeased as he abruptly hung up the phone. Inning stared at the disconnected call, perplexed as to why Chu Lichuan was angry. Gu Ruoyan shoved Inning forcefully, exasperatedly saying, Have you lost your mind? Your husband has not even mentioned divorce, yet you bring it up. Why do you seem so eager for a divorce? I cannot hold him back. Inning tidied her disheveled hair from Gu Ruoyan's push, believing he merely felt pity for her, a single mother, without any genuine feelings for her. No feelings, yet he inquires about your whereabouts and who you are with. Clearly, he cares and is checking up on you. Ruoyan, one must possess self-awareness. I do not wish to be looked down upon or deemed overreaching. Inning lowered her head, gazing at the 18,000 names in her phone's call log, a pang of sadness swelling within her. At that moment, He emerged from the supermarket, burdened with a heap of items, escorting Mother He and her brother He Lei. Mom, take these supplements to Xiao Lei's girlfriend's mother. They are all high-end and quite expensive. It'll make a good impression. Understood. As for the house, you and Qian should have a good talk. Mother, he replied. Rest assured, you and Dad have raised me, and now that I've moved to the city, I cannot allow you to continue living in the countryside. Xiao Lei's marriage requires a home, and I will take care of it, she reassured. He opened the trunk, and He Lei began unloading an array of daily necessities and food items, nearly filling the entire trunk. Chu Lichuan, witnessing this, became infuriated. Inning, your sister-in-law has just received a bride price of 380,000 and immediately bought her brother a car worth over 200,000. Now she's eyeing your family's relocation house. What is this? A brotherly support obsession, treating your entire family as fools. Inning remained silent, stepping out of the car with a smile to greet Mother He. Auntie, it's dark outside. Why not stay over? Driving such a long distance is unsafe. Oh, Ning Ning. An hour's drive isn't far. Mother He hurriedly stuffed the gift boxes into the car, fearing Inning would take them back. Inning continued to smile warmly. Sister-in-law should have mentioned earlier that these supplements were meant for Auntie to give to her in-laws. If I had known sooner, I would have personally delivered them. Then, Inning added apologetically, Auntie, these supplements are gifts from my husband to my mother. They have changed hands several times, so please don't think poorly of them. Not at all, not at all, Mother He chuckled awkwardly. He rolled her eyes, Inning, what brings you back? Sister-in-law, what are you saying? I still consider this my home. I can't possibly refrain from returning forever. Inning replied with a smile. You should come back more often. There's plenty of work at home, and you ought to lend a hand. He retorted. He Lei finally finished unloading, slamming the trunk shut and casting a disinterested glance at Inning, muttering to He. Sis, without a house, she won't marry me. If this wedding falls through, I'll make a scene. All right, I understand. Drive carefully, she replied, as the car departed. Inning turned to enter the house, with He trailing behind. Adopting a haughty demeanor, is it really necessary to show such disdain just because my mom and brother received a few items? Without my live streaming, the supermarket would have already gone under. Before Inning could speak, Guru Oyan erupted in anger. Have some dignity. Qian's popularity far surpasses yours. Your current fame is merely a result of being with him. We are a couple managing a joint account. Who is riding whose coattails? He shot back, igniting a quarrel with Guru Oyan. Who is riding whom is clear to everyone. A couple should work together, but you? You're solely focused on your parental family. Why not just move the entire supermarket to your parents' place? My parents raised me. What's wrong with being filial? Filial piety must have its limits. If you wish to be your parents' dutiful daughter, do it without taking from others, Ruoyan. Inning gently shook her head, guiding Guru Oyan to Chao Hualian's room. Inning rummaged through the wardrobe, retrieving seasonal summer clothing for Qifeng and packing them into her backpack. Guru Oyan, still fuming, was embraced by Inning. It's all right. I know you're standing up for my brother. Given her condition, arguing with her yields no results. True, but why is your brother silent? What good is it for us to argue with her? Guru Oyan pondered, her anger rekindling. Has Qian been brainwashed? Why is he mute on all matters? Inning, carrying her backpack, was halted by He. Recently, we've been robbed. Open your backpack so I can check it. It's just Xiaofeng's clothes. Inning's expression soured, feeling accused of thievery. How would I know if everything inside belongs to Xiaofeng? If you're not guilty, let me check. Prove that the thief didn't come through you. He insisted, tugging at the backpack, determined to unzip it. Chapter 36. Termination of the child. Inning opened the backpack, neatly unfolding the clothes, pulling each item out one by one, then emptied her own bag. Seeing nothing amiss, He softened her tone. Inning, don't hold it against your sister-in-law. Recently, our night surveillance has been inexplicably turned off, and items have been scattered everywhere. We don't know who's responsible. The intruder seems to know our home well, prompting your sister-in-law to suspect a family thief. Inning remained silent, methodically returning the items to the bag. He smiled and remarked, Inning, you once said you wouldn't claim a single asset from the family. Your husband successfully negotiated for 2 additional houses. Surely you won't seek a share. Why should Inning not be entitled to the houses her husband helped acquire? Guru Oyan erupted. She is married now. She's no longer part of this family. Besides, without the supermarket's 2-story building, could her husband have secured those extra houses? The developers aren't fools. It's precisely because of the supermarket's prime location that they granted 2 additional properties. My mother provided her with 80,000 as a bride price, and I bought her a car worth nearly 200,000. What more does she want? He continued, the houses your husband secured are essentially a bride price for the family. How did Qian end up marrying such an unreasonable woman? Guru Woyan's chest heaved with indignation. What do you mean I'm unreasonable? Our parents raised us. The bride price is owed to them as a token of gratitude for their nurturing. Guru Woyan, if you don't want the bride price, you should support your husband's little white face, but don't expect others to follow your example. You? Inning grasped Guru Woyan's arm. Exhaling slowly to quell her rising anger, sister-in-law, I can forego it, but no one can take what belongs to Chi Feng. With that, Inning pulled Guru Woyan outside. Qian squatted at the door, his head hung low, his voice heavy with guilt. Ning Ning, I only wanted to gift you a car. I wasn't aware of the house situation at first. I want to engage in pleasantries. Please help me explain to Lichuan. Qian looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having endured a difficult few days. Brother, I will return the money for the card. I want to touch the money Mom gave. Inning declared, striding out. He was about to charge out to argue but was halted by Qian. What more do you want? What do you mean, what more do I want? Since marrying you, I've not had a single good day. The villagers mock me for marrying a cripple. I want my family to hold their heads high in the village. To know I haven't married the wrong person. Am I at fault? She wept. Inning approached Guru Woyan's car, when Chu Menka appeared from the side. Twirling her nails, she inquired, what's up with your sister-in-law? She's insufferable. Why not confront her fiercely, bringing out that fierce spirit you showed when you thrashed Shin Yiming? Miss, aren't you hungry? Why not go eat? Inning opened the car door and got in. Mind your own business, Chu Menka huffed, striding towards the distant intersection where a Ferrari was parked. With no streetlights nearby, darkness enveloped them. Inning instructed Guru Woyan to turn on the headlights, waiting until Chu Menka was settled in the car before letting Guru Woyan start the engine. Chu Menka did not follow them further. Upon arriving at Yuncheng High School, Inning handed her backpack to Chi Feng. The 17-year-old boy, handsome yet lanky, wore his loose blue school uniform. Since Qian's marriage, Chi Feng had been living at school and hadn't returned home. Sister, do you know what it means for a family to be cursed? Ever since that woman married into our family. Dad has gone to work, I've been at school, and you've married. Our family has been torn apart because of her, Xiao Feng. The college entrance examination is soon. Your sole focus should be on studying and preparing for the exam. Don't concern yourself with family matters. I don't want the house. Give it to you and Exine. You can't keep renting, Xiao Feng. Sister, you can't just give it up. If you truly love brother, she wouldn't cause such chaos. If she treated him even a bit better, the house could easily be hers. But if it's given to her, would she treat brother well? I may not have returned home. But I know how serious things are. Who told you that? Inning asked suspiciously, fixing her gaze on Chi Feng. Chao Hualian wouldn't discuss family matters with Chi Feng. The whole family respected his studies. Did Dad contact you? That seems unlikely. He's been working out of town and hasn't returned. Inning snatched Chi Feng's phone, locating a woman's contact without checking the chat content, and deleted her immediately. Xiao Feng, you must not contact Lu Wei again. Chi Feng nodded, then asked, Sister, is that man treating you well? Inning smiled softly, her eyes sparkling. Your brother-in-law treats me very well. Chi Feng, however, was skeptical. What feelings could there be in a whirlwind marriage? I've heard he treats Exine well, but sister, you shouldn't love him. Otherwise, you would have been flaunting it on social media by now. I've long outgrown the age of showing off on social media. If he treats you poorly, remember to tell me, and I'll handle it. Understood. I've transferred some money to you. Remember to accept it. Hurry home. I'm heading back too. I don't want your money. Mom's money is sufficient. Sister, tomorrow is your birthday. I wish you an early happy birthday. Chi Feng rejected Inning's offer, shouldering his backpack and returning to campus. Inning returned to the car and sent WeChat messages to LV Wei. Since you initially chose to abandon my brother, you should not disturb his life any further. Xiaofeng is on the verge of taking his college entrance examination. Please refrain from contacting him. Matters concerning my family do not require the involvement of outsiders. Ji Ruwan, gripping the steering wheel, scoffed, stating that LV Wei epitomizes a typical opportunist. When she broke up with your brother, it was clearly due to her disdain for his lack of a college education and his disability. She sought someone better. After graduation, when her career floundered, your brother became an internet sensation, and with impending property redevelopment, she attempted to rekindle their relationship. However, your brother had already married, prompting her to meddle in their affairs, aiming to instigate a divorce. She and you are of the same ilk, neither of them virtuous. What a fate your brother endures, Guru Woyan sighed, noting that with you heavily pregnant, no one dared to argue with her. After all, if anything were to happen to the baby, no one could bear the responsibility. Yet, one cannot allow her greed to go unchecked, can they? Certain matters still hinge on my brother's decisions. Inning felt powerless to intervene in the affairs between her brother and sister-in-law. Indeed, if Qian does not handle the situation well, the opinions of outsiders hold no weight, LV Wei replied. Inning, don't you think he is exploiting Qian? Does she truly love him? Or is she merely after his fame and fortune? Inning did not respond to LV Wei. She too harbored such doubts. Initially, he was merely a minor internet celebrity, lacking any real talent, gaining a modest following through her surgically enhanced beauty and filters, constantly proclaiming her brother's name and accepting gifts, earning only a meager income. However, after becoming involved with Qian, one radiating beauty and the other physically challenged, they showcased their love online, creating a stark contrast that attracted a substantial fanbase. Resulting in Hiyu's rising popularity, Inning returned home to find Chao Hualian listless and lacking energy, seemingly troubled. Under Inning's probing, Chao Hualian finally sighed, revealing that Hiyu had demanded one of the two properties be transferred to her. The other must be registered under her parents' names, and should they refuse, she threatened to terminate the pregnancy. What? Has she lost her mind? The child is nearly 7 months along. Inning could not contain her raised voice. Chao Hualian, clutching her chest, leaned back on the sofa, asking, what should we do? If she chooses to proceed with the termination, would Qian not blame me? He will not hold you responsible. Chao Hualian fell silent. And Inning too refrained from speaking. Suddenly, Inning thought of Chu Lichuan. She picked up Chao Hualian's phone and opened WeChat, only to find she did not have his contact. She wanted to see what he had been up to recently. Unfortunately, his moments on WeChat were only visible for 3 days, revealing nothing. Chu Lichuan had returned to the country and was en route to Yun City, a delicate brocade box resting in his hand, containing a sapphire necklace, a birthday gift for Inning. Chapter 37. Evening Primrose. Chu Lichuan himself could not quite articulate his feelings for Inning at this moment. During his days abroad, her image perpetually occupied his thoughts, invading his dreams. Each moment spent with Ran felt like a betrayal to Inning, leaving him in a state of anxiety akin to that of an unfaithful partner. With Inning's birthday approaching, he descended from the plane and immediately piloted his private jet toward Yun City. Lin Fong had been in Yun City for several days, driving to fetch Chu Lichuan and report that aside from Qian's room, all corners of the Inning supermarket had been searched, but the golden watch remained elusive. Then we shall seize the opportunity to search Qian's room again, Chu Lichuan instructed. Very well. Lin Fong parked the car beneath Inning's building. Chu Lichuan did not hurry upstairs. Instead, he sat in the car, lit a cigarette, and gazed up at the illuminated window on the 7th floor. Inning likely had not yet retired for the night. What could she be doing? Using Inning's phone number, he added her on WeChat. Inning was in the living room conversing with Chao Hualian when her phone chimed. Upon checking, she saw a friend request. The avatar displayed a letter C, and the name read LC, Chu Lichuan's WeChat. Inning accepted the request, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, uncertain whether to send a greeting first. After adding Inning, Chu Lichuan opened her moments, eager to glimpse what she had been up to lately. Unfortunately, her posts were still from 2 months prior, showcasing a delightful photo of her and Xian beneath a blossoming plum tree, both radiating smiles as bright as the flowers in bloom. Chu Lichuan lingered on the photograph. He had also brought a gift for Xian upon his return, a zombie plush toy, her favorite. Ultimately, Inning was the first to message Chu Lichuan, inquiring about his whereabouts. Chu Lichuan paused for a few seconds before replying, out of town. When will you be back? Are you missing me? He asked. Inning felt a sudden flutter in her heart at those 3 words, hastily searching for an appropriate response. After searching for what felt like an eternity, she found only sappy love declarations, opting to bypass the question and instead ask Chu Lichuan when he planned to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. After sending the message, Chu Lichuan did not respond again. Inning poked at her phone, contemplating whether to ask him something else, but fearing she might disturb him if he were busy, she ultimately set her phone down and headed for a shower. Chu Lichuan remained in the car for a considerable time, until the cigarette burned down to his fingers, at which point he tossed it out the window and instructed Lin Fong to drive him to the hotel. Chu Meiki had not anticipated that Chu Lichuan would arrive so late. She greeted him with an enthusiastic hug, insisting he take her out for a midnight snack, as she was starving and had not eaten dinner. Throughout their conversation, Chu Meiki incessantly spoke of Inning, claiming she had mistreated her, making her work tirelessly all afternoon without even accompanying her for a meal. Chu Meiki voiced a barrage of complaints about Inning. Initially, she worried that Chu Lichuan might find her chatter tiresome, as he often criticized her for being too troublesome and disinterested in hearing her ramble. However, today, he exhibited unusual patience, occasionally interjecting with a comment or two. Chu Manky grew increasingly animated. If it weren't for the family matters of others, I would have wanted to confront that sister-in-law of mine. It is utterly outrageous, brother, when you find me a sister-in-law in the future. She must not be someone who monopolizes the family wealth and resents me for being superfluous. Chi Inning is truly unfortunate. Once married, she becomes an outsider in her own family, forced to endure her sister-in-law's disdain. And then what happened? Chu Lichuan inquired. Eventually, I left, and so did Chi Inning. She is quite peculiar. Though fierce enough to confront Shen Yiming, she is as docile as a little rabbit with her family. Far too accommodating. She feels that by winning over her family, she is lost in love, so there is no need to sour her relationship with her family. Chu Lichuan set down his cup. An Inning's serene and lovely smile flooded his mind. That girl possesses a captivating smile that brings tranquility to the heart, evoking an irresistible desire to touch her smiling face. Brother, how do you know? Chu Lichuan snapped back to reality, clearing his throat. It's just a guess. Chu Manky shrugged, taking a bite of dessert. Brother, sometimes I feel that Chi Inning is like an evening primrose growing in the cracks of stone. Delicate yet resilient, she seems to radiate light, irresistibly drawing people in. No wonder Shen Yiming pursued her for so many years without giving up. She is also quite beautiful. As a woman, I find myself wanting to look at her longer. It is not the kind of beauty that strikes one at first glance. Rather, it is subtly alluring. Even dressed in work clothes, splattered with paint, her beauty remains unblemished, like a white lotus blooming in a muddy pond, pure and immaculate. The corners of Chu Lichuan's mouth lifted slightly. You were just criticizing her. She isn't truly bad. I merely intended to provide an objective assessment of her character. In fact, she possesses a wonderful quality. She is remarkably considerate of those around her. For instance, even though she claims to dislike me, when she saw me walking in high heels at night, she helped me turn on the car lights. When I assisted her with painting, despite my poor skills, she did not criticize me but instead quietly made corrections on the tower. When the setting sun blinded my eyes, she silently blocked the sunlight for me. After finishing my meal, when I felt thirsty, she would hand me a bottle of water. Chu Manky shook her head. I've never seen anyone like her, selflessly thinking of others without seeking recognition. Chu Manky had grown up among a circle of privileged young ladies, each one afflicted with a princess complex, eager for others to cater to their needs. How could they think of others? Even if they did, it was always with ulterior motives. Even a simple act of opening a car door demanded immediate acknowledgement. Being with her feels incredibly comfortable, heartwarming, and secure. It's as though, when interacting with strangers, there is always a sense of wariness, requiring time to build trust. Yet with her, it feels like a connection forged instantly. Listening to her, Chu Lichuan's lips curled upward, finding joy in her praise more than in flattery directed at himself. Brother, what are you smiling at? It's nothing. Chu Lichuan suppressed his smile, reverting to his usual stoic demeanor. Furthermore, her students are at that age when they are brimming with vigor, rebellious and unruly, yet before her, they are exceedingly obedient and supportive. If she were in a management position at a company, she would undoubtedly excel. Manky, you have a weak heart. Do not climb to great heights in the future. Chu Lichuan elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. Oh, understood, Chu Manky replied, sticking out her tongue. Oh, not seek out Chi Inning again. Do not intrude upon her life, Chu Lichuan advised. Why not? She is already married. You are still helping Shen Yiming pursue her. How is she to navigate her relationship with her husband? Chu Lichuan replied. Their matters are none of my business. I simply enjoy spending time with her. I find it intriguing that, oh brother, rest assured, I vow to never mention Shen Yiming again. Chi Inning has warned me that if I bring him up again, she will refuse to speak to me. Chu Manky clung to Chu Lichuan's arm, shaking it incessantly. Chu Lichuan found himself at a loss with this sister of his. He advised her to take care and remember to take her medicine. After delivering his instructions, he seemed to have more to say. Chu Manky immediately transformed into the proverbial worm in Chu Lichuan's belly, swearing, I promise I won't tell anyone that I've seen my brother in Yuching. Chu Lichuan felt reassured about Chu Manky. His silly sister was not foolish enough to betray him. That evening, he chose to stay in a hotel rather than return to Inning's home. However, at precisely 12:01 a.m., he sent her a message, Happy birthday. When Inning woke the next morning and saw the message, she replied with a smiley face, expressing her surprise that he remembered her birthday. She felt touched. Chu Lichuan had sent his birthday wishes right at midnight, indicating that he had intentionally paid attention to this significant day. The feeling of being valued by Chu Lichuan filled Inning's heart with sweetness. Chu Lichuan almost instantly replied, Your ID information is on the marriage certificate. Ning hurriedly located their marriage certificate and discovered that Chu Lichuan's birthday was on May 21st, just 22 days away. She wondered if she would have the chance to celebrate his birthday. Gently, she caressed the photo on the ID, noting that he had not removed his sunglasses that day, giving him an intimidating appearance. Ning couldn't help but smile. To her, Chu Lichuan resembled a crab disguised in a hard shell, yet soft on the inside. "Thank you for remembering my birthday," she said, sending several smiley emojis his way. Seeing her response made the corners of Chu Lichuan's lips curve into a charming arc. How easily she was moved. Just remembering her birthday brought her such joy. Leaning lazily against the headboard, he toyed with a delicate brocade box in his hands, pondering how delighted Ning would be with a lavish gift. He wished to surprise her with something grand, yet he did not want her to know he was in Yunqing. He certainly did not wish to file for divorce on such a day. That would be too disheartening. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He threw off the covers, got out of bed, and began to wash up. Chapter 38. Little Trash Ning did not receive a reply from Chu Lichuan and casually scrolled through WeChat. User with the name Jiang Shui had also sent her a birthday greeting. She replied with a question mark, but Jiang Shui did not respond. Not paying it any mind, she plugged her phone into charge and proceeded to get ready for work. Chow Hualian had boiled a pile of eggs, rolling them over Ning from head to toe while chanting, "Roll away misfortune, bring in continuous good luck." Exine clapped her hands and bounced around, saying, "Roll away unhappiness. May every day be filled with joy and happiness." Ning pinched Exine's little face, took an egg, and rolled it over her from head to toe, proclaiming, "Roll away misfortune. May we have health and happiness every day." Exine wrapped her arms around Ning's neck and planted a kiss on her cheek, cheerfully declaring, Exine will definitely be healthy, and she will take care of mommy in her old age. I will never grow old. I will remain 18 forever, Exine said. When Exine grows up, will mommy also be 18? With her big eyes blinking innocently, Exine added seriously, will mommy turn into a monster? Yes, mommy will be an ageless enchantress, Ning said, kissing Exine's forehead with affection. Exine rubbed her forehead and whispered in Ning's ear, "What about uncle? Can he also stay young forever, looking so handsome and tall?" Ning gently ruffled Exine's hair, replying, "Yes, uncle will also remain youthful." Exine carefully observed Ning's expression, her big eyes rolling around as she tentatively asked, "Mommy, has uncle not come home for several days? Did he argue with you again? Uncle is so bad. Always fighting with mommy." For days, Exine had wanted to ask Chu Lichuan, but Ning had instructed her not to mention him again. Thus, Exine had to suppress her curiosity, only daring to ask when she saw Ning in a good mood. Ning felt a pang of sorrow as she noticed her daughter's cautiousness, realizing that she had inadvertently touched upon Exine's sensitive heart. She refrained from allowing Exine to mention Chu Lichuan, fearing that her daughter might grow too dependent on him and struggle to accept his eventual departure. Holding her daughter's face tenderly, Ning spoke softly, Exine, uncle has been busy these past few days, which is why he hasn't come home. Mommy and uncle are fine. We wouldn't argue. Really? Exine tilted her head, asking, "Has mommy ever lied to my little princess?" Finally, Exine smiled, taking Ning's hand and sweetly suggesting, "Mommy, let us call uncle and invite him back to celebrate mommy's birthday together." Ning chuckled lightly, Exine, uncle is not in Yunqing right now. He has gone out of town and won't be back today. Pouting her small lips, Exine conspiratorially said, "Is uncle on a secret mission to fight bad guys?" "Exactly. Uncle is a soldier, and when on a mission, he can't answer calls or messages. We mustn't interrupt his work." Okay. Exine nodded vigorously, her obedient demeanor endearing. "Let us continue rolling for good fortune." Ning picked up 2 eggs, rolling them over Exine and then over herself. "May wealth roll in. May wealth roll in. May uncle's mission go smoothly and may he come back soon," Exine exclaimed, raising her little hand. Ning playfully cracked an egg against Exine's forehead, eliciting delightful giggles from her daughter. Chow Hualian prepared longevity noodles. After finishing her meal, Ning headed to work. Today, she was at a Western restaurant discussing art wall production plans with the restaurant manager. The restaurant had been renovated, and the cleanliness was nearly up to par. While they were deep in discussion, a gaunt, long-haired middle-aged man accompanied by a bespectacled female assistant entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, the manager rushed to greet him with enthusiasm. "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" Teacher Zhao barely acknowledged the manager, sitting down with an air of arrogance, crossing his legs. The female assistant adjusted her glasses and coldly remarked, "Manager Sun, your restaurant initially invited Teacher Zhao for a painting. The contract was about to be signed, yet you unilaterally decided to breach it. Well, Manager Sun rubbed his hands together, looking quite flustered. It was our boss's decision. I'm just a humble manager. Working for someone in that case, bring your boss here. I would like to ask him why you claimed it was an honor to have the esteemed Teacher Zhao paint for you, only to suddenly breach the agreement." "What does that mean?" Manager Sun wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding profusely, apologizing to Teacher Zhao. "Please calm down, Teacher Zhao. We haven't signed the contract yet, so it isn't technically a breach. Right?" The female assistant approached Enning, inquiring about her name and her works. "I'm just someone who does wall paintings. I don't have much fame." Enning felt anxious and disappointed. This high-paying job was likely slipping away. Manager Sun's implication was clear. Teacher Zhao was deemed more significant than a mere novice artist. The female assistant questioned sharply, "Is this little girl really trying to compete for work with Teacher Zhao?" The restaurant had its windows open, revealing a black Maybach parked outside. Chu Lichuan sat inside the car, observing everything that transpired in the restaurant with clarity. Lin Feng, glancing through the rearview mirror, noticed Chu Lichuan's sullen expression and spoke up. "Boss, should I go in and teach those two a lesson on behalf of the young mistress? Teacher Zhao is merely a name-dropper." Chu Lichuan's thin lips parted slightly. No need. He and Enning would ultimately divorce. He wanted to see if, without his protection and support, Enning possessed the capability to stand on her own. Finally, under the insistence of the female assistant, Manager Sun made a call to the big boss. Shortly after, a tall man dressed in a blue shirt and black trousers entered. "Mr. Gu, you've finally arrived." The female assistant's demeanor shifted to one of politeness and respect upon seeing the boss. Even Teacher Zhao stood up from his chair to shake hands with him, engaging in friendly small talk. Seeing their familiarity made Enning's heart sink further. She packed her design sketches and painting tools into her bag. Preparing to leave at any moment, the female assistant smiled, saying, "Mr. Gu, to be honest, Teacher Zhao is usually quite busy. He has countless requests for his paintings. We came here not to insist on collaborating with you, but rather to ensure that you're not misled by your subordinates, who might claim to have invited Teacher Zhao while secretly substituting with someone of lesser stature, pocketing the difference." Manager Sun looked forlornly at Mr. Gu. He had only contacted Enning because of Mr.Gu's directive. But in this situation, even if Mr.Gu wished to replace her, he wouldn't offend Teacher Zhao on the spot. Manager Sun could only silently bear the blame. Having worked in the industry for years, Manager Sun was adept at reading the room. Initially, he had thought Enning was someone significant in Mr.Gu's circle, which is why he had hesitated to offend her. However, since entering, Mr. Gu had only spoken to Teacher Zhao, glancing at Enning once with unfamiliarity, merely sizing her up. It seemed they did not know each other. From then on, Mr. Gu treated Enning as if she were invisible. It appeared that Enning had secured this position through Mr.Gu's connections, hence the special arrangement. Manager Sun shot Enning a resentful glare. Had it not been for her, he would not have embarrassed himself publicly. If he had offended Teacher Zhao, it would have left a bad impression on Mr. Gu, jeopardizing his job. Enning sensed Manager Sun's resentment toward her and felt apologetic, nodding her head as she picked up the workbox from the floor. Intending to leave, Enning passed by the female assistant. She rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Little trash, who do you think you are to compete for work with Teacher Zhao?" Chapter 39. The hidden gem. Enning halted in her tracks and turned to the female assistant. "Madam, I do not carry the surname Shao, nor am I called Trash. Why should I care about your name?" The female assistant scoffed, her expression dripping with derision. "The restaurant has invited Teacher Zhao to paint, with a starting bid in the 7 figures. How much is Manager Sun giving you, and how much is he pocketing from it?" The assistant was convinced that Manager Sun and Enning were colluding to embezzle funds meant for the restaurant's renovation, vowing to expose Manager Sun in front of General Gu to vent her frustration. "Assistant Wang, you are unjustly accusing me." Manager Sun glanced at General Gu, and seeing him silent, he felt compelled to take the blame upon himself. "I made the unilateral decision to use a newcomer to create the art wall. It's quite trendy now, but I did not enrich myself. The accounts for the restaurant's renovations are meticulously clear, with not a trace of dishonesty. Bring forth the accounts, so General Gu can personally review them. We can reconcile the accounts to ascertain whether you have been dishonest." Assistant Wang pressed aggressively. Manager Sun found himself in a difficult position. "You are clearly intent on tarnishing my reputation, then present your evidence to prove your innocence." Assistant Wang retorted, gesturing with her chin towards Manager Sunday. His gaze wandered, reflecting his unease. "I trust Manager Sun. He is a person of integrity, General Gu remarked ambiguously, providing no clear allegiance, merely glancing at Inning. Upon meeting General Gu's gaze, Inning's thoughts shifted, and she instantly understood. The world of renovations was murky. It was rare for any foreman to be completely above board. Having navigated this industry for years, Inning was well aware that even the most trustworthy individuals like Manager Sun likely had their little schemes. Given General Gu's youth and the number of upscale chain restaurants he managed, it was implausible that he remained oblivious to the hidden agendas of his subordinates. General Gu, not wishing to scrutinize Manager Sun too closely nor offend Teacher Zhao, decided to position her as the scapegoat. Inning, too, was pleased to comply, pulling a contract from her bag to as a minor player. My remuneration is modest, merely 20,000. This is the contract Manager Sun signed with me a few days ago. Unbeknownst to Inning, securing this job was at General Gu's behest, but the fact that Manager Sun had agreed to a written contract indicated that the funds were accounted for in situations where individuals sought to illicitly profit. They typically only negotiated verbally and collected deposits, paying the remaining amount only upon completion and acceptance of the work. Assistant Wang, I do not know Manager Sun personally. I was introduced to this position through a friend. Manager Sun's intention was to save on renovation costs, not to embezzle, Inning stated with measured composure. Manager Sun was taken aback by Inning's defense. He had not anticipated her speaking on his behalf. Then Inning addressed Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao, I have admired your work since my school days and have even attempted to replicate some of your masterpieces. You are a renowned artist, and I hold you in the highest esteem. General Gu aspired to elevate the restaurant's status by featuring Teacher Zhao's artwork, but Inning's lower price was economically advantageous, creating a situation where both parties had their merits. You should stop inflating your own worth. Assistant Wang interjected sharply. Unfazed, Inning maintained her composure, her voice soft and pleasant. The clientele of high-end restaurants are often affluent, yet such establishments are not art exhibitions. Not all diners possess an appreciation for the nuances of art. Most would merely comment on its aesthetic appeal, with few understanding the true value of the artwork. Inning waived the contract, asserting, I have signed with Manager Sun, and thus General Gu cannot breach our agreement without facing allegations of bullying a common citizen. The restaurant's impending opening meant that disputes could disrupt harmony. Any negative impact on General Gu's fortunes would be regrettable. However, as a minor figure, she also had her dignity, and being dismissed as insignificant stung deeply. Therefore, she sought a fair competition with Teacher Zhao, allowing the works to speak for themselves. Is it truly you who dares to compete with Teacher Zhao? What do you think you are? Assistant Wang stormed forward, pointing accusingly at Inning. With a deft retort, Inning asked, Is it that Teacher Zhao is afraid to contend with someone of my stature? Who says Teacher Zhao would shy away? He is a figure of great renown. Capable of turning ink into gold, Assistant Wang began, only to realize she had stepped into a trap, her expression paling as she turned to Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao's countenance darkened. Young lady, I do not wish to be seen as taking advantage of a junior. It's quite all right, Teacher Zhao. They will only say I am young and disrespectful, so please do not hold it against me for my ignorance, Inning replied. Then, Inning suggested, to ensure fairness, let General Gu serve as the judge. Shall we? She would not allow General Gu to remain a passive observer while she charged ahead, promptly drawing him into the fray. General Gu, eager to descend from his pedestal, appeared quite interested, but he was uncertain if Teacher Zhao would agree. Given General Gu's stance, Teacher Zhao had no reason to refuse. Upon hearing that General Gu would be the judge, Assistant Wang raised her chin defiantly, proclaiming, You will suffer a crushing defeat. Inning merely smiled. Undeterred. What of winning or losing? It is merely a gamble. While she aspired to secure the position, she had no desire to completely alienate Teacher Zhao. I shall paint first and complete it in 7 days. Should Teacher Zhao be available to come and critique my humble work afterward, you may take your turn. Inning intended to safeguard Teacher Zhao's reputation. If he completed his painting and General Gu chose not to utilize it, it would surely tarnish his esteem and potentially affect the value of his future works. Teacher Zhao understood her intention but, bound by his stature, replied nonchalantly, I happen to be quite busy at the moment. If I have time in 7 days, I will come to offer guidance on your work. Assistant Wang attempted to interject further but was silenced by a stern look from Teacher Zhao. Are we not leaving? After exchanging farewells with General Gu, Teacher Zhao departed alongside Assistant Wang. With one hand in his pocket, General Gu, beaming, asked Inning, What do you wish to paint? Inning surveyed the restaurant's overall decor and replied, The restaurant style is modern industrial. I envision creating a relief sculpture using raw plaster, which would harmonize beautifully with the decor. General Gu's eyes lit up. You can do relief work? Would you mind giving it a try? If the final product is unsatisfactory, I will cover the cost of restoring the wall. What a generous offer! General Gu was clearly pleased, admiration evident in his gaze as he turned to leave the restaurant. After exiting, he entered a black Maybach, quickly uncapping a bottle of water and gulping down nearly half. This teacher Zhao is quite difficult to manage. Leveraging his acquaintance with my parents, he insists on having his paintings displayed in my restaurant. He even mentioned a family price, just over 7 figures. Otherwise, his works are nearly 8 figures. I must ask, Lichuan, where did you find this treasure of a girl? So young yet possessing such high emotional intelligence. She knows how to speak and conduct herself with grace. She maintains her dignity while not overly offending others, and has managed to secure herself an opportunity. Initially, I had thought if she faltered, it would be best to forego the effort. I cannot risk offending teacher Zhao and facing my parents' wrath. Gu Yin gave Lichuan a thumbs up. Brother, if the person you introduce can complete this painting well, you will save me a fortune. I'll treat you to a lavish meal. Anywhere in Yun City, just name it. However, Lichuan, who exactly is this girl? What is your connection with her? Gu Yan's curiosity was palpable. Lichuan ignored him, gazing through the car window at the restaurant. Enning had already begun working, and her figure was no longer visible from the window. Jiu Yin, following Lichuan's gaze, looked towards the restaurant, chuckling as he speculated about the relationship between Lichuan and Enning. Lichuan was like an ancient monk, harboring a deep-seated disdain for women, and despite countless efforts from his friends to persuade him, he remained unchanged. It seemed he would devote his life solely to monastic pursuits, never to engage with the opposite sex again. Seeing Lichuan's indifferent expression, Gu Yin concluded the situation was devoid of intrigue and withdrew his gaze, urging Lin to drive them to dinner. Lin casually remarked, "We still need to wait for the young mistress." Chapter 40. Silently protecting Lin parked the car specifically to wait for Enning to finish work. Today was Inning's birthday, and Lichuan had prepared a surprise for her. Young mistress? Gu Yan's voice shot up an octave, ringing in their ears. Grabbing Lichuan, he looked on in shock. Whose young mistress? Who is the young mistress? Have you married and ran? When did this happen? Where is Ran? Gu Yin then noticed a large bouquet of pink evening primrose in the passenger seat, his expression growing ever more alarmed. No, if you married and ran, I would have certainly received an invitation. He pointed a trembling finger toward the Western restaurant. It can't be Enning, can it? The girl you introduced for the job? Gu Yin had stumbled upon a colossal scoop, his excitement palpable. Lichuan's face darkened as he glared at Lin, as if he intended to devour him whole. Lin wore a pained expression. No, young Master Gu. You misunderstood. I meant to say, wait for the... After several awkward pauses, Lin finally managed to stammer out, it's Xiao Furong. Yes, Xiao Furong. Waiting for Xiao Furong. Lin looked as though he might cry, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. What? Xiao Furong? She's in Yun City. Gu Yan's expression tightened, his vigilance rising as he scanned the surroundings. Lin's heart, which had been racing, relaxed slightly. Miss Xiao didn't come to Yun City with young Master Gu. Did she? Of course not. I came to Yun City to escape her. Gu Yin slumped back into his seat, disgruntled as he tugged at his shirt collar. I thought there would be something interesting. Why bring up Xiao Furong? What a buzzkill. Lichuan's icy demeanor softened somewhat as he clutched the exquisite brocade box in his palm. Why would a grown man be buying flowers? Is it still evening primrose? Do you know what the evening primrose symbolizes? Gu Yin inquired. What does it symbolize? Chu Lichuan was perplexed by the language of flowers. He had never presented flowers to a girl before. Just yesterday, Chu Man could be heard saying that Enning resembled an evening primrose. While passing by a flower shop, he happened to see the owner promoting the newly arrived evening primrose and bought a large bouquet. A grand bouquet, filling the entire passenger seat. Silent affection, quiet protection. Gu Yan's curiosity piqued once more. Brother, spill the beans, are you in love? No, Chu Lichuan replied decisively. How could he possibly be in love with Enning? It was merely Enning's birthday today, and he wished to prepare a small surprise to make her happy. Impossible. When a man gives flowers to a woman, it is the prelude to romance. Gu Yin suddenly realized something and gasped. You didn't park here just to wait for me, did you? You can't possibly have something going on with Enning, right? No, there is nothing between us. Chu Lichuan could not allow Gu Yin to discover the truth of his relationship with Enning. Jiu Yin, with his loose lips, would ensure that the entire world would know once he found out. It's for the young lady, Lin Fong quickly interjected, attempting to extricate Chu Lichuan from the predicament. Jiu Yin furrowed his brows. Is Man Ku in Yun City? Yes, Lin Fong wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, Chu Manka's Ferrari conveniently parked in front of the Western restaurant. Spotting Chu Lichuan's car, she approached and knocked on the window. "Brother, Gu Yin, what are you doing here?" Chu Lichuan countered with a question. "What are you doing here?" Chu Manka stuck out her tongue with a smile. "I came to find Qian Ning. I heard from her students that she is working here today." Gu Yin looked bewildered, pointing at Chu Manku. "Manku knows Qian Ning. Could it be that Manku introduced her to work here? Manku, why didn't you come directly to me? Why go through?" Before Gu Yin could finish, Chu Lichuan slid the window up and commanded Lin Feng to drive. "Lichuan, why the rush? You haven't given Manku the flowers yet." Jiu Yin urged Lin Feng to stop. But Lin Feng instead accelerated. "What is going on with you two? Today feels so strange." Jiu Yin glanced at Chu Lichuan, then at Lin Feng. "You don't really have something going on with Qian Ning, do you?" "No, she is Manka's friend." Chu Lichuan articulated each word clearly. Jiu Yin sensed that Chu Lichuan was displeased and wisely chose to remain silent, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. With a slight shift in his gaze, he smiled. "Lichuan, since she is Manka's friend, I shall certainly take good care of Qian Ning and her work. It's all my fault for not knowing her connection to Manka sooner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed teacher Zhao and assistant Wang to humiliate her like that. You must have been quite upset hearing that from outside, right? They were too much, even daring to bully Manka's friend." Chu Lichuan cast a faint glance at Gu Yin, his tone as indifferent as ever, devoid of any emotion. Whether she receives assistance or not depends on her own abilities. Without personal capability, no amount of help can lift a person up. What assistance or lack thereof? Manka's friend is my friend. I'll give her a raise when we return, Gu Yin proclaimed gallantly. Manager Sun is too calculating, offering only 20,000 as remuneration. I find it quite disgraceful. Chu Lichuan recalled how In Ning had been ecstatic when she landed the job at the restaurant, mentioning that they had offered her an exceptionally high salary. In Ning was a girl easily satisfied. If she wished, Chu Lichuan would truly want to support her for a lifetime, shielding her from the hardships of the outside world. However, In Ning would not agree. She was strong and stubborn, relying solely on herself and disliking the thought of hiding behind others like a little bird. Chu Lichuan chose a restaurant nearby. He didn't want to venture too far as he was still waiting for In Ning to finish work. Lin Feng found it curious, wondering why the boss was lingering near the young mistress without showing himself. Could it be? Lin Feng recalled boss, asking him to investigate a man named Jiang Nan. Perhaps boss was monitoring the young mistress, worried that she might secretly rendezvous with another man. After Chu Lichuan's car departed, a man with a backpack entered the restaurant, approaching In Ning with an air of mystery. "In Ning, did you finalize the job?" "Xiao Qingguang, why are you so late?" In Ning handed him the drafted sketch. "Hee, traffic." Xiao Qingguang scratched his head. "Is there traffic for bicycles too?" Xiao Qingguang chuckled awkwardly. In truth, he had arrived long ago but had been hiding outside, worried about running into Gu Yin. After all, he had left home to come to Yun City and didn't want to be caught and sent back. Drawing an elephant? Elephants are great. They symbolize peace and prosperity, attracting wealth. Xiao Qingguang diverted the topic, though he was internally contemplating the possibility of encountering Gu Yin again if he worked here. "Ning, I think we should reconsider this job. We can't compete with teacher Zhao." "Who says we can't compete? Gu has no intention of sending me away. He clearly wants to utilize my talents. He runs a restaurant business, and regardless of how much capital he has, his focus is on economic viability and profit. One painting is worth 7 figures. Won't it be at risk of being stolen if it's just hanging on the wall? Or will there be someone specifically assigned to watch over it? High-end restaurant patrons are cultured. The artwork is securely affixed to the walls and is unlikely to be stolen." Xiao Qingguang remained reluctant to take on this job. "You should know that teacher Zhao excels in painting pine trees, which doesn't match the aesthetic of this place at all. Pine trees symbolize longevity, which contradicts the business-oriented meaning of attracting wealth. Don't worry, your clay sculptures are excellent, and I am confident we can succeed." In Ning never engages in battles without a chance of victory. She wouldn't waste time on futile efforts. Having collaborated with Xiao Qingguang on several relief paintings, she knew he was exceptionally skilled in sculpture. After encouraging Xiao Qingguang a bit more, In Ning ordered 2 portions of clams noodles on her phone and contacted the renovation company to deliver plaster and tools. Preparing to commence work in the afternoon, just as In Ning and Xiao Qingguang were about to eat, Chu Manku entered, carrying a stack of takeout boxes. "Qian Ning, is this what you're having for lunch? It has no nutritional value at all. Toss it all out and eat the feast I bought." In Ning protectively shielded her clams noodles, taking a hearty bite. "I'm eating this. What you bought is for yourself. I brought so much, and I've already accounted for your share. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'll consider it as if I've eaten it." In Ning expressed her gratitude. "That won't do. It has to be real food." Chu Manku began extracting the takeout boxes one by one from the packaging. I like clams noodles. I don't fancy what you bought, Ning stated. This is the best private chef cuisine in Yun City. It's hard to book, Chu Manku boasted, opening the takeout box to flaunt it before Ning, hoping to win her over with the aroma. Yet, Ning remained unmoved. If you won't eat, I will. Xiao Qingguang reached for a takeout box but was met with Ning's chopsticks. Have some decorum. Xiao Qingguang, feeling wronged, withdrew his hand. Qi Ning, you're isolating me, Chu Manku exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. I am not, Ning protested, feeling wronged at that moment. A delivery person walked in, asking, Who is Qi Ning? I am. The delivery person arranged exquisite takeout boxes on the table, then brought in an enormous bouquet of evening primrose. Ning was taken aback. Who sent this? Your husband. The delivery person handed Ning the receipt. Upon seeing the signature, which indeed read husband, warmth blossomed in her heart, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. So much? Is your husband bringing the flower shop to me? Chu Manku leaned in to observe. Ning gazed at the vast expanse of pale pink evening primrose, her eyes glistening with emotion. She took out her phone to message Chu Lichuan. Lichuan, did you order food for me and send me such beautiful flowers? I love them so much. Ning, embracing the evening primrose, took a lovely selfie and sent it to Chu Lichuan. Regrettably, he did not reply to Ning, felt a tinge of disappointment but remained joyful. Ning, your husband loves you too much. He is truly a tormentor for the single dogs. Xiao Qingguang clutched his chest dramatically. Pretending to cough up blood, Ning shot him a playful glare. You should hurry and find a girlfriend. I welcome the chance to be tormented. Xiao Qingguang scoffed. I want to be looking. I have no time. While Chu Manku snapped photos of the evening primrose, she critiqued, Your husband has quite a peculiar way of thinking. Doesn't he a lover usually send roses? Why would he send you such unconventional flowers? I've never even seen them in a flower shop. Didn't he pick these from the wild to give to you, did he? Mind your own business. I love the flowers my husband sent me. Ning quickly pushed Chu Manku away as she reached for a petal. Don't touch the flowers my husband gave me. Qi Ning, you are too much. It's just a few lousy flowers. Lousy flowers? These are the flowers my husband sent me? Ning cherished them like a treasure, refusing to let anyone touch them. All right, you have a husband, you're the boss. Chu Manku felt frustrated but had no outlet for her emotions. So she sent the photos she took to Chu Lichuan, critiquing Qi Ning's husband for his peculiar choice of flowers. She speculated that this gesture might have some hidden connotation and wondered if he was hinting that Ning was akin to a wildflower, implying infidelity. Upon seeing the message, Chu Lichuan's lips twitched in irritation as he replied with 3 words. Don't talk nonsense. Ning moved Chu Manku's takeout boxes one by one to another table, happily opening the boxes ordered by Chu Lichuan, inviting Xiao Qingguang to join her. To her surprise, it was from the same restaurant. Xiao Qingguang's mouth watered as he grabbed his chopsticks to dig in. Ning pushed aside the clams noodle she had just eaten, relishing the thoughtful lunch from her husband. Chu Manku gritted her teeth. Qi Ning, didn't you say you didn't like private chef cuisine? If my husband bought it, of course I like it. Ning beamed with happiness, her eyes narrowing into slits. Chu Manku huffed. I see your husband unemployed and broke? How can he afford this private chef cuisine? Mind your own business. I'm just worried you might get scammed, ending up with nothing. My husband would never. Qi Ning, I regard you as a friend, which is why I confide in you. Chu Man is going to be furious. My dear lady, you are not the first among Shan Yiming's female acquaintances seeking my friendship. They perform even more convincingly than you. The moment I let my guard down, they mock me, implying that my friendship with them is only for their wealth, accusing me of trying to climb the social ladder. Ning, while savoring her meal, gazes at the evening primrose, a sweet smile gracing her lips. I am not like them. You cannot categorize me alongside them. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Ning chooses silence, focusing intently on her food. After satisfying her hunger, she contentedly pats her protruding belly and picks up her phone, only to find a message from Chu Lichuan. Is it delicious? He inquires. Indeed, Ning responds with a smiley face. No more junk food from now on. You must eat nutritious meals, Chu Lichuan insists. Suddenly, Ning realizes something. How do you know where I work? What have I eaten? Where are you? You've returned to Yun City. Haven to you. Ning hurriedly glances out the window, scanning the bustling crowd for that familiar figure. Just got back, Chu Lichuan replies. Where are you? Ning steps outside, searching the crowded street, and finally spots Chu Lichuan's tall silhouette across the intersection. It has been several days since they last met. and the longing washes over Inning like a tidal wave. Overwhelming her in that moment, she yearns to rush over and embrace Chu Lichuan tightly. As she prepares to dash across the street, Chu Lichuan gestures toward the red light. Inning bites her lip, smiling, and halts her steps. Even amidst the flowing traffic, she can see Chu Lichuan's handsome face with crystal clarity. At this moment, everything in the world serves as mere backdrop. He is the sole focus of her gaze. She watches him intently, fearful that if she blinks, he might vanish. The red light lingers, feeling as enduring as a century. Chu Lichuan points at his phone, prompting Inning to hurriedly check her messages. Work well this afternoon. I have matters to attend to. I'll return in the evening. Inning nods repeatedly, making a phone gesture. Chu Lichuan acknowledges her with a nod. Filled with joy, Inning's heart brims with sweetness as she reluctantly watches Chu Lichuan turn and walk away. Chu Man approaches, following Inning's gaze, but only sees the throng of people. Where is your husband? Show me. Chu Man is curious. Inning, appearing gentle and considerate, is, in truth, emotionally detached. What does the man she deeply loves truly look like? He has gone back to work? Inning responds cheerfully, her face radiant with a smile, before turning back to the restaurant. Chu Man, disliking being overlooked, trails closely behind, chattering incessantly, but Inning continues to ignore her. Miss, we are working on a relief sculpture. All with plaster. It's both messy and pungent. Please, let us change the venue. Inning is solely focused on completing her work swiftly. If she can impress Manager Gu, it's highly likely that all the restaurants under his purview will be entrusted to her. This is a significant opportunity. I promise not to cause any trouble. Chu Man pleads, raising her hand in a gesture of sincerity. Inning and Xiao Chengguang finalize the design and begin sketching on the wall. Miss Chi, I didn't expect you to be skilled in relief sculpture. I had approached several artists before, but none could do it. Manager Sun is now exceedingly polite towards Inning and even offers to buy everyone cold drinks before stepping out. As soon as Manager Sun leaves, a man with striking blonde hair enters, followed by two bodyguards. One bodyguard carries an enormous bouquet of red roses, while the other bears an oversized cake upon entering. The blonde man kneels on one knee before Inning, arms outstretched. Surprise! Dearest Inning, happy birthday! Inning trembles, turning to see the dazzling blonde hair in the sunlight. It is, unexpectedly, Shen Yiming. Chapter 42. Let your husband die. Shen Yiming pulls out a brocade box from his pocket and opens it to reveal a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg. Shimmering with brilliance, why darling, on this special day of your birthday, I sincerely propose to you. Marry me, Chi Inning. Inning tightens her grip on the pencil in her hand as she descends step by step from the ladder. Inning, I finally understand why you refuse to acknowledge me. You have wronged me. I did not report you back then, nor did I spread the rumors at school. Had you mentioned this sooner, we could have cleared the misunderstanding and perhaps been together all along. Back then, I investigated who was behind your troubles, but regrettably, I found nothing. Rest assured, I will continue my search and expose those who harmed you. Inning remains silent, her gaze fixed firmly on Chu Man. I didn't say anything. I did not inform him of your presence here, Chu Man quickly clarifies. However, none of this holds any significance for Inning anymore. She has only confided in Chu Man about her deep-seated hatred for Shen Yiming. I admit it was I who mentioned this matter, but I did not disclose your workplace. Chu Man insists. Inning, now that we have cleared the misunderstanding, you should forgive me. Marry me. Shen Yiming's gaze is fervent as he looks at Inning. I am married. Inning's eyes are cold and devoid of emotion. What kind of husband is he? He cannot even afford a wedding ring. Shen Yiming retorts angrily. Inning glances at her bare ring finger. Her marriage with Chu Lichuan is merely a facade. How could there be a wedding ring? Inning turns to enter the private room, wanting to have a serious conversation with Shen Yiming. For the first time, Inning speaks to him in a calm and measured tone. Shen Yiming is elated, but as he hears her words, his composure falters. Shen Yiming, it has been 5 years. Please do not harass me any longer. Can you? No. It has been 7 years. I have loved you for 7 years. Shen Yiming corrects her. Inning closes her eyes, striving to muster patience. In truth, that night you were intoxicated, and I escaped while you were inebriated. We did not engage in any intimate relations. Impossible. It was you? I remember it clearly. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Shen Yiming cannot accept this reality. How could I know who it was? Perhaps there was someone, or perhaps there wasn't. Inning is indifferent to the subsequent events concerning Shen Yiming. That night was chaotic and dark, filled with many occurrences. I have loved you for 7 years, pursued you for 5 years, and you have avoided me for 5 years. When I found out you were pregnant, Do you know how happy I was? I thought we could finally be together. You would finally be mine. Yet you pushed me away time and again, denying me. Now that we have resolved our misunderstanding, why won't you forgive me? Inning's hand, gripping the pencil, trembles uncontrollably. That day, you threatened me with Ruyan to go to Susei. You know exactly what you put in my drink. If it were not for you, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. Shouldn't I hold you accountable? It's because I loved you too much. I wanted to celebrate your birthday with you. Your love is a burden I cannot bear. Shun Yiming, agitated, grabs Inning's shoulders. Stop making excuses, cheat Inning. Xin is my daughter. The person from that night was you. If it wasn't you, tell me, who is the father of Xin? Speak. Inning tightly shuts her eyes, unwilling to mention that it is the deepest wound in her heart, one she wishes no one to uncover. Speak. Chi Inning, say something. It can't be Jiang Nan, can it? Shin Yiming shakes Inning persistently. Finally, Inning opens her eyes. Stop asking. Do not harass me any longer. You should lead your own life. Find someone who loves you and whom you truly love. And live well. I only love you. In this lifetime, it must be you. Shin Yiming shouts, holding Inning tightly. Let go. Shun Yiming. Release me. Inning struggles, but Shun Yiming holds her even tighter. Inning, you are mine. No one can take you away from me. Today, you must agree to marry me. Otherwise, I will make you lose everything, including your job here, and your husband. I will cripple him. Let him suffer. Let him die. This time, it is not a threat. Shin Yiming roars, his eyes bloodshot. Shun Yiming, dare you lay a finger on my husband? Inning, infuriated, drives the pencil forcefully into Shun Yiming's arm. Shin Yiming cries out in pain. Chu Man and Xiao Qingguang rush in, pulling Shun Yiming away. Shun Yiming, to love someone is to support and to give, not to possess and to harm. Chu Man admonishes fiercely, shielding Inning. Now I finally understand why Inning dislikes you. You are suffocating. Chi Inning stabbed me. Shin Yiming clutches his arm, blood seeping through his fingers. Man Ku, you are my friend, yet you protect her. I cannot stand men bullying women. You had better not come looking for Inning again. If she loses her job because of you, I will not let you off lightly. Chu Man warns sternly. Shun Yiming opens his mouth but cannot find the words. Though the Shun family rules Yun City, they are but a small ant in the face of the Chu family in the capital. Eventually, Shin Yiming leaves, slamming the door with a deafening bang. Manager Sun returns with the cold drinks, worried the newly renovated door might be damaged. Oh dear, Miss Chi, how could you offend young Master Shun? He is grateful to Inning for advocating on his behalf in front of Manager Gu, but is more concerned about having offended the notorious Shun Yiming, fearing future unrest in the store. Chu Man crosses her arms defiantly and stands before Manager Sunday. You need to call Gu Yin and inform him that Chi Inning is my friend. Shin Yiming came here to propose to my friend, but she declined, and he threatened her with termination. Manager Sun readily agrees to make the call, eager to distance himself from the situation. Consequently, Manager Sun faced a reprimand, and after hanging up the phone, he bowed and nodded to Chu Manku, assuring Inning that no one had the right to dismiss her, and that Shan Yiming would no longer create disturbances at the store. Inning, with her eyes cast down, concealed the tears shimmering beneath her lashes, not wishing to reveal her vulnerability. To retain her job was, of course, the most favorable outcome. She offered her apologies and gratitude to Manager Sunday. Upon exiting the private room, Inning noticed the evening primrose trampled underfoot by Shan Yiming, and her tears nearly fell. She approached the scattered flowers, carefully picking up those that remained intact. Treating them with utmost care and placing them gently on the table, her eyes reddened like a rabbit's. Grasping the large cake and cradling the 99 roses gifted by Shan Yiming, she made her way towards the green dumpster outside the restaurant. An elderly woman scavenging for trash watched Inning with eager eyes. Would you like them? Inning inquired. The old woman nodded fervently. Inning handed over the cake, and the elderly woman's gaze shifted to the roses in Inning's arms. Inning presented the roses as well, explaining, these imported roses cost hundreds each. You could sell them. The old woman expressed her profound gratitude. You truly make the most of every resource, remarked Chu Manku, who followed closely behind, smiling. Helping Shan Yiming with a charitable act may lessen his torment when he descends into hell. She added, giving a thumbs up. How wickedly clever. That Inning then ventured to a nearby supermarket, purchased a pack of cigarettes, and sought a secluded corner in an alley not far away, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. A tremor coursed through her body uncontrollably as she took a puff, coughing from the harshness, yet stubbornly inhaling again. Chu Manku snatched the cigarette from In Ning's hand, longing to smoke as well. But In Ning reclaimed it and stubbed it out on the ground. What are you doing smoking with a weak heart? In Ning admonished. Why do you smoke? Chu Manku questioned. Just feeling a bit weary. In Ning replied, her head bowed, her long hair cascading down to shield her petite face. While Chu Manku could not see In Ning's expression, she noticed the glistening droplets of tears steadily falling from the tip of her nose. In Ning, Chu Manku lifted her hand, wishing to embrace her. I'm fine, truly. In Ning's voice remained lighthearted, as though she was indeed untroubled, yet her fingertips betrayed a quiver. Chu Manku could not comprehend how deeply In Ning was hurting at that moment. She yearned to comfort her but was at a loss for words. It's your birthday today. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Let us not work this afternoon. I'll celebrate your birthday with you. In Ning remained silent. How about this? My brother is in Yuncheng, and I'll take you to spend time with him. With him around, no one will dare bully you again, Chu Manku insisted, pulling In Ning towards her Ferrari. Chapter 43. Grant him another chance. In Ning was ushered into the Ferrari by Chu Manku at the entrance of the restaurant. Xiao Chengguang waved at them, calling out, In Ning, happy birthday. Take some time to relax this afternoon. Leave the work to me. Once I finish the outline, I'll send it to you, and you can communicate with me online. Cheer up, he gestured a smile. In Ning smiled back, replying, Chengguang, thank you. Chu Manku opened the car roof, blasting an energetic DJ tune as the car roared to life and sped away. In Ning struggled to adjust to the speed of the sports car. Gripping the handle tightly, Chu Manku chewed gum, swaying her body to the rhythm of the DJ, and said, Relax, don't be scared. I'm an excellent driver. About Shani Ming, it's not what you think. But you should be cautious of that girl you helped before. What was her name? Yes, Li Xiang. I gave her money, and she told me the address of the Western restaurant. In Ning comprehended. Yet, she remained silent. Gazing ahead, Chu Manku always seemed so carefree, devoid of worries or sorrows, her face perpetually adorned with a brazen smile, one hand on the steering wheel while the other reached out of the window. She let out a thrilling scream, urging In Ning to experience the rush of the wind. In Ning tentatively extended her hand, feeling the wind slip through her fingers, gentle yet forceful, seemingly imbued with a healing magic that whisked away all her troubles with its swift passage. How does that feel? Comfortable? Chu Manku asked, laughing. In Ning nodded. Yes, comfortable. Seeing In Ning's smile brought joy to Chu Manku as well. She took In Ning to 0-degree bar. Just as they were about to enter, Chu Manku spotted Lin Fong smoking a short distance away. Lin Fong, she called out. Young miss? Lin Fong dropped his cigarette and was about to greet them warmly when he caught sight of In Ning beside Chu Manku, causing him to turn and dash into the bar. What s with Lin Fong? Chu Manku exclaimed. Chu Lichuan was engaged in discussions with Gu Yin regarding a new collaboration. He aimed to expand into the Yuncheng market, which would allow him to visit more frequently and, despite his divorce from In Ning, still keep an eye on the well-being of her and her daughter. Jiu Yin was pleased with the prospect of cooperation from Chu Lichuan. But just then Lin Fong hurried in and whispered something into his ear. Chu Lichuan excused himself, rising to leave. Jiu Yin, feeling disheartened, also prepared to exit, as Chu Manku took In Ning's hand and pushed through the door. Upon entering, Chu Manku immediately complained to Gu Yin that Manager Sun intended to dismiss In Ning and urged Gu Yin to reprimand him. In Ning, wishing to shield the innocent, defended Manager Sun, and to express her contrition, proactively offered Gu Yin a drink. You have quite the capacity for alcohol, Gu Yin praised as In Ning downed her drink. She set the glass down, acknowledging, I apologize for any inconvenience caused to the establishment. It is my fault. I will manage my personal matters and ensure my work is carried out to the best of my ability. Oh, In Ning, today is your birthday. Let us not discuss work, Gu Yin remarked, while Chu Manku clung to his arm, insisting, you don't need to be so formal with my brother. In Ning was taken aback to discover that Gu Yin was the brother Chu Manku had spoken of, the one who had children with the woman he refused to marry. Ah, so today is Miss Chi's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Gu Yin poured her a drink, and Ning felt unworthy of the boss's toast and poured her own, clinking her glass against Gu Yan's. Though hers was lower, Gu Yin regarded In Ning with newfound admiration, declaring, Manku is my sister, and from now on, Miss Chi is my sister too. Cheers. Chu Manku opted for a drink of soda, toasting with everyone and laughing heartily. Outside, Chu Lichuan peered through the slightly ajar door, observing In Ning downing 3 glasses in quick succession. He could discern that In Ning was not in high spirits. Even as she smiled, her eyes betrayed an inescapable melancholy. Once again, it was Shan Yiming. With a darkened expression, Chu Lichuan strode out, purposefully, Lin Fong, mistaking Chu Lichuan's demeanor for anger over Ning drinking with another man. Cautiously suggested, "Boss, should I bring the young lady out? I can drive her home. Let her unwind for a bit," Chu Lichuan replied, his tone imbued with tenderness. He exited the bar, entered his car, and instructed Lin Fong to summon Shan Yiming. In a desolate wasteland, Shan Yiming emerged from a Lamborghini and slid into Chu Lichuan's Maybach. "Mr. Chu." Shan Yiming had just finished bandaging his injured arm, his mood somewhat subdued. Yet he maintained the required respect and courtesy towards Chu Lichuan, tinged with a hint of fear. After all, who wouldn't he be intimidated by the infamous Shura, especially with the chilling aura that surrounded Chu Lichuan? "There is a woman who despises you, yet you continue to pursue her," Chu Lichuan remarked, lighting a cigarette and inhaling slowly. His tone was not harsh, but it caused Shan Yiming's nerves to tighten. Shan Yiming assumed Chu Lichuan was referring to Chu Manku. Having just offended her, it was only logical that Chu Lichuan would come after him. Who else could it be? Not waiting for Chu Lichuan to finish, he eagerly confessed his wrongdoing. "Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I will delete her WeChat and phone number immediately. From now on, I will vanish from her life entirely." Shan Yiming, fearing for his life, hastily produced his phone to delete Chu Manku's contact information. Chu Lichuan shot him a sidelong glance, his voice icy. "Can you guarantee that you will do this?" "I will certainly do it." "Absolutely no empty words," Shan Yiming vowed fervently. "Should I discover that you have erred again, you should be well aware of the consequences for you and the Shun family." Chu Lichuan warned, each word chillingly deliberate. "I understand. I understand." Shan Yiming trembled as he exited the car, his legs quaking, nearly collapsing as he approached his own vehicle. Lin Fong, astonished by Chu Lichuan's leniency, suggested, "Boss, perhaps you should teach him a lesson. He bullied the young lady too much." "I cannot stand by idly." Gripping the steering wheel, Lin Fong glared at Shan Yiming's car, itching to ram into it. Chu Lichuan closed his cold eyes and lit another cigarette. He too desired to take action, yet Shan Yiming was the father of Xian. He did not wish to cause her distress. "Grant him another chance," he said coldly, then added, "The Shun family's business has been thriving lately. You know what to do." "Yes, boss. Leave it to me," Lin Fong replied eagerly. Ning had consumed copious amounts of alcohol. During the gathering, Gu Ruoyan called, informing her that she had finally finished her writing and inquiring whether Ning had finished work to celebrate her birthday. Chu Manku promptly invited Gu Ruoyan to join them for drinks. "What a coincidence. You share the surname Gu, and my name is Yin. Our names sound alike," Gu Ruoyan exclaimed. "In novels, any two women sharing a surname are either relatives or long-lost siblings." Gu Ruoyan's friendly nature allowed her to engage immediately with Gu Yin in conversation. "From now on, you're my sister too. Cheers." Gu Yin raised his glass. As they chatted, they began to assign each other nicknames. Gu Ruoyan called Gu Yin Three Fire, while Gu Yin dubbed her Girl Kai. "You re 3 Fire. Your Girl Kai. 3 Fire, Girl Kai." The two giggled like toddlers, eliciting hearty laughter from Chu Manku and Ning. After several rounds of drinks, it was well past 10 o'clock. Han Bing arrived to pick up Gu Ruoyan and offered to take Ning home as well, while Gu Yin had his dedicated driver to escort Chu Manku during the ride. Han Bing fussed over Gu Ruoyan. "Sweetheart, why did you drink so much? Girls shouldn't consume so much alcohol. You can barely stand. It's Inun's birthday. We're celebrating." "I apologize, Ning. Today I had matters to attend to at work and couldn't wish you a happy birthday." Han Bing said apologetically, "It's quite all right. I've just arrived home." Ning was already so intoxicated that her words were slurred, and Gu Ruoyan urged Han Bing to help Ning upstairs. As they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, she immediately spotted Chu Lichuan waiting there. He, my husband is waiting for me. I won't keep you any longer." Ning waved her hand, resembling a well-behaved darling, and leaped into Chu Lichuan's arms, embracing him tightly. "Husband, you're back. I had some drinks. You won't be angry, will you?" Chu Lichuan had initially been upset that Ning was out so late, but the moment her delicate body fell into his embrace, all his displeasure evaporated. "As long as you are happy, I shall not be angry." He affectionately tapped the tip of Ning's nose and wrapped his long arms around her unsteady frame. Chapter 44. As sweet as can be, Gu Ruoyan leaned out of the car window, enthusiastically shouting, "Kiss, kiss, kiss." Han Bing tugged at Gu Ruoyan, trying to prevent her from making a scene. "What do you know? I'm merely assisting." Gu Ruoyan elbowed Han Bing aside and continued to cheer for Chu Lichuan and Ning to kiss. Ning laughed shyly, her cheeks flushed, as she looped her arms around Chu Lichuan's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and lightly pecked his lips. Chu Lichuan's body stiffened. although the girl's soft lips brushed against his for just a fleeting moment. It ignited a blaze within him, consuming him entirely. Gu Ruoyan's shouts reached a fever pitch. Ah, deep kiss, deep kiss, deep kiss. Even in her inebriated state, Inning dared not kiss Chu Lichuan deeply in public. She turned back to Gu Ruoyan and waved her hand. "We'll kiss at home. You hurry and leave, you light bulb. Kiss at home? Do you have the audacity?" "I don't believe it," Gu Ruoyan exclaimed, insisting they must kiss right now. "Sorry, Yin Yin has had too much to drink. We'll take our leave." Han Bing pulled Gu Ruoyan along, nodding apologetically at Chu Lichuan before driving away. Throughout the journey, Han Bing continued to admonish her about drinking too much. After a while, he brought up Chu Lichuan that Gu Ruoyan had mentioned before that Chu Lichuan was related to the Chu family in the capital and had helped Inning's family secure 2 large apartments. "Yin Yin, why do I feel that Chu Lichuan's demeanor and attire are far from ordinary? That suit of his bears no logo, yet the material and craftsmanship are exceptional. Do you really think he is merely a relative of the Chu family?" "How would I know? All I know is that he doesn't tea-work and spends his days at home, taking care of Inning's child." Gu Ruoyan pressed her hand against her fluttering heart. "Recently, our company has been collaborating with the Chu family, but we've encountered some issues. Could you and Inning subtly inquire whether Chu Lichuan could assist us? If the matter is resolved, the benefits would be considerable." Gu Ruoyan could hardly hear Han Bing's words anymore, merely nodding absently. Upon reaching the building, Han Bing received a phone call and said to the dazed Gu Ruoyan, "Yin Yin, my boss needs me for something. I can't take you upstairs, you'll be all right on your own. One to you?" Gu Ruoyan, displeased, replied, "It's so late. Why does your boss always need you for everything? A major client wants me to make an appearance. It's urgent. I'll be off now." Gu Ruoyan clutched her bag and unsteadily exited the car, urging him to return soon. Once Han Bing's car drove away, Gu Ruoyan could no longer hold back and retched. She sat on the steps at the entrance, swaying for quite a while before managing to rise, her steps unsteady as she ascended. Chu Lichuan noticed Inning struggling to stand and promptly swept her into his arms, carrying her into the neighborhood. Inning nestled against Chu Lichuan, her fingers lightly tracing his chest. "Kiss at home. Did you hear?" "No," escaping the kiss. Chu Lichuan looked down at the petite figure in his arms. "As long as you don't shy away, I won't shy away. You are my husband, and I am your wife. What is there to be shy about? It's not as if we haven't tea-kissed before." Inning nuzzled closer to Chu Lichuan, resembling a charming little kitten. Chu Lichuan chuckled softly, his pace quickening. "No backing out." "Whoever backs out is a little dog," Inning retorted. Xin had been eagerly awaiting her mother's return to cut the cake, and upon hearing the door open, she dashed out of her room. Spotting Chu Lichuan holding Inning, she immediately covered her face in shyness, exclaiming, "Mommy, you still want Uncle to hold you?" Inning's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly slipped from Chu Lichuan's embrace. Almost losing her balance, Chu Lichuan steadied her with one hand. "Be careful." Inning fought to maintain her composure, not wanting to appear disheveled in front of her daughter. "Mommy, Uncle bought a big cake and a huge bouquet of roses. They smell wonderful." Xin tugged at Inning, leading her to admire the cake and roses on the dining table. Xin was more delighted than ever, showcasing the zombie doll and an array of foreign snacks that Chu Lichuan had gifted her, chattering away. "Uncle will return for Mommy's birthday dinner. We've been waiting at home for Mommy." "But Mommy hasn't come back yet," Xin insisted. "Call Mommy and tell her to come home. Uncle said today is Mommy's birthday, and she should enjoy herself with friends and relax." Xin obediently listened, waiting with Uncle for Mommy's return. Inning hugged her daughter, smiling at Chu Lichuan, her voice gentle yet shy. "Didn't you give me evening primrose? Why buy roses again?" Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow slightly, countering her question. "Don't you like them?" "I like them. How could I not? I'm just curious why you sent me 2 bouquets. If I wanted to send them, I would." Chu Lichuan, aware of the roses that Shen Yiming had given Inning, which she had discarded, was not to be outdone and decided to buy a bouquet for her as well. His wife deserved roses, but only from him. Seeing Inning joyfully photograph the cake and roses, this preferential treatment brought immense pleasure to Chu Lichuan. Xin, eager to eat cake, urged Inning to hurry and light the candles. All right, let us blow out the candles and cut the cake." Inning's steps were somewhat unsteady. "Mommy, what's wrong? Have you been drinking? You smell strongly of alcohol." Xin wrinkled her nose in distaste. "No, Mommy hasn't been drinking. How could Mommy drink?" Inning, anxious not to leave a negative impression on her daughter, forced herself to regain clarity. Chu Lichuan supported Inning with one hand, exchanging smiles as they prepared to insert and light the candles. Chao Hualian turned off the lights, Inning clasped her hands together to make a wish, blew out the candles, and together with Chu Lichuan, cut the cake. Chu Lichuan leaned close to Inning's ear, softly asking, "What did you wish for?" When Inning made her wish, the corners of her lips curled into a particularly sweet smile, indicating it was a desire she cherished deeply, and he wished to fulfill it. "If I say it, it won't come true." Inning bit her lip, her cheeks reddening even more than before. She wished to be with Chu Lichuan for a lifetime. Inning cut a large piece of cake and held it out to Chu Lichuan. "Husband, here's for you." Today, Inning called him husband many times, sweeter and more melodious than ever, warming Chu Lichuan's heart. He gazed at her tenderly, longing to carry Inning to their room right then. Suddenly, Xin leaped up to give Inning a kiss, insisting that Chu Lichuan kiss Mommy as well. "Grandma says that on Mommy's birthday, you must give her a kiss to bring her blessings." Chu Lichuan sighed. "That's just something to amuse children." Chu Lichuan lowered his head and planted a kiss on Inning's cheek, his gaze growing increasingly infatuated. As if he could draw silk from it, Chu Lichuan, witnessing their affection, felt greatly pleased, scooping a generous slice of cake onto a plate, placing it in a bag, and cradling Xin in her arms. Adopting a serious demeanor, Ning, "Your sister said she has something to discuss with me. Today, I'll take Xin back to the supermarket. We're leaving Grandma. Xin misses Uncle and wants to be with him." Xin's sentence was cut short by Chu Lichuan. "Mom," before Inning could protest, Chu Lichuan had already taken her coat and Xin out the door. As the door closed, Inning could no longer suppress her dizziness and sank into a chair. Chu Lichuan took a forkful of cake, leaning down to feed it to Inning. She took a bite of the sweet cake, her eyes forming lovely crescent moons. "The cake you fed me is so sweet." "Husband." Chu Lichuan's expression softened, his voice husky. "How sweet?" "As sweet as can be." Inning tilted her head back, her cherry-red lips smeared with a dollop of pure white cream, exceedingly tempting. Chu Lichuan's throat felt parched, his voice becoming even more gravelly. "Let me have a taste." As he spoke, he lowered his head to kiss her. Their lips intertwined, filled with affection. For the first time, Inning actively responded to Chu Lichuan's kiss, clumsy yet the most potent temptation for him. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and they kissed from the living room to the bedroom, their clothes scattered across the floor. The mingled breaths became the most enchanting music of the night. However, Chapter 45. Can we avoid divorce? Just as the moment reached its climax, Inning halted Chu Lichuan. She was terrified. Tremors coursed through her body. It wasn't fear of Chu Lichuan, nor was it fear of their uncertain future, but rather fear of that act. Chu Lichuan was unaware of what had transpired in Inning's past, but it was evident that her first experience had not been pleasant, leaving behind a shadow of dread that prevented her from embracing intimacy. Feeling a pang of compassion, Chu Lichuan held Inning close, gently stroking her silky hair, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality, offering a sense of security. "Sleep now. I won't do anything else to you." He would never force Inning into anything that made her uncomfortable. Inning nestled in his embrace, her voice faint, tinged with a hint of sobs. "I'm sorry, husband. There's no need to apologize to me. I was the impatient one." Inning's apology deepened Chu Lichuan's guilt. He knew he couldn't offer her a future, so why had he impulsively taken her? Chu Lichuan tightened his hold on Inning, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Inning suddenly burst into tears, her tears cascading down like a torrential downpour, dampening Chu Lichuan's chest. "I'm sorry, darling. I ruined the evening primrose you gifted me." She sobbed that "I'm so sorry." Chu Lichuan chuckled softly. "What is there to apologize for? If you like it, I'll buy you another one tomorrow." Inning shook her head. "It's different. That was the first bouquet you ever gave me. It was so beautiful, and I loved it so much." "What about the roses?" He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. Inning still shook her head. "It's not the same. It's just not." Chu Lichuan was perplexed by what she meant by not the same, and Inning herself couldn't articulate the difference, yet she felt it profoundly. That was the first touch of sentiment he had given her today. Even if, as Chu Man had remarked, it was merely a wildflower, abundant in the fields and exceedingly inexpensive, she still deemed it incredibly precious. "Stop crying. You look like a child," Chu Lichuan said, holding her close. Yet her tears continued to flow unabated. He chose not to console her further, allowing her to cry, knowing the hardships Inning had endured. This time, her tears were likely shed from genuine grievance. Inning was indeed aggrieved. She wasn't afraid of Shen Yiming, but she feared what he might do to Chu Lichuan. "Darling, if anyone harms you, I will fight them to the death." Inning clung tightly to Chu Lichuan's slender waist, her small face pressed against his chest. Chu Lichuan chuckled, but warmth filled his heart. Don't worry. No one can harm me, I mean it. Chu Lichuan ruffled her hair, then suddenly turned over, retrieving a brocade box from his suit jacket pocket and handing it to Inning. Sitting up, she covered herself with a blanket, revealing only her snow-white shoulder, and opened the box to unveil a dazzling sapphire necklace. Wow, it's so beautiful. Is it for me? Inning exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment. It's blue, water-like. Do you like it? Chu Lichuan asked with a smile. I love it. Absolutely. I can't believe you gave me a necklace. Inning had never imagined that Chu Lichuan would gift her such a beautiful present. How much did it cost? Carefully, she extracted the necklace, its diamonds sparkling under the light. It's not real. Is it? Inning gazed at Chu Lichuan in disbelief. No, it's fake, he replied, touching his nose. Inning sighed in relief. It looks so realistic. It must be quite expensive, right? Chu Lichuan knew Inning was frugal and reluctant to let him spend money. Not much, just 300 or 400. Inning exhaled deeply again. You don't think it's cheap? Chu Lichuan inquired. How could I? As long as it's from you, I cherish it. Inning picked up her phone to take a picture of the necklace. She wanted to commemorate this day on social media. Years from now, she would be able to recall the beauty and sweetness of this moment. She edited the photos of the evening primrose, cake, roses, and necklace, writing 5 words, darling, I love you. The post was successfully shared. This could be considered an announcement. Initially, she hadn't made it public because she hadn't truly acknowledged her feelings for Chu Lichuan. Now that she had, even if they were to divorce in the future, she would always hold him dear in her heart. Seeing Inning's joy made Chu Lichuan happy as well. A necklace she thought was worth 300 or 400 could bring her such delight. How are you so adorable? He asked, pinching her cheek. Inning pouted playfully, wrapping her arms around his waist, raising her head with a beaming smile. Am I cute? Do you like me? I do, Chu Lichuan replied. Then Inning's eyes darted as she bit her lip, hesitantly asking in a whisper, can we not get a divorce? She wanted to take a chance, fueled by the alcohol. What if Chu Lichuan felt the same way and didn't he want to part ways? Chu Lichuan gazed at her silently, lifting his hand to gently caress her delicate face. Her face was so small that his hand could encompass it entirely. Inning stared deeply into Chu Lichuan's eyes, filled with eager anticipation, but after a long wait, the response she received was disappointment. In that moment, Inning could almost hear the sound of her heart shattering. Inning, there are some matters I cannot explain to you. But Chu Lichuan feared that Inning would be hurt and attempted to clarify, yet Inning's smile grew increasingly radiant, concealing any hint of her fragmented emotions. I'm just teasing you. Why so serious? Of course, I know we are definitely getting a divorce. We made a promise that neither of us would go back on our word. She playfully pinched Chu Lichuan's prominent nose. When are we going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? This was the question Chu Lichuan dreaded the most, yet he had to confront it. Tomorrow's the weekend. How about next Monday? All right, it's getting late. Let us sleep that I'm tired. Chu Lichuan tucked her in and sat silently on the edge of the bed, watching her until her breathing became steady. He then rose to the living room and lit a cigarette. With Yang-Yang's existence, he could never fully sever ties with Anren, which was profoundly unfair to Inning. Moreover, Anren had borne Yang-Yang for him. He didn't want to marry Anren, but he also couldn't build a family with someone else and betray both Anren and Yang-Yang. Chu Lichuan smoked several cigarettes in the living room. Meanwhile, Inning lay in bed, cocooned under the covers, silently shedding tears. Hearing footsteps at the door, she hurriedly wiped her tears, pretending to be fast asleep. The space beside her sank as a long arm reached over, enveloping Inning in a strong embrace. She remained still in the comfort of that embrace, feigning sleep. Chu Lichuan tenderly ruffled her hair and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Inning could sense that Chu Lichuan didn't dislike her. In fact, he seemed to harbor some affection for her. Perhaps it was because she had a child. Inning didn't blame him. He had his family and friends, his social circle. No one could entirely disregard the opinions and judgments of the outside world. Inning couldn't recall when she fell asleep. When she awakened again, the sun had already risen, and she found herself sprawled over Chu Lichuan like an octopus. Her cheeks flushed, and she attempted to quietly rise, only to be held tighter by Chu Lichuan. Don't move. At once, Inning dared not stir, allowing him to hold her, because her thigh was pressing against a certain spot, and was this the legendary morning reaction exclusive to men? She had previously thought that Chu Lichuan was impotent, but he was clearly in perfect health. After holding Inning for a while, Chu Lichuan spoke in a low voice. I'll teach you how to drive. Okay. Huh? You'll teach me? Inning looked up in surprise. just in time to catch sight of the enticing Adam's apple on Chu Lichuan's throat. It was pronounced, beautifully defined, and she felt an overwhelming urge to bite it. What's wrong? Don't want to? Chu Lichuan leaned down to look at her, their noses almost touching. As the president of the Chu Corporation, he was offering to be her practice partner, yet Inning hesitated. No, of course I want to, it's just, I've heard that when one's husband teaches them to drive, they usually end up getting scolded. You want to scold me, will you? No, I want to. Chu Lichuan affectionately ruffled her hair. How could he bear to scold her? By the way, Chu Lichuan, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Inning hesitated to speak. Chapter 46. The sly husband seeing Inning's stammering. Chu Lichuan asked, You're not planning to do something to hurt me, are you? Of course not. How could I ever do something to betray you? Inning climbed off Chu Lichuan, clutching the blanket to cover herself. Chu Lichuan also sat up, bending one leg and resting his arm on his knee. Then what do you want to say? He assumed Inning wanted to ask for a car because she had previously mentioned that if she drove, it would be a luxury car. Its about the house. Inning fiddled with her fingers, looking guilty. The house? Do you want to move in? Chu Lichuan asked. Not that house. It's the two houses you helped me secure for my family. My sister-in-law is using the baby in her womb to threaten me, trying to take both houses. I don't want to be involved in the family disputes over property. I just want one house left for my brother Xiaofeng. And I don't want anything else. You want to give your rightful share to your sister-in-law, is that it? Chu Lichuan said. I wanted to seek your opinion first. The houses were procured with your assistance. It wouldn't be fair to you if I decided to give them away on my own. Since I helped you secure them, they belong to you. How you choose to divide them is your business. Inning hadn't expected Chu Lichuan to be so magnanimous. Aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? It's just two houses. I merely made a phone call. Inning hugged Chu Lichuan tightly. Chu Lichuan, you're truly wonderful. Why aren't you calling me darling anymore? Inning's cheeks flushed as she buried her face in his chest. I drank too much yesterday. Drinking too much leads you to call me darling? But when you're sober, you call me Chu Lichuan. What kind of logic is that? Chu Lichuan pinched Inning's delicate chin, forcing her to look up at him. I was drunk. My mind got carried away. And are you sober now? Has the heat dissipated? Are you neglecting me and calling me by my name instead of darling? Chu Lichuan leaned closer to Inning, their lips almost touching. Be good. Call me darling. I love to hear it, darling. Inning shyly murmured, her cheeks completely flushed. Wife, shouldn't we have a morning kiss? Chu Lichuan drawled, inching closer, not giving Inning a chance to escape as he captured her soft, rosy lips in a kiss. The prolonged kiss left them breathless, entwined in their passion. Inning lay limply on the bed, her gaze dazedly fixed on the man above her, her lips swollen, her voice fragmented. I need to go to work. Chu Lichuan refused to release her, gently stroking her hair. Inning, if you wish to live a carefree life, you must be unafraid and feel secure. Some relationships require not just selfless dedication but also a sense of balance and calculation to avoid being constantly oppressed and bullied. Inning furrowed her brow. Are you talking about my sister-in-law? Chu Lichuan nodded. I can't bear to see you bully you. However, there is no way out now. My brother has a disability. We certainly cannot ask you to terminate her pregnancy. Inning sighed. He was aware of my brother's condition when she married him. If she uses this situation to morally bind your entire family, it shows her ulterior motives in marrying your brother. Furthermore, your brother, as a man, bears the responsibility of providing for his family and children. You cannot simply compromise because of his physical limitations. And as for she carries her own child. What right does she have to use it as leverage against others? If she successfully coerces you with this child now, what will happen in the future? Will she not resort to the same tactic again? This endless pit, does your family possess the means to fill it? Moreover, her demand for an additional house is purportedly for her brother's marriage, which is even more unethical. Inning was suddenly enlightened. I understand now. He believes that my mother and I care deeply about the child in her womb, and thus she has been using it to threaten us. But it is her own child, her flesh and blood, and by blood relation, she is closer to the child than we are. If she were truly to terminate the pregnancy, she would undoubtedly feel reluctant. We have been ensnared by her. She has led us into her trap. The child is already 7 months along, a living being, and with a healthy body, no hospital is willing to perform an abortion for her. Chu Lichuan remarked, terminating the pregnancy would also harm her own body. If the child is gone, will Qian and her marriage remain steadfast? I can see that Qian has long been fed up with her. It is solely because of the child that he has endured. Once Qian divorces without children, with a house and a means to earn, Would remarrying be so difficult? He is different. Inducing labor at 7 months is akin to childbirth. And if complications arise, Chu Lichuan chuckled lightly, one cannot predict how dire the consequences may be. Darling, you are rather cunning. And Ning found herself both amused and exasperated. Chu Lichuan pinched the tip of Ning's nose. You are too emotional, too soft-hearted. I am but a mere woman. Ning stifled a pang of pain, covering her nose. Chu Lichuan deliberately tousled Ning's hair, obscuring her captivating eyes. Hurry and get up. Do you not have work? Chu Lichuan urged Ning to rise quickly, fearing he might succumb to the urge to embrace her at any moment. Ning arose to wash up. Chu Lichuan lay on the bed. Glancing at his own tint, he shook his head, truly tormenting. By the time Ning finished her morning routine, Chu Lichuan had prepared breakfast, rice porridge, fried eggs, and ham, accompanied by slices of bread, constituting a rather sumptuous meal. Ning embraced Chu Lichuan from behind. Husband, you are so wonderful. The woman who marries you in the future will surely be very happy. I have said before, I will not remarry. Chu Lichuan served 2 bowls of rice porridge, assisting Ning to sit at the dining chair. Why not? Ning nibbled on a slice of bread, her curiosity piqued. Since Chu Lichuan's health is fine, why does he refuse to remarry? Chu Lichuan remained silent, offering her a fried egg. Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Ning ceased her inquiries. After finishing breakfast, she picked up her bag and bestowed a kiss on Chu Lichuan's cheek. Husband, behave yourself at home. I am off to work. Chu Lichuan wished to pull Ning back for a kiss, but she had already slipped on her shoes and darted away, the moment the door closed. Ning turned back, her gaze lingering. She wished for every day ahead to be filled with Chu Lichuan when she returned home from work, and to wake up with him in the morning. Unfortunately, they were destined to be mere passers-by in each other's lives. Ning descended the stairs and called Chao Huilian, sharing with her the words Chu Lichuan had spoken, which immediately awakened Chao Huilian's understanding. Ning, you are right. We cannot allow her to continually use the child as leverage. First, she demanded a betrothal gift, then a house. The property given by the supermarket due to demolition has all been handed over to her. And she still wants those 2 large houses. Mom will not hide it from you. Although this old house was left by your biological mother, I have labored my entire life, and with only Xiao Feng as my biological son. It should rightfully belong to him, and I will certainly protect it. Ning empathized with Chao Huilian's sentiments. Even among siblings of the same blood, fairness must prevail. Xiao Feng should not be left with nothing. Ning asked Chao Huilian to bring Xian back. She did not want Xian to face Hiyu's disdain at the supermarket. The old house was soon to be demolished, and the neighbors had been taking turns hosting gatherings to enjoy each other's company before the demolition. Mom, take Xian to enjoy the festivities at the old house. Chao Huilian hoped for Ning and Chu Lichuan to spend a few days together, cherishing their time as a couple. When Ning arrived at the Western restaurant, Xiao Chengguang was already there. He was fully clad in a hat and mask, appearing as though he had committed some misdeed. Ning found it puzzling and inquired about the matter. Nothing serious, just an allergic reaction. Xiao Chengguang glanced outside, continuing to mix plaster. The draft on the wall had already taken shape, and today they would begin applying plaster for the base mold. Ning stood at a distance, observing the preliminary sketches for a while, then took a pencil and climbed a ladder to make some modifications. Today, Chu Man did not come. She seemed preoccupied with something. Ning did not contact her. After all, the world of the young lady should be free-spirited, should it not? Once the base mold was completed, the plaster needed to dry thoroughly before proceeding with the modeling. Ning and Xiao Chengguang left work early. Upon exiting the Western restaurant, they spotted a white Volkswagen parked by the roadside. Ning smiled and approached, opening the door to get in. Husband, what brings you here? To pick you up after work. Chapter 47. The sugar baby having a husband waiting after work feels delightful. Ning smiled as she settled into the car. You do not mind that I spend my days idling about like a house husband? Picking up my wife from work and taking care of the children? Chu Lichuan leaned over to fasten Ning's seatbelt. Your wife is quite capable. I guarantee I can pamper you into a plump and healthy figure. Ning patted her chest confidently. If Chu Lichuan agreed not to divorce, what harm would it be to support him for a lifetime? No need to be plump. As long as you are well-fed and warmly dressed. That suffices. You are picky and difficult. It is not as easy to support you as you claim. Perhaps not, but if I am determined, I might be able to amend my bad habits. Ning's heart fluttered. How might one determine my worth? Ning gazed at Chu Lichuan with sparkling eyes. Chu Lichuan remained silent, reaching out to tousle Ning's hair, which she hastily shielded. Not allowing me to touch. Chu Lichuan feigned displeasure, furrowing his brow. You always mess up my hair, Ning protested. Chu Lichuan shifted tactics, playfully pinching Ning's cheek. That hurts. Ning winced, her small face scrunching up. No more pinching my face in the future. The sensation is too delightful. I cannot help myself. Chu Lichuan started the engine while electric vehicle. Ning pointed toward the electric car outside the window. Tomorrow morning, I will drop you off at work. Chu Lichuan added, regardless of how early it may be. Ning replied, falling silent. Tomorrow is Sunday, and the day after is Monday. Chu Lichuan glanced at the evening primrose that Ning carefully held in her hand. Why did you bring the evening primrose back? I wish to preserve it as a dried flower, as a keepsake, Ning explained. No need for such trouble. I will bring you a bouquet every day. No, that would be too wasteful. This one is just fine. They were on the verge of divorce. How could he possibly bring her flowers every day? Since their marriage, it had always been him providing for her. She had never done anything for him. Today, I will treat you. Ning wished to treat Chu Lichuan to a nice meal, and they decided to visit the renowned restaurant Fuxingxuan in Yun City. Their Buddha jumps over the wall dish is particularly famous, though the queue can be quite daunting. Do you mind waiting a bit? Ning sought Chu Lichuan's opinion. Not at all. Chu Lichuan scanned the waiting patrons at the entrance, stepping away to make a phone call. When he returned, Ning had already collected the queue number. We are 21 tables ahead. It should take about 40 minutes, Ning said. Chu Lichuan wrapped an arm around Ning, guiding her away from the throng of diners towards a nearby private elevator. Ning was about to inquire where he was taking her. A man suddenly rushed over, blocking their path. Ning. It was none other than He Lei. He looked at Chu Lichuan with a mocking tone. So this is your impoverished husband? You dare to dine in such a place? Do you have any idea how expensive it is here? He Lei, noticing onlookers, pointed at Chu Lichuan, addressing the crowd. Do not be deceived by his shabby attire. He is broke, married without a house or a car, living in a rental, and relying on his wife for support. If I am not mistaken, your wife is footing the bill for this meal, am I right? He Lei, shut your mouth. Ning stepped protectively in front of Chu Lichuan. Ning, what makes you different from a sugar baby? Ha ha ha. He Lei laughed, and the crowd joined in the ridicule. He Lei, you, a parasite living off your parents and sister, have no right to criticize my husband. Ning's chest tightened with indignation. I live off my parents and sister because I have something to rely on. Does your husband have anything to rely on? Honestly, it is not my place to say, but with your looks and employment, earning a decent income, how did you end up with such a useless man? Is it just for his good looks and charm? You. He Lei turned to his seat, dragging over a woman who had been keeping her head down, tightly embracing her, and pointed at Ning. This is the woman. Pregnant before marriage, bearing a child. I do not despise her, and my mother even suggested that we should join our families together, offering her 2 to 3 million in betrothal gifts, but she refused. Claiming it was too little, she should consider her own identity. Can she compare to you? She even dares to ask for tens of thousands in betrothal gifts and a house? Does she think she is worthy? He Lei harbored resentment towards Ning for her earlier rejection of him, and now seizing the opportunity, he was determined to clear his name. Now with a useless husband, wanting for everything, relying on her for support. What a fool! The people around began to point fingers at Ning, whispering disdainfully about her. What a foolish woman! At such a young age, she is already an unwed mother. How scandalous! Her character is utterly deplorable. Ning, infuriated, gasped for breath as she gazed in shock at the woman nestled in He Lei's embrace. Li Xiang? Previously, she had heard the He family boasting about introducing a college student to He Lei as his girlfriend, reveling in their good fortune. They had claimed that no matter how high one's education, it is wealth that truly matters, and that He Lei, a mere junior high school graduate, could still marry a university student. However, Ning had never anticipated that this woman would turn out to be Li Xiang. Ning Jia, Li Xiang murmured, her head bowed deeply, too ashamed to meet Ning's gaze, her hands clenched tightly together. Do you know each other? He Lei queried Li Xiang. I work part-time in Ning Jia's team. Li Xiang's voice grew even softer, a picture of embarrassment. Ning understood now. He Lei might be oblivious to her acquaintance with Li Xiang, but Li Xiang undoubtedly knew about her relationship with He Lei from the very beginning and had kept it under wraps. Observing Li Xiang's meek demeanor, Ning was astonished to discover such hidden depth in her character. You never disclosed your relationship with He Lei because you were aware that He's desire for a house was to create a marital home for you too, wasn't it? No, Ning Jia. Li Xiang attempted to explain, yet found herself at a loss for words, her eyes reddening as she shook her head fervently. Darling, Why are you afraid of her? I've got your back. He barked angrily. Qianing, don't think that just because Xiang works for you, you can bully her. He retrieved a card from his pocket, brandishing it with bravado as he declared, I am a member here. Out of respect for our familial ties, I shall cover your expenses today. But from now on, you treat Xiang with more courtesy. Don't assign her all the menial and dirty work. Throughout the entire exchange, Chu Lichuan remained silent, extending his hand to accept He Lei's card. Inning was taken aback. Was Chu Lichuan actually willing to endure such humiliation and accept He Lei's charity without a shred of dignity? Just as Inning was about to intervene, He Lei suddenly lifted his hand, mockingly addressing Chu Lichuan, call me big brother. And this card is yours. Chu Lichuan completely disregarded He Lei, his gaze drifting indifferently past the membership card in He Lei's hand. The movement of He Lei handing over the card had already allowed him to see the card number clearly. You see, a man need not fear being broke. What he should dread is lacking the audacity. As long as one possesses enough audacity, even begging can fill one's belly. He pointed at Chu Lichuan, speaking to Li Xiang in his arms. Li Xiang buried her face deeper. Li Xiang, are you truly willing to marry such a scoundrel? Inning could not comprehend how, even in dire financial straits, Li Xiang could forsake her own marriage by tying herself to a man utterly unworthy of her. Li Xiang clutched her clothing tightly, biting her lip in silence. Qianing, cease your attempts at sowing discord, He shouted angrily. Who is the scoundrel? Xiang and I share true love. She loves me, and I love her, He declared vehemently. Unlike your chosen husband, if you ask me. He dragged out his words, casting a scornful glance at Chu Lichuan. You might as well rely on that pretty face of yours to peddle yourself. You live with more dignity than you do now. Huh? Occupying my family's relocation house, and you dare insult my husband. My husband is 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than you? Inning interjected, linking her arm with Chu Lichuan's, resolutely defending him. What do you mean by occupying? Pfft. My sister is a social media influencer, earning enough to support your entire family. Your brother marrying my sister is an indication of your family's good fortune. Who, aside from my sister, would ever consider marrying your brother, that cripple? Don't talk about needing a house. Even if your family were to provide 2 or 3 houses, you ought to, He shouted, drawing the attention of an increasing number of onlookers. Inning's chest heaved with indignation. Just as she was about to retort, Chu Lichuan gently tugged at her. Chapter 48. Rotten Peach Blossoms. Chu Lichuan's expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of any visible agitation, as if He Lei's insults had not been directed at him. His cold gaze rested steadily on He Lei, and his tone was unusually placid. If Qian is truly so detestable, then why did your sister choose to marry him? To my knowledge, it was your sister who actively sought to marry Qian, and my sister must be blind. Momentarily confused, He retorted. Then how do you know that aside from Qian, your sister had no other suitors? Of course there were suitors for my sister. She is beautiful and has a great figure. Countless men are enamored by her. With so many admirers for your sister, surely there must be those whose qualifications surpass Qian's. Indeed, there are. Before her marriage, my sister had an exceedingly wealthy boyfriend who frequently gifted her designer bags and jewelry, treating her and our family exceptionally well. He boasted. Inning looked at Chu Lichuan, perplexed by his line of questioning. If he treated your sister so well, why did they part ways? Chu Lichuan slightly raised an eyebrow, his inquiry laden with implications. Who said they broke up? He exclaimed vehemently, his tone brimming with defiance. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had misspoken and hastily corrected himself. It was my sister who didn't like him and ended things. Chu Lichuan chuckled lightly, expressing mock regret. It seems you must have been quite fond of your sister's ex-boyfriend. He was so good to your family. Why didn't you persuade your sister to reconsider? What is it to you? In any case, they broke up. He waved his hand dismissively, exuding arrogance. Inning understood now. Chu Lichuan was skillfully digging a pit for He from He Lei's contradictory statements. It was evident that the situation between He and her former boyfriend was far from simple. So, your sister believes Qian is the better choice, Chu Lichuan concluded. He has a successful career and wealth, drives luxury cars, and lives in a grand villa, while Qian is merely a petty vendor. How could he possibly compare? He scoffed. Inning's gaze shifted slightly as she interjected, with such advantageous conditions. It must be that he found your sister's family background unsatisfactory, especially with a brother like you, who is idle and unambitious. He probably regarded your family as a burden, which is why he ended things with you. Right? You are the burden. He has never looked down on me. Lei retorted angrily. Just the other day, he treated me to a meal. Lei realized he had once again stepped into a trap, and in a fit of rage, shouted, "You two, stop your back and forth banter." Chu Lichuan fell silent. Inning remained quiet as well. Some answers were already apparent, requiring no further inquiry. Just then, the restaurant manager hurried over, his face beaming with smiles, ready to speak with Chu Lichuan, only to be abruptly seized by Lei. "They have no money to afford this meal." Lei declared, "I am a member of your establishment, and I command you to expel them." "I believe it is you who should be expelled," the manager retorted. "From now on, you are no longer welcome to dine here." The manager promptly called for security, who swiftly escorted Lei out. "I am a member here. How dare you treat me this way? Do you believe I won't file a complaint against you? Let go of me, let go of me. You have the wrong person. It is they who should be thrown out." Lei was utterly bewildered by his expulsion, only noticing the manager treating Chu Lichuan with utmost deference, guiding him toward the private elevator leading to the upscale dining rooms on the upper floor. Inning took a few steps but halted, turning back to Li Xiang, who stood frozen in place. "One must have principles. There are certain earnings one should not pursue." Inning was addressing Li Xiang's situation. Li Xiang felt guilty, unable to lift her head. "Inning Jia, I realize my mistake, but young Master Shen and Miss Chu won't harm you. Even if I don't say anything, they can still find out where I work. The difference between them finding out and you telling them is significant," Inning replied. Li Xiang began to sob. "My family is struggling. Studying art is expensive, and we simply cannot afford it. I don't want to marry so soon. My father is ill and hospitalized, and we are short on money. The He family promised a hefty betrothal gift, along with a house in ACA, or my mother is insisting that I marry him. I don't like Lei at all." Li Xiang wept more fiercely, wiping her tears. She sensed the manager's respectful demeanor toward Chu Lichuan and surmised that he must possess a remarkable background. She clutched Inning's arm, pleading for her assistance. "As long as I pay my father's hospital bills, I will return Lei's betrothal money. Inning Jia, please help me." Li Xiang's pitiful cries tugged at Inning's heartstrings. Yet she hesitated to assist her. Some matters were beyond her capacity to help. Just as Inning was at a loss for how to respond, Chu Lichuan approached, wrapping his arm around Inning's shoulders and pulling her hand away from Li Xiang's grasp. "I am sorry, but we cannot assist with this." Chu Lichuan's voice was cold. The onlookers began to murmur about Chu Lichuan and Inning, accusing them of lacking compassion. Inning felt furious, yet Chu Lichuan remained unfazed, merely casting a casual glance at the crowd. Although his expression revealed nothing, it exuded an invisible pressure that silenced the spectators, causing them to disperse like startled birds. Chu Lichuan held Inning close as they entered the elevator. The crowd resumed their chatter. "Who on earth is that man? His gaze is so intimidating. Guests who can take a private elevator to the upper floors are certainly not ordinary individuals." Li Xiang stood before the elevator, watching it ascend to the 6th floor. This restaurant boasted 6 levels, and the top floor private rooms catered only to super VIPs. It was not a privilege afforded to just anyone with money. Li Xiang pondered, who exactly was this man named Chu Lichuan? Was he truly merely a kept man living off his wife? The manager greeted Chu Lichuan with utmost respect, addressing him as Mr. Chu with a demeanor that suggested he was well aware of the man's stature. Chu Lichuan instructed Inning to enter the private room first, while he spoke with the manager at the door. He warned the manager not to disclose to anyone that he had brought a woman to dine. The manager, fearful of offending the infamous Shura Chu, who might threaten his very existence, hastily vowed to keep the matter confidential, assuring him that not a word would escape to the restaurant's owner, Gu Yin. "Please check who holds membership card number 39887, Chu Lichuan instructed. Yes, I'll check immediately," the manager responded. The waitstaff commenced serving the dishes. All of the exquisite dishes at Fuck Xingxuan are top tier, including the signature dish, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. The ingredients used in the premier private rooms are distinctly superior to those in the bustling hall on the 1st floor. Meticulously selected, and the flavors are truly exceptional. However, Inning felt little appetite, her heart heavy with unspoken burdens. Chu Lichuan, perceptive to her thoughts, remarked, "Those who are pitiable must also harbor some contemptible traits. Someone like Li Xiang. Even if we assist her, she may very well turn into a venomous snake and bite you back," he added. "Should there be any future offenses, simply place the blame on me. The best excuse for refusing to lend money is this: my husband forbids it." Inning chuckled softly. "Then you can say, my wife won't allow it." Chu Lichuan nodded in agreement. "That works quite well." Yet, Inning remained irked. Lei's derogatory remarks about Chu Lichuan were clearly dismissed by Chu Lichuan himself, who seemed unfazed by the whole matter. After all, why bother quarreling with someone so insignificant? However, the words spoken were indeed harsh. Do you care about his opinion? Chu Lichuan placed the Buddha jumps over the wall beside Inning, offering her a spoon to taste. What I care about is you, Inning replied. Chu Lichuan paused, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked, to what extent do you care? Inning dared not meet his deep gaze, fearing she might drown in it, and quickly lowered her head, pretending to eat. After a couple of bites, her appetite waned again. Oh, you think he still has contact with her ex-boyfriend? This matter weighed heavier on Inning's mind. Everyone is not foolish. Hilei's few words were enough to indicate that you and her former lover still had ties. The reasons behind their breakup and her subsequent marriage to Qian remain a mystery. A woman who flirts around, how pure do you think her private life could be? Chu Lichuan scoffed, noting that the card in Hilei's possession required a six-figure expenditure at this establishment to be activated. Hilei lacks the financial means, he concluded, which only implies that the card was a gift from someone else. Quite likely, he used ex-boyfriend. Inning's mind cleared in an instant. It seemed that he had seen through it all long ago. Let's eat. Don't overthink it. Yet, Inning still lacked appetite, feeling a knot in her heart. All right, I don't mind. I've simply accumulated another troublesome suitor for my wife. What troublesome suitor? Chapter 49. Losing control. What do you mean by troublesome suitor? Chu Lichuan felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, he understood that men like Hilei posed no real threat to him. However, had Hilei not appeared in Inning's life, who could say how she might have chosen? You weren't truly on the verge of marrying Hilei, were you? Inning, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead. How could that be? Their entire family is eccentric. When my brother married the He family demanded a dowry of 480,000, while my family could only scrape together 380,000. His mother suggested I marry Hilei instead, and when I refused, she offered 2,000 or 3,000 to facilitate the wedding, claiming it would strengthen the family ties. She said many unkind things, implying that her son marrying me was a blessing I earned in a past life. After I declined, his mother and Hilei always regarded me with disdain. Chu Lichuan almost laughed in disbelief at the peculiar reasoning of that family. After finishing their meal, Inning warned Chu Lichuan not to steal the bill from her. Chu Lichuan, with a resigned nod, replied, all right, you may pay. Inning was well aware of Xingxuan's prices, especially in the exclusive private rooms. She braced herself to spend a hefty sum, but was astonished when the bill tallied merely 880. Is it really this inexpensive here? Inning exclaimed in disbelief. You didn't secretly settle the bill, did you? Suddenly, it dawned on her that he was quite familiar with the manager here. Having frequented this place, I've been here twice. The owner and I are comrades. And we share a good rapport. He gave us a discount, Chu Lichuan casually explained. He continued, if you enjoy the cuisine here, feel free to bring Xin and your mother over often. I can arrange a card for you. No, Inning shook her head. It would give the impression that you have an ungrateful wife who likes to take advantage of others. It's not that serious. Our bond is akin to life and death. Chu Lichuan reassured her. His relationship with Gu Yin was closer than brotherhood. That makes it even worse. One must know their boundaries. Our circumstances are already less favorable. It would be unseemly for others to think we are trying to mooch off them. Yes, you are the most understanding, Chu Lichuan teased, reaching to ruffle Inning's hair. She quickly dodged, insisting he not mess it up. Inning skipped ahead, turning back to make a silly face at him. When I grow taller. I'll ruffle your hair every day? Chu Lichuan, with one hand in his trouser pocket, chuckled as he walked out. How old are you? Still hoping to grow taller? You'll be this height for life. What if a miracle happens? Inning teased, sticking out her tongue. Chu Lichuan shook his head, laughing softly. Inning truly was wonderful, thoughtful, understanding, ungrasping, easily satisfied, optimistic, and self-reliant. For such a splendid girl, why had he not encountered her sooner? Had they met 5 years earlier? Perhaps their future would have been different. Chu Lichuan glanced at his watch. It was just 8:30, still early. He got into the car first. Where are you taking me? Inning asked curiously, noticing they weren't heading home. I am taking you to practice driving, Chu Lichuan replied. I don't have a license. I can't drive a private car. No worries. Chu Lichuan drove Inning to Yuncheng Sports Stadium. Recently, 3 super cool helicopters had been parked in the stadium, well known throughout Yuncheng, yet the area was cordoned off, preventing anyone from approaching. Several stern-looking men in black guarded the vicinity, making the dimly lit stadium appear like a beast lurking in the shadows. Instilling fear. Inning urged Chu Lichuan to stop, but he drove straight in. Strangely, no one stopped them. Chu Lichuan explained that those men were there to guard the helicopters, and since they were merely practicing driving, there was no reason for interference. Inning, seeing the helicopters up close for the first time, couldn't he help but admire them. They really are cool, she exclaimed. Do you like them? Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow. Pleased that he had retired because of his fondness for these helicopters and had bought them for private ownership. I do. Inning replied. Would you like to go inside for a tour? Chu Lichuan asked. Inning gasped. Covering her mouth, don't joke around. Those belong to important people. Fearing Chu Lichuan would act recklessly, she clung to his arm. Let's focus on driving practice instead. Chu Lichuan chuckled, wishing to tell Inning that the helicopters were indeed his, but the words only came out as, all right. The stadium was indeed a suitable venue for driving practice, spacious, with smooth roads and no traffic. Inning had obtained her driver's license in college, but after an incident, she had been expelled, putting her driving tests on hold. Sitting in the driver's seat, she drove smoothly around the track. Chu Lichuan praised her. You have great talent. Well done. Inning felt a surge of pride. I am quite clever. Chu Lichuan called out to the men in black, asking them to set up roadblocks to increase the difficulty. To her surprise, they complied, moving obstacles from around the helicopters to the runway, then returning to their posts without a word. Thank you. Inning politely acknowledged them, but they acted as if they hadn't heard, displaying impressive discipline. They seemed quite enthusiastic, perhaps bored and wanting to watch you drive for amusement. Chu Lichuan teased. Inning pouted. What's so entertaining? I'm not that good at driving with the roadblocks. I might not be as steady, so fasten your seatbelt. She restarted the car. The atmosphere, once filled with praise, grew tense. Left, right, be careful, right? Can you not tell left from right? Slow down, brake. Be cautious when reversing, or you'll hit the back. Inning's palms grew clammy with anxiety. Don't rush me. I'm a bit rusty. Don't scold me. The more you scold, the more nervous I get, and the worse I drive. Panic gripped Inning. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on Chu Lichuan, but the more she tried to do well, the more the car seemed to rebel. Slow down, turn. Why did you turn on the wipers? Oh my. Is your sense of direction that poor? With such slow reactions, how will you drive on the road in the future? Chu Lichuan groaned, rubbing his forehead. Inning's forehead glistened with sweat. I know. I'm being cautious. Just let me focus. Sure. All right, relax. Don't be scared. I won't say anything. Let us try another lap. Chu Lichuan attempted to keep his tone calm, doing his best not to pressure Inning. Yet, she couldn't understand why the car, which had been smooth just moments ago, now felt sluggish and unresponsive. She assumed it was her lack of skill that caused her to keep hitting the obstacles. How did you veer off the track? Chu Lichuan reached to grab the steering wheel, trying to guide the car back. To his astonishment, the steering wheel had become unresponsive. He frantically instructed Inning to brake repeatedly, but the car continued to surge forward in a straight line. I pressed the brake. It's not working. Inning screamed in terror, pressing down with all her might, but the car showed no signs of stopping. With a deafening crash, the vehicle collided directly into one of the helicopters. Chapter 50. A cry for help. In that fleeting moment, Inning's mind went blank, only aware of a shadow leaping towards her, shielding her with unwavering resolve. Inning, are you all right? Inning, a familiar voice called from above. Gradually regaining her senses, Inning recognized it was Lichuan. How are you? In a critical moment, Chu Lichuan had protected Inning with his own body. She emerged unscathed, yet felt a warm liquid on her face. Upon raising her hand, she discovered it was blood. Lichuan, where are you hurt? Inning cried out anxiously, but Chu Lichuan lay motionless atop her. Panic-stricken, her voice trembled. Lichuan, speak to me. Lichuan. Seeing no response from Chu Lichuan, Inning's tears flowed freely. Lichuan, please, someone, help us. Finally, Chu Lichuan managed to emit a strained voice. Just kidding. I'm fine. How could you make such a joke? Is this something to jest about? It's all my fault for driving when I shouldn't have. Inning sobbed like a child. Let me see where you're hurt. Inning attempted to assist Chu Lichuan in examining his injuries, but he stopped her. I'm truly fine. It's merely a glass cut. Nothing serious. Not serious. Let me see. Inning's tears streamed down, more distressed than if she had been the one injured. Really, it's nothing. You're grown. Stop crying. Chu Lichuan chuckled, knowing all too well that Inning was an incredibly strong girl who never shed tears lightly unless it involved those she held dear. He gently ruffled her hair. First, let us figure out how to get out of here. The car had not been moving quickly, but the windshield was completely shattered. The men in black had already surrounded them, pulling open the car doors and assisting Chu Lichuan in Inning out. Once outside, Chu Lichuan immediately checked Inning for injuries. While she was more concerned about him in her haste, she called for an ambulance and repeatedly bowed in apology to the men in black. "It's all my fault. I will compensate you for everything. Here is my number. My husband is injured, and I must take him to the hospital. I will take full responsibility for compensation. Please call me once you calculate the amount. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused." Despite their expressionless faces, the men in black bowed back to Inning. Unaware of their intentions, she mistakenly thought they didn't understand Chinese and attempted to gesture, only to be pulled into Chu Lichuan's embrace. "All right, just take me to the hospital to treat my wounds," he said, holding Inning as they walked out of the stadium. Unbeknownst to Inning, the men in black bowed respectfully in unison to their retreating figures. The ambulance arrived promptly, and Inning accompanied Chu Lichuan to the hospital. When the black suit jacket was removed, Inning finally saw that his entire right arm was covered in blood. Her eyes instantly reddened, her heart aching profoundly. Chu Lichuan bore over 20 cuts on his arm, with the larger wounds stitched up with 8 stitches, and the smaller ones requiring 4 or 5. Though the sight pained her, Chu Lichuan remained calm, continuously reassuring her, "It's just superficial wounds, nothing to fret about. But you must undergo a full body check to ensure you aren't injured." Unable to resist his insistence, Inning complied with the examination. She had no injuries, only to find Chu Lichuan's arm heavily bandaged. The doctor was astonished, asking how he had managed to protect her with just one arm. "Miss Chi, your husband loves you dearly. In a critical moment, he only thought of your safety," a young nurse remarked enviously. With eyes as red as a rabbit's, Inning tightly grasped Chu Lichuan's hand. Feeling both pained and guilty, "If it weren't for my poor driving, this accident wouldn't have happened. And you wouldn't be injured. I would rather be the one hurt than you." Chu Lichuan pinched Inning's cheek. "I'm a man. If I can't even protect my own wife, what kind of man am I?" Inning felt touched to the point of tears. "You don't need to blame yourself. This isn't your fault. The car had issues." "How could a new car have problems?" Inning questioned, puzzled that it's not a new car. It's a refurbished second-hand vehicle. "What?" "This car was likely a scrap vehicle, simply fitted with a new shell to appear new." Inning's heart sank heavily. "And why brother wouldn't he do something like this? It must have been you. Selling inferior goods as if they were high quality." Clenching her fists, she declared, "I won't he let this go easily. If that car malfunctions on the road, it could cost lives." Though Chu Lichuan's wounds were numerous, they were superficial and not severe. The doctor prescribed medication, administered a tetanus shot, and instructed them to avoid water to prevent infection, advising a follow-up for stitch removal in 7 days. Inning cautiously assisted Chu Lichuan out of the hospital, hailing a taxi to return home. Once at home, she hurriedly knelt to help him remove his shoes, replace them with slippers, and gently assist him in taking off his jacket before settling him on the bed. Noticing his dry lips, she went to prepare a cup of rich brown sugar water. After losing so much blood, brown sugar helps replenish it. "Drink it all." Chu Lichuan was reluctant, claiming he was a grown man. However, unable to resist Inning's insistence, he begrudgingly took a couple of sips. Inning placed the cup on the nightstand, hesitating before asking, "Do you need a bath?" "I can help you." Chu Lichuan paused. "I can wash myself." "Your arm is injured. It's inconvenient." Inning carefully unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his well-toned chest. On his chest lay a circular scar and several knife wounds. Though faded, their length indicated he had been gravely hurt at the time. Inning gently caressed the scars. "It must have hurt terribly, didn't it?" "Very painful," Chu Lichuan replied, gazing at Inning, warmth piercing through his cold demeanor. Inning bit her lip, yearning to kiss his scar, but she held back. Supporting him, she led him towards the bathroom. Inning helped Chu Lichuan remove his pants, leaving him in only his boxers. "You needn't be shy. I want look." Lowering her gaze, Inning focused solely on his toned calves. "What do I have to be shy about?" "As long as you're not embarrassed," Chu Lichuan remarked, watching Inning's flushed cheeks, his lips curling into a gentle smile. "I wouldn't be shy. We remarried now." Inning used a damp towel to wash his body. His physique was impeccable, a perfect work of art, devoid of any excess flesh. Any woman who laid eyes on his alluring form would surely blush and flutter her heart. Finally finishing the bath, Inning washed his hair at the sink, providing him a stool to sit on while she used a hairdryer to dry his hair. She tended to him as if he were a child. "Dear," he called. "Yes, dear. Yes, dear," he repeated several times, and Inning responded each time, awaiting his next words, but he remained silent. "What do you need?" she asked, gently combing his short hair. If I grow old and cannot move, needing your care, would you take care of me? Inning pondered for a moment. That would depend on whether we can grow old together. If so, I will take care of you. My arm is injured. On Monday, I'll go for a divorce. Will the staff think you were abused? Chu Lichuan casually asked, though his gaze scrutinized her expression in the mirror. Chapter 51. Running away from home. Inning 2 scrutinized Chu Lichuan's changing expression through the mirror. Perhaps they might. Chu Lichuan's expression remained unchanged as Inning continued. Before the stitches are removed, you should rest at home to avoid reopening the wounds. Chu Lichuan nodded. You're right. After helping him dry his hair, Inning took some baby cream that Xin usually used, dotting it on Chu Lichuan's cheeks and gently spreading it. What are you putting on me? He inquired. Baby cream. To prevent dry skin? I always use this. It works well. You don't use cosmetics? Chu Lichuan glanced at the sink, noting that aside from a few bottles of baby cream, there were no feminine products. I've always used this. I plan to start using cosmetics for skincare after I turn 25, Inning replied. Chu Lichuan attempted to ruffle her hair, but she dodged. You need to change this bad habit. Seizing the moment while Inning was distracted, he tousled her hair, messing up her lustrous locks. Inning was helpless against him, smoothing her hair as she assisted Chu Lichuan back to the bedroom. You stay here and don't move. After preparing the bed and arranging the pillows, she returned to help Chu Lichuan lie down. Being cautious not to jostle his injured arm, she gently covered him with a blanket, whispering, Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Chu Lichuan was unaware that his gaze towards Inning brimmed with affection. How can it not hurt? You have so many wounds. You've had so many stitches, Inning exclaimed. Her eyes reddening once more. Indeed, it hurts a lot. Chu Lichuan frowned, feigning pain. Where does it hurt? Is it infected? I'll get you some medicine, Inning said, her concern palpable as she prepared to rise. But Chu Lichuan abruptly pulled her back with surprising strength. Inning fell into his embrace, gazing up at his handsome face, her heart racing wildly. Let me hold you for a moment, then it won't hurt anymore. Inning embraced Chu Lichuan, resting her chin gently upon his chest. How is this? Is it better now? Yes, much improved, he replied. Chu Lichuan's broad hand tenderly caressed Inning's silky, long hair, stroke by stroke, with tenderness and affection. Inning, him? With your remarkable capabilities, you might spoil your husband. But it won't last long, as Inning spoke. A pang of bitterness stirred within her. When you find another husband in the future, you mustn't spoil him like this. Those who understand gratitude will reciprocate kindness. They will treat you increasingly well. However, those who lack gratitude will take it for granted, treating you as a free caretaker. And what about you? Are you of the former or the latter? Inning lifted her finger, softly tracing Chu Lichuan's jawline. A light stubble had emerged on his chin, coarse and prickly, yet it felt remarkably tangible, causing her heart to race. Me? Chu Lichuan pondered for a few moments before responding. I suppose I belong to the latter. I'm not exactly a good person. Inning tightened her embrace around Chu Lichuan, whispering in my eyes, You are the very best. What makes you say that? Chu Lichuan inquired, curious to understand what merits she saw in him. Despite his initial motives for approaching Inning and his preconceived notions about her, even now, as she cared for him with utmost devotion and selflessness, he still harbored a sense of wariness towards her. You are simply good. Inning offered no further explanation, resting her cheek against his chest and closing her eyes. Had it not been for Chu Lichuan's willingness to sacrifice himself to save her, she would have been the one injured that day. His willingness to protect her with his life compelled her to reciprocate with all that she had. The following day, Inning rose early to prepare breakfast. She made boiled eggs, carrot juice, pumpkin porridge, steamed sweet potatoes, and cold spinach salad, a table brimming with foods beneficial for replenishing blood. She also prepared a large thermos filled with sweet red date water, complete with a straw, placing it on the bedside table. Naturally, she served breakfast in bed, personally feeding Chu Lichuan. When he attempted to eat on his own, Inning stopped him. Your right hand is injured. How can you eat? Allow me to feed you. Be obedient. Open your mouth. Chu Lichuan had no choice but to accept the bites of food Inning offered. After he was full, she insisted he drink half a cup of carrot juice. Although Chu Lichuan found it hard to consume, under Inning's gentle coaxing, he eventually managed to swallow a few sips. This little woman truly treated him like a 3-year-old. However, as a mother, she exuded a nurturing quality, attending to every detail with precision. She even timed the medication meticulously, down to the second. After he had taken his medicine, Inning helped him lie down, tucked him in, drew the curtains, ensured the phone charger was ready, and cut a plate of fruit, placing a fork on the bedside table. If you feel thirsty, drink the sweet red date water. You must finish it all. Also, eat all the fruit. I will return at noon to prepare your lunch. Aside from using the restroom, you are not allowed to get out of bed. Be cautious when moving, for we must avoid reopening your wound. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call me. Inning positioned the straw of the cup towards Chu Lichuan, ensuring he could drink with a slight lift of his head. Chu Lichuan chuckled. I'm not in confinement. Consider it your confinement, she retorted. You can be free to move after the stitches are removed in 7 days. During this time, you must heed my instructions and focus on your recovery. Inning reiterated several precautions before grabbing her bag and heading off to work. Chu Lichuan lay in bed, gazing at the array of food on the bedside table. Shaking his head in helpless amusement, Lin Feng called, frantic with worry. He had tried contacting Chu Lichuan all night without success. Boss, is your injury serious? We should return to the capital for treatment. I'm terrified. How could an accident happen out of nowhere? Just some superficial injuries. It's nothing serious, Chu Lichuan reassured him. Lin Feng finally sighed in relief. Has the young madam gone to work? I can come check on you and bring you some supplements. No need for that. Chu Lichuan preferred to keep Lin Feng from intruding on his quiet moments with Inning. Have you found any results regarding the card issue? Chu Lichuan inquired. Yes, we have traced the card's owner. His name is Zhang Hao, a group president, 35 years old, with 2 children. His wife is quite powerful, and he built his career on her success. However, we are still investigating his relationship with Yu. Chu Lichuan sat up in bed, leaning against the headboard, a slight smile forming at the corners of his lips as he looked at the sweet red date water on the bedside table. As for the car accident, he would arrange for someone to inform Inning of the truth. How she chose to handle it afterward was her decision. Chu Lichuan did not wish to meddle in Inning's family affairs. Once they divorced, he could leave without a care, while Inning would still have to face her family. Yet, she needed to know the truth. Whether or not to retaliate would be entirely up to her. Inning busied herself in the Western restaurant throughout the morning, not daring to waste a single moment, fearing she might not complete her tasks in time to return and prepare lunch for Chu Lichuan. She had made a wager with teacher Zhao, promising to finish the sculpture within 7 days. The completion of the elephant's outline neared its end by midday, allowing it to dry before the afternoon's detailed work. Xiao Qingguang remained thoroughly guarded, his excuse of an allergy clearly failing to deceive Inning. Do you know President Gu? Inning asked directly. Realizing he could not evade her question, Xiao Qingguang admitted, actually, I ran away from home. Why did you run away? Inning was taken aback, surprised that the gentle Xiao Qingguang harbored such rebellious sentiments. He glanced around before leaning in to whisper, to be honest, I want to be a police officer. But my family disapproves, so I secretly came to Yun City. Inning was astonished. You're a police officer now? Xiao Qingguang replied proudly, didn't you notice? I'm a forensic artist. My regular job is quite relaxed, allowing me to take on part-time work. Oh, by the way, Inning, things have been unsettling in Yun City lately. Try not to go out at night. And if you must go, don't go alone. What is happening? She inquired. There's a serial rapist who has resurfaced. He committed multiple crimes in the capital 5 years ago, went quiet for a few years, and is now back in Yun City. Inning's heart sank heavily. 5 years ago, in the capital, Chapter 52. Do not disappoint him, Qingguang. What exactly is your role? Inning asked, feeling restless. Without surveillance and lacking knowledge of the suspect's identity, I create sketches based on the victim's descriptions. Has there been an image of this perpetrator? Inning inquired. Xiao Qingguang shook his head in disappointment. No one saw his face clearly. He is very cunning, targeting women who are drunk and unaware. Women who are drunk and unaware. Inning's heart sank further. Inning, what is the matter? I'm fine. I just need to call my husband. Inning removed her work gloves, ready to dial Chu Lichuan's number when an unfamiliar call came in. It was the car dealership. After she finished the call, Inning hurried to the dealership to meet the owner. When she emerged, her entire body trembled, having hired someone to tow the white Volkswagen, which had been in yesterday's accident and was yet to be repaired. Back to Anning's supermarket. Chao Hualian and Xin Xin were not at the supermarket. They had gone to a neighbor's house for dinner. Qiu sat in a chair, eating cherries while rubbing her round belly, directing Qian on his tasks. The supermarket was scheduled for demolition in 3 days. Qian had rented a 2-story warehouse, using the lower floor for storage and live streaming while the upper floor served as living quarters. Upon seeing Inning enter, Qiu assumed she had come to help with the move and hastily directed her to assist. Your brother has difficulty moving. He is too slow, and with my pregnancy, I can't manage either. Hurry and help your brother load these goods onto the truck. Inning approached Qiu with a cold expression, opening a video recorded by the dealership owner on her phone. This vehicle is an accident write-off. The previous owner's entire family died in it. I retrieved it from the junkyard to refurbish, and when selling, I made it clear to the buyer that any issues would be my responsibility. The buyer, lured by the low price, paid me 40,000. Here's the invoice. He snatched Inning's phone, and the video clearly showed both the car and the dealership owner, along with Hiu's signature on the invoice. What do you mean by filming this? Hiu demanded, wanting to delete the video, but Inning snatched her phone back. I have it backed up to the cloud. Deleting it won't help? You? Inning leaned over the table, confronting Hiu. I remember when you gifted me this car. You posted a video online, saying you didn't know what to get for your sister-in-law's wedding, so you bought a new car. That video garnered you quite the attention. Your fans called you the nation's best sister-in-law, eager to be your sister-in-law themselves. If they found out that this so-called good sister-in-law is actually a heartless schemer, your popularity would plummet. Are you threatening me? Hiu attempted to rise, but Inning pushed her back into her chair. The car actually cost 40,000, yet you claimed it was worth 180,000. The extra 140,000 was likely to fund your brother Hilei's bride price, wasn't he it? Hiu, what a cunning plan. A broken car, scamming money and property. If I had died in that accident, you would be guilty of premeditated murder. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Hiu panicked, losing her earlier bravado. Cars depreciate the moment they're acquired. I didn't want to waste money on consumer goods. Many people buy second-hand cars, and I never anticipated an accident would occur. Inning, we're family. Let us not make this too antagonistic. Just delete the video. Hiu attempted to grab the phone again, but Inning tucked it back into her bag and zipped it closed. If you ever attempt to scheme against my family again, I will ensure you have no chance of recovery. Then, Inning continued, in addition to those two houses, one of which must be given to Xiaofeng, should you dare to monopolize them entirely, I am unafraid to sever ties with you permanently. This was the first time Inning had ever spoken so harshly to Hiu, leaving her utterly terrified. She implored Qian to intervene and delete the video, but Qian shook off Hiu's hand and rebuked her, saying, if you claim that Xiao Lei's betrothal gifts are insufficient, would I refrain from assisting you? Yet you gifted Ning a problematic vehicle, nearly causing a fatal incident with Lichuan. It is not that I fear your disapproval. Regarding the houses, you refuse to allow my parents' names to be included. Hiu, wiping away her tears, protested. My parents have worked tirelessly to raise me. I cannot simply stand by and watch them fret over the betrothal gifts for Xiao Lei, and Ning, unwilling to endure their quarrel any longer, turned and exited the supermarket. Qian followed her outside, apologizing. Ning, I'm sorry. How is Lichuan? Is he seriously injured? The moment Ning recalled the numerous wounds covering Chu Lichuan's arm, she wished for nothing more than for Hiu to take that scrap car for a spin. The superficial injuries required several stitches. Ning. Qian hesitated, knowing full well what he wanted to convey. Ning interjected, I will not delete the video. You should be aware of Hiu's intentions. She aims to secretly claim a portion of the betrothal gifts while openly receiving another. In truth, Qian was already aware of this, recognizing my inadequacy, my limited earning potential, coupled with her family's persistent pressure for her to support them. Brother, I shouldn't meddle in your marital affairs. Hiu desires to be filial, yet she must also consider your financial capacity. If her heart is not aligned with yours, no amount of earnings will suffice. In a marriage, one cannot simply yield. One must maintain their own stance. Being perpetually under the other's psychological control will only render you increasingly passive. Qian nodded, acknowledging, the issue with the car is my fault towards Lichuan. Those two houses were acquired with Lichuan's assistance. One must belong to you. The other should go to Xiaofeng. Ning gazed at the white Volkswagen parked by the supermarket entrance, its hood crumpled and windshield shattered. Brother, I truly should claim one of the houses that Lichuan helped obtain. The commercial property acquired through the demolition should belong to you. But have you considered our mother? She has no blood relation to us, yet she raised us, that portion that belongs to me. I wish to give to her, ensuring she has security in her old age. Qian's guilt deepened as he lowered his head, unable to articulate a response. Just as Ning was about to leave, Himu and Hilei stormed in with palpable aggression. It turned out that last night, after Li Xiang had met Ning at the restaurant, he had broken up with Hilei and returned the betrothal gifts provided by her family. Hilei and Himu believed Ning had instigated this and rushed over to confront her. Ning, if you're jealous of our Xiao Lei's marriage, with a car and betrothal gifts, just say so. Don't pretend to be sour about the grapes you can't reach while scheming behind our backs, Himu declared, sitting with an affected tone. Auntie, I truly have no time to envy your son. If they broke up, the reason should lie within your son himself. Hilei shouted angrily. What reason could I possibly have? It's because you and Chu Lichuan employed underhanded tactics, causing me to be expelled by the restaurant manager, which led to my embarrassment in front of her, prompting the breakup. And Ning smiled lightly. If you were expelled by the restaurant manager, you should confront him. Perhaps your membership card ran out of funds, and the manager feared you would dine and dashed. And Ning was certain He Lei would not dare to mention the membership card again, especially in front of Qian. As expected, He Lei retorted, "It's you. Don't try to wriggle out of this." And Ning looked towards He Yu, who, although silent, was covertly signaling to He Mu and He Lei. He Yu dared not offend Ning, fearing that in a fit of anger, she might release the video. After a moment's thought, He Mu's tone softened. "Since Ning is here today, let us discuss the matter of the houses. Qian and He Yu own commercial properties. If we add the other two under their names, the tax burden for the second property will be quite high. He Yu's father and I have no properties under our names. Having our names on them would save a considerable amount. Auntie, my mother, Xiaofeng, and I have no properties either," Ning stated, ordering lunch for Chu Lichuan via her phone and inquiring if his wounds were causing him discomfort. "You are already married. There is no way the family home should be registered under your name. Your mother is getting older, and upon her passing, changing the household registration would be quite a hassle." He Mu's eyes darted towards He Yu, hoping she would speak up, but He Yu remained silent. "Auntie, you are older than my mother." "You?" Ning, having received a response from Chu Lichuan confirming all was well, pocketed her phone, saying, "We can afford the house. And naturally, we can cover the taxes. I still have work this afternoon, so I shall take my leave." He Yu hurriedly stood to escort Ning out, hoping to negotiate the deletion of the video. Ning would not entertain such an idea, replying meaningfully, "He Yu, you are an astute individual. You know how to manipulate men. You should be able to see that my brother loves you dearly. I hope you cherish that and do not let him down." Chapter 53. "I support you." He Yu spent the entire afternoon in a state of unrest. She could discern that Ning's words held deeper implications. Did Ning know something? He Mu decided to stay that day, planning to reside in the supermarket for the following days to solidify arrangements regarding the houses, seizing the opportunity while Qian was occupied with organizing the new warehouse. She pulled He Yu aside to speak. "Lysiang's mother must have heard from Ning that we have no properties, which is why she suggested a breakup with your brother. If we had a house, the marriage prospects would certainly improve. He is a university student, handsome as well. If we let this slip by, it will be difficult to find another. Yu, if your brother doesn't have a stable job, securing a good wife could ease our lives in the future. You and Qian are currently internet celebrities earning money. You cannot neglect your brother." "Mother, I took 480,000 out of the 500,000 betrothal gifts. Have I not done enough?" He Yu, now wary of mentioning the house, feared that Ning might, in a fit of rage, truly leak the video online. If that were to happen, her influencer career would be utterly ruined. "If it weren't for your sister's marriage still being unresolved and not being able to secure the betrothal gifts, would I be here seeking you out? I am your biological mother. We are family. Your in-laws will never treat you as one of their own." He Mu suddenly burst into tears, lamenting, "What good is it to raise a daughter? You live in a large house in the city, enjoying fine food, while we grow old without even a place to call home. Sob, sob, sob. Mother, I never said I didn't want a house. Once Qian returns, I will discuss it with him properly." He Yu hurriedly fetched tissues to wipe her mother's tears. "You still hope Qian will support you?" "Just now, Ning left me speechless." He said nothing, clearly aligning with her. He moved through the tissue she had used to wipe her tears at He Yu. "I see you simply want to sit back and watch your brother remain unmarried, while our family of several is cramped in a dilapidated rental house in the countryside. Mother, how can you say that about me? I married Qian precisely because his family has a large house and plans for demolition. I could secure an additional house." He Yu, propping herself against her cumbersome waist, discarded the tissue into the trash. "You want it, but where is the house? They have no desire to give you an extra one. They are afraid we might take advantage of them," He Mu exclaimed, slapping her thigh to tea that moment. He Lei entered, playing a game while demanding a charger from He Yu. "Hurry up, it's about to shut down mid-lane. Go, go." He Mu hurriedly fetched a charger for He Lei, while He Yu snatched the phone from him. "Xiao Lei, when you dined at the restaurant, did Ning discover anything?" "What could she discover? I am not foolish, I'm in a game. Hurry up and give me back my phone." He Lei grabbed back his phone, plugged it in, and continued gaming. He Mu inquired, "What is going on, He Yu?" He Yu, unsure of how to respond, dismissed it. "It's nothing. Just the matter of the second-hand car. Ning found out about the accident and threatened me with a video." He Mu sensed something was amiss and warned, "Yu, we may seek the houses, But you must not contact that man again, do you hear? I've already cut ties. There has been no contact. I will think about the house matter further to prevent Qianning from leaking the video online. Hiyu, feeling frustrated, raked her fingers through her hair, irritated by He-Lei's noisy gaming, and ushered him out. Himu leaned closer to Hiyu, whispering something into her ear, causing Hiyu to frown. Mother, wouldn't it make matters worse? Qian treats me quite well, aside from the house issue. He accommodates me in everything. What are you afraid of? If you don't assert yourself, they will think you are merely bluffing. They won't fear you. Himu patted Hiyu's abdomen. This is also my grandchild. But if we don't act quickly, once the child is born, we will have no leverage. Ning returned to the Western restaurant, where a table was set with her favorite private cuisine. It was needless to say who had ordered the meal. Xiao Chengguang rushed over, urging her to start eating, having been tortured by the aroma of the food all afternoon, nearly salivating. Ning told him to eat first and stepped outside to call Chu Lichuan. Why have you ordered food for me again? I was afraid you would eat something lacking in nutrition at noon. Chu Lichuan's magnetic voice resonated from the phone, sounding particularly delightful. Ning gently tapped her foot on the ground. You're at home eating boxed meals while I'm out enjoying private chef dishes. Doesn't that feel like I'm mistreating you? You are the backbone of our family. Eat well to earn more money to support me. All right, I will support you. After hanging up, Ning felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Xiao Chengguang, feeling envious, remarked, every day is a display of affection. May you live a long life. Ning pulled out a chair and sat down, adding, if I could have private chef meals every day, I welcome you to spoil me endlessly. Xiao Chengguang laughed heartily, stuffing a piece of braised pork into his mouth. Ning cast a glance at him, saying, if you keep being so arrogant, I won't let you eat. Oh no. I promise I'll be quiet. After their meal, Xiao Chengguang received a phone call and hurriedly began to pack his belongings. Ning, I need to return to the police station this afternoon. Another victim has come forward to file a report, claiming to have caught a glimpse of the suspect's face. Ning's heart skipped a beat as she watched Xiao Chengguang's figure disappear through the door, leaving her in a daze. Hey, Ning, what are you staring at? Chu Meiki suddenly appeared, startling Ning. Haven't you missed me these past few days? Chu Meiki pulled out a box of macarons from behind her back. These are my favorite, brought all the way from the capital just for you. Do give them AT or Y.IT. Turned out that Chu Meiki had returned to the capital recently. She explained that her sister-in-law discovered her brother's infidelity. He had gifted the kiss of the lover sapphire necklace, which he had won at an auction, to his mistress. The mistress had even flaunted it on social media, which had caused her sister-in-law to cry for 2 days. Ning, what can I do in such a situation? Should I, as a sister, confront my brother and tell him to cut ties with that woman? Not only do I lack the courage, but I also find it impossible to voice such words. Ning gazed at the colorful macarons before her and quietly asked Chu Meiki, if your sister-in-law were unfaithful, would you inform your brother? Of course I would. How could I tolerate my sister-in-law's betrayal? She would be tarnishing my brother's honor. After saying this, Chu Meiki paused, pondering, are you suggesting that I should assist my sister-in-law? Ning shook her head, replying, I prefer not to meddle in the affairs of others. Don't overthink it. Ning, do you have something on your mind? You seem a bit off today, Chu Meiki observed, her gaze fixed on Ning's face. Come on, tell me what's happened. I could use a laugh. Ning shot her a glance before donning her work gloves and ascending the ladder to resume her tasks. Suddenly, Chu Meiki shouted from below. Ning, turning back. Ning saw Chu Meiki holding her phone, which she had unlocked in an instant. What are you doing with my phone? Ning descended the ladder. Just adding you on WeChat. I was afraid you wouldn't accept my request. Give it back. No way. Chu Meiki nimbly dodged, successfully adding Ning on WeChat before returning the phone. Ning tucked her phone into her work uniform pocket and climbed back up the ladder. As Chu Meiki played with her phone, she remarked, you really don't need to be so wary of me. Shen Yiming has blocked me, so we aren't in touch anymore. It's all your fault. I've lost a friend because of you. You must be my friend to make up for it. Would you be sad? Ning inquired. What? That Shen Yiming blocked me. Chu Meiki contemplated for a moment, a little, I suppose. Are you truly indifferent towards him? With a bitter smile, Chu Meiki replied, I don't easily develop feelings. As a woman who cannot bear children, no one from the affluent circles would ever consider marrying me. And those who do wish to marry me merely seek to use me as a stepping stone. I refuse to become a tool for their gain. Looking down at Chu Meiki, Ning felt a wave of sympathy wash over her. Being alone is wonderful. It's freeing. Marriage and children are merely chains. You, who flaunt your love for your husband every day, dare to speak of bondage? Chu Meiki retorted, as she scrolled through Ning's social media. Your husband seems quite romantic, with roses and cakes. Upon reaching the next photo, Chu Maki's eyes widened in shock. Inning, is that sapphire necklace a gift from your husband? Yes. Why? Inning glanced down, puzzled. You? Chu Maki yanked Inning down from the ladder, pointing at the sapphire necklace in the photo. Her voice tinged with anger. Do you know what that necklace is called? I don't know. My husband didn't he mention it. This is… Chu Maki clutched her chest, her complexion paling. Inning quickly helped her to a chair. Rummaging through Chu Maki's bag for a bottle of medicine, only to be pushed away that I'm fine. After catching her breath, Chu Maki asked, do you have any idea how much that necklace costs? My husband said it was over 400. Over 400? For such a large sapphire set with real diamonds. It must be worth at least 40 million. Inning burst into laughter. Maki, it's just an ordinary necklace. Inning clicked on the image and found numerous similar pieces online for just a few hundred. Look, Chu Maki scrolled through the images, her brows furrowing in disbelief. I can't be mistaken about gemstones. It must be a high-quality imitation. Perhaps the angle I photographed it from or the lighting made it appear like real diamonds. Inning found it hard to believe that Chu Lichuan would spend so much on a necklace for her. Even if he were wealthy, they were on the verge of divorce. Why would he still spend extravagantly on her? Your husband, Chu Maki suddenly put on a bright smile, her expression filled with curiosity. He seems to love you very much. Can I see a photo of him? At that moment, Chu Maki's feelings were quite complicated. You're not his mistress, are you? Inning replied, I don't have any pictures of him. You're married, and you don't even have a photo of your husband. What is his name? I can look it up online to see how compatible you are. You believe in that? Inning was about to mention the coincidence of sharing the same surname with Chu Maki, but before she could speak, she spotted Shen Yiming standing outside the door. Inning clenched her fists. I want to tell you my husband's name. With that, she turned and ascended the ladder to continue her work. Chu Maki looked questioningly towards the door. Shen Yiming, why are you here again? Upon seeing Chu Maki, Shen Yiming immediately turned to leave, but he didn't go far, choosing instead to wait for Inning in his car at the street corner. That night, after finishing work, Chu Maki personally drove her Ferrari to take Inning home. With Chu Maki around, Shen Yiming ultimately didn't dare to pursue them. Inning didn't get out of the car at her own neighborhood but instead alighted at a nearby one. Chu Maki wanted to visit Inning's home but was politely declined. Inning, why are you keeping your distance from me again? I assure you, I have nothing to do with Shen Yiming anymore. Inning wouldn't joke about Chu Lichuan's safety. Shen Yiming was the kind of person who could do anything. After thanking Chu Maki, Inning entered the neighborhood and took a long route home. Chu Lichuan had already prepared dinner, 4 dishes and a soup. Why aren't you resting properly? Why are you still doing all this? Inning hurriedly checked Chu Lichuan's wound, and upon seeing that it hadn't reopened, she helped him change the dressing. After finishing their meal, Inning washed the dishes while Chu Lichuan sat on the living room sofa, engrossed in his phone. Occasionally, Inning would glance over at him. Under the warm yellow light, the contours of Chu Lichuan's profile appeared soft, noble, and elegant. Inning quietly took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of him. He was handsome with a great physique. No matter the angle or pose, he was always a sight to behold. Did you go back to the supermarket at noon? Did you encounter any trouble? Chu Lichuan asked, concerned that Inning might have been bullied by I didn't want to bring up those annoying matters and upset you. I just went back to have a look. How did you know? Xin called me and told me. Chu Lichuan was aware that the owner of the car dealership had informed Inning of the truth, as he had arranged it. After washing the dishes, Inning called Chao Hualian, hoping she could bring Xin back. Your sister-in-law has gone back to her family. She is not home. Your brother is moving and I'm helping him tidy up. She'll be back in a couple of days. Chao Hualian inquired about Chu Lichuan's injury, reminding Inning to take good care of him. After chatting with Xin for a while, Inning hung up, wondering why the plane's owner hadn't contacted her yet regarding compensation. Upon returning to her room to retrieve her savings book, she was astonished to find the bank card she had given to Chu Lichuan on their wedding day lying in her drawer. Holding the card, Inning asked Chu Lichuan, when did you put this in here? You actually opened my lock. I didn't. Chu Lichuan denied it. Inning knew he was too shy to admit it and placed the card in his hand. There's only 8,000 here. It's not even enough to cover what you've spent on me and Xin recently. That's just a token of my appreciation. You must keep it. All right, I'll keep it. If I run out of money, I'll just use what's on this card. Chu Lichuan didn't want to continue this back and forth with Inning, planning to return it when she was looking. As Inning flipped through the savings book, calculating whether the funds were sufficient to cover the airplane costs, she lamented, why am I so unlucky? Why did I have to crash into such an expensive plane? Inning sighed in distress, fearing that this amount wouldn't even begin to cover the damages. Not wanting to see her troubled, Chu Lichuan pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Inning, I want to tell you something." "What is it?" Chu Lichuan's lips moved as if he were about to speak, but the words seemed to stick in his throat. He couldn't guarantee that once Inning learned of his identity, her feelings towards him wouldn't change. He simply couldn't bring himself to trust someone so easily. "What do you want to say?" "I know the owner of the plane." "How do you know such an influential person?" Inning furrowed her brows. Chu Lichuan cleared his throat and said, "I am." "What is it?" "You won't need to pay for the damages of the plane." "Why?" Inning's gaze turned suspicious as she observed Chu Lichuan's black shirt and trousers. Recalling the attire of that group of men in black, "You are not a bodyguard, are you?" "Ah." Chu Lichuan raised his hand helplessly, uttering 3 words, "I fly planes." "You fly planes?" Inning gasped, realizing that one of the 3 planes frequently flying overhead was operated by him. Chu Lichuan nodded stiffly. "You mustn't plead with your boss. It was your fault for taking me to practice driving. If this matter isn't resolved properly, you might very well lose your job. Call your boss now and ask how much I need to compensate. Let us settle this quickly so I can breathe easier." Chu Lichuan rested one hand on his forehead. "I inquired today. The issue isn't significant, there's insurance, so we won't have to pay anything." "Really?" "Indeed." Inning enveloped Chu Lichuan in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Lichuan, I don't have to pay." Her joy was palpable as she planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Chu Lichuan, momentarily taken aback by the kiss, gazed at Inning, whose eyes sparkled with delight, and suddenly leaned down to press his lips against hers. Inning felt dizzy from the kiss, her cheeks flushed, just as Chu Lichuan intended to deepen the moment. Inning gently placed her hands against his chest, halting him. He did not insist but leaned back against the sofa, their foreheads touching as he struggled to suppress the turmoil within him. "Lichuan, him? I?" Just as Inning was about to speak, Chu Lichuan's long fingers pressed against her lips. "Don't speak. Let us just hold each other for a while." He was unwilling to hear anything that might dampen the mood. "All right." Inning embraced Chu Lichuan tenderly, closing her eyes to cherish the beautiful moment. Chu Lichuan softly kissed her alabaster neck, enchanted by her fragrance, which always evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Have we met in a past life?" he mused. "Why do you say that?" "I just feel that you are so familiar, in a way that is indescribable." He breathed heavily. Inning felt a tickling sensation on her neck and lightly shrugged her shoulders. Being together every day makes it natural to feel familiar. Perhaps. Chu Lichuan yearned to kiss Inning again, his delicate kisses trailing along her neck, inching upward. Just as he brushed against her lips, his phone rang. He intended to reject the call but inadvertently answered it, and a youthful, melodious voice came through. "Daddy, when are you coming back? Yang misses you." Inning's mind went blank, her gaze fixed on Chu Lichuan, who was intently listening to the call. But before he could respond, the other end had already hung up. "I have a son," he stated, placing the phone down without meeting Inning's eyes. Inning felt as though she had turned to stone, taking a considerable moment to regain her composure. "I'm sorry. I'm just so shocked. After knowing you for so long, you never mentioned." She hurriedly explained her outburst. Fearing Chu Lichuan might misunderstand, he stood and walked toward the bathroom, glancing back at Inning, who remained seated on the sofa in a daze. "Will you still help me bathe?" His arm was injured, making it inconvenient. Inning hesitated, her demeanor no longer as relaxed as before, now tinged with avoidance. We are still married." There was a commanding tone in Chu Lichuan's voice. Inning lowered her head and walked toward the bathroom. She resumed her previous routine, washing his body, shampooing his hair, blow-drying it, and applying face cream. But the atmosphere was no longer warm and cheerful. It was deliberate and restrained, as she avoided any semblance of intimacy. Suddenly, Chu Lichuan pressed Inning against the bathroom wall, his dark eyes glinting with a hint of anger. "Are you disgusted with me? How could that be? I'm a mother too." "Then what do you mean?" Inning bit her lip, her gaze dropping to conceal the pain in her eyes. "I don't want to be an intruder in someone else's relationship." She felt that every moment spent with Chu Lichuan was time stolen from another woman. The sensation was unbearable. She felt like a villain. She felt deeply sorry for the boy named Yang and for the woman who had given birth to him. That night, Inning wished to sleep separately as she bent down to retrieve a pillow. A large hand firmly grasped her wrist. "I want to touch you." Chu Lichuan had grown accustomed to having Inning by his side at night. Inning, too, felt the same. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled back the covers and lay down, deliberately maintaining a distance from him, pressing against the edge of the bed. The room was dimly lit by a small night lamp, casting shadows that obscured their features. Neither Chu Lichuan nor Inning felt inclined to sleep. The silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the sound of their breathing. Suddenly, Chu Lichuan broke the silence. Not telling you was not intentional concealment. I know we are in a contractual marriage. Chu Lichuan had made it abundantly clear from the beginning that their union would not last. Inning suddenly envied the woman who had borne Chu Lichuan's child. He was a man of principles and responsibility. He must treat that woman well and would undoubtedly commit to her for life. Inning realized that there would never be a future for her and Chu Lichuan. A sharp pain pierced her heart, nearly bringing her to tears. Beneath the covers, her hands clenched tightly together, she fought back the sting in her eyes, striving to maintain her composure. How old is he? Inning asked. Point 4, the same age as Xi and is he from a broken family? Inning inquired further. Like you? Yes, so, she too was an unwed mother. Where's the child now? She wondered if the boy looked as handsome as Chu Lichuan. He lives with his mother. Will you too? Inning's voice faltered, barely audible. Will you get married? Chu Lichuan fell silent. He didn't want to say anything that would imply he had no feelings for Anren, as that would inadvertently suggest that Inning still had hope. In the following 2 days, Inning continued to attentively care for Chu Lichuan, tending to his every need. However, their interactions lacked the intimacy they once shared. Conversations were scarce, and it felt as if an impenetrable wall had risen between them. Chu Lichuan disliked this shift but felt compelled to confront reality. Yang frequently called him over the next few days. An unusual occurrence for the boy, who typically was not so clingy. Chu Lichuan understood that Anren was orchestrating this. Yet, due to his injury, he did not wish for others to know, so he explained that he was busy with work. Anren, growing increasingly impatient with Chu Lichuan's absence, pulled Yang from the sofa, admonishing him, "Can't you talk to Daddy for a little longer? You always hang up in a rush. Your father is clever. He can tell it's your mother who asked you to call him home. Daddy is busy with work." Yang impatiently pushed Anren away and grabbed a toy robot from the sofa. "You can act cute, cry, or throw a tantrum to make him come back. He loves you. He will definitely return. I can't cry." Yang clutched the robot, attempting to head upstairs, but Anren yanked him back. "Yang, other children have their fathers with them. Don't you want Daddy to be with you all the time? To have breakfast, lunch, and dinner together every day? To take you to kindergarten, pick you up from school, read bedtime stories, take you on weekend outings, play ball, swim, ride horses, to do all the things you love. Daddy doesn't like coming home. Why should we force him? Besides, I'm happy playing alone. Why do I need Daddy with me?" Yang replied, displeased. "He is your father. He should be there for you at all times, to live and grow alongside you." Anren was agitated, gripping Yang's arm tightly. Yang winced in pain, pushing her away. "If Daddy stayed home with me every day, who would work to earn money? You." He stepped back several paces, disgust etched across his face. "All the kids in kindergarten know that Daddy earns the money so Mommy can have her designer bags and jewelry. Men who stay home all day with their wives and children are useless. I hate Mommy." With that, Yang shouted and dashed upstairs, slamming the door behind him. Anren collapsed onto the sofa, her expression one of despair. She hesitated to call Chu Lichuan and instead reached out to Chu Manqi to vent her frustrations. "Manqi, do you know where Lichuan is in Yunqing? Sister Anren, how do you know my brother is in Yunqing?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him." Chu Manqi, fearing the situation would escalate, could only lie to evade the truth. Moreover, she genuinely had no idea where Chu Lichuan was in Yunqing. Over the past few days, he had refused her calls, and she was uncertain what he was busy with. Anren sensed that Chu Manqi was withholding information and ended the call after some idle chatter. Relying on others was less reliable than relying on oneself. Anren flung her phone onto the sofa in frustration. Inning completed her work at the Western restaurant. Jiyu Yin came to inspect and, upon seeing the vividly lifelike elephants that seemed to have emerged from the wall, immediately decided to collaborate with Inning long-term. He snapped photos of the elephants to send to Teacher Zhao, ostensibly for feedback, but really to subtly dissuade him from pursuing the project. Not long after, Teacher Zhao replied, "It's acceptable. Let us chat when you have time abroad." Jiyu Yin, seeing the response, burst into laughter, imagining Teacher Zhao's flustered expression. "Inning, I'm going to give you a raise. Thank you for saving me a significant expense." Inning declined, expressing her gratitude for Gu Yan's kind offer, but stating that a raise was unnecessary. Satisfied, Gu Yan promised to introduce her to more clients in the future. "Inning, you are quite adept at business networking," Gu Yan praised with a smile. "Rest assured, I will ensure you meet even more clients." After Gu Yan departed, Xiao Qingguang cautiously entered. He had been busy with work and always arrived late. Inning subtly inquired about the suspect's sketch. Xiao Qingguang sighed and shook his head. The victim was too intoxicated to remember clearly. We've drawn several versions, but none match. Inning took a pencil and asked, "Can you help me draw a pair of eyes?" Her memory of that man was also hazy, but his eyes frequently haunted her dreams. Like a spell that refused to dissipate. They were fiery, blood-red, commanding yet wild, resembling a hawk, a cheetah, or a demon from hell. Based on Inning's description, Xiao Qingguang quickly sketched a pair of eyes upon seeing them. Inning's heart constricted violently, her face draining of color. "Inning, what's wrong? You look pale." Xiao Qingguang shook Inning gently and inquired, "Whose eyes are these?" "It's nothing." Inning hastily folded the paper and stowed it away in her bag. At that moment, her phone chimed that it was a stranger, a woman who had appeared in her friend list without her knowledge. "Is this Inning?" she asked. "Yes, who are you?" Inning replied, "I am Anarand. Do you remember me?" In Chapter 56, The Fractured Family, Inning vaguely recalled that Anran was the campus belle from her university days, reputedly hailing from a wealthy family and consecutively crowned the most beautiful girl at the Imperial Capital University. Inning could only recall one encounter with Anran, which took place at a private club. Inning, dressed in her work uniform, had seen Anran in a splendid gown, merrily toasting with several socialites upon noticing Inning. Anran beckoned her over to shell some macadamia nuts. Inning's fingers turned red from the task. Even the socialites grew uncomfortable, prompting Anran to apologize, offering her a few bills as a tip, saying, "You must be Chi Inning, my junior. We are alumni. I will make sure to look out for you." Shortly thereafter, Inning faced misfortune that led to her expulsion from school, and she never encountered Anran again. Inning was puzzled as to when she had added Anran as a WeChat friend at I Am in Yun City. "Would it be convenient to meet?" Anran asked. Inning had never been fond of meeting old acquaintances with whom she wasn't close, as their intentions often revolved around borrowing money or rallying support for dubious investments. In any case, such meetings rarely heralded anything good. She opened Anran's moments, only to find a conspicuous horizontal line. Her desire to meet Anran dwindled further. "I'm sorry, Sister Anran, but I have something to attend to. It's inconvenient," she replied. Inning assumed that her candid refusal would dissuade Anran from insisting on a meeting. Just as she prepared to ride home to make dinner for Chu Lichuan, Anran sent her a location pin, stating she would wait at a restaurant. Unable to evade the situation, Inning called Gu Ruoyan to join her at the restaurant. Gu Ruoyan, who usually thrived on social gatherings for her writing material, warned Inning not to disclose any personal information and to be wary of Anran's intentions. Moreover, she advised Inning to feign poverty, lamenting as if in dire straits. The opulent and elegant private room was a stark contrast to Inning's simple t-shirt and jeans. "Do we still need to pretend to be poor?" Inning whispered to Gu Ruoyan. "It could all be rented to impress," Gu Ruoyan scoffed. "Sister Anran, I apologize for the delay. I was with Ruoyan when you messaged," Inning said, taking the initiative to apologize. "No worries. I remember you, Gu Ruoyan, Inning's best friend." Anran replied, signaling the waiter to serve the dishes. A line of tall women in kipayos entered, elegantly presenting an array of dishes. "Try this caviar," Anran said, placing the delicacy before Inning. Inning scooped some with a wooden spoon. Just about to taste it, Anran halted her. "This is white sturgeon roe. Consuming it directly does not yield the best flavor." Anran elegantly demonstrated, cleansing her hands before taking some in her palm to warm it with her body heat for an enhanced tasting experience. Pairing it with a glass of fine dry white wine for a delightful combination. Sipping her wine, Anran appeared to relish the moment. "You should try it," she urged. Inning smiled faintly, about to refuse, when Gu Ruoyan consumed an entire box of caviar in one go. "Inning, you hardly eat fish. You won't be able to handle this flavor. It's like chewing on seaweed. Unpleasant." Gu Ruoyan grimaced, but the waiter nearby lamented, "This caviar cost hundreds of thousands." "What? So expensive?" Gu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, swallowing against her discomfort. Anran then engaged Inning in conversation about their university days, reminiscing about Inning's remarkable talent in painting, suggesting that had she not been expelled, she might have become a renowned artist. The expulsion remained a scar on Inning's heart, and she lost her appetite. Placing her chopsticks down, Gu Ruoyan sensed the tension. While Anran maintained her decorum, there was an unmistakable undercurrent of hostility towards Inning. Who needs to be an artist? With Inning's fame as the campus belle, she could easily transition into the entertainment industry, far more promising than being a painter. Gu Ruoyan quipped. In fact, our Inning was the one who overshadowed Anran's title as the campus belle." Recalling the time when Inning first enrolled, someone had shared a stunning photograph of her standing beneath a blooming osmanthus tree with a black suitcase, which promptly crowned her the new campus belle of Imperial Capital University. With her innocent and sweet appearance, tinged with youthful roundness, she earned the endearing nickname, First Love Sister. Inning has always been the belle of the school. Wherever she goes, Gu Ruoyan teased, winking at her friend. As the topic turned to Inning's marital status, Anren's demeanor shifted slightly. Inning, have you married? I noticed a girl in your moments who looks quite like you, very beautiful. Yes, I am married. Inning replied, I am married too. With a son. What does your husband do? Anren tossed her hair back, revealing a large diamond on her ring finger. He's an ordinary employee, Inning responded, wishing to keep her personal life private. Let me see a photo of the handsome man who married our campus belle. Anren joked, I'm sorry, I don't have one on my phone. Inning, now aware that Chu Lichuan had a child, preferred to keep his identity concealed, not wanting her brief marriage to cast a shadow on his future happiness. Gu Ruoyan tactfully interjected, steering the conversation. Sister Anren, your husband must be quite wealthy, given that dazzling ring. Anren smiled modestly. Oh no, he's just an ordinary businessman. He works long hours, too busy making money to spend time with me. But one thing about my husband is that he loves me dearly. Gu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with envy. A wealthy husband who adores his wife. Sister Anren must be very happy. Indeed, I am, Anren replied. Then turned to Inning, how about your husband? How does he treat you? Very well, he loves me, Inning answered. When does one ever claim that their husband does not love them? Wouldn't that make one a bitter woman? Inning noticed Anren's expression falter momentarily, but it quickly returned to normal, leaving Inning questioning her own perception. I'll show you a picture of my husband. He is exceptionally handsome, Anren exclaimed, pulling out her phone to find a photo of Chu Lichuan just as Inning's phone rang. It was a call from Chu Lichuan. After the call, Inning stood up hurriedly. I'm sorry, Sister Anren, but I have to go. Let's reschedule. I apologize. Inning, what's the matter? Gu Ruoyan asked, following her outside. He was planning to terminate her pregnancy and has already been admitted to the hospital. What? What is she up to now? Gu Ruoyan drove Inning to the hospital. Upon arriving at the first-floor lobby, they spotted Chu Lichuan and Qian rushing in. Mom, where's Xin? Inning inquired. She's at home. I locked the door. She will be fine. Chu Lichuan pulled Inning into the elevator, visibly anxious, her hands trembling. Inning gently patted Chu Lichuan's hand, turning to Qian, who looked distressed. Brother, how did it come to this? After she and her mother returned to her family, she demanded both houses and argued with me for 2 days. Today, she suddenly claimed to have obtained a certificate stating the child has defects and is here for an abortion. Then she wants a divorce. That is her own flesh and blood. To discard the child for 2 houses? How can someone be so heartless? Gu Ruoyan fumed. Qian, this matter cannot be compromised. Neither Chu Lichuan nor Qian responded. Gu Ruoyan felt it inappropriate to meddle in their family affairs and fell silent. Upon reaching the hospital room, they found He lying in bed, surrounded by her family, forming a barrier that prevented Inning and Qian from entering. Mom, we need to talk this through. The child is innocent. It's already 7 months along. How can you just say it's to be aborted? Qian pleaded softly, only to be met with He's mother's sharp reprimand. We've already given you a chance. There's nothing left to discuss. Either you give 2 houses to Ye, or you abort the child and divorce. He lay brandished a folder, declaring, we have prepared the contract. The house goes to my sister. Just sign it, and this incident shall be forgotten. Otherwise, you can await your family to be torn apart. In Chapter 57, Not So Cheap, Inning argued, the child is a living being. Your blood relative, not a bargaining chip for real estate. He lay scoffed, his attitude dismissive. The child is also your blood relative. If you can heartlessly choose a house over the child, what do we have to lose? He's mother chimed in. When Ye married Qian, you agreed to provide a house, yet now you renege on that promise. You lack compassion. Do not blame us for being ungrateful. Chu Lichuan could no longer hold her tongue. Mother-in-law, the commercial property from the relocation has already been given to Ye. What have we not fulfilled in your demands? Initially, you promised the entire supermarket to Ye, yet now that it has been relocated and turned into 3 properties, you only offer one. Oh, you think you can marry my daughter and then dictate how much you give her? He's mother stood with her hands on her hips, exuding a domineering presence. Chu Lichuan, undeterred, rolled up her sleeves to reason with them. Initially, the developer only offered 1 commercial property, and we had to pay extra. The other 2 were gifts from Lichuan due to connections. They are not part of the relocation. Even if we were to give them, they belong to Inning and her husband, not to He. Without the old house, how can you exchange it for 2 spacious apartments? The developer is not foolish. The additional 2 apartments rightfully belong to Ye. She Inning, a married daughter, is like water spilled outside the door. What right does she have to claim a share of the house? Chu Lichuan fumed. What does your family mean by this? Don't think I'm unaware. You're trying to seize the house to serve as a wedding home for your son. We are marrying our daughter-in-law, not taking in your entire family. Why should we pay for the wedding or provide a house for your son? Chu Lichuan, speak more respectfully, she continued. With Qian's pitiful state, who would willingly marry a disabled man? Without Yaya, could Qian even dream of becoming an internet celebrity and earning money? I have painstakingly raised my daughter to this point only for you to treat us like this upon her marriage into your family? Chu Lichuan spat disdainfully. What kind of influence does Qian have? He knows the truth. Without Qian, how many deals could she possibly make? How dare you claim your daughter can earn a living? As for the matter of the second-hand car, I have yet to settle the score with you. You secretly stashed away $140,000 to help your son with the bride price, which led to Ning Ning and her husband being involved in a car accident. You truly are a family with hearts as black as coal. Chu Lichuan and Himu argued fiercely, nearly coming to blows. Hifu emerged from the hospital room, pulling Inning and Qian away from them. Enough, we are all family. Let us cease this bickering, Hifu shouted, only to be met with a tirade from Himu. You useless coward, go back. Your opinion is irrelevant. Hifu, chastised and humiliated, turned to Qian and expressed his apologies, saying, Qian, my wife has a temper, she's just angry. Once she calms down, you can discuss things properly. Whether it's about the house or not, it doesn't matter to me. After Hifu retreated to the hospital room, Tang was peeling oranges for Hiyu, urging her not to escalate matters too much. Your brother-in-law treats you quite well. He has a younger brother. You can't just disregard him, can you? Hiyu threw the half-eaten orange at Tang. I isn't it because of your incompetence that the engagement was abruptly called off. If you could secure the bride price, would my mother only pressure me? Tang, typically lacking a voice in the family, was too frightened to speak further. Noticing the commotion outside escalating again, Hifu advised Hiyu, in my opinion, one house is sufficient, it's enough for your mother. Me and Xiao Lei to live in. I would like a place of my own too. The noise from the supermarket is unbearable. I can't even enjoy a leisurely sleep. Hiyu kicked the covers off and sat cross-legged on the bed. Qian intervened to separate the bickering Chu Lichuan and Himu. A crowd had gathered, watching the spectacle, pointing fingers at them. I've made my decision. 2 houses, one for my mother and one for Xiao Feng. As for Xiao Lei's wedding home, I will earn the money to buy it myself. Himu remained dissatisfied. You can earn money? How long will it take? Moreover, your mother living with you all still requires her to help raise your children. Why should she get a house? Raise children? Dream on? Your grandson? Why should you not take care of him? I am surnamed Chow, not Chi. With your family's demeanor, I am not that contemptible. If you wish to terminate the pregnancy, do it now. If you don't want to stay married, then don't. Chu Lichuan shouted, stripping off her outer coat and throwing it onto Qian. All right, Chu Lichuan, that's what you say. Himu yanked He lay back toward the hospital room to plot their strategy. After venting her frustrations, Chu Lichuan felt a sense of relief, saying to Qian, if you were Xiao Feng, I would have advised him to divorce you long ago. Leaving this family would free everyone. Qian understood that since Hiyu married into the family, it had stirred unrest. He too was in pain, yet he could not bear to part with the child. He had personally chosen the crib, baby clothes and toys, all awaiting the little one's arrival. He couldn't simply stand by and watch as the He family destroyed his child. With Hiyu causing such a ruckus, he feared she would not remain for long. Eventually, the house would be in her name, and all assets would vanish, leaving him with the child. What would he do then? Qian recognized that Chu Lichuan had his best interests at heart. Silently listening without retorting, why son Xiao Feng still lacks a home. Why should he get one? Seeing Qian in distress, Chu Lichuan finally relented, stating, if he only wants one house, then so be it. 2 houses are out of the question. Inning gazed at Qian, awaiting his decision. Ji Ruoyan pulled Inning aside, whispering, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. 2 houses unexpectedly fall into your lap, and the siblings are fighting over them. Your brother still can't bear to part with Hiyu. It's the child he can't bear to part with. Inning sighed, at that moment. Her phone chimed. It was a message from Chu Lichuan asking why she hadn't returned home so late. Inning suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to inform Chu Lichuan. Are you having dinner with Yin Yin? I can order food for you that I've already eaten. After Chu Lichuan replied, he inquired, have you run into any trouble? Inning glanced at Qian, who wore a conflicted expression, not wishing to burden him with her troubles. Chu Lichuan seemed to sense her unease and continued to press her, causing the walls she had built within her heart to collapse in an instant. She recounted Hiyu's intention to terminate the pregnancy to Chu Lichuan and asked if it were possible to return the two houses. Without the houses, they could sever all ties and cease the ongoing conflict, ultimately reducing the debt owed to Chu Lichuan, ensuring a peaceful future. Chu Lichuan quickly sent a message, and upon reading it, Inning's eyes sparkled as she pulled Chao Hualian to find a Dr. Dai in the hospital room. The He family had not anticipated the Chi family's resolute stance, leaving them in a precarious situation. You have been too greedy. You've pushed them into a corner. One house is enough. He Fu lit a cigarette, only to be scolded by Hiyu, who urged him to extinguish it hastily. One house? My sister needs her own space to live. How could that possibly suffice for me? Do you even care about my marriage? Do you wish for me to remain single forever? He angrily smashed a cup onto the floor. Startling both Hiyu and He Tang, Himu hurriedly soothed He. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll help you. I will make sure you get Li Xiang to marry you. After a heated discussion, the He family decided that He would push Hiyu to the operating room, doubting Qian could truly be so callous as to abandon them. He wheeled Hiyu out of the hospital room. Qian stood in the hallway, blocking their path, his gaze filled with anguish as he looked at Hiyu. Do you truly wish to terminate the pregnancy? He asked. Hiyu averted her eyes. Turning her face away, I want the house. It's for a better life for the child. If you truly cared for the child, you wouldn't use them to threaten me, Qian said. His eyes turning red as tears threatened to spill. I wouldn't threaten you. I never anticipated you could be so heartless, Hiyu replied, filled with resentment. I'll ask you once more. Must the child be sacrificed for the house? Qian struggled to inquire. Hiyu avoided his gaze, taking a long time to squeeze out a single word, yes. Qian fell silent, stepping aside, his hands clenched into tight fists, knuckles turning white. He felt immense pain and reluctance. But he was weary, exhausted to the core. He was taken aback that Qian would actually step aside. He was equally surprised, angrily pushing the wheelchair towards the elevator. Chapter 58. He cheated. He pushed Hiyu to wait for the elevator. When the doors opened, out stepped Chao Hualian, Inning, and a middle-aged female doctor. Chao Hualian introduced, Doctor, this is my daughter-in-law. She claims the child is deformed and wants to terminate the pregnancy. Can you examine her? Is surgery possible? The doctor adjusted her glasses, sizing up Hiyu. Hiyu appeared bewildered. What are you planning to do? Sister-in-law, termination is a major surgery. For your safety, we found the best obstetrician. Inning's tone was gentle, devoid of the fiery tension that had previously filled the air. What do you mean? Hiyu stood from the wheelchair, one hand on her belly and the other on her waist. You're helping me find a doctor? Inning replied, Sister-in-law, the child is yours. As a mother, only you can decide their fate. As family, all we can do is ensure your safety to the best of our abilities. Sister, can you see? The Chi family is too ruthless. Chi Inning, as an aunt, wishes to personally kill her own nephew. He exclaimed in outrage. We can't take the risk of having a deformed child, can we? Chao Hualian added. Who says the child is deformed? Hiyu clutched her belly, her face betraying her panic. Sister-in-law, didn't Hiyu say you had proof and came to the hospital for the termination? Inning pressed. Hiyu fell silent, unable to respond at that moment. Himu rushed in holding a document, determined and resolute. We have proof. The child is deformed. We need to proceed with the surgery now. The doctor glanced at the document, which was from a rural clinic. Doctor, is a document from a small local clinic valid? Chao Hualian whispered. Invalid. For a termination here, it must undergo thorough checks at our hospital. The doctor stated, on what grounds? We already had examinations done. The child truly has issues, Himu insisted, questioning the doctor's integrity, implying they had been bribed by the Chi family. Family of the pregnant woman, if you trust the medical environment of a small clinic, you wouldn't be here for surgery. A 7-month-old fetus already has arms and legs. With proper care after birth, it can survive. This is a living being, unless it's confirmed that there's an issue. No hospital will perform a termination. This is against regulations. The doctor was infuriated by Himu's unreasonable behavior but still offered sound advice. Perhaps a small clinic might agree to perform the surgery for a fee, but the risks are high. It could prevent the mother from ever conceiving again, or worse, it could endanger her life. A full-body examination is essential. We must consider Hiu's health. Chao Hualian patiently urged. We should get a checkup. We want to have examinations. Himu shot a fierce glare at Chao Hualian. Are you afraid of the checkup? Chao Hualian inquired. We have already done this. Why should we do it again? I believe you are simply afraid. Chao Hualian and Himu have quarreled once more. Inning apologized to the female doctor, saying, I am sorry, doctor, my family members have differing opinions. We will discuss it further. Thank you for your trouble. The female doctor pulled Inning aside, lowering her voice as she said, in small hospitals, a bit of money can buy you a revised examination report. If they are determined to terminate the pregnancy, such documents can easily deceive. Inning expressed her gratitude to the doctor, feeling reassured. She had just observed he use expression, which indicated that he did not genuinely wish to terminate the child. Ultimately, He's family hurriedly left the hospital with Yu, declaring their intent to switch hospitals, yet in truth, their plans had faltered, and they returned to strategize. Chu Lichuan gave Inning a thumbs up, proclaiming, Lichuan is clever. He has awakened us from our stupor. If the child is malformed, then terminating the pregnancy would not be regrettable. If the child is healthy, no hospital will perform an abortion at this stage. We were overly anxious, fixating solely on the idea of not terminating the pregnancy. Chu Lichuan wrapped her arm around Inning's shoulder, praising, your husband is indeed resourceful, remaining calm in times of trouble. Be wise shifting our perspective. All issues can be effortlessly resolved. Yu's primary goal is to secure a house. She cannot genuinely risk her child's life. She is merely gambling with you to see who will relent first. Inning sent a large smile to Chu Lichuan, who almost immediately replied, as if he had been waiting for her message. Has it been resolved? Yes. Yu's family has left the hospital, Inning responded, followed by another message. Lichuan, with you by my side, I fear nothing, even if the sky were to fall. He stood as a solid support behind her, providing warmth and reassurance. In dealing with matters, do not panic. Calmly analyze the other party's demands. Do not allow them to exploit your weaknesses for attack, and everything can be resolved with ease, Chu Lichuan advised. Inning noticed that he had recently taken to imparting wisdom upon her, akin to a mentor or father figure, teaching her many profound truths. Are you worried about me? Inning inquired. I fear you may be bullied in the future, Chu Lichuan replied, his words striking Inning like a branding iron, igniting warmth within her. Thank you, Lichuan. He responded, call me husband. After a moment's hesitation, Inning typed the words husband and sent them off. Chu Lichuan appeared to be in high spirits, replying, wife, come home soon. All right. Inning put away her phone and left the hospital with Chu Lichuan and Chu Lichuan. With the child secured, Qian was the happiest, his demeanor lightening as he assisted Chu Lichuan into a taxi. Just as Inning was about to enter Chu Lichuan's car, a familiar female voice called from behind. Inning, what a coincidence. To her surprise, it was Anren. Anren, what brings you here? Inning asked, astonished. I caught a bit of a chill and came to the hospital for some medicine, Anren replied with a smile, her long black dress billowing in the night breeze. What brings you to the hospital at this hour? Anren inquired curiously. We are feeling a bit unwell, perhaps due to an improper dinner, Chu Lichuan suggested, attempting to usher Inning into the car, but Anren interjected. It seems we are fated. Let us go out for a drink together. No, it's too late, Inning declined, but Anren persisted. It's only 10 o'clock. The night is just beginning. Young people shouldn't be so dull. Without further ado, Anren pulled Inning into her white Maserati. Chu Lichuan followed closely behind in her car, concerned. Anren drove at an exhilarating speed, the streets outside racing past. Inning felt uncomfortable, yet Anren maintained her cheerful demeanor. Revealing no signs of distress, she spoke incessantly of her husband, extolling his virtues and how deeply he loved her. Recently, my husband prepared a tremendous surprise for me, keeping it a secret for nearly a month without me noticing anything unusual. He is meticulous in his work, leaving no detail overlooked. Inning, do you know what surprise he has prepared for me? Anren asked playfully, turning her head toward Inning in the passenger seat. What surprise? Inning inquired. Anren laughed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. He has been unfaithful, seeing another woman. What? Inning exclaimed in shock. Anren's smile remained unfaltering, her tone gentle as she continued. Actually, he is just teasing me. He wants me to feel jealous, claiming that only in this way can he sense my love for him. Inning was at a loss for words. Was there truly such a surprise? What about you, Inning? If your husband were to be unfaithful, how would you handle it? Anren suddenly posed this question to her. Inning fell silent. Chu Lichuan indeed had another woman, yet she felt she had no right to interfere. They were merely a couple in name. I would let him go, Inning replied. Such nonchalance only implies that you do not love your husband enough. I love him, but I will not share him with anyone else, even if he and that woman are truly married. I would not hesitate to let go. Why tolerate infidelity? Anren parked the car in front of a bar and led Inning inside. They shared a couple of drinks, feeling slightly tipsy, before Anren pulled out her phone. Inning, let me show you a picture of my husband. He is incredibly handsome. Chapter 59. Nothing but deceit or theft. Chu Lichuan rushed in, breathless, squeezing between Anren and Inning. You two are quite inconsiderate. You came here to drink without waiting for me. Gu Ruoyan unwrapped an arm around Anren and another around Inning, complaining, Anren, as fellow alumni, why are you only nice to Inning and not to me? I want to drink too. Anren, caught off guard, wore a slightly cold expression as she set her phone down on the bar. Shifting her shoulders, she broke free from Gu Ruoyan's embrace and asked the bartender to prepare a cocktail for Gu Ruoyan. The three women indulged in another 2 drinks, but soon Gu Ruoyan excused herself to use the restroom, dragging Inning along. Once inside, Gu Ruoyan noticed that Anren had not followed and quietly asked, Inning, don't you find it strange? Why is Anren so focused on you? She carries herself like a proud swan at school, never associating with anyone outside her elite circle. Her excessive friendliness is suspect. One must be cautious. Perhaps she is simply feeling down and wants someone to talk to, Inning suggested, washing her hands under the dryer. What sorrow could a wealthy socialite possibly have? She enjoys a life of leisure. With plenty of money to spend, Gu Ruoyan remarked, applying lipstick before the mirror. I have a feeling her husband is cheating on her. Inning leaned against the sink, sending a message to Chu Lichuan, letting him know she would return a bit later. Is that possible? Isn't she quite happy? Doesn't her husband treat her well? Gu Ruoyan gasped in disbelief. People often flaunt what they lack the most. Inning tucked her phone away. Gu Ruoyan sighed. This is the reality of modern marriage, inevitable and unstoppable. I truly sympathize with her. Inning dabbed a bit of Gu Ruoyan's lipstick on her lips. Why feel sympathy? Even if her husband is unfaithful, she lives a life 1,000 times better than ours. Gu Ruoyan poked Inning's forehead, teasing, your sympathy is easily stirred. Do I look good? Inning asked, pressing her lips together to examine the color. You look beautiful. Our Inning is always stunning. The two shared laughter as they returned to the bar. Anren had consumed a bit too much and raised her glass, declaring, I truly love my husband. For him, I have sacrificed my dreams, youth, freedom, and my dignity and pride, and I am willing to do everything I dislike for him. Becoming pregnant, giving birth, enduring all hardships, I gladly accept as long as I can be with him for a lifetime. I would give anything for him, Anren said, clinking glasses with Inning. Let us drink to that, Anren, you are intoxicated. We should take you home, Inning suggested, supporting her. Anren draped an arm around Inning's shoulder, her cheek resting against Inning's. I am not drunk. I am completely sober. Suddenly, Anren's grip tightened painfully on Inning's shoulder. Anren? Inning called out. Anren abruptly laughed, her laughter wild and unrestrained. If my husband were to cheat on me, guess what I would do? Inning looked at her, puzzled. I would exhaust every effort to win him back, and the woman outside. Anren crushed the lemon slice in her hand, thoroughly destroying it. I will ruin her. After saying this, Anren patted Inning's shoulder and declared, I must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. Inning felt an inexplicable chill run down her back, watching Anren leave, unable to regain her composure. What a heavy scent of gunpowder! Gu Ruoyan was equally startled, exclaiming, You wouldn't be trying to steal her husband? Would you? How could that be? I don't even know who her husband is, Inning replied, just as she received a message from Chu Lichuan, urging her to return home and not stay out too late. I must go. My husband is calling for me. Inning took Gu Ruoyan's hand and headed outside. I envy you. Having a husband to look out for you. Han Bing hasn't he messaged me all night? That scoundrel is likely working overtime at the office. Gu Ruoyan whipped out her phone and called Han Bing, complaining about his lack of concern. Han Bing sweetly called her baby, making Gu Ruoyan beam with joy. All right, I miss you too. Come home soon. Don't work all the time. It's already midnight. Why are you still at the office? Your company is solely dependent on you. Did I care about you? Gu Ruoyan and Han Bing engaged in a lengthy phone conversation. Inning arranged for a designated driver and helped Gu Ruoyan into the car. Meanwhile, Anren sat in her vehicle, watching Inning enter her car and leave. She took out her phone and dialed Chu Lichuan's number. After several rings, he finally answered, his tone laced with impatience. What is it? Lichuan, I am in Yun City. Where are you? How do you know I am in Yun City? The tone of Chu Lichuan was so frigid that it sent shivers down one's spine. Anren's heart sank heavily, and her hand gripping the phone trembled uncontrollably. Man, there is so much to say. She had initially been uncertain whether the sapphire necklace in Inning's moments was directly linked to Chu Lichuan, and had considered using a photograph of Chu Lichuan to test Inning. Now that she had confirmed his presence in Yun City, it was highly probable that the husband Inning spoke of was indeed Chu Lichuan. She had always believed that the kiss he captured at the auction was a gift intended for her. Much to the envy of her friends, however, After waiting in vain for this surprise, it ultimately materialized in another woman's social circle. Anren felt like the biggest joke in the world. She could not fathom how Inning and Chu Lichuan had become husband and wife. Did he find out about the events from 5 years ago? Anren's heart raced. No, it couldn't be. If Chu Lichuan knew, he wouldn't be so calm. Anren made an effort to compose herself. Lichuan, I came to Yun City with Yang. He is feeling a bit unwell. Could you come and check on him? I'll send you the hotel address. After hanging up, Anren sent the address to Chu Lichuan and returned to the hotel room to await his arrival. Indeed, Chu Lichuan came. His steps hurried, his expression anxious. Upon entering, he found only Anren, clad in a sheer nightgown, with nothing underneath, and Yang was nowhere to be seen, which ignited his fury. You used Yang to deceive me. Having consumed alcohol, Anren felt emboldened, and she pressed herself against Chu Lichuan. Lichuan, you are a normal man. You must desire this too, right? I want to be your woman for one night. Let us indulge ourselves tonight, and tomorrow morning, we'll pretend nothing happened. I promise I want to cling to you. Her hands roamed over Chu Lichuan's body, expertly knowing where a man's sensitive spots lay. He seized her restless hands and, without mercy, threw her onto the bed. Anren, do you understand what you are doing? Anren fought to suppress her dizziness, gazing sorrowfully at the cold man before her. Why? We've been together for 4 years. And you've never touched me. Am I really that repugnant to you? Anren, you know I have a short temper and little patience. I dislike repeating myself. I'll say it again. When you brought Yang to the Chu family, I told you that you could stay, but you would forever be merely Yang's mother, with no other title. I stand by that statement. If you continue to do things that disgust me, you will be thrown out of the Chu family. Lichuan, you cannot be so heartless. Yang cannot live without me. As Chu Lichuan turned to leave, Anren cried out, throwing herself at his feet, clinging tightly to his long legs. Her pale body partially concealed beneath the sheer fabric, an unspoken allure. Yet, Chu Lichuan remained unmoved, barely sparing her a glance. Yang's mother? Do you even deserve that title? Yang is merely a tool for your ascendance. He shook off her grasp and was about to leave when Anren's heart-wrenching cries echoed behind him. Yang is not a tool. I love him. He is my everything. Lichuan, please don't go. Yang will arrive in Yun City tomorrow morning. Can't you let him see his daddy as soon as he arrives? Chu Lichuan paused, slowly turning back to gaze at the woman on the floor, her face stained with tears. Chapter 60. Exploitation. Inning had bought some late-night snacks. Cheerfully, she opened the door, only to find that Chu Lichuan was not home. Just 40 minutes earlier, he had sent her a message saying he was waiting for her at home. Inning took out her phone and saw a message from 15 minutes ago. I had to step out for a bit. Don't wait for me, just go to sleep. Curious about where he had gone, she hesitated to send a message, fearful of disturbing him, especially if he were with the mother of his child at such an hour, which might jeopardize their relationship. Setting her phone aside, she took a shower, but Chu Lichuan still hadn't returned. It was already 1 in the morning. It seemed he wouldn't be coming back. Inning climbed into bed, turned off the lights, and tried to sleep, but her heart ached, and every time she closed her eyes, she envisioned Chu Lichuan in bed with another woman, the two of them entangled in affection. Lichuan, please don't go. I beg you, Anren cried, too inebriated to rise from the carpet. Chu Lichuan approached, draping a blanket over her shoulders and lifting her from the floor, his grip gentle yet firm. Placing her onto the bed. Tomorrow when Yang arrives, I will come back with that. He turned to leave. Lichuan. Anren chased after him, her words of persuasion dying on her lips as he cast her a glance. His eyes fierce and chilling, silencing her instantly. The door closed behind him, leaving Anren alone in the room. She sank to the floor, feeling as if she had lost all weight, tears streaming down her face. Why? Lichuan, why? Why don't you like me? After sobbing for a while, Anren tremblingly took out her phone and called the family servant. Dingjia, wake Yang up right now and bring him to Yun City. Immediately at once. Missin, it's 1 in the morning. Yang is sound asleep. Dingjia's voice was cut off by Anren's sharp retort. I told you to wake him. Just do it. No more nonsense. Anren hung up abruptly, throwing off the blanket with force. Chu Lichuan, you are mine. No one can take you away from me. Dingjia, yawning, gathered her things to wake Yang. He was sleeping soundly, unresponsive to her calls. Young master, wake up. Your mommy wants me to take you to Yun City. If we don't hurry, your mommy will be angry and fire me. Before Dingjia, Anren had dismissed countless servants. After half a year, Dingjia had become the longest serving among them. After coaxing him for a while, Dingjie reluctantly picked Yang up and helped him get dressed. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. I want to sleep. Yang kicked his legs and cried out. Dingjie, not wanting to disturb him further, wrapped him in a blanket. All right, sleep. Auntie Ding will hold you. Dingjie carried Yang downstairs, worried about his safety while sleeping in the car. So she called another servant to hold him during the ride to Yun City. As Inning was drifting off to sleep, she heard the sound of the door unlocking. Her body tensed, and she grabbed a vase from the bedside. Hearing the sounds of a light being turned on and shoes being changed, she called out, Lichuan, is that you? It's me. Chu Lichuan stepped into the bedroom, noticing Inning's tense posture, holding the vase, and his gaze softened. What are you afraid of? The lock is secure. No one can get in. He reached out to ruffle her hair, placing the vase back on the bedside table. Who said I was scared? I wasn't scared at all. Inning protested, her words defiant. Exactly, you're not scared. It's just a reflex, he replied. Removing his suit jacket and hanging it in the wardrobe, he started to unbuckle his belt. Inning hurriedly looked down, avoiding any sight she shouldn't see. Is your injury all right? You should be getting your stitches out tomorrow, she said. It's fine. No issues. Chu Lichuan hung his pants in the wardrobe, changed into his sleepwear, and got into bed. Inning switched off the main light and lay down, staring at the ceiling. Since Chu Lichuan entered, she had caught a whiff of a familiar perfume, one that evoked distant memories she couldn't quite grasp. Her heart twisted painfully as she softly suggested, once you have your stitches removed tomorrow, if all is well, we can head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chu Lichuan remained silent. The air was thick with a heavy silence until he finally responded with a noncommittal signifying agreement. Inning closed her eyes, refraining from further conversation, her eyes stinging painfully, warm tears beginning to flow. Have you and her family settled down? Chu Lichuan's deep voice broke the silence. Inning steadied her emotions and replied evenly. No, they probably won't give up that easily. Indeed, they likely won't. We'll take it as it comes, he said. Inning's tone conveyed a hint of exhaustion. At the beginning, he was gentle and understanding. She and my brother were so affectionate, and she treated my mother and Xin well. Our whole family adored her. But after marriage, she changed. Her temper has grown worse, and her attitude has soured, always criticizing my brother and saying hurtful things. Some people truly reveal their true colors after marriage, Chu Lichuan remarked. I just didn't expect the transformation to be so drastic. My brother seems to be suffocating every day. Inning sighed. Can you bear to watch your brother suffer like this? Chu Lichuan turned to look at Inning beside him, eye in the moonlight. Inning's fair skin glowed, her lips a rosy hue, resembling a fairy tale princess. What can I do if I can't bear it? They are married. As a younger sister, intervening too much will only strain their relationship further. Inning had always maintained a balance to avoid being the catalyst for discord between her brother and sister-in-law. Did your sister-in-law get pregnant before marriage? Chu Lichuan inquired. Inning nodded. Yes. Your brother is such a straightforward man. Did he really have the courage to be intimate with a woman before marriage? Inning furrowed her brow. Glancing at Chu Lichuan in the dim light, unable to decipher the emotions hidden in his dark gaze. They met at a social media influencer meetup hosted on a platform. They got drunk at a dinner. Back then, he was still a small influencer, right? Chu Lichuan asked. Yes. After she started dating my brother, she leveraged his popularity to gain her current following, Inning explained. Then, Chu Lichuan asked again, do you think he was using your brother? Your meaning is, never mind. They are a couple and we are outsiders. Whether their lives are good or bad is their concern. Chu Lichuan changed the subject, expressing his desire to assist Yu in acquiring 2 more houses to put an end to this battle for property. Inning immediately refused, sitting up in bed. Greed makes a snake swallow an elephant. If we satisfy their demands this time, how can we ensure there won't be a next time, or the time after that? Our family has no obligation to help Hele prepare a wedding house. Furthermore, houses are not cabbages. You can't just claim them as you wish. I do not require you to do anything further for me. I would prefer you to retrieve those 2 houses. I will not reclaim them. I intended to gift them to your family to improve your living conditions. Chu Lichuan also sat up in bed. Facing Inning. Before the divorce, I wish to help you resolve your current troubles, so that I may feel more at ease. And Ning, unwilling to continue the conversation, suggested they sleep, as they needed to go to the hospital in the morning. Chu Lichuan lay down, and Inning tucked him in before lying down herself. He turned over, lying on his side, gazing at Inning beside him. She felt uncomfortable under his gaze. What are you looking at? Chu Lichuan remained silent, continuing to watch her for a moment before lying flat, his large hand beneath the covers clasping her smaller hand. Inning attempted to break free, but he held on tighter. Sleep, he said. Ning gradually ceased her struggle, allowing him to hold her hand while she quietly turned her head to look at him in the moonlight. His profile was distinct, with sharp contours, a prominent nose, lips pressed into a line, a taut jaw, and a notably sensual Adam's apple. Ning felt a sting in her nose, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to gaze at Chu Lichuan a little longer. Fearing she might not have the chance to see him again that night, Ning simply looked at Chu Lichuan, her neck growing sore, yet she remained still. As dawn broke, around 4 in the morning, Chu Lichuan's phone rang incessantly, a cacophony demanding to be answered. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it as Yang Yang's smartwatch and answered immediately. The sound of a young boy's cries echoed from the phone, exclaiming, "No, no, I don't want to," accompanied by a woman's soothing voice. The boy's cries were so loud that Ning could not discern the woman's words, although something about the voice struck her as familiar. Could it be that the woman who bore Chu Lichuan's child was someone she knew? Chu Lichuan said he would arrive shortly before hanging up, promptly getting out of bed to wash up. Ever since becoming a mother, Ning could hardly bear the sound of a child crying, her heart aching with worry. She hurriedly got up to prepare clean clothes for Chu Lichuan and packed his anti-inflammatory medication in a sealed bag. "Is the child crying so fiercely because he is ill?" Ning inquired with concern. "I don't know," Chu Lichuan replied as he finished washing up, changed his clothes, accepted the medication from Ning, and went to the entrance to change his shoes. As she reminded him to take his medicine after breakfast, she crouched down to clean his shoes and helped him lift them. Chu Lichuan stood frozen, gazing down at her, his lips moving as if to speak. Ning looked up and gave him a gentle smile. "Your arm is injured. It's inconvenient for you." Chu Lichuan gazed deeply at Ning, ultimately saying nothing, and stepped out the door. Ning stood at the doorway, watching the empty staircase until she could no longer hear the sound of his hurried descent. She closed the door and returned to the living room. Sitting on the sofa in a daze, she remained motionless, her gaze fixated on the empty air before her. The silence in the room was profound, so much so that it left her heart feeling hollow. Yang Yang had expelled and ran and Ding Jie from the room. When the little tyrant threw a tantrum, no one dared to provoke him, and they could only anxiously wait outside. Chu Lichuan exited the elevator, and Ran hurried to meet him, but before she could speak, he coldly brushed past her and entered the hotel room. Ran attempted to follow, but the door closed firmly before her. She raised her hand to knock, but ultimately hesitated. Grasping Ding Jie's hand, she pleaded, "Ding Jie, I drank too much last night and was out of my mind. I missed Yang Yang so much that I had you bring him here in the early hours. You know Lichuan's temper. He cannot tolerate Yang Yang being wronged, or he will unleash his fury on me. I am Yang Yang's biological mother. I love him dearly. Missin, I understand. You would never harm the young master." Ding Jie replied, though internally she scoffed. "Now you realize the consequences. What were you thinking last night? A child who cannot wake up is at their most irritable. Even if you brought the young master to Yuncheng at dawn, it would not have resulted in him crying for so long. But Lichuan does not see it that way. Ding Jie, please think of a way to check on the situation. Find a way to tell Yang Yang that he missed me so much that he couldn't sleep at night, and that you had no choice but to bring him to Yuncheng to find me." Ding Jie looked troubled. "Miss, the sir is inside. I dare not enter. You usually take care of Yang Yang. Think of something. Just say you brought something for Yang Yang, or something like that," and Ran urged, pushing Ding Jie forward. With no other choice, Ding Jie mustered her courage and gently knocked on the door. Chu Lichuan opened it, his gaze icy and his tone frigid. "What is it?" Ding Jie was so frightened that cold sweat poured down her back. "Sir, I wanted to ask what the young master would like for breakfast. He is asleep. We will talk about it when he wakes up," Chu Lichuan replied, closing the door. Ding Jie patted her chest, letting out a long sigh, while Ran also felt a sense of relief. Yet she remained anxious, fearing that when Yang Yang awoke, he would report her to Chu Lichuan. Ning went to work at Lungyan Temple, her mind wandering throughout the entire morning. Li Xiang noticed her and attempted to speak to her several times, but Ning ignored her. During lunch, Li Xiang approached her again. "Ning, why are you ignoring me? Is it because I didn't tell you about my relationship with He Lei? I have already broken up with him." "You were right. I should not have married someone like that." Li Xiang, "When did I ever say such a thing?" Ning thought He Lei was unworthy of Li Xiang, but she had never voiced it. She had no time to involve herself in others' relationships, nor did she want to stir up trouble. Her time was consumed with earning a living to support her daughter, leaving no room for anyone else's affairs. "Even if you didn't say it, that is what you meant," Li Xiang insisted. Ning, unwilling to debate the matter, changed her seat with her lunchbox and continued eating. With red eyes, Li Xiang glared at Ning for a while before taking a seat where Ning had just been and began her meal. He Lei sent her several messages, pleading for them to reconcile. Li Xiang, holding her phone, pondered for a moment before replying, if I get married, there must be a house, paid in full, and a car, also fully paid. I do not want to bear the burden of loans for a house or car after marriage. Furthermore, the house must be in my name. Darling, I promise there will be a house and a car. Both fully paid. Wait for my good news. Ning finished her meal but could not help sending a message to Chu Lichuan, inquiring whether he had his stitches removed and if he had time in the afternoon. She wanted to resolve their matters as quickly as possible, not wishing to remain caught in the middle, like a secret lover enduring torment. Chu Lichuan was having lunch with Yang Yang when he saw Ning's message. He did not reply but instead told Yang Yang, Daddy has something to attend to this afternoon. I will be back shortly. Yang Yang nodded, continuing to eat diligently. He was never concerned about when his father would leave or return. He preferred to play alone. Finding too many people noisy. Ran stole a glance at Chu Lichuan, wondering who had just sent the message. Chu Lichuan glanced at her before preparing to leave. Could it be Ning? And Ran tightened her grip on her chopsticks, stabbing the rice in her bowl. Chu Lichuan was hers. She would not allow anyone to take him away. And Ran feigned a need to use the restroom. Standing up to leave the private room, heading to the flower shop next to the restaurant. She casually inquired about the prices of several types of flowers, but did not make a purchase. Her dress brushing against the flowers as she exited the shop. Returning to the private room, An Ran resumed eating, declaring that she wanted to take Yang Yang to visit the scenic spots in Yuncheng that afternoon. Yang Yang was unwilling to go, preferring to play with his toys at the hotel. Yang Yang, you cannot shut yourself away from the world. You must interact with it, An Ran said gently. Yang Yang ignored her. Putting down his chopsticks, Ding Jia, seeing that Yang Yang had finished eating, took him to wash his hands in the restroom. Lichuan, accompany me and Yang Yang to have some fun this afternoon. With you around? Yang Yang will surely be willing to go, An Ran urged. I have matters to attend to. I'll join you after I finish. Chu Lichuan replied coldly, showing no warmth to An Ran. Beneath the table, her hands clenched into fists. For that woman, Chu Lichuan was even willing to abandon Yang Yang. Chu Lichuan stood up and left the private room, while Ding Jia emerged from the restroom, holding Yang Yang's hand as they exited the restaurant together. Yang Yang spotted a Power Rangers balloon at the flower shop entrance and broke free from Ding Jia's grip to run towards it. Ding Jia reacted swiftly, scooping Yang Yang back into her arms. Young master, you are allergic to pollen. You cannot go to the flower shop. There are balloons at the hotel. Mommy will take you back to buy one. An Ran gently cradled Yang Yang, settling him into the car. On the way back, Yang Yang began to sneeze repeatedly. Both An Ran and Ding Jia grew anxious. Ding Jia, did you let Yang Yang come into contact with an allergen? An Ran scolded. Ding Jia protested. Shaking her head vigorously, I have been very careful. I absolutely did not let the young master come into contact with any allergens. Chu Lichuan, noticing Yang Yang's breathing becoming increasingly labored, quickly instructed Lin to drive them to the hospital. Chapter 62. Nightmare. Yang Yang's episode was not severe this time. The doctor prescribed medication and suggested they observe Yang Yang at the hospital for a while before returning to the hotel. An Ran was extremely anxious, fearing Yang Yang's symptoms might worsen or recur at night, pleading with Chu Lichuan to stay with Yang Yang today. Lichuan, having you here makes me feel more at ease. An Ran said. Yang Yang fell ill, and naturally, Chu Lichuan would not abandon him. He arranged for Lin Fong to secure a room next door, cradled Yang Yang in his arms, and proceeded to the adjacent room. Sister Ding hurriedly gathered Yang Yang's toys and medication, following suit to the neighboring room. Anren, incensed, ground her teeth in frustration, eager to follow, but suddenly recalled something. She entered the restroom, shed her clothes, meticulously took a shower, and then called for hotel staff to send her garments for dry cleaning. Yang Yang took his medication and fell asleep. Chu Lichuan instructed Sister Ding to step out first, removing his shirt to reveal his injured arm. Lin Fong, having been by Chu Lichuan's side through thick and thin for many years, was adept at treating external wounds. He assisted Chu Lichuan in removing the stitches, discarding the medical waste into the trash bin, and carried the garbage bag outside to dispose of it. At the doorway, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to inquire, Boss, you and the young madam had arranged to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon. Shouldn't you send her a message since she's waiting for you? Lin Fong felt a twinge of sympathy for Inning. After all, she was the rightful wife. Chu Lichuan picked up his phone, paused momentarily, and composed a message. The child is ill, we will go next Monday. Tomorrow is the weekend, and the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed. Inning's reply came swiftly, evidently having been anxiously awaiting Chu Lichuan's response. Is it serious? Although he could not see Inning's expression at that moment, Chu Lichuan was certain she was quite worried. Not serious. Take good care of the child. Our matters can wait, he replied. Inning set down her phone, her motivation to work dissipating. Suddenly longing for Xin, she rode her bicycle back to the supermarket. He had yet to return, but she called Qian, sobbing, explaining that it was her mother who pressured her into the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. Now she was confined at home, forbidden to go out, pleading with Qian to rescue her. Though Qian was simple and honest, he was not naive enough to be fooled, understanding that this was likely he used new scheme. He refused to go, prompting Hiyu to cry that she loved Qian dearly and loved the child in her womb, claiming she felt unwell and might be having complications, begging him to take her to the hospital. Mentioning the child, Qian could not turn a blind eye, and he resolved to visit Hiyu's home. Inning wished to accompany him, but Qian declined, unwilling to burden her further. Chao Hualian picked up her bag and said, Xiaoan, I will go with you. Mom will back you up. Let us see what tricks they're trying to pull. Qian looked at Chao Hualian. Mom, what are you doing? Are you afraid I'll argue with them? He lowered his head, his expression conflicted. You stubborn boy. Chao Hualian punched Qian lightly. Others say you're lame, and you feel inferior. You're handsome, tall, and have a lovely singing voice. Your fans call you the handsome guy and the perfect gentleman. Who would look down on your legs? Finally, Qian lifted his head, a hint of a smile gracing his face. What Mom says is right. Everything Mom says is right. Stop being cheeky. Chao Hualian playfully punched him again, and the mother-son duo exited with laughter. Inning felt a wave of relief seeing her brother in better spirits, though she wondered if what truly brought him joy was Hiyu's declaration of love for him. Xin rested her chin on the table, blinking her big eyes and asked, Where is Uncle? Is he at home recovering? Is Uncle feeling better? I miss Uncle so much. Uncle is much better. He had something to attend to and has stepped out. Inning kissed her daughter's forehead and leaned over the table, propping her chin up to gaze into her daughter's eyes. Why does Uncle always have things to do? Doesn't he even work? Why does he keep going out? Xin pouted in disappointment. Who said Uncle doesn't he work? Uncle has a job. He is a pilot. Wow, a pilot. Is that the kind that flies in the sky? Xin's eyes sparkled. Inning chuckled at her daughter's innocent misunderstanding and mimicked her tone. Yes, it's the kind that flies in the sky. Mommy, don't imitate Xin. Xin stomped her little feet, giggling uncontrollably. Xin wants to see Uncle fly. Mommy, can we go see Uncle? Xin tugged at Inning's arm, seeking affection. Inning pinched her daughter's chubby little face. Xin, Uncle is very busy. We shouldn't disturb him. Xin pouted in indignation, pointing her finger. Xin misses Uncle. It has been several days since I've seen him. Inning embraced Xin gently, asking softly, Xin, tell Mommy, why do you like Uncle so much? Xin tilted her little head, pondering seriously, because Uncle is so nice. He is tall and handsome, treats Xin well, and is kind to Mommy. Uncle is like a daddy, but Uncle is not your daddy, Inning replied. Xin can ask Uncle to be her daddy. We can talk to him nicely and find a way for him to agree. Inning fell silent, holding Xin tightly in her embrace. That evening, only Chao Hualian returned home, fuming. She threw her bag on the table and gulped down a large glass of water. Mom, where's my brother? He has been detained by the He family. They said they would trade him for the house. What? Inning rushed outside but was pulled back by Chao Hualian. What are you doing? I'm going to the He family to get him back. You real woman. Do you really think you can take on He Lei and that group of men from their village? They're all armed with sticks, guarding the He family gate, not letting anyone approach. Chao Hualian, having not gained any advantage in He family village, adjusted her disheveled hair. Call the police. This is illegal confinement? Inning insisted on reporting it, but her phone was snatched by Chao Hualian. I already called. The police came and said it's a family dispute and told us to mediate ourselves. Chao Hualian sat down in frustration, fanning herself. The He family can't possibly harm your brother. They can't just beat or kill him. If we two women go, we'll only end up at a disadvantage. But we can't just leave him there. Inning was anxious, fearing for Qian's safety. Chao Hualian pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Call your dad and have him come back. Let us see who can outsmart whom. Inning fell silent. Ever since Qi Gang went out to work, the family had enjoyed a few months of peace. Tio, bring him back. Chao Hualian sensed Inning's reluctance and sighed. Our family is all women. What can we do? There needs to be a man to lead the charge. If not, let Lichuan come. You can call him and ask him to come over. Inning couldn't possibly call Chu Lichuan, cradling Xin as she headed upstairs. Let him come back. That night, Inning stayed at the supermarket with Chao Hualian, also keeping a watchful eye for the He family's potential disturbances. Chao Hualian called Qi Gang, who, upon hearing the news, berated her for not calling him sooner, and immediately bought a ticket to return the next morning. That night, Inning slept restlessly, feeling as though a large hand was roaming over her body. She struggled and screamed, yet no sound escaped her lips. Awakening from the nightmare, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, tucked Xin in, and stood by the window, gazing at the bright moonlight, her palms clenched tightly, nails digging in. The next day, after breakfast, Inning took Xin to the mall, not wanting to encounter Chi Gang. Xin clamored to visit the children's playground. As Inning led her upstairs, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness, as if descended from the heavens. Just as Inning was about to call out to Lichuan, a little boy dashed over and leaped into Chu Lichuan's arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, take me to play over there. There are arcade games." Chu Lichuan grasped the boy's hand and headed towards the arcade, the striking resemblance between the two causing Inning's heart to clench painfully. What shocked her even more was Anren, holding an ice cream, smiling as she caught up. Yang, slow down. Wait for mommy." The idyllic scene of the three together stabbed at Inning's heart. Chapter 63. The great scoundrel. Inning felt as though she had turned to stone, frozen in place. Xin shook Inning's arm, pointing towards the direction Chu Lichuan had gone. "Mommy, that looks like Uncle." Xin saw Uncle. Xin strained to call out for him, but Inning swiftly covered her mouth, hurriedly carrying her down the stairs. Xin kicked her legs, insisting, "I saw Uncle. That is Uncle. Xin wants to play with Uncle. That is not Uncle. You mistaken." Once downstairs, Inning set Xin down, exhausted, embracing her daughter. Xin had not made a mistake. It truly was Uncle. "You were wrong." Under Inning's insistence, Xin began to doubt herself. "Was I wrong? Yes. I must have seen it wrong. Otherwise, why would a little brother call Uncle Daddy? Uncle, doesn't he have children?" Inning's heart ached, unable to bear telling Xin the truth about Chu Lichuan having a child and a family of his own, as it would be too cruel for her. Closing her eyes, the warm scene of their family together kept replaying in her mind. It turned out, the woman who bore children for Chu Lichuan was Anren. No wonder Anren had been so peculiar with her and had said many strange things. It seemed Anren had already discovered the truth. Inning felt utterly humiliated, as if she were a thief who had stolen someone's most cherished possession. Embracing Xin, Inning left the mall. This area was a pedestrian street, bustling with shoppers due to the weekend. Inning led Xin into a children's clothing store. The store had just received 2 new pink princess dresses, which Xin adored. While paying, Inning spotted a stylish black and white outfit for boys, recalling the boy's height, and decided to purchase it. One outfit felt too meager as a gift. Inning browsed the store again, selecting a few more boys' outfits to buy. "Mommy, why are you buying boys' clothes?" Xin asked curiously. "Mommy has a friend, and that friend has a little boy. That friend has helped Mommy a lot, so to express my gratitude, I want to give a few pieces of clothing to my friend's child. Are you acquainted with Xian? Xian is not familiar with her. She is a friend of great significance to Mama. Important friends deserve important gifts. We children do not fancy clothing as presents," Xian remarked. "Then what do you prefer?" "Of course, toys," exclaimed Xian. Children have a greater affinity for toys. Each time Uncle gifts Xian a toy, she is filled with joy. Inning took Xian to a nearby toy store. When selecting gifts, children typically choose based on their own preferences. Xian picked several of her favorite robots, which were rather expensive, yet Inning paid for them. Xian felt a tinge of jealousy, as Mama usually refrained from purchasing such items for her. Pouting, Xian wondered aloud, "Does Mama favor boys over girls? How could Mama not adore my little princess? Mama loves my little princess the most." Inning quickly reassured her, planting a kiss on Xian's cheek, anxious that she might feel neglected. Mama also bought Xian a gift identical to that of the young gentleman. Just as Inning was about to pay, Xian grasped her hand and declared, "All right, I forgive you. Mama works so hard for money. I don't need such an expensive gift." The nearby shop assistant praised Xian for her understanding nature. Inning embraced her daughter, showering her with kisses. "Our Xian is the most caring towards Mama. You are wonderful." With bags in hand, Inning exited the toy store, her heart weighed down with a sense of unease. Still, she endeavored to present her best self to her daughter, lest Xian perceive her discontent. Xian expressed a desire to visit the play castle. Inning took her to a play castle that featured a restaurant, sending a location to Gu Ruoyan to invite her for lunch. Gu Ruoyan soon arrived, and immediately complained to Inning about her lack of inspiration for writing, feeling as though she might tear her hair out. and sought Ning's assistance to untangle her plot. Ning, not in the mood, stuffed a piece of fried chicken into Gu Ruoyan's mouth to silence her melodramatic woes. Ice the weekend. I hope I'm not interrupting your romantic time with Han Bing? Ning asked absent-mindedly, glancing at Xin, who was engrossed in games at the play castle. What weekend? Ever since Han Bing became a manager. There are no weekends for him. He worked all night at the office yesterday and hasn't he been seen since. Gu Ruoyan sighed, sipping her ice-cold cola, her energy waning as she leaned dejectedly on the table. I feel he has been acting strangely lately. More phone calls, frequent WeChat messages, and he often disappears into the restroom. This isn't normal. Ning also sensed something amiss with Han Bing. Previously, he and Gu Ruoyan were inseparable, spending all their free time together. However, as a friend, without concrete evidence, she felt it unwise to jump to conclusions. Many couples split due to the meddling of friends. Yin, men work hard to improve your lives. Raising children in the future will entail significant expenses. Without solid proof, don't let paranoia damage your relationship. He has indeed been earning quite a lot. We saved several months' worth for the mortgage and car payments, he even said. Writing is tough. Finish it quickly and rest well. Don't overexert yourself. Gu Ruoyan's face brightened with happiness. After chatting for a while, she noticed Ning's mood was off. Upon her probing, Ning revealed the situation regarding Chu Lichuan and Ran having a child. Gu Ruoyan slammed her hand on the table in anger. He appears so refined and upright, yet he is a colossal scoundrel. No wonder Ran has been acting strangely. Chu Lichuan must have kept you in the dark while making you the other woman. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Gu Ruoyan quickly corrected herself. You are not the other woman. You two are legally married. The real scoundrel is Chu Lichuan, who has a child and a wife yet is marrying you. This is bigamy. This is entirely Lichuan's fault. I feel he has his reasons for not speaking up. Ning clutched her icy cola, the coldness piercing her palm, yet she refused to let go. Reasons for silence are merely excuses. He should have told you from the start that he had a wife and child. By keeping this from you, he deceived you, wanting the comforts of both home and outside. Ning believed Chu Lichuan was not that kind of man. After all, she had coerced him into marriage due to her life-saving favor. We have been together for so long, and it has always been a nominal marriage. He has been dutiful, never making excessive demands. He is merely maintaining his facade as a good man. I refuse to believe he can resist the temptation of being with you. Gu Ruoyan squeezed her cola cup until it warped in her grip. Once he has you, he'll say he has a wife and child, and cannot betray them, which will leave you with a heart full of guilt. He is a master of the romantic game. A man like this should be divorced immediately. Don't let him deceive your heart and body. In the end, you will be the one heartbroken, while he returns home as a good husband and father. We have already arranged to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau next Monday. Ning lowered her head, concealing the sorrow in her eyes. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyan gasped, you don't think Chu Lichuan is a professional at this? Do you? Professional at what? At deceiving women for their affection and money. Didn't he and Ran say he has excellent conditions? Besides, after being together for so long, he has never spent my money. Instead, he has contributed much to me. Ning replied. You fool! What woman openly admits to supporting a man? That is a slap in the face. Have you heard of a pig-killing plate? It's all about investing first, then, when you let your guard down, they reap greater benefits from you. Gu Ruoyan urged Ning to remain vigilant, warning her not to end up empty-handed, and advised her to extract as much as she could from Chu Lichuan during the divorce. Ensuring that scoundrel doesn't get off easy. Ning felt Gu Ruoyan was being overly dramatic and casually responded, calling out for Xin to come out from the play castle to wipe her sweat and drink some water. Meanwhile, Chu Lichuan accompanied Yang and Ran as they browsed several shops. Ran was preoccupied with shopping for women's clothing, selecting items she liked. Chu Lichuan took Yang to a children's clothing store, where he spotted some adorable dresses and zombie dolls, glancing at them with interest. Lin Fangxin, understanding his interest, purchased all the items he had been looking at. After receiving a call from the company, Chu Lichuan handed Yang over to Ran and stepped away to take the call in a quiet spot. Ran let Yang play on his own while she tried on several outfits. However, when she emerged from the fitting room, Yang had inexplicably vanished. Why is there a lack of emotion? How should I know? Perhaps it's because my mother is insufferable. I despise her as well. I wish they would never meet. Every time they do, my mother ends up in tears, and it's incredibly difficult to console her. Exceedingly bothersome. I absolutely loathe it when women cry. After Yang finished speaking, She turned to Xin and asked, "Are your parents in love?" "I don't have a father," Xin replied, as she constructed a castle with building blocks. "Every child has a father. How come you don't?" Yang inquired with great curiosity. "My father is dead and I'm sorry," Yang said, gently ruffling Xin's hair. Xin pushed Yang's hand away. "Why do you also like to mess with people's hair? It's so annoying." "I have an uncle who also likes to ruffle my hair, but I enjoy it when he does," Xin said shyly, pursing her lips in a smile. "Who is your uncle?" "The man who is married to my mother," Xin replied. Yang's eyes widened in surprise. "So he is your stepfather?" "I've seen on television that many stepfathers mistreat children and deny them food. Just a few days ago, there was a news report about a child who was beaten to death by his stepfather, with broken ribs and blood streaming from his ears and nose. It was terrifying." Yang, worried that Xin might be abused by her stepfather, hurriedly rolled up her sleeves to check for injuries. Xin, irritated, pushed him away. "My uncle is incredibly good to me. He would never mistreat me. My mother says that stepfathers and stepmothers are all villains, that there are no good ones. If he is not abusing you now, he will find a way to harm you in the future. You must not speak ill of my uncle." Xin's eyes reddened with anger. "You mustn't cry. If you dare to cry, I won't be your friend anymore." Xin sniffled, holding back her tears. "You're the one speaking ill of my uncle. I don't want to be your friend." "All right, I was just teasing you. But you must be careful. If anyone bullies you, just come find me. My home has a multitude of bodyguards. I'll help you beat up your stepfather. I'll make him lose all his teeth," Yang declared, shaking his little fists, embodying the spirit of a young warrior. "And why uncle wouldn't he bully me?" Xin huffed, ignoring Yang and wanting to go back and find her mother. Yang grabbed her small hand. "Don't go. Let us play for a little while longer. I have to go back soon. My mother doesn't allow me to come to the playhouse." "Why not?" "She says there are too many children here. Too many germs, and she is afraid of contagious diseases." Yang took Xin to the ocean pool, tossing a blue ocean ball towards her. Xin also grabbed an ocean ball and threw it back at Yang. The two children played joyfully. As Yang noticed the time, he prepared to leave, and they exchanged phone watches. "When my brother has time, I'll take you to my house. My mother is super nice. Although her cooking isn't very good," Xin said, covering her mouth and giggling. Yang readily agreed but, still concerned, reminded Xin to be cautious of her stepfather and then climbed out of the playhouse. According to the surveillance, Chu Lichuan had already arrived. Before he could enter, Yang came out from inside. Anren scolded Yang sternly for running off alone, her tone quite fierce. Yang stood straight with a hint of fear. "If you run off again, I will have to punish you. Children must be obedient, do you understand?" Chu Lichuan picked up Yang, seeing the stubborn child holding back tears, and could not bear to scold him further. "In the future, if you want to go somewhere, you can tell Daddy, otherwise Daddy will worry." Yang leaned on Chu Lichuan's shoulder and whispered, "Daddy, I know I was wrong. Mommy didn't let me come to the playhouse. I just wanted to take a quick look." Chu Lichuan ruffled Yang's hair. "In the future, Daddy will take you to play." "Really? When has Daddy ever lied to Yang?" Yang sniffled and smiled, leaning close to Chu Lichuan's ear. Speaking mysteriously, "I know a little girl who was born on the same day, same month, and same year as me. She said her family is very poor. Her father passed away, and her mother found her a stepfather who treats her very badly. I want to protect that little girl. She is too pitiful." Yang's capacity for empathy reveals his kind nature. "If you ever need Daddy's help, you can tell him. Daddy is so great." Yang happily wrapped his arms around Chu Lichuan's neck. Chu Lichuan carried Yang to the car. Anren followed, curiously asking what the father and son were discussing, but no one paid her any mind. Inning, accompanied by Xin and Gu Ruoyan, emerged from the playhouse. Inning immediately spotted Chu Lichuan and hurriedly pulled Xin into her embrace to shield her from view. Gu Ruoyan attempted to confront him but was pulled back by Inning. Gu Ruoyan gritted her teeth in frustration. Inning gestured to Xin, and Gu Ruoyan had no choice but to suppress her anger in front of the child. It wasn't until Chu Lichuan's car had driven far away that Inning released Xin. Gu Ruoyan, exasperated, poked Inning's forehead. "With your soft-hearted nature, you are bound to be taken advantage of, Ruoyan. Let us head back," she suggested. Chapter 65. Blessings for Uncle. Seeing that Inning was in a bad mood, Gu Ruoyan took her to the riverside for some fresh air. Inning gazed at the shimmering river water, recalling the moment she first met Chu Lichuan. He had been clad in camouflage, covered in blood, lying by the riverbank on the brink of death, yet tightly clutching something in his palm. She had tried to wake him, As soon as he regained a semblance of consciousness, he urged her to leave, warning her of danger. Inning hadn't he cared about that. She called an ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. His condition had been critical, and had they delayed even a minute, he might not have survived. Reflecting on these memories filled Inning with both anxiety and warmth. Although she had saved Chu Lichuan, it was he who rekindled her hope for life. Chu Lichuan noticed Inning's vacant gaze and suddenly recalled that Inning had come here to take her own life years ago. Hastily leading her and Xin back, Chu Lichuan returned Yang to the hotel. Exhausted from playing, Yang lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Chu Lichuan looked at the large bags that Lin Feng was carrying. Nodding in appreciation, Lin Feng felt delighted by the praise. After years of working alongside the boss, he could read the boss's thoughts with just a glance. Chu Lichuan pretended to throw a punch at Lin Feng, causing him to flee in fear. I'll deliver this to Xin right away. She'll be overjoyed. Chu Lichuan found the key to Inning's home in his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng, instructing him to return it after using it. I promise it won't delay the boss from getting home. Lin Feng cheerfully exited. Every time Xin and the young mistress were mentioned, the boss's gaze softened in a way never seen before. When the boss is happy, Lin Feng naturally feels happy too. Just as Inning arrived at the entrance of the apartment building, a sharply dressed man descended from upstairs, nearly colliding with Xin. Inning quickly shielded Xin. The man, upon seeing them, displayed a courteous and respectful demeanor, nodding at Inning, puzzled. Inning noted that she did not recognize this man. However, she had seen him twice at the entrance of the community, seemingly waiting for someone while leaning against a tree and smoking. Inning nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded upstairs with Xian. As the door opened, a heap of toys and little dresses lay piled at the entrance. Inning was puzzled. How could Chu Lichuan and Anren find the time to come and deliver gifts? Xin, thinking her uncle had returned, joyfully ran inside. Uncle, uncle! She searched the room, but upon finding no sign of Chu Lichuan, her lips pouted and her large eyes brimmed with tears. Where is uncle? Is he out again? Inning hurriedly took out the toys that Chu Lichuan had bought to cheer Xin up, but Xin, seeing that her uncle was absent, found no joy in any gifts or beautiful dresses. Mommy, when will uncle come back? Xin cried softly into Inning's arms. Chu Lichuan felt heartbroken, cradling Xin and soothing her for a while, but Xin remained unhappy. Chu Lichuan angrily scolded Chu Lichuan for being irresponsible, wanting to tell Xin that the man had strayed and would never return. But Inning intervened. Patiently, Inning explained to Xin that she and Chu Lichuan were in a contractual marriage and that they were going to divorce, so he wouldn't be coming back. Xin burst into tears. Although Inning felt a pang of heartache, she refrained from comforting Xin, waiting for her to tire herself out from crying before wiping her tears. Have you finished crying? Inning asked. Xin shook her head. Still sniffing, then cry a little longer. Inning let Xin sit on the sofa and continue crying while she began tidying the room as if nothing were amiss. Chu Lichuan attempted to console Xin but was stopped by Inning. Let her cry. It will be better once she's done. Inning wanted to cry too, but she couldn't. All her tears and heartache had to be buried deep within. Following Chu Lichuan's habits, she cleaned under the bed, disinfected the bathroom, and sprayed alcohol around the house, opening windows for ventilation. Chu Lichuan knew that whenever Inning felt down, she would tidy up the house. She longed to comfort Inning but didn't know how. After finishing her chores, Inning was drenched in sweat, and her mood improved slightly. After taking a shower, she found that Xin had cried herself out. Inning patiently shared many profound insights with Xin, who, feeling wronged, said, Xin misses uncle so much. I wish he could always be with me. Uncle has his own life and his own family. If Xin is this sad, uncle won't be happy either. Xin doesn't want uncle to be unhappy. Right? We need to bless uncle, don't we? Xin nodded vigorously. Xin hopes uncle is happy, but Xin is still so as she spoke. Her eyes reddened once more. Inning embraced Xin, gazing out at the setting sun. She and Chu Lichuan were like two straight lines, diverging in their respective directions after their intersection, destined to grow further apart with no chance of intersection again. Xin, it's like how you adore butterflies. It's not about capturing them and keeping them in a jar, for that will only lead to their slow demise. Butterflies have their own world. They cherish nature, and they crave freedom. Love is not possession. It is about fulfillment and respect. We must fulfill Uncle's wishes and bless him with happiness. Finally, Xin stopped crying. Wiping her small face, Xin will bless Uncle. Inning planted a gentle kiss on Xin's cheek. However, the matter of her mother's divorce from her uncle remained a closely guarded secret. Xin was forbidden from disclosing it to anyone, including her grandmother and uncle. No one was to know. Inning lightly tapped Xin's heart, reminding her of the importance of safeguarding secrets. Xin obediently nodded in agreement. Wishing to lift Xin's spirits from her sorrow, Inning inquired if anything interesting had occurred at the play castle that day. Xin mentioned a boy, and a smile finally graced her face. I think of him as my younger brother, but he insists on being called older brother. Although he is a bit taller than me. If he prefers to be called brother, then so be it. Xin, being a premature baby, was somewhat shorter than her peers but slightly heavier, not from healthiness, but rather due to the side effects of long-term medication. Mom, Xin and that boy were actually born on Xin climbed onto the chair. No, Mama loves Xin the most, and second, she loves money. Yes, our little princess comes first. And Ning planted a kiss on Xin's cheek. Chu Manku turned to Gu Ruoyin and asked, do you think I'm right? Gu Ruoyin nodded repeatedly, affirming their shared viewpoint. However, in the event of a second or third marriage, there would be numerous opportunities to don a wedding dress. Ha! Chu Manku shot her a glare, wishing to kiss Xin as well, but Xin dodged away. Chu Manku hissed, why are you acting just like your mother? Mama says that those who are overly warm upon first meeting are often bad people. Hey, you little rascal, what kind of twisted logic is that? How could I possibly dislike you? I'm angry now. Chu Manku feigned anger, pouting her lips. Xin made a funny face at her. Gu Ruoyin stifled a laugh, declaring, our Xin is quite aloof. Don't get too smug. Chu Manku playfully punched Gu Ruoyin. Gu Ruoyin immediately slumped in her chair, feigning injury. Ah, that hurts. I can't take it. I need to go to the hospital. You'd better stay in bed. I would gladly support you for a lifetime. Chu Manku shoved a chicken wing into Gu Ruoyin's mouth. I promise, within 2 hours, Xin will definitely start to like me. You are overly confident. Gu Ruoyin clinked her glass with Innings and took a sip of beer. My greatest virtue is my confidence. Do you have a problem with that? Chu Manku arrogantly tilted her chin. Your subordinate dares not? Young lady, let us drink. Gu Ruoyin clinked glasses with Chu Manku. At that moment, Inning's phone rang. It was a call from Chao Huilian, informing her that she just arrived home and was preparing to head to Hiyu's house. Inning hurriedly stood up. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Chapter 67. Pouring gasoline. Gu Ruoyin picked up her bag to accompany Inning. Chu Manku, curious about their destination, pressed Inning for details. But she refused to divulge, instead pushing Chu Manku toward the door. Young lady, there's an urgent matter. We'll conclude our gathering here for today. We can reschedule for another time, and I'll treat. Inning, unable to take Xin along to Hiyu's house, instructed her, do not open the door for anyone, and if Mama returns late, you can go to bed by yourself. If anything happens, call Mama. Xin, clutching her toy, obediently nodded. Inning further warned her, make sure not to play with fire or touch any electrical outlets. Chu Manku chided Inning from the side, appalled that she would leave such a small child alone at home. Insisting she would stay to look after Xin. It would also give her a chance to wait for Inning's husband and see who he truly was. Having ensured there was someone at home, Inning entrusted Xin to Chu Manku and hurried downstairs with Gu Ruoyin. Since Gu Ruoyin had been drinking, she couldn't drive, so she called Han Bing. Initially, Han Bing claimed to be busy with work, but upon hearing it was to help Inning, he immediately said he would come right away. They first went to the supermarket to pick up Chi and Chao Huilian. Chi, with half-white hair and a face full of flesh, looked anything but trustworthy. He entered the front passenger seat while cursing, berating Chao Huilian and Inning for not calling him sooner, claiming he would have dealt with the He family if they had. Inning, seated in the back, chose to ignore Chi. He was a typical bully among friends, fearless after a few drinks, but quickly cowardly when faced with real trouble. Passing by a store, Inning instructed Han Bing to stop, hopped out, and purchased a large barrel of gasoline to place in the trunk. Exhausted, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Han Bing opened a bottle of water and handed it to Inning. Gu Ruoyin shot a glare at Han Bing, prompting him to quickly hand her another bottle, saying, Sweetheart, is Inning in a bad mood? Please don't be angry. Heaven knows, I swear I will always love my big treasure. And only my big treasure. Han Bing raised his hand in a vow. Satisfied, Gu Ruoyin reached forward to pat the back of Han Bing's head from the backseat. Finally appeased, Inning exchanged the water in her hand with Gu Ruoyin's before taking a few sips. The moment the car reached the village entrance, a crowd of men armed with sticks and farming tools rushed toward Hiyu's house, blocking the entrance and forbidding anyone from approaching. Inning aimed to coordinate with Chi and to rescue him first before strategizing further. However, throughout the journey, She had been calling and messaging Qian, but received no response. Qi slammed the car door as he stepped out, downing the remainder of his liquor, and shouted at Hele, the leader of the group, "You little brat. Hurry up and release Qian, or you'll see how I deal with you." Hele, somewhat intimidated, gripped the wooden stick tightly, his legs trembling, insisting, without a contract, "You cannot take Qian." It was no surprise that Hele was fearful of Qi on Qian's wedding day. His mother had suggested that Enning marry Hele, stating that she wouldn't mind that Enning had been used by someone else. Given her pretty face, Qi had instantly exploded, flipping the table and raising a bottle to strike someone. It had caused quite a commotion, resulting in the wedding feast being hastily disbanded. Following this, His mother caused quite the uproar. But after Chao Huilian secretly slipped Qi a few tens of thousands, he went off to work, and the matter was finally settled. Today, emboldened by their numbers, His family came prepared, with His mother rolling up her sleeves, hands on her hips, determined to have a showdown with Qi and settle the score. "You can take Qian, but only after signing the contract. We will release him immediately. Stop wasting my time." "There's no way I'm signing a contract. You can have the shop, but don't even think about the other two houses." Qi took a step forward, and a crowd of villagers advanced with him. Seeing the standoff, Qi snorted, shattered the bottle in his hand, and pointed at the crowd. "If you don't want bloodshed, then get the hell out of my way." The villagers, emboldened by their numbers and weapons, did not retreat. Infuriated, Qi roared, "Let me tell you the truth. Qianias, to even my flesh and blood. If it weren't for the old house being left by his mother, I wouldn't even consider giving you the shop. Xiaofeng is my biological son, and if you dare to take my son's house, I'll fight you to the death." "What? Qian isn't your biological son?" His mother gasped in shock. "I am his stepfather. His real mother is long gone." Mentioning Ning's biological mother made Qi's eyes redden with hatred, his whole face trembling with rage. Ning closed her eyes, exasperated, knowing that Qi was all talk and no action. Predictably, His mother slammed her thigh, exclaiming, "You're not his real father. What right do you have to claim the house left by Qian's biological mother? Look, everyone. The stepfather is trying to steal my son-in-law's inheritance, brazenly causing a ruckus at my home. Is there no justice?" His father attempted to mediate, advising His mother on one hand and Qi on the other. Though he is a stepfather, he raised Qi into adulthood. "We are all in-laws here. Let us discuss this amicably. How about this? We take one house, and you can keep the other for your in-laws. What do you think?" "You old fool," dreaming sweetly. "Not a single house." Qi kicked His father aside. "You dare kick my father?" Hele swung his stick toward Qi. Having drunk too much, was unsteady and accidentally fell to the ground. Struggling to get back up, Chao Huilian rushed to help him, but he pushed her away, angrily declaring, "It's all your fault. When they wanted a house at their wedding, we should have never given them one. I only did it for Qian. I can't just watch him remain single for life." Chao Huilian protested, tears streaming down her face. As a stepmother, she had both sympathy for Qi and a desire to maintain a good reputation. At that moment, she felt like a complete joke that a stepmother is just a stepmother. No matter what she does, it is always wrong. If he has the ability, he can find someone else. If he doesn't, he'll be single for life. She started berating Qian, then turned to scold Chao Huilian. Clearly intimidated, he only dared to act tough with family. Seeing the chaos escalate, Han Bing feared it would not be resolved anytime soon. It was already past 10 at night. His phone had been ringing incessantly, but he kept hanging up without answering. He asked Ning, "Where's your husband?" With such a huge commotion at home. "He should be here. He has something to do and can't come." Ning did not wish to contact Chu Lichuan again. Even though they were now a legitimate couple, she wouldn't demean herself like that. "You two aren't arguing again, are you? Couples shouldn't have lingering grudges. Your husband is a good man. Please don't." Before Han Bing could finish, Gu Ruoyin kicked him. "Han Bing, you're overstepping your bounds." Han Bing quickly fell silent, not daring to utter another word, his expression revealing impatience. He had hoped to see Chu Lichuan today to help facilitate a collaboration with the Chu group. To his dismay, Chu Lichuan would not be coming. It felt like a waste of an evening. "Ning, what should we do? Your stepfather is starting to act drunk again," Gu Ruoyin observed as Qi rolled on the ground. Cursing this and that, failing to address the main issue, it seemed unlikely anything would be resolved today. Ning remained silent, opening the car's trunk and pulling out the white plastic barrel, unscrewing the lid, and pouring the gasoline towards Hele, His mother, and Qi. The pungent smell of gasoline wafted through the air, causing everyone to recoil in fear. Hele turned pale, stammering, You're actually pouring gasoline on me. Ning's face was cold, her expression terrifyingly calm as she produced a lighter and asked the drenched His mother, "Will you let my brother go?" His mother, frightened, helped He wipe the gasoline from his face. Warning, don't threaten us. Setting fire is a crime that demands a life. Try me. Ning threatened to ignite the lighter, causing a wave of screams to erupt around her. Even Chi, who was rolling on the ground, suddenly sobered up, scrambling to his feet. Ning, don't go crazy. Do you want to burn me alive too? Fear not. I will repay your kindness in the afterlife. Ning glared at Chi with disdain. Chapter 68. Moonlight over the pond in the depths of night. The moonlight shone brilliantly. Ning, clad in a knee-length white dress, had her raven hair gently swaying in the breeze, her expression numb and gaze resolute. Chi Gang suddenly recalled the moment 5 years ago when Ning had the same expression while slipping rat poison into his water cup. His legs weakened, and he implored Ning to set down the lighter. Ning, be obedient. Dad won't drink anymore. I'll help you rescue your brother. Ning slowly approached Himu and He. They finally understood fear, watching Ning with bated breath, their voices trembling with anxiety. If you dare to ignite that lighter, you won't escape either. There are so many witnesses here, He warned. Ning, don't forget, you have a daughter. If you won't consider anything else, at least think of your daughter. If you go in, who will care for her? Himu added. Yin, Ning called out, and Gu Ruoyan quickly readied herself. If I go in, I'll leave Xin in your care, Gu Ruoyan promptly assured. Inin, you can rest easy. I will take good care of Xin, treating her as my own daughter, nurturing her to be healthy and plump. Gu Ruoyan deliberately raised her voice for the latter part. Aren't you going to dissuade her? Himu chastised Gu Ruoyan for her lack of compassion, to which Gu Ruoyan shot her a disdainful glance. Himu's attitude towards Ning did a complete 180. Now speaking sweetly, Ning, we are family. There is no need for this to escalate to violence. You are a sensible child. You wouldn't do anything to harm others? Ning remained silent, raising the lighter as she continued to approach Himu. Himu, stripped of her confidence, relented. Fine. I'll release them, but you must let them go. She attempted to pull He back into the house with her, but Ning sharply commanded, He stays. Himu glanced at the fierce look in Ning's eyes and could only turn back alone, unlocking the door to the inner room. Qian and He were confined inside. Qian, hurry out and take a look. Your sister has gone mad. She doused me in chalet and gasoline. Himu cried out to He, concerned for He, stood up abruptly, only to be restrained by Qian. He, do you still love me? Qian asked with difficulty. He impatiently shrugged off his grip. Do you love me or not? I don't love you. How could I have a child for you? Do you remember how we met? Qian gazed at He with painful eyes. He was momentarily touched but quickly looked away, lowering her eyelids. In the live stream. That day, you came to watch my live stream, saying my singing was lovely, and I sang Guangdong love story over 20 times for you. You said I sang it best. Every time I finished, you sent me rockets that I said, as long as you liked it, I would sing for you without needing gifts. But you insisted, sending rockets one after another, drawing a crowd that I asked if you were feeling down. And you said you had a broken heart. I told you that heartache was a step towards better love. You said my words were sweet, and from then on, you often came to watch my live streams, sharing jokes and amusing stories with me. Later, when the platform held a gathering, it was our first meeting. Many approached for photos, but you stood in the corner, watching me from afar, raising your glass to me. After the gathering ended, I sought you out, and you smiled, saying, a big internet celebrity is different. Everywhere they go, they are the center of attention. Qian still remembers the black spaghetti strap dress he wore that day. It was quite revealing, and he dared not look, draping his jacket over her shoulders. He leaned closer, smiling seductively, asking, you wouldn't have fallen for me, would you? Qian's face flushed crimson, and he turned to leave. He chased after him, asking why he sang so beautifully. Qian, bashful, looked down and replied, if you like it, I can teach you. He blocked him, pressing against him, her fingertips slowly sliding down his face to his neck. Qian felt his entire body tense, forgetting all reactions. Teaching is fine, but you must promise to teach me for a lifetime. Are you willing? He whispered, her breath tickling his ear. It was that very night, under the pretext of teaching her to sing, that he led Qi into a hotel, where they engaged in indescribable activities. The next day, their flirtatious behavior and a video of them visiting the hotel were leaked online, and almost everyone knew they were dating. At the time, Qian had not yet fallen in love with He, but out of a sense of responsibility, he chose to be with her. Later, when He became pregnant, she secretly went to the hospital for an abortion. It was a friend of He who found Qian and rushed him to the hospital to bring He down from the operating table. He cried, "Qian, I know you don't love me. I don't want to be your burden. You're with me because of the child, because of responsibility, not love." Qian immediately proposed to He, vowing to love her for a lifetime, to cherish and pamper her unchangingly. He fell into his arms, crying, "Qian, I love you. I love you so much. I am committed to you for this lifetime." At that moment, the doctors and nurses in the hospital applauded and cheered for them, even sharing their story online. Netizens gave them a charming couple name, Moonlight Over the Pond. To this day, I still believe our first meeting was the greatest gift bestowed upon me by heaven. But what about you? You have changed. You have become increasingly unfamiliar, increasingly ugly. Perhaps I never truly understood you. Now, I see your true colors. Under the guise of loving me and for the sake of the child, you deceived me into coming for you, only to imprison me. Qian laughed bitterly at himself. I will ask you once more. Without a house, must we terminate the child? He straightened her neck and said, somewhat awkwardly, yes. Qian fell silent. Stop chatting. Hurry up and go out to take a look, Himu shouted, banging her thigh. Qian threw down a final remark and strode out. I will have Lichuan return the house. He, cradling her belly, chased after him. Qian, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you return the house? That is 2 large flats of 200 square meters each. He yelled hoarsely at Qian's retreating figure. If you dare return it, I will definitely terminate the child and divorce you. Yet Qian did not look back as he exited his family's gate. Upon seeing Qian emerge, Inning remained vigilant, directing him to get into the car first. However, before Qian could enter, a police car arrived, the source of the report unknown. He Tang hid in the shadows, sending a message, Husband, I've called the police. They're here. The reply came, we cannot let the Qi family take Qian away. If they do, we will surely lose the house. Husband, is what we're doing not quite fair? My brother-in-law is a good person. He Tang felt guilty. Tang, for our happiness, we can't afford to be considerate. Your mother is demanding 800,000 as a betrothal gift. My family simply cannot provide that. If we resolve your brother's housing issue, your mother might demand less for the betrothal. He Tang hesitated for a few seconds, then sought out Himu, whispering a few words. Himu's eyes lit up. Second daughter, you finally used your head. Himu adjusted her emotions and rushed out, wailing, Police comrades, help! Someone is trying to set our whole family on fire. She pointed at Inning, crying in a heart-wrenching manner. It's her. She intends to commit arson and murder. Inning understood that once branded with the charges of arson and murder, she would be in deep trouble. In a hurry, she handed the lighter to the police. This is not a lighter. It's lipstick. Inning had anticipated someone might alert the authorities and did not use a real lighter. After all, it was nighttime, and it was difficult for anyone to see clearly in her hand. They are illegally imprisoning my brother. I had no choice but to resort to this. I never intended to harm anyone. I merely sought to intimidate them into releasing him. Inning explained, You're lying. Who is imprisoning your brother? You're talking nonsense. Himu lunged forward, pointing a trembling finger at Inning in hysteria. Chapter 69. I will protect you now with the police backing her. Himu felt fearless, plopping down on the ground. There is no justice. The Qi family wants to seize the house left by my son-in-law as mother, forcing my 7-month pregnant daughter out of her home. My daughter, with her large belly, has nowhere to go but back to her parents' house. When my son-in-law comes to accompany my daughter, the Qi family threatens him with violence to make him give up the house. My daughter's life is so hard. Oh, heaven! This truly shatters my worldview. I must record a video and post it online for everyone to judge. Guru Oyan began filming with her phone. Inning watched as Himu twisted the truth, her chest swelling with anger. You wretched woman, stop howling for your family. Qi Gang could no longer contain his fury, cursing as he moved to confront Himu. Officer, did you see that? He still wants to resort to violence. Himu seized the opportunity to accuse him. Qi Gang was restrained by a police officer. Inning, exasperated, face-bombed. Was Qi Gang so enamored with the outside world? The villagers of his family, seeing that Inning had no chance to pour gasoline, surrounded Qian with tools, intent on locking him away again. Chao Huilian desperately explained to the police, but the officers found it difficult to discern the truth and aimed to take everyone in. The villagers surged forward, indignant, declaring that they would not let the ones who poured gasoline go unpunished. The police, with only 2 officers present, were forced to retreat under the pressure of the agitated villagers. Realizing the situation was slipping away, Inning felt furious that the police had arrived even half a minute too late. Now, not only had they incurred blame, but Qian was also being restrained by the villagers. Gu Ruoyan wanted to step forward to help but was pulled back by Han Bing. There are so many of them. The police can't manage. What can you do? Han Bing said, as the situation became uncontrollable. We can't just stand by and watch as Qian is locked away again. Gu Ruoyan was frantic. They outnumber us. We're just a few. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Han Bing dragged Gu Ruoyan away a bit further. Ji Ruoyan sought to distance herself from him but was embraced from behind by Han Bing. Yin Yin, be obedient. Safeguarding your own safety is paramount. Only then can we strategize for the long term. At that moment, Chu Meki called, inquiring why they had not yet returned at such a late hour. Hearing the commotion on the phone, Chu Meki asked, "What has happened?" Gu Ruoyan recounted the events, and Chu Meki's fury ignited, insisting on coming over to lend support. Please, do not come and complicate matters. The foremost concern now is to look after Xin. Inning cannot return during this period. You stay with Xin tonight, and I will relieve you tomorrow. Chu Meki, seething with anger, paced back and forth in the living room, glancing at Xin, who blinked with her innocent big eyes, and asked, Xin, can you stay home alone? Xin pursed her lips and shook her head. She had never spent a night alone at home. She was not afraid during the day. Chu Meki, fraught with anxiety, tugged at her hair. What if something happens to your mother? Xin is very worried about Inning. Do not fret. Your mother is exceptionally capable. Nothing will happen to her. It is getting late. Xin, go to your room and sleep. Chu Meki gently ushered Xin back to her room, intending to seek out Inning once Xin had fallen asleep. However, Xin found it impossible to sleep. She wished to call Uncle Chu Lichuan to ask him to protect her mother. Just as she was about to dial, Yang call came through. What are you doing? Thinking about my mother? Isn't your mother with you every day? Why do you still miss her? Uncle has been detained by Auntie. And mother went to rescue him but was bullied by Auntie. She hasn't returned yet, and I am so worried about her. As Xin spoke, tears streamed down her face. I wish I could transform into a powerful warrior and fly over to protect my mother. She must be so scared alone. Sob. Xin, do not cry. What about your uncle? Isn't he protecting your mother? Mentioning her uncle only made Xin weep harder, burying her small face in the pillow as she sobbed. Mother said uncle wants to divorce her. He is going to seek his own happiness. That scoundrel. To abandon ship at such a critical moment. Xin, stop crying. Tell me where your mother is and I will rescue her. You are just a child. How can you save your mother? Xin rubbed her eyes, tears reddening them. Hearing her sobs, Yang felt a pang of sympathy. Why family has many bodyguards who are exceptionally skilled. Leave this matter to me. I will rescue your mother and uncle. Xin had visited Hiyu's home and relayed the address to Yang. After hanging up, Yang, after careful consideration, called Scarface. Scarface was Chu Lichuan's bodyguard. And since Chu Lichuan was in Yun City, Scarface would undoubtedly be there as well. Chu Lichuan had instructed that Scarface would only take orders from two people, Chu Lichuan and Yang. Crucially, Scarface was mute and would not report back to Chu Lichuan, and he was known for his brutal efficiency, certain to leave the group of villains reeling. Bring more people, Yang instructed before ending the call. Taking advantage of Chu Lichuan's absence, Sister Ding assumed Yang was asleep and had retreated to her suite to rest. Yang quietly left the hotel, waiting for Scarface at the entrance. The night had grown late, and the streets were nearly deserted. A man, noticing the handsome young boy standing alone at the hotel entrance, approached, asking if he had lost his way. Let me take you home, the man leered. Yang glanced at the man coolly but did not respond. Suddenly, 8 black cars screeched to a halt in front of the hotel, lined up in formation. Yang entered the lead car. A long line of black vehicles sped past the man, barely missing him and sending him sprawling in shock. Wondering who this child was, upon arriving at He Family Village, Inning had already been placed in a police car. Han Bing drove, with Gu Ruoyan, Chao Huilian, and Qi Gang following behind. Wow, such luxury vehicles. What a spectacle. Who is this notable figure in He Family Village? Han Bing wondered, peering out the window. Ji Ruoyan playfully punched him. Focus on driving. Stay close to the police car. A convoy of black cars created an imposing presence. Inning couldn't help but glance over, inadvertently spotting a young boy in one of the cars. That face? It resembled Chu Lichuan's to an uncanny degree. How could that child be in He Family Village? Could it be that Chu Lichuan had come? That seemed unlikely. He would not want his wife and child to know about their marriage. The police officer driving expressed amazement at the number of cars. Recognizing the significance of the situation, he glanced back, noting the black cars had parked in front of the He residence and exclaimed, "The He family has powerful connections." He tried to take a smoke break, but abruptly remembered Inning was doused in gasoline. Hastily discarding the cigarette, lecturing her on the inappropriateness of her reckless actions, that moment, Inning needed to adopt a friendly demeanor, acknowledge her mistakes, and seek leniency. "I apologize. I understand my error. I am truly sorry for the trouble I've caused you." Inning's good attitude left the police at a loss for words. Yet, unfamiliar with the He family's background, they resumed their stern reprimands. Hearing the commotion outside, He Mu and He Lei changed into clean clothes and emerged. The villagers, who had dispersed, thought the Chi family had been taken away and that they could finally sleep peacefully, were startled by He Mu's loud cries. "Help! There has been a murder! Help!" The villagers hastily armed themselves and rushed towards the He residence. From a distance, they spotted a dozen men in black suits, each with a grim demeanor and fierce expressions. Though frightened, the villagers encircled the He family home to provide protection. Yang stepped out from behind the black-clad men, dressed in a suit and white shirt, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, akin to a prince. He glanced at He Mu and He Lei, and in his youthful voice, uttered the most cutting words. "Do not kill them." Upon the young master's command, Scarface moved into action, swiftly incapacitating several villagers with minimal effort. The remaining villagers, terrified, dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Clutching their heads, He Mu and He Lei writhed in pain on the ground, crying out for help. "This is for bullying Xin's mother." Yang approached to deliver a couple of kicks and snapped photos to send to Xin. Upon seeing the images, Xin was overjoyed. "Brother, you are amazing. I told you, I will protect you from now on," Yang replied with pride. Scarface charged into the He residence, bringing Qian out and shoving him into a car. Qian was completely bewildered and asked the little boy sitting beside him, "Little friend, who are you?" "I am Xin's friend. You can call me Yang." Yang provided Qian with the number from his smartwatch. "If you ever find yourself alone and outnumbered again, just call me." Qian looked around in confusion, glancing at the intimidating Scarface in the driver's seat and then at the charming young boy beside him. "You are Xin's friend?" Qian was surprised. His sweet and obedient niece had befriended someone so formidable. "Do not worry. With Uncle Scarface around, I fear no one, not even if they are dozens or hundreds," Yang boasted. Qian was grateful for Yang's assistance, but remained puzzled. Why did the boy resemble Chu Lichuan so closely? Did Chu Lichuan know about this child? Did Inning know? Qian's thoughts were in turmoil. "You are Xin's uncle. I will call you uncle too?" Yang said, "All right. Where are we headed?" Qian was concerned about Inning and drove towards the town police station. After exiting the vehicle, he repeatedly urged Yang, "Hurry home. Your parents will worry about you being out at this hour. You are still young. You cannot roam the streets alone at night, nor should you engage in fights. What if you get hurt? You are so tedious." Yang rested his chin on the car window, revealing his adorable little head. Having just displayed his prowess, he felt uncomfortable admitting he had snuck out. "And why parents do not have time for me?" Qian felt a pang of sympathy for Yang. The child was so young and yet unattended. "Yang, I am very grateful for your help today. If you ever feel unhappy or encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to call your uncle," Qian said. "No one dares to bully me. Just make sure to protect yourself, uncle. Do not let Xin worry any longer." Yang leaned against the car window, gazing towards the police station entrance. Chao Hualian was seen attempting to bribe two police officers with cigarettes, hoping they would let Inning go. Inning stood between the two officers, looking in Yang's direction. The night was too dark, and the distance too great to see clearly, but Yang's bright, star-like eyes shone brilliantly. Inning felt an unusual sensation well up inside her, an inexplicable urge to reach out and touch Yang's adorable little face. Yang also looked at Inning, wondering if that was Xin's mother. She resembled Xin so much. Yang thought to himself that Xin's mother was even prettier than his own mother. Yang curiously touched his heart and asked Qian, "Do you need my help?" Qian hurriedly blocked Yang. Fearing Inning might think too much, "We cannot compare strength here. You are still young. Hurry home." Yang was reluctant to leave. If he did not rescue Xin's mother, Xin would surely be in tears again. But before Yang could voice his thoughts, Scarface had already closed the car window and started the vehicle. He feared that if the boss discovered he had brought the young master out at such an hour for a fight, he would surely face punishment. Scarface glanced back to see Inning being led into the police station. "The young mistress is in trouble. I should inform the boss." Yang felt a bit disheartened and lazily remarked, Uncle Scarface, tonight's incident is our secret. You must not tell Daddy. Scarface nodded but discreetly sent a message to Lin Fong. The young mistress is in trouble. She is at the police station. Inform the boss. Lin Fong, currently asleep, did not see the message. At that moment, Chu Lichuan was downstairs at Inning's home. Noticing the lights on in her window, he wondered why Inning was still awake at such a late hour. He sent her a message, asking, "What are you doing?" Inning did not reply. Chu Lichuan felt an urge to call Inning, yet he was irked by her apparent indifference in not responding to his messages, even though she was clearly awake. Throughout the day, there had been no communication from her. Even when she sent a gift to Xin, she did not express a word of gratitude. Had that woman truly decided to treat him as if he were invisible? Frustrated, Chu Lichuan set aside his phone, leaned against the car, and lit a cigarette. Inside the interrogation room, Inning was acutely aware that without evidence to prove her innocence, it would be exceedingly difficult to walk free. 5 years ago, she had suffered the consequences of a lack of evidence, being wrongfully imprisoned for half a month as a result. Now, having indeed doused gasoline, she feared that her release would not come swiftly. A sense of despair washed over her. Suddenly, she recalled that on her way to the police station, Xiao Chengwang had informed her that if her mental illness diagnosis was legitimate, it could be taken into consideration. After proactively admitting her fault, she confided in the female officer about her mental illness. The officer scrutinized Inning, remarking, "You seem quite normal to me." Intermittent episodes, Inning replied, clutching her forehead in apparent agony. The officer, equally incensed by the actions of the He family, poured Inning a glass of water, speaking gently, "Given your current mental state, you will remain detained until the judicial assessment is complete." "How long will that take?" Inning gazed hopefully at the officer. "The assessment will take at least a month. Inning felt a wave of dizziness. With Qi Gang back, she was reluctant to leave Xin in the care of Chao Hualian. "If you truly have a mental illness, we need to contact your guardian. Since you are married, your husband should be your guardian," the officer insisted, wishing to assist Inning but bound by protocol. "If your husband can provide more evidence, perhaps you could be released sooner. Please provide us with his phone number." Inning's head throbbed even more. She did not want Chu Lichuan to see her in such a disheveled state. "Is it possible to avoid contacting him?" "It is not," the officer replied. Inning bit her lip, hesitating to say, "We are about to divorce. I do not wish to trouble him." "Divorce? You must have already divorced. If you want to get out sooner, it is best to cooperate with our procedures," the officer stated. "It is quite late. We can reach out to him tomorrow morning." Inning was anxious, knowing that at this hour, Chu Lichuan might very well be with Anren. She did not want to disrupt their family dynamic. The officer patted Inning's shoulder, saying, "He is your husband. Even if your relationship is strained, he has a responsibility toward you. Men should not be coddled too much. The more you fear bothering him, the more he will perceive you as a burden." Inning, feeling defeated, reluctantly provided Chu Lichuan's number. The officer exited to make the call and lamented to her colleagues. "She is so unfortunate, so young and beautiful, yet afflicted with such an illness. Her husband is dismissive, wanting a divorce. The family won't even leave her a share of the inheritance. How will she manage alone with the child?" Her colleague scoffed. "You still feel sympathy for her? She is no saint. The He family just reported her again. She hired thugs who hospitalized them. They claim this matter cannot be left unresolved and must be pursued to the end. I doubt she will be released anytime soon." The He family had connections with the director, who insisted on strict punishment, making an example of her. The officer sighed and continued trying to reach Chu Lichuan. "Why isn't he answering? Surely he hasn't abandoned her." She dialed 7 or 8 times, while her colleagues urged her to return to the interrogation and stop wasting time. "What mental illness?" "She is clearly stalling for time," her colleague remarked. The officer was determined to try just one more time. If Chu Lichuan truly neglected her, it would be terribly tragic. To avoid harassment, Chu Lichuan had set his phone to block unknown numbers. He never answered calls from strangers. Noticing a dozen missed calls from the same number, he pondered who could be calling at such an hour. After a moment's hesitation, he returned the call. "Hello, is this Chu Lichuan? Husband of Qi Inning?" "Yes, who is this?" "This is the police station. Your wife is suspected of intentional homicide. Please come to the station to assist with the investigation." Chu Lichuan was utterly astonished. How could Inning, such a gentle and obedient woman, possibly be accused of intentional homicide? She must be the victim of a conspiracy. He hurried to the police station with unprecedented urgency. At that moment, dawn was breaking, and the sky was tinged with the pale light of morning. Han Bing and Gu Ruoyan were conversing outside the station. Ji Ruoyan kicked Han Bing, saying, "If you want to leave, go on your own." Han Bing yawned repeatedly. All right, I'll accompany you." Don't be angry, darling. Feeling both sleepy and impatient, Han Bing perked up upon seeing Chu Lichuan and hurriedly approached him. Mr. Chu, you've arrived. Chu Lichuan shot him a glance and strode directly into the station. Chao Hualian and Qian were anxiously pacing in the lobby. Upon seeing Chu Lichuan, they rushed to explain, fearing he might think poorly of Inning. Ningning is absolutely not guilty of intentional homicide. She merely intended to scare the He family by splashing gasoline. Splashed gasoline? Chu Lichuan thought he must be hearing things. Ningning has fully recovered. She is completely normal now. The female officer, having overheard, raised an eyebrow. Qi Inning has recovered? Chu Lichuan's gaze sharpened as he turned to the officer, insisting, not yet. She indeed has mental health issues. The officer regarded him with suspicion. A woman with mental health issues had managed to marry such a tall and handsome man. It truly upheld the saying that a flawed woman can still attract a good man. Chu Lichuan proceeded to converse with several officers inside. Qi Gang, having been reprimanded for his actions in front of the police, emerged from the interrogation room just in time to hear the officers declare that the director had ordered strict punishment and denied bail, stating they would wait for the assessment of her condition before deciding whether to release Qi Inning. Qi Gang rushed forward, gripping the officer's arm with an urgent expression. Qi Inning is ill, truly ill. She has attempted suicide multiple times. Thankfully, our family has kept a close watch on her. The hospital diagnosed her with severe depression and even recommended hospitalization. Last night, she almost set me ablaze. I am her father. You must not release her. Qi Gang's latter statement was tinged with fear. Shut up. Chu Lichuan snapped, his anger flaring. Qi Gang immediately fell silent, staring at Chu Lichuan with a dazed expression. You are the husband Inning married? Qi Gang had seen a photo of Chu Lichuan from Chao Hualian. He felt a mix of relief that Inning had found such a handsome husband, albeit one who seemed rather poor, lacking even a proper betrothal gift. Chu Lichuan shot Qi Gang a sharp look before stepping outside to make a call. A chill ran down Qi Gang's spine, and he was drenched in cold sweat as he moved toward the lobby. Spotting Qian and asking in disbelief, "How did you get out?" Qian hesitated to admit that he had been rescued by a young child, one who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Lichuan. It was easy to deduce that the child must be his. Qian did not want his family, especially Inning, to know about Chu Lichuan's child from outside. He was aware that Qi Gang would not tell lies. Lowering his head in shame, Qi Gang pointed accusingly at Qian, berating him for causing him to be taken to the station, disrupting the family's peace. You useless fool. You can't even manage a woman. Why are you so pathetic? Qian felt utterly humiliated, his face flushed with embarrassment. When Chu Lichuan returned from his call and glanced at Qi Gang, the latter immediately fell silent, adopting a submissive demeanor. He pretended to step outside for a smoke, but frequently glanced back at Chu Lichuan, muttering to himself. It was unclear who Chu Lichuan had called, but shortly thereafter, the highest-ranking officer personally called, ordering her immediate release. The police station was left bewildered. What kind of backing did Qi Inning have? Even such a high-ranking official could be summoned. The female officer escorted Inning out of the interrogation room, saying, "Your husband truly cares for you. He personally leveraged his connections to secure your release. He seemed very anxious about you during our conversation. He certainly does not appear to be on the verge of divorce. You followed him at such a young age, and you have a child together. Perhaps you should strive for your own happiness. Your relationship may still be salvageable. Do not act impulsively. Divorce is no trivial matter." The female officer continued to counsel Inning, warning her to refrain from any extreme actions in the future. Grateful for the officer's lengthy advice, Inning expressed her thanks as she exited the police station. Chu Lichuan, having completed the paperwork, also emerged. He looked at Inning, but she could not bear to meet his gaze, her eyes averted. Chu Lichuan wished to speak to Inning. His lips moved several times before he finally took her by the arm, saying, "Let us go home." Inning resisted, pulling her arm back. Han Bing, beaming with a smile, attempted to engage Chu Lichuan, only to be yanked back by Gu Ruoyan, who warned him not to use her best friend to gain favor. "Yin Yin, don't be so harsh. I'm merely building connections. In this society, one cannot achieve anything without connections. We have such a valuable opportunity before us. I cannot afford to waste it." Just now, it was the biggest director in Yun City who personally called to order her release. Mr. Chu's status is certainly not ordinary. Shut your mouth. Even if he were the emperor, you have no right to leverage that connection, Gu Ruoyan retorted, unwilling for Inning to divorce, feeling that she owed Chu Lichuan too much. Moreover, she considered Chu Lichuan to be a notorious scoundrel. Gu Ruoyan approached Chu Lichuan, saying pointedly, "Today, you've shown some responsibility. I hope you have a conscience and do not hurt Inning too deeply. Gu Ruoyan then took Inning toward her car, but Inning felt a firm grip on her other arm. It was Chu Lichuan. We are going home, he stated gently, yet his grip was commanding as he led Inning towards his vehicle. The morning air was chilly, and Inning was dressed lightly. Chu Lichuan removed his suit jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders, opening the car door for her and assisting her into the seat, fastening her seatbelt with care. Inning kept her eyelids lowered, hesitant to meet the gaze of Chu Lichuan. Concerned for her, Chao Hualian and Qian hurriedly followed her into the car. Fearing abandonment, Qi Gang opened the door and promptly sat down. Han Bing gazed at Chu Lichuan's vehicle, her eyes sparkling. Yin Yin, that is a limited edition Maybach. What on earth is Mr. Chu's status? Surely he cannot be just a big boss. Gu Ruoyan shot Han Bing a glance, retorting he's merely a kept man. What did you say? A kept man? Han Bing started the car. Oh, don't ask. I'm so tired. Let us hurry home. Jiu Ruoyan was increasingly convinced that Chu Lichuan was merely Anren's kept man. On the way back, Chao Hualian incessantly sought conversation with Chu Lichuan, discussing Inning's illness from years past, attributing it to the emotional turbulence of adolescence and immense pressure. In truth, it wasn't that serious. She didn't even take medication, she healed herself. How severe could it have been? Ha ha. Chao Hualian rambled on, creating an awkward atmosphere. Inning wished desperately to find a crevice to hide in, clutching Chu Lichuan's coat, burying herself beneath it. Chu Lichuan turned his head towards Inning in the passenger seat, adjusting his coat to shield her long, delicate legs that peeked out from beneath her skirt. Then, he took her hand, enveloping her cold, soft fingers within his warm, broad palm. Inning yearned to struggle, but feeling the warmth radiating from Chu Lichuan, a pang of sorrow pierced her heart, and tears silently streamed down her cheeks. In the back seat, Chao Hualian and Qian exchanged relieved glances as they witnessed their hands intertwined. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Inning had already succumbed to sleep. Chu Lichuan, reluctant to rouse her, contemplated taking her back to their small abode. Chao Hualian softly suggested, Lichuan, why not stay for lunch? My mother has something she wishes to discuss with you. Wrapped in his coat, Chu Lichuan gently cradled Inning as he stepped out of the car. Ascending the stairs to her cramped room, he tucked her under the covers, delicately wiping the dampness from the corners of her eyes and smoothing her furrowed brow. Observing her fragile, exhausted form, he felt a sharp ache in his heart. She appeared so small and delicate, yet she bore everything alone. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. As he quietly exited, heading downstairs, he told Chao Hualian, I'm going to pick up Xin. As Chu Lichuan left the supermarket, he remained oblivious to Anren standing not far away, her gaze icy and filled with resentment. Chapter 72. Each in their own peace. Anren had also spent a sleepless night. She had gone to Chu Lichuan's room only to find him absent, fearing he had sought out Inning once more. Rushing to Yang room, she hoped to persuade him to call their father back. To her dismay, Yang was nowhere to be found either. Anren felt a flicker of joy and quickly dialed Chu Lichuan's number, but after a night of attempts, she could not reach him. Driving to the supermarket, she spotted Chu Lichuan emerging from it. So, they had indeed been together last night? Anren trembled with fury, dialing his number once more. She needed to discern whether he had simply not heard her calls or was deliberately ignoring them. The truth shattered Anren's heart. Chu Lichuan glanced at the caller ID, his expression revealing annoyance, before coldly hanging up. Anren took a step back, feeling as if the ground had fallen from beneath her. She nearly rushed forward to confront him, questioning whether he had forsaken their son for that woman. Yet, she restrained herself, gripping the car door tightly. Fine. Very well, Chu Lichuan. I will make you regret this. Just as Chu Lichuan was about to open the car door, Qian emerged from within. Lichuan, let me fetch Xin. You've had a long night. Take a rest. Qian drove off in his small Jetta. Chao Hualian washed the fruit, pulling a chair for Chu Lichuan to sit, engaging him in a lengthy conversation filled with trivialities before gradually broaching the main topic. Lichuan, I must confess, I am not Ningning's biological mother. Chu Lichuan's gaze sharpened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Chao Hualian and Inning shared such a close bond without being biologically related. With a strained tone, Chao Hualian continued, in truth, she is not even a stepmother. Qi Gang is not their biological father either. Furrowing his brow, Chu Lichuan inquired, adopted? Not quite. Their father perished in a car accident before they were born, leaving no remains behind. Their mother, unable to cope with the trauma, became mentally unstable and, under familial pressure, married Qi Gang with the children in tow. When Ningning and Xiaowen were 3 years old, their mother tragically followed their father into the river. Chao Hualian revealed that she had married Qi Gang unaware of his 2 children over 5 years old. At that time, she was already pregnant with Xiaofeng and could not accept raising someone else's children, especially since their family could not afford to support more kids. She had contemplated sending Inning and Qi into an orphanage. Outside the orphanage, the frail, tiny Inning clutched her hand tightly, holding back tears as she pleaded. "Auntie, please don't send us to an orphanage. Be our mother. I promise my brother and I will be obedient and work hard. Please don't abandon us. We don't want to be without a home." Chao Hualian, looking at her burgeoning belly, softened in heart and took the small hands of Inning and Qian back home. "To be honest, I had my own selfish motives. The old house belonged to Inning's mother, and the siblings were direct heirs. If I sent them to the orphanage, I would have nowhere to live with Qi Gang." Ningning's maternal grandparents had also tried to claim the house, but they were unwilling to raise 2 children and couldn't outmaneuver Qi Gang. So they eventually gave up. Ningning, fearful of abandonment, was so considerate that it pained one's heart. She always gauged the expressions of Chao Hualian and Qi Gang, scarcely daring to eat more, returning home from school to help with chores, and waking early to assist with stocking goods and arranging shelves. When school fees were due, they could not dare to ask her for money, secretly collecting bottles instead. They never requested new toys or clothes, wearing only the old garments I altered for them. Whenever Qi Gang drank too much and caused a scene, they would rush in front of Xiaofeng and me to protect us. They never spoke of me not being their biological mother. Human hearts are made of flesh. Gradually, our bond deepened, and I began to regard them as my own. Chao Hualian wiped the tears from her face, lamenting Inning's unfortunate fate. She had never enjoyed a life of comfort, nor had she been cherished like a princess by her parents. I never had to worry about her academic performance. She excelled. Chao Hualian's voice quivered as she spoke, revealing the weight of her own suppressed suffering. 5 years ago, she had become pregnant out of wedlock and was expelled from school. Overwhelmed, she fell into depression. "Lichuan, I understand that no one desires to marry a woman with a troubled past. But in recent years, Ningning has genuinely recovered. She acted out of desperation to save her brother. Ningning is an independent, resilient, and kind-hearted child. She has endured misfortune in the first half of her life, and I hope she can find happiness in the latter half." Listening to this, Chu Lichuan felt as though his heart were being cleaved in two. He had not fathomed that the ever-smiling, optimistic Inning bore such a dark and wretched childhood. Then, Chu Lichuan's voice was low, laced with huskiness. "Who is Xin's biological father?" Chao Hualian shook her head. "I do not know. Ningning will not divulge anything. She is the type to internalize her troubles and never relies on others." At that moment, Inning descended the stairs. Chao Hualian quickly silenced herself and moved to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chu Lichuan looked up at the girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders and a pale complexion. His gaze softened, enveloping Inning like a warm light. Inning paused momentarily before descending the stairs. "Awake now?" Chu Lichuan pulled out a chair beside him. Inning walked over and sat down. Chu Lichuan poured her a glass of water. As Inning held the glass, she gazed at the glaring sunlight outside, her fair skin appearing almost translucent, revealing the blue veins beneath. Chu Lichuan studied her, his eyes gentle like 2 pools of spring water, making Inning feel rather uneasy. "What is it?" Inning asked. Chu Lichuan shook his head. "Nothing, just wanted to look at you." "Tomorrow is Monday," Inning reminded him. "Discussing this at your home might not be appropriate." Chu Lichuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Inning tilted her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Chu Lichuan peeled a banana for her. Inning took a bite, her expression while eating it resembling that of an adorable little hamster. Amused, Chu Lichuan remarked, "I never would have guessed that someone so pure and harmless like you would dare to douse someone in gasoline." Inning set the banana down, her gaze icy as she looked at Chu Lichuan. Killing someone with a mental illness is not a crime. Feeling her hostility, Chu Lichuan replied, "I have not offended you." Inning lowered her eyes. "Haven't you? Isn't straddling 2 boats considered an offense?" When they wed, she had asked him if he was single or had someone he liked. He had said no, which was why she proposed marriage. And now, what was she? "Why are you acting strangely?" Chu Lichuan inquired. "I saw you with them," Inning answered. Chu Lichuan furrowed his brow, realizing the implication, and fell silent. "It would be best for us to resolve our matters quickly." Inning suggested, "I will make amends as best as I can." Chu Lichuan spoke solemnly. Inning lifted her head, offering him a light smile. "No need. Let us simply be at peace with one another." Chu Lichuan's expression darkened, his fingers tightening slowly. "Inning, some matters are not as you perceive them." Inning did not wish to delve into the truth, fearing that if Chu Lichuan lied, It might tarnish the image she held of him. She was only curious. Why didn't you marry? Chu Lichuan did not directly answer, instead countering her question. Why didn't you marry Shen Yiming? Inning laughed, tucking her hair behind her ear, concluding the conversation. She took out her phone to call Qian, inquiring if he had picked up Xin. Yes, I have, Qian replied before ending the call. Chu Meki was set to deliver Xin to Qian's car and also intended to visit the supermarket to see Inning. In gratitude for Chu Meki's care for Xin, Qian asked what she would like to eat. Chu Meki listed a plethora of dishes. Qian took her and Xin to the market to buy ingredients. Wow, Qian, do you really know how to cook all the dishes I mentioned? Chu Man could not help but ask in surprise. Qian nodded. My uncle is an excellent cook. Xine chimed in with a smile. That's impressive. After finishing their shopping, the three of them drove back to the supermarket. Chu Man held Xine's little hand, bouncing with joy as they entered, only to be taken aback by the sight of the handsome, aloof man sitting at a small table by the entrance. Chu Man was instantly frozen in place. Brother, Chapter 73. With dignity, although Chu Man had long suspected that the man marrying Ning was likely her brother. The shock of seeing it confirmed was overwhelming. Her icy older brother was secretly married without the family's knowledge. Chu Lichuan and Ning appeared as a loving couple, leisurely sipping tea at the small table by the door. The midday sunlight bathed them, casting a warm glow around them. For the first time, Chu Man noticed her brother's gentleness as he gazed at the woman beside him, his eyes brimming with affection. As if she were the love of his life, in the next moment, Chu Lichuan's gaze turned to Chu Man, the warmth dissipating into a frosty stare that sent a shiver down her spine. She understood the unspoken warning in his eyes and lifted the vegetables in her hand, asking, "Where should I put these?" "Give them to me." Qian took the vegetables and headed toward the inner kitchen. Ning warmly invited Chu Man to sit and poured her a cup of tea. Xine rushed towards Ning and then to Chu Lichuan. "Uncle, Xine missed you so much." Chu Lichuan affectionately ruffled Xine's hair. "Uncle missed you too." Seeing her brother dote on Xine only fueled Chu Man's ire. Had he lost his mind? He had never been this tender, even with Yang. Though Xine was undeniably adorable, she was still an outsider compared to Yang. "Miss, thank you for taking care of Xine last night. Let me peel some grapes for you," Ning offered, handing Chu Man the peeled grapes. Chu Man popped a grape into her mouth, her eyes fixed on Chu Lichuan. Ning's gaze shifted between them. "You two don't know each other, do you?" "Not at all," Chu Man replied first. Ning looked at them suspiciously before continuing to peel grapes. The young lady seemed to enjoy being waited on. After eating a few grapes, she asked Ning to hand her some wet wipes. As Ning stood up, Chu Lichuan seized her arm, insisting she get them herself. "Miss Chu is a guest," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Chu Man remarked with a smirk. "Ning, your husband really cares for you. Afraid you might tire yourself out." Xine observed them, then declared she would fetch the wet wipes for her godmother. After saying that, she scampered towards the shelf, climbed on a stool to grab a pack of wet wipes, and hurried back. Chu Man used a wet wipe to clean her fingers and teasingly said, "Ning, I heard you were quite brave last night. Drenched in gasoline, how bold." Ning shot a glance at Chu Man, signaling her to be mindful of Xine's presence. "Now you're worried about setting a bad example for the child." Chu Man scoffed lightly. Tossing the wet wipe aside, Chu Lichuan's expression darkened considerably. Not daring to continue her teasing, Chu Man softened her tone slightly. "Ning, I would like some watermelon juice. Could you please make me a glass?" Ning got up to prepare the juice. Xine, wanting some as well, bounced after her into the kitchen. "Brother, you actually... Chu Man's eyes glistened with tears. Chu Lichuan raised his gaze, his eyes icy. "You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Ning is unaware of my identity." Chu Man glanced towards the kitchen. "Now you care about her? Have you ever thought about Ran and Yang? What about them? How pitiful they are. My affairs are mine to handle. You are not welcome here. Keep your distance from Ning." Chu Lichuan's voice was frigid, causing Chu Man's chest to rise and fall with anger. "Brother, you actually scold me for that woman." This was the first time Chu Lichuan had ever spoken to her so harshly. Stifling her tears, she grabbed her bag. "Fine. I'm leaving. Is that all right?" With that, she turned and dashed out. Ning emerged from the kitchen with the watermelon juice, but did not see Chu Man. She asked the man leisurely sipping tea in the chair, "Where is Miss Chu?" She said she had something to attend to and left. "Always rushing off like that. Lunchtime is almost here. I made all her favorite dishes." Ning contemplated calling Chu Man, but her phone was snatched away by Chu Lichuan. "This spoiled young lady isn't suitable to be your friend. What friends I choose is none of your business. I'm merely offering you candid advice. Chu Lichuan took a sip of the watermelon juice, finding it unpalatable, and pushed it towards Ning. You drink it. Ning had no desire to consume the remnants left by Chu Lichuan. He glanced at the nearly emptied supermarket, pondering when the remaining items would be moved. In the afternoon, Ning replied, I'll help you find a moving company. Chu Lichuan picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Fong. Arrange for someone to lead the team. This afternoon, wear the moving company's uniform and come to the supermarket. Lin Fong's reply came swiftly, Boss, Scarface says the young mistress is in trouble. Has it been resolved? How does Scarface know? Chu Lichuan inquired. I don't know either. I haven't seen Scarface yet. When I do, I'll ask. Ning waited for Chu Lichuan to put down his phone. She asked, What were you discussing with my mother downstairs earlier? Chu Lichuan leaned closer to Ning, his gaze intense. We were talking about your tragic childhood. Ning, momentarily dazed, straightened her posture and distanced herself from him. There are countless people in the world who are worse off than I am. Aren't they living just fine? What's so tragic? Quite optimistic, aren't you? Chu Lichuan nodded. Can wallowing in the past and self-pity alter one's fate? You could share your misfortunes with me. Perhaps I could help you change your destiny. His tone was teasing, yet his demeanor was earnest. Ning chuckled lightly. The key to changing one's destiny has always resided within oneself. Relying on others to change one's fate will ultimately lead to tragedy. Now that's pessimistic. Relying on oneself is the true path. Chu Lichuan nodded in appreciation. With spirit, one lives on the skin of a tree, while a person survives on their will. Ning raised her fist towards Chu Lichuan and then headed into the kitchen to assist. As lunch was prepared, Qian noticed that Chu Man had left and asked no further questions. The table was filled with dishes that Chu Man loved. Qi Gang, who had just woken up to eat, placed a bottle of white liquor on the table, but upon meeting Ning's cold gaze, he sheepishly returned it to the side. No drinking this afternoon. No drinking. The meal was consumed in silence. As long as Qi Gang was at home, the atmosphere became excessively oppressive, lest a careless word provoke his ire. Qi Gang seemed somewhat intimidated by Chu Lichuan, keeping his head down as he finished eating before retreating to his room for a nap. Ning helped Chao Huilian clear the dishes while Qian spoke with Chu Lichuan at the supermarket entrance. My sister is quite naive. Please do not hurt her. Qian lit a cigarette, though he rarely smoked and ended up coughing. Why do you say that? Chu Lichuan flicked the cigarette from Qian's hand. Qian opened his mouth to speak, but shook his head. It's nothing. Chu Lichuan had not disclosed to the family that he had a child, clearly wishing to keep it hidden. If he bluntly exposed it, it would surely affect their marriage. Chu Lichuan having a child was inconsequential. Ning had a child too. As long as Chu Lichuan was not involved in any extramarital affairs, that was sufficient. I can see that Ning loves you very much, Qian remarked. Chu Lichuan's eyes flickered, a smile creeping to his lips. Is that so? His mood suddenly brightened, and his gaze softened. Then Qian added, Lichuan, just take the house back. Your good intentions have been acknowledged. Just ensure you and Ning are well. Have you surrendered to Hiyu? Chu Lichuan chuckled softly. Indeed, that face was too ugly. I was afraid, Qian lamented. Chu Man drove around the streets after leaving the supermarket, wiping her tears while cursing, Damn Ning, damn Chu Lichuan. You two enjoy yourselves. Just ignore me. I'm an outsider. You two are a couple, all lovey-dovey, while I am simply annoying. How could they keep their secret marriage from her? She felt doubly betrayed by her friend and her brother, her heart heavy with sorrow. That moment, and Ran called, her voice frantic and tearful. Manku, Yang is missing. I can't find him anywhere. Your brother isn't answering my calls, and I don't know what to do. Woe is me. How could Yang be missing? Chu Man hastily drove to the hotel where Ran was. What? Yang has been missing since last night? My brother is going too far. Why isn't he answering your calls? Chu Man pulled out her phone, furiously dialing Chu Lichuan. Chapter 74. Finding the gold watch. When Chu Lichuan received the call, his expression grew serious. He tossed a quick remark to Qian about having an urgent matter and sped off. Ning emerged from the kitchen, watching the car zoom away, a pang of pain striking her heart. She lowered her eyelids to conceal the sorrow welling beneath. Qian patted Ning's shoulder. Lichuan has matters to attend to. Don't overthink it. Am I really that petty? Ning raised an eyebrow at Qian, smiling as if carefree. Qian woke the still sleeping Qi Gang and convened a family meeting. He decided to return Chu Lichuan's house and secure a mortgage for Xiao Feng's 3-bedroom apartment, promising to cover the car and dowry when Xiao Feng got married. Qi Gang sprang to his feet, angrily berating Qian for being out of his mind, insisting he would not agree to return it. I can't just give away the daughter I raised with such difficulty. Chao Huilian and Qi Gang began to argue. recalling how Lichuan had not given them 2 houses, yet Ning Ning still married him. They had initially intended to secure a 2-bedroom apartment for Xiaofeng, but now that a spacious flat was available, they were unwilling to settle for less. Why turn down a generous offer for a spacious flat? The pressure of a mortgage is immense. Isn't it just asking for trouble? Qi Gang bellowed. Can you even earn any money? Have you used it yet? What are you shouting for? Chao Hualian said to Qian. Let us decide on this. Without those 2 large flats, the house will be quieter. Inning looked at Qian. Brother, do you want to be with He? Yes, divorce. What? Both Chao Hualian and Qi Gang were taken aback. Once He has the baby, I will raise it myself. The storefront will be given to her, Qian stated. This time, even Chao Hualian disagreed. The property deed bears all 3 of our names. Even if we divorce, it must be divided according to the names on the deed. Mom, you've worked hard taking care of the 3 of us all these years. I will strive to earn money to repay you, ensuring you have a comfortable and worry-free life. ASM man. Regarding He and me, during the divorce, I want us to part on decent terms. It can be seen as compensation for her. Qian was exhausted from the quarrel and just wanted to resolve the divorce issue at once. Otherwise, dividing the storefront would inevitably lead to disputes with He. Inning thought her brother's decision was quite cool. Mom, I will also work hard to earn money, so you can live in a big house, eat whatever you desire, and buy whatever you wish, Inning declared. And for Xiaofeng, when he gets married, I will help him with the car and the dowry as well. I am not talking about that. A woman like He, I wouldn't feel right giving her a single penny, let alone a storefront. Qi Gang shouted, vehemently opposing giving the storefront to He. At that moment, Xiaofeng entered from outside. I don't need my brother and sister to worry about my marriage. The one who truly loves me once he abandoned me for material things. Those who give up on me don't deserve regret. Besides, I'm still young. How do you know I want to have a good job in the future and be able to earn my own money? Xiaofeng, why are you back? Inning rushed over to take Xiaofeng's backpack. Xine excitedly pounced on him, chirping, Uncle Xiaofeng, I missed you so much. Qifeng lifted Xine, planting kisses on her cheeks. Then approached Qi and brother, I support your decision. As a man, it's dignified to leave the hardships behind and start anew with grace. Material possessions are ultimately inconsequential. Let that money-grubbing woman take the house for herself. Qifeng kissed Xine again. We, the children of the Qi family, will take care of ourselves, brother. Let us do our best. Qifeng extended a fist. Yes, let us do our best, Qian echoed. Together we shall strive. Inning also raised her fist. The 3 siblings' fists came together, filled with strength. Qi Gang was so angered he picked up a chair. I disagree. Even if it means giving her half, I still want to agree to giving everything to He. Xine frightened, covered her eyes. Grandfather, don't be angry. Qi Gang's lips twitched, and he slammed the chair down, sulking as he sat on it. Can't all go to her. Let us see who dares to give it. Qi Gang sat there brooding, ignored by everyone. Chao Hualian went to the kitchen to help Qifeng heat up his meal, while Inning assisted Qifeng in washing fruits. With just over 20 days until the college entrance examination, what is the point of coming back now? Chao Hualian grumbled. Mom, it's the weekend. I wanted to come back to help with the move. Inning peeled lychees for Qifeng, feeding him one by one. Qifeng beamed with happiness. Sister, you're so nice. Study hard, do you hear? Okay, I got it. I will work hard. Qifeng placed Xine on his lap, feeding her a piece of pork rib. Xine. Uve gained weight again. You should lose some, or you want to fit into pretty little dresses. Xine pouted in anger. Uncle Xiaofeng is making me mad again. Girls should listen to the truth. I want to talk to uncle anymore. Qifeng and Xine began their playful banter again. Inning and Qian went upstairs to tidy up. He hadn't been home these days, and her belongings had remained untouched. The house was to be demolished tomorrow, so everything needed to be moved today. Inning and Qian had packed half of it when several individuals in moving company uniforms entered, stating they were ordered by Mr. Chu. Inning looked at the man in the lead. She remembered encountering him at the entrance of the community yesterday and had seen him several times standing by a black luxury car while smoking. Dressed in a suit, he was either the owner or a high executive. How did he end up as a moving company employee today? Inning scrutinized Lin Fong. Lin Fong, realizing that the young mistress suspected him, hurriedly explained, I'm the boss. Our company has been overwhelmed with business lately, and we're short on staff. Inning nodded at him, assigning the task of packing to them. Once Inning and Qian went downstairs, Lin Fong personally and meticulously inspected He's room. He found a locked box under He's bed. Using a thin needle, he opened the lock, revealing an item wrapped in a piece of brocade cloth. Upon opening it, Lin Feng's eyes widened. It was indeed the golden watch that the boss had lost. How could it be in his box? Could it be that the person who stole the boss's watch back then was Qian? But Qian had never interacted with the boss back then. Lin Feng had no time to ponder further. He carefully tucked the watch into his pocket and placed the box back. Just as his room was being packed up, she returned with her prominent belly. Knowing today was the final deadline for moving, she was worried someone might tamper with her belongings. So she came back. She entered, ignoring everyone, and ran upstairs shortly after, clutching an empty box, and questioned who had stolen her things. Inning and Qian had no idea what was missing from his box. And when they asked, he was vague. It's definitely something very valuable. It must have been stolen by you. Hurry up and return it. He demanded to search them, but Inning stopped her. How long are you going to make a scene? Inning, my mother and my brother were hospitalized because of your hired thugs, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Don't think that just because your husband has some connections and got you out, this matter is over. I want to let it go. You better not let it go. Inning took out her phone to record, wanting to capture his spiteful face at this moment. She trying to establish a sweet and charming persona online. Let everyone see how ugly his true nature is. Seeing Inning recording, rushed up like a madwoman, and Qian stepped in to block her. Stop making a scene. I've decided to divorce you. Once you give birth, the storefront will be yours. But I want the child, Qian said. What? You want to divorce me? Shrieked, grabbing Qian. What right do you have to divorce me? I will not divorce you. Chapter 75. A difficult intruder. Qian did not wish to see his monstrous face at that moment. He turned to leave, but hurriedly ran in front of him, blocking his path. Qian, why all of a sudden do you want a divorce? Pointed at Inning and Chu Lichuan. Is it them who are urging you to divorce? On my honor, I have never advised Xiaoan to divorce you. Chu Lichuan retorted angrily. Charged towards Chu Lichuan, aside from you. This wicked stepmother, who else could it be? You only want to seize the house left by Qian's biological mother for your own son, don't you? Qi Feng shielded Chu Lichuan. My mother has never wanted to seize the house. Qian pulled over. Can we please stop the arguing? Qian, you're too naive. Don't let them deceive you. They are my family, my kin, not my stepmother, but my biological mother. My own brother. They would never deceive me. Then what about me? What am I and the child in my womb? Grasped Qian's hand and placed it on her belly. Qian, when we got married, didn't you say you would never divorce? That you wouldn't let your child live in a single-parent family? The child in her womb seemed to sense its father's touch and suddenly moved. Qian jerked his hand away, his palm burning. I'm tired, genuinely tired. Tired? You dare say you're tired? Am I not tired living with you? I just want to make our lives a little better. Am I wrong? Suddenly embraced Qian, ceasing her loud cries, pleading with tears not to abandon her and the child. Qian, you promised to love and cherish me for a lifetime. You can't go back on your word. Qian pried hands away. Stop making a scene. We're moving. Don't let outsiders see the joke. Suddenly remembered something and rushed towards the workers who were moving things, demanding a body search. Did you steal my things? The workers coldly ignored continuing to load items onto the truck. Grabbed a worker, demanding he strip, or she would report them to the moving company. Lin Feng stepped forward, pulling away, warning, Miss some matters are best not to escalate. If you haven't stolen anything, why not allow a search? Inning glanced at Lin Feng, a hint of suspicion flickering in her eyes, and said, workers wouldn't steal. How can you be sure they haven't stolen? Could it be you instructed them to hand the things to you? Seized Inning, and Lin Feng hurriedly placed himself in front of Inning. He wouldn't allow anyone to harm the young mistress. You're actually protecting her. What is your relationship? Was convinced there was something suspicious between Lin Feng and Inning and began searching Lin Feng. The item must be on you. Hurry up and return it to me. Lin Feng dared not lay hands on a pregnant woman, only desperately shielding himself. During the scuffle, a piece of brocade cloth fell from him, revealing a corner of what was wrapped inside. It was an expensive golden watch. You still claim you didn't take it? As he gently cradled her belly, preparing to bend down to retrieve the golden watch. Qi Gang swiftly seized it first, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Well, I wondered where my watch had disappeared to. It turns out you were the thief. Hiyu's face flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to reclaim it. But Qi Gang evaded her grasp. Day in and day out, one can guard against outsiders, yet it's the family thief that is hardest to prevent. Do you have any evidence to prove it's yours? Hurry and return the watch to me. Hiyu still sought to snatch it back. But the golden watch had already been snatched away by Ning. Holding the watch aloft, Ning glared at Hiyu before turning her gaze towards Qi. Ning, return the watch to your father. Qi extended his hand. Is it truly yours? Ning inquired. Of course it is, Hiyu retorted. Stop lying. You actually stole it? Ning scolded sharply. Don't speak so harshly. I merely picked it up. Qi attempted to reclaim the watch, but Lin Fong stood resolutely in front of him. Qi glared at Lin Fong. You moving worker, how dare you meddle in my family's affairs? Lin Fong remained silent, standing unwaveringly in his path. Move aside. Do you hear me? Let me pass. This watch doesn't belong to you, nor to anyone here, Ning declared as she placed the watch into her bag and zipped it closed. Qi was reluctant, and so was Hiyu. Yet, feeling guilty, Qi pointed at Ning and, taking a chair, stormed off to the door in a huff. Hiyu, unaware of the watch's origins, assumed it belonged to her father-in-law. Qi, and that Ning was attempting to keep it for herself. You are already married. You are no longer part of this family. By what right do you take something from your maternal home? Hiyu had contemplated selling the watch, thinking it was a high-quality imitation, listing it online for 180,000. To her surprise, someone immediately placed an order, although the transaction ultimately fell through. However, she had thoroughly researched online, discovering the watch's worth to be in the 8-digit range. Such a valuable item must not be given to Ning to Hiyu. If you are wise, you should best remain silent and not pursue this watch any further. Ning, unaware of the watch's significance, would come to realize its importance 5 years later when it compelled Chu Lichuan to marry her and draw closer to her, indicating that the watch was indeed extraordinary. This is my father's watch, Hiyu exclaimed angrily. Ask him if it's his. Would he dare to admit it? Ning glared at Qi, who merely dug at his ear. Silent as ever, Hiyu began to grasp the situation. But she still could not bear to part with such a precious treasure. I don't care. This is my home, and everything here is mine. This is my possession. Ning stepped closer to Hiyu, narrowing her eyes and enunciating slowly. Have you forgotten that I possessed the video of you purchasing the accident vehicle? Hiyu staggered back a step, wrapping her arms around her belly. Ning, don't think that just because your husband has some connections and pulled you out, you are beyond reproach. I won't let you off easily. Everything my mother and Xiao Lei are suffering now. I will repay you in full. Ning ignored Hiyu, turning her attention to Lin Fong. Lin Fong opened his mouth, wanting to reclaim the golden watch, but Ning, unfamiliar with his character, could not trust him with it. Ultimately, Lin Fong remained silent, continuing to direct the workers as they moved items. I'll take you back. Qian pulled Hiyu towards the exit. Qian, your sister is colluding with outsiders to steal my belongings. Why don't you say a word in my defense? Hiyu struggled against him, but Qian firmly placed her in the car and fastened her seatbelt. Qian Ning is trying to keep that watch for herself. Do you know how much it's worth? Hiyu. Qian snapped. Do you really think my father possesses something that expensive? You dare to covet something of unclear origin. Wake up. Hiyu gasped in frustration, realizing that if she had known it would come to this, she would have sold it at a lower price long ago. Qian, uninterested in further discussion, drove Hiyu to the hospital. He mother and He Lei were currently hospitalized, and Hiyu needed to stay by their side for the next few days. Aren't you coming up to see Mom and Xiao Lei? Hiyu asked as she exited the car, glancing back at Qian. No, we are moving, and there is too much to do, Qian replied, unwilling to grant the He family any opportunity to confine him further. He was frightened. Qian, you are mistaken. My mother and Xiao Lei were harmed by people hired by Ning. Not one person from your family has come to visit. It's utterly disrespectful to my family. Ning did not hire anyone. That child kept calling for Xian's mother. Who else could it be if not Ning? Qian refused to explain further, shutting the car door behind him. I'll have takeout sent over with some supplements. With that, he drove away. Qian. Hiyu chased after him a few steps before turning back to the hospital in anger. What? Qian wants to divorce you. You must not divorce him at this time. The house hasn't even been secured yet. He mother, her head bandaged, struggled to sit up in bed. Yes, sister. Li Xiang has promised me that as long as I have a house, she will marry me. You cannot neglect my lifelong affairs. He Lei's leg was in a cast, dangling in the air, forcing him to lie in bed. He insists on a divorce. What can I do? It is all you're doing. Hiyu sat on the bed, rubbing her uncomfortable belly. You fool, just appease him. Men are most afraid of being soothed. He mother poked Hiyu's forehead, and no matter how cruel Qian may be, can he truly be heartless towards the child? Just sweet-talk him, and everything will be fine. Chapter 76. Yang is so pitiful. Lin Fong directed the workers to load everything onto the truck when he received a call from Chu Lichuan. The young master had unexpectedly gone missing. He left one driver to handle the delivery, while the rest accompanied him. They changed out of their moving uniforms, revealing matching black suits underneath. Chu Lichuan discovered Yang Yang's phone watch in a nearby trash bin. Not far from the hotel, Lin Fong and Scarface rushed over. Scarface used sign language to inform Chu Lichuan that he had been with the young master last night and personally returned him to the hotel around 8 in the morning. Lin Fong asked, "What were you and the young master doing out?" Scarface remained silent, standing straight. He was a man of his word, who would never violate an agreement with the young master. "How did you know the young mistress was in danger last night?" Lin Fong pressed. Scarface continued to hold his silence. Chu Lichuan and Lin Fong understood Scarface's character. If he didn't want to talk, no amount of questioning would yield any answers. Chu Lichuan knew that Yang Yang would not encounter any danger while with Scarface. Yang Yang's disappearance must have occurred after Scarface delivered him back to the hotel. However, he had meticulously reviewed the hotel's surveillance footage and found no evidence of Yang Yang leaving the hotel, nor returning. Even the surveillance outside Yang Yang's room had been thoroughly cleaned. Clearly, someone had tampered with the footage. Chu Lichuan had arranged for people to secretly protect Yang Yang's safety near the hotel, and they had found no suspicious signs. Thus, there remained only one possibility. Yang Yang was likely still within the hotel. Chu Lichuan drove back to the hotel. An Ran stood at the entrance, wiping her tears, while Chu Manku was comforting her. Upon seeing Chu Lichuan's return, they hurried over, asking if he had found Yang Yang. Chu Lichuan remained silent, striding directly into the hotel. An Ran sobbed. Her heart filled with a mix of relief and smugness. "Chu Lichuan, are you regretting not answering my call? If you had answered earlier, Yang Yang wouldn't have gone missing. I bet you regret it now." Though she dared not voice these thoughts, she had her spokesperson. "Brother, if you had answered in Rand's call sooner, maybe we would have already found Yang Yang. Now he has been missing for a whole day and night. Who knows where that wicked person has taken him? Yang Yang is so pitiful. He must be very scared. What if something happens?" Chu Manku's voice choked as she lamented. "Are you really that busy? Why haven't you answered in Rand's calls?" Chu Manku was now filled with resentment towards Chu Lichuan. "Is that woman Qian Ning truly so captivating that you can neglect your own son?" It was indeed true that with a stepmother came a stepfather. Chu Manku felt increasingly heartbroken for Yang Yang's plight. Chu Lichuan remained silent, meticulously analyzing the situation in his mind. If the kidnapper was astute enough to meticulously delete all surveillance footage of Yang Yang, would such a clever criminal be careless enough to leave Yang Yang's phone watch in a nearby trash bin? This was likely a smokescreen, meant to mislead him into believing Yang Yang had been taken out of the hotel. After 8 o'clock, the hotel was bustling with guests coming and going. The chances of the kidnapper acting during the day were extremely low, especially when it came to quietly leaving the hotel with the child. Chu Lichuan took the elevator upstairs, stepping onto the soft carpet as he approached Yang Yang's room. The door lock was intact, showing no signs of tampering. Inside the room, there were no signs of struggle either. Chu Lichuan inspected the hotel door, and upon careful examination, his brow furrowed. On the lampshade of the room number, there was a barely noticeable, fresh mark indicating it had been pried. Chu Lichuan understood, and he proceeded deeper down the corridor. "Brother, where are you going?" Chu Manku caught up. An Ran, feeling a surge of anxiety, followed suit. Chu Lichuan's gaze was sharp and resolute as he scanned the lampshades on each door. As he ventured deeper, An Ran's expression grew increasingly troubled. "Lichuan, Yang Yang is missing. Why aren't you out searching for him?" An Ran asked, her voice trembling. Chu Lichuan continued onward, unresponsive to her pleas. At that moment, a door opened at the corner of the corridor, revealing a small boy emerging, yawning and stretching. Upon seeing Chu Lichuan and the tear-streaked face of An Ran, he ruffled his tousled hair. "Daddy? Mommy?" An Ran rushed forward, enveloping Yang Yang in a tight embrace. Sobbing, "Yang Yang, where have you been?" Mommy was so worried. Sob, sob, sob. "Mommy, your tears are getting on my clothes," Yang Yang exclaimed, a look of disdain on his face as he tried to push and ran away. But she held on too tightly for him to escape. "Yang Yang, how did you end up here?" Chu Lichuan inquired. Yang Yang looked perplexed. "Isn't this my room?" Chu Manku rushed over, asking, "Wasn't anyone with you?" "This isn't your room at all." Yang Yang turned back to glance at the room number and scratched his head, realizing it indeed was not his room. How could this happen? He clearly remembered that when he returned, the door plate number here belonged to his room, and the door was unlocked, opening with a gentle push. Chu Lichuan meticulously examined the lampshade of the doorplate and indeed found signs of tampering. It seemed that the individual had changed the doorplate number, leading Yang Yang to mistakenly enter the wrong room, and afterward, that person swapped the doorplate back. Chu Lichuan picked up Yang Yang and carefully inspected his body. There were no injuries, and Yang Yang appeared to be in perfect health. It seemed that the kidnapper had no intention of harming Yang Yang. Yang Yang, did you see any suspicious individuals? As he posed this question, Chu Lichuan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Anren. Anren was wiping her tears, her expression unchanged. Yang Yang shook his head. Daddy, can't find Yang Yang. Are you very anxious? I'm sorry, Daddy. Daddy was merely worried about Yang Yang. As long as Yang Yang was safe. That was enough. Chu Lichuan carried Yang Yang back to his room and gently inquired, where did you go last night? Yang Yang hesitated to respond but eventually leaned in mysteriously and whispered into Chu Lichuan's ear. Little sister encountered difficulties, so I went to help her. I went with Uncle Scar. It was very safe. Yang Yang, did we not agree that you must inform Daddy wherever you wish to go in the future? Chu Lichuan gently placed Yang Yang on the bed, positioning his hands on either side of him, his tone soft yet his expression serious. Yang Yang lowered his head. I was afraid Daddy would disapprove. I promised to tell you next time. Chu Lichuan refrained from further admonishing Yang Yang. Inning had once said that children should not be overly restricted. As long as they did not err, a degree of leniency would not only foster independent thinking but also cultivate a friendship with their parents. Reducing the likelihood of secrets, Chu Lichuan grasped Yang Yang's small hand and asked, Yang Yang, do you know who took your phone watch? Yang Yang shook his head. After I came back, I was so tired that I fell asleep quickly. Anren, with reddened eyes, scolded, Yang Yang, you must not run around anymore. Do you understand? Mommy is going to go mad with worry. Why are you becoming so disobedient? Yang Yang, growing impatient, retorted, Mommy, enough. I'm hungry. All right, let Sister Ding take you to eat something. Sister Ding took Yang Yang's small hand and led him to the restaurant downstairs. Yang Yang's disappearance had frightened Sister Ding. But now that Yang Yang had returned safely, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if anything had happened to Yang Yang, her life would have been forfeit. Anren also intended to follow Yang Yang to the restaurant, but was halted by Chu Lichuan. Anren, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Chu Lichuan sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, his demeanor languid, yet his gaze was cold enough to raise goosebumps. Lichuan, what do you want to ask? Anren's heart raced, and a layer of cold sweat formed in her palms. Chu Lichuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and looked at Anren, asking unhurriedly, shouldn't you explain something to me? Explain? What should I explain? Anren feigned ease, though her smile appeared forced. Chu Lichuan cast her a sidelong glance. His gaze faint yet imbued with an invisible pressure that rendered her unable to meet his eyes. Yang Yang returned around 8 in the morning. Now it was after 4 in the afternoon. In the span of 8 hours, would such a shrewd kidnapper not devise a means to relocate Yang Yang? Or how could they have left Yang Yang alone in the room, free to come and go? This? Anren was rendered speechless, clenching her fists. Perhaps Yang Yang was not kidnapped. He was too tired after a sleepless night and mistakenly entered the wrong room. But how could one explain how Yang Yang could access that room? Hadn't Yang Yang said the door was unlocked? Lin Feng entered and reported, Boss, that room is registered to a foreigner. For some unknown reason, it was booked but not occupied, and the individual could not be located. Chu Lichuan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Boss, if the young master truly was kidnapped, the kidnapper would not have left him alone in the room. They would have used anesthetics or sleeping pills to prevent the young master from waking and causing a ruckus. However, judging by the young master's condition, he has not been administered any drugs. Lin Feng analyzed. The other party does not wish to harm the young master. They merely altered the doorplate number to create the illusion of Yang Yang's disappearance. The purpose of this is self-evident. Lin Feng had already formed a suspicion in his mind and discreetly cast a glance at Anren. Chu Lichuan also turned his gaze to Anren. Anren tensed. Lichuan, why are you looking at me? You can't possibly suspect me, can you? Why would I do such a thing? Anren shook her head repeatedly. Brother, Anren is Yang Yang's biological mother. How could she harm him? Chu Meiki interjected on Anren's behalf but was silenced by a single glance from Chu Lichuan. Too intimidated to utter another word. Get out, Chu Lichuan barked. Chu Meiki pouted, reluctantly exiting. Anren cried out, Lichuan, I didn't do it. How can you suspect me? You can't wrongfully accuse me. Anren, have you forgotten what I used to do? Chu Lichuan's tone rose, instilling fear in Anren, who turned pale. Chu Lichuan had previously been a soldier, part of a mysterious unit that executed special missions. It was said that he was revered as a king of soldiers in that realm. Anren did not know the specifics of his prowess, but was aware that no one dared to provoke him. Your little tricks are utterly insignificant in my eyes. Chu Lichuan scoffed, his tone devoid of warmth. Even if you were meticulous in your planning, I would still uncover the slightest trace. Anren's tears flowed freely. Lichuan, I was wrong, truly wrong. I never intended to harm Yang Yang. I acted impulsively. Please forgive me this once. Lichuan, even if you did not harm Yang Yang, you manipulated him. Chu Lichuan's voice sharpened as he stood, towering over Anren, who was drenched in cold sweat from fear. If you truly love Yang Yang, you would not use him as a tool to get closer to me. You should abandon any thoughts of using the child to bind me to you. Lichuan, I did not. How could I possibly exploit Yang Yang? I am his biological mother. I love him dearly. Chu Lichuan coldly scoffed. Love him? Just a few days ago, when Yang Yang's rhinitis flared up, was that not your doing? Anren's pupils dilated. Lichuan, it wasn't me. Sister Ding saw you walking out of the restaurant and heading in the left direction. The left side of the restaurant housed a flower shop. Chu Lichuan slowly approached Anren, his gaze deep as a frigid pool, instilling terror. Not long after you returned, Yang Yang's rhinitis flared up. Anren gasped. Sister Ding's words can't be trusted. I must have been too harsh on her, and she is framing me. I left the restaurant to take a call. I did not go near the flower shop. Chu Lichuan grasped Anren's chin, his grip fierce enough to nearly crush her bones. Anren, are you foolish or merely naive? Anren gasped for breath. Sister Ding is your person? She gazed at the man before her, cold-hearted and unfeeling. Lichuan, would you rather believe Sister Ding than trust me? What qualifications does a woman who uses every means to ascend have to earn my trust? Chu Lichuan spat, repulsed as he released Anren. I will warn you one last time. If Yang Yang suffers even the slightest harm, I will ensure you are forever separated from him. After declaring this, Chu Lichuan slammed the door behind him. Anren cried out, Lichuan, Lichuan, you cannot treat me this way, woo-woo. Anren. Chu Manqi rushed into the room, helping the crumpled Anren to her feet. Manqi, he does not believe me. He does not believe me. He has changed his heart and loves someone else. Anren clung to Chu Manqi, her expression filled with despair and helplessness, appearing pitiable. Anren, my brother just speaks harshly. After being together for so many years, he still has feelings for you. Chu Manqi sighed. Anren embraced Chu Manqi, her voice hoarse from crying. Manqi, in the beginning, when I was with Lichuan, our relationship was wonderful. He said he did not want to marry, and I agreed. But we have Yang Yang. I do not want him to grow up without a father, even if his feelings for me have faded over the years. For Yang Yang's sake, I have endured, believing that one day he would look back at me and Yang Yang. But now, he has changed, enchanted by another woman. Anren, do not overthink it. My brother's nature does not allow for women outside. Chu Manqi recalled the tender way Chu Lichuan treated Enning. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of magic did Enning possess that could melt even her brother, the eternal iceberg? Anren grasped Chu Manqi's hand tightly. Her eyes filled with urgency. Manqi, I know who it is. That woman is called Chi Enning. Chu Manqi's eyes widened in shock. Anren, what Chi Enning? There is no such thing. You are just overly concerned about my brother. Your nerves are too frayed. Chu Manqi's heart sank. How did Anren know about Chi Enning? It is her who intervened between me and Lichuan. That woman is cunning. Her conduct is questionable. She was working in a private club at 18. Even getting caught, she maintains ambiguous relationships with many men, not even knowing who the father of her child is. She is skilled at seducing men. Nearly no man can escape her grasp. She approached Lichuan solely for money. That woman values wealth above all, willing to sell anything for it. Manqi, Lichuan is currently blinded by her facade, and no matter what I say, he refuses to listen, believing I am sowing discord. Please, help me. Even if it is for Yang Yang. Anren, how can I assist with something like this? Chu Manqi wore an expression of distress. Manqi, I implore you. Are you truly willing to stand by and watch as Yang Yang loses the love of a father? Regardless of how Lichuan treats me, I harbor no grievances. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. However, I cannot neglect Yang Yang's well-being. Lichuan remains in Yun City for that woman, abandoning his responsibilities at the company and increasingly neglecting Yang Yang. If Yang Yang mistakenly enters another room, I am blamed for it. I shudder to think of how tragic our situation will become if this continues. It is not out of the question that Lichuan will soon cast me aside. Once that woman enters the Chu family and has her own children, how could she possibly treat Yang Yang kindly? Listening intently, Chu Manqi's gaze shifted, and she finally resolved, Sister Anren, I shall not allow such a thing to transpire. What belongs to Yang Yang shall not be taken away by anyone. Chapter 78. Jiangnan Chu Lichuan exited the hotel room and made his way to the dining hall downstairs. Yang was busily eating, his mood evidently buoyant, his bright eyes sparkling as he even consumed the vegetables he usually despised. Chu Lichuan approached and inquired about Yang's apparent joy. Yang beamed back at him. "It's a secret." Chu Lichuan glanced at Sister Ding, who silently mouthed. He received a phone call. Intrigued, Chu Lichuan pondered who could have called Yang, prompting him to obediently eat his vegetables. "I want to grow taller and stronger," Yang declared, thumping his chest. A little girl had just called him a hero for saving her mother and uncle. He aspired to become an even greater hero in her eyes. After Yang finished his meal, Chu Lichuan asked, "Yang, there's something at Daddy's company that requires my return to the capital. Would you like to accompany me?" Yang's expression fell as he asked, "Daddy, can I stay in Yun City for a few more days?" He had made plans to play at the little girl's house. Chu Lichuan nodded, of course. Yang erupted in joy, exclaiming, "Daddy is the best." Observing the radiant smile in Yang's eyes, Chu Lichuan felt his once stony heart soften. However, he reminded Yang to promise him one thing. No matter where he played or what he did, he must inform Daddy. Yang nodded vigorously. Chu Lichuan then instructed Sister Ding to take good care of Yang, and should Anren ever harm him again, she was to report it to him immediately. After Chu Lichuan departed, Sister Ding quietly remarked to Yang, "Young master, have you noticed that your father has become much more agreeable lately?" Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully, his large eyes narrowing. Not only was he more agreeable, but his temper had improved significantly as well. In the past, once his father made a decision, he never asked for his opinion. As Chu Lichuan sat in the car, he contemplated sending a message to Ning, informing her of his return to the capital. He opened their chat, his finger hovering hesitantly over the screen. After a long pause, he set his phone down. Ning's attitude towards him had grown cold. He realized he could manage without her. Lin Fong, driving alongside him, casually mentioned, "By the way, boss, I have good news. The gold watch has been found." "Why only tell me now? Where was it found?" Chu Lichuan's expression darkened. "It was discovered in Hiyu's room. Your father-in-law, Qi had stolen the watch and hidden it, only for Hiyu to take it away." Lin Fong cheerfully added, "Madam is innocent. The gold watch was now in Madam's possession. She does not trust me, and I cannot explain further." Finally, Chu Lichuan found a reason to call Ning. But he hesitated again. Ning appeared understanding and gracious, yet she was sensitive at heart. If he mentioned the gold watch now, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. He set the phone down, feeling vexed as he pinched the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, Ning meticulously rechecked the supermarket for any overlooked items. Qi followed her, several times on the verge of speaking, yet met only with her cold demeanor. Eventually, Ning, feeling exasperated, warned, "If you wish to avoid prison, you best abandon your thoughts." "What does that have to do with prison?" "It's not that serious. I merely found it. Truly, I did. Even if you found it, you know whose it is. How is that any different from theft?" Ning's retort left Qi speechless. Years ago, when Ning had gone missing, her family searched frantically for her, fearing she might harm herself. Qi was the first to locate her, arriving at the hospital to learn that she had saved a man. When that man was rushed into the emergency room, something fell from his hands, a watch stained with blood. Qi, noticing the watch was pure gold, had intended to sell it later, but had forgotten where he hid it. "Now that you two are married, isn't it only right for him to give a little something to his father-in-law?" Qi said while rubbing his hands together. Ning shot him a glare before turning to exit the supermarket. Now empty, Qi Feng sighed, lamenting the loss of their childhood home. He suggested they take a family photo. Ning held Xian, standing beside Chao Huilian and Qi, fearing he might be left out, hurriedly joined them from behind, and they took several photos together. Qian's rented storage space was somewhat remote. Ning and Chao Huilian tidied up until after 9 o'clock, then called a rideshare to head home. Xian wanted to stay with her uncle for the night, but Ning was apprehensive and coaxed her into returning home instead. On the dining table lay the prepared dishes and fruits purchased by Chu Manqi. The young lady was oblivious to the fact that fruits should be refrigerated. The room was filled with the pungent odor of spoiled food. Ning instructed Xian to open a window, and they continued tidying up until nearly 11 o'clock before finally sitting down to rest. She picked up her phone, contemplating sending a message to Chu Lichuan regarding the watch, but felt it was not the right moment. Just as she was about to put her phone down, a message arrived from someone named Jiang Shui. "What are you doing?" Their chat history had paused on Ning's birthday, where he wished her a happy birthday, to which she responded with a question mark. Curious, she opened Jiang Shui's moments, which were set to a 3-day visibility. He had posted a picture of the blue sky and white clouds the day prior. With the caption, "The most beautiful sky is still the one from my hometown," Ning, unfamiliar with him, chose not to reply but remembered that Chu Lichuan's birthday was on May 20th, 7 days away. She wondered if she would have the chance to celebrate it with him. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted off to sleep on the sofa, and upon waking in the morning, her first instinct was to check the doorway for Chu Lichuan's shoes. All that lay there were her own and Xian's. Ning forced a bitter smile. What was she still hoping for? She patted her head, reminding herself, "Qi Ning, wake up. Chu Lichuan has a child and a woman. This has never been his home." Now that the gold watch had been found, Chu Lichuan's objective was achieved, and the bond between them would soon come to an end. It was Monday. After breakfast, Ning took Xian to kindergarten. Xian was elated to finally be able to attend school. Ning remained steadfast in her decision to escort Xian to the Little Sun kindergarten. A change in kindergartens would mean a new environment, unfamiliar teachers, and a lack of trust. The principal of Little Sun, feeling guilty, would take extra care of Xian. The principal personally greeted Xian at the school gate, repeatedly assuring Ning that she would look after Xian and ensure that nothing like the previous incident would occur again. Ning handed the fruits she had brought to the principal, who gratefully accepted them, promising to share them with the teachers and classmates. Ning did not mention that the kindergarten should be held accountable for the incident with Xian. The principal was sincerely appreciative. She watched as Xian entered the school, then rode her electric scooter to work at Long Yin Temple. Her work there was nearing completion. Recently, Director Zhang had not been coming to work, reportedly dismissed by the construction company. The new person in charge was said to be the son of the construction company's owner, tall and handsome, drawing numerous female students to find excuses to visit his office. As Ning parked her electric scooter, she noticed Li Xiang emerging from the office, looking disappointed, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Upon seeing Ning, she smiled and jogged over. "Sister Ning, please have some milk tea." Li Xiang offered 1 cup to Ning. "Thank you, but I'm on a diet." Li Xiang seemed to misunderstand Ning's refusal. "But you're not fat. Don't be shhy." Li Xiang pressed the milk tea into Ning's hands, then returned to work, deep in thought. Ning had no desire to drink Li Xiang's offering and, coincidentally, a male classmate passed by, to whom she handed the milk tea. "Thanks, Sister Ning." "Thank Li Xiang. She's the one who bought it." Ning donned her work attire and adjusted her hat. The male classmate suddenly lost interest in the drink, realizing it was from her. What's wrong? Ning felt as though she had missed something in recent days. She had been buying milk tea daily. The male classmate nodded toward the office. Understanding dawned on Ning, and she smiled. Putting on her gloves and preparing for work, before she could ascend the scaffolding, someone called for her, indicating that the person in charge wanted to see her. Ning, now dressed for work, entered the office, where a man in a white shirt stood by the window, his presence illuminated by a warm light. When Ning discerned his face, her pupils dilated and shocked. It was Jiangnan. Chapter 79. Slap in the face. Ning froze in place. Her mind blanked. It took her a moment to regain her composure and understand what Jiangnan was saying. The pagoda work is completed, and the interior renovation of the Dixiong Baodian will also be handled by your team. Grateful for her disguise, Ning hoped Jiangnan would not recognize her. Previously, Director Zhang had claimed that the Dixiong Baodian did not require renovation. Jiangnan's gaze upon Ning was as warm and gentle as it had been 5 years ago, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The patterns and designs within the Dixiong Baodian remain intact. Director Zhang intends to use construction workers to renovate it, pocketing some funds in the process. It is best to let professionals handle such matters for a more meticulous and perfect outcome. Ning nodded in acknowledgement, turning to exit when Jiangnan called her back. "If you encounter any issues with the work, feel free to reach out to me. Here is my business card. I will be here until the project is completed." Jiangnan's voice was soft as he extended a pristine white business card. As immaculate as he himself. Ning hesitated for a few seconds, accepted the card, and left the office without looking back. The pagoda renovation was already underway on the first floor. The female students, stepping onto the scaffolding, gathered around Ning, inquiring with curiosity about what business President Jiang had with her. Upon witnessing the sparkle in their eyes, Ning understood their intentions. Back in university, Jiangnan was a figure of great renown, always surrounded by numerous admirers. "We are also tasked with the renovation of the Grand Hall," Ning explained. The girls erupted in cheers, pressing Ning further. "Sister Ning, we heard President Jiang is single. Is it true?" "How would I know?" Ning replied. "President Jiang claims to know you well. After all, you were university classmates." Inning realized that Jiang Nan had indeed recognized her. The wave of headache washed over her as she recalled the nameplate and contact details displayed in the office. Li Xiang, remaining silent, stealthily inched closer, eavesdropping on their conversation. I'm not familiar with him. You should ask him yourselves. Inning wished to sever any ties with Jiang Nan, but it was now inevitable that their paths would cross in a professional capacity. And it could only remain a working relationship. Sister Inning, don't be so indifferent. We feel too shy to ask, several girls implored. Ignoring them, Inning focused intently on her work. The girls began to tease. If I had a husband as handsome and charming as Sister Inning's, I would also remain indifferent to all those frivolities. Upon the mention of Chu Lichuan, Inning picked up her phone. It was Monday, and they had arranged to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why hadn't he contacted her yet? After a moment of internal conflict, she mustered the courage to send Chu Lichuan a question mark. After waiting for a while without a response, Inning tucked her phone away and resumed her work. During the lunch break, Jiang Nan had specifically ordered a meal, inviting everyone to dine together. As Inning opened her lunchbox, she was met with dishes of cold okra, minced meat with bean sprouts, and sweet and sour pork. A pang of nostalgia hit her, and she quickly closed the box. These dishes were her favorites, but she hadn't tasted them in years. Back in the day, Jiang Nan would prepare heartfelt bento boxes for her, often including these very items, as he knew she adored freshly sprouted beans, even going so far as to sprout them himself. Two boys, while collecting their lunchboxes, made playful jests at Jiang Nan's expense. President Jiang, you've been here for 2 days. Why did you only think to treat us to a meal today? Is it for someone special? They winked towards the girls. Inning noticed a few girls blushing, hearts racing, their gazes fervently directed at Jiang Nan, including Li Xiang. Another boy chimed in. I saw President Jiang standing under the pagoda this morning, gazing upwards. I wonder which beauty he was admiring. Ha ha, Jiang Nan retorted playfully. I was supervising the work. Keep up this nonsense, and there'll be no lunch for you. His cheeks flushed, and the two boys snatched their lunchboxes and dashed away. Jiang Nan smiled as he glanced towards Inning. In a hurry, Inning adjusted her mask and handed her lunchbox to the nearby Li Xiang before making her exit. Li Xiang, still gazing at Jiang Nan, failed to notice the extra lunchbox in her arms. She assumed Jiang Nan was looking at her, but following his gaze, she realized he was actually fixated on Inning. Biting her lip, a mist of tears welled in her eyes. Inning found a secluded spot beneath a shady locust tree. The blooming white locust flowers hung in strings, filling the air with their fragrance. As she reached for her phone, a message from Chu Lichuan arrived just in time. To her surprise, he had also sent a question mark. Inning was at a loss for words and replied with a period. Chu Lichuan responded with a series of ellipses. Inning pondered, was Chu Lichuan currently unable to speak, just as she was contemplating how to remind him about their visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Nan approached. Inning, turning around, Inning found Jiang Nan standing behind her, his pristine white shirt almost blending with the white locust flowers. There's something you need? Inning's tone was curt, devoid of any warmth. Jiang Nan smiled softly, his gaze gentle, the breeze tousling his short hair as it brushed against his pronounced brow. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask why you didn't have lunch. Not to your taste? Not hungry? Inning aimed to keep their conversation brief, pocketing her phone and turning to head back. Jiang Nan stared blankly at her retreating figure, unable to snap out of his daze. Sister Inning, what did President Jiang want to discuss? Li Xiang rushed up to Inning as she returned. Work-related matters, Inning replied, clearly discerning Li Xiang's curiosity. Yet, this was someone else's private affair, and Inning chose not to comment. It was none of her business. Just then, her phone chimed with a message from Chu Lichuan, who had sent a location pin, indicating a restaurant in the capital. So, he had returned to the capital. When will you be back? Inning inquired. Chu Lichuan did not respond directly but asked, have you eaten? Yes, Inning replied. He then sent a photo of a feast, asking, do you want some? Inning pressed her phone with intensity, replying with 2 words, not interested. Upon seeing her message punctuated by 3 exclamation marks, Chu Lichuan threw his phone onto the table in displeasure. What kind of tone is that? He had shown concern for her, yet she had responded with disdain. Lin Fong, holding his phone, was busy editing the schedule. Boss, we've completed this task. Are we returning to Yun City today? Not returning. Not going back anytime soon. Chu Lichuan slammed his fork down onto the plate, producing a loud clatter. Lin Fong, sensing the boss's foul mood, instinctively took a few steps back to maintain distance from the icy demeanor radiating from him. The boss, who had just moments ago appeared amiable with a hint of a smile, had suddenly shifted to a sullen disposition. Shall I arrange for the next project? Lin Fong asked, nervously sweating. Advance all the projects we need to discuss. Fill the schedule to the brim, Chu Lichuan snapped. Understood, Lin Feng replied, trembling. Chu Lichuan tugged at his collar and picked up his phone again, messaging Inning to send him a location. He had sent her a location, yet she hadn't taken the initiative to do the same for him. Inning's reply was a location at Lengyan Temple. Such a workaholic. Truly, not a moment of rest, he thought. Chu Lichuan then inquired, I heard that General Manager Zhang has been replaced. How is the character of the new chief engineer? He was worried that Inning might encounter a lecherous individual. Not familiar, Inning replied. Angered, Chu Lichuan tossed his phone onto the table once more. He had been pleased that Inning had reached out to him, yet she was being so cryptic. Losing his appetite, he stood up and left the dining hall. Lin Feng hurried to catch up. Whenever the boss was in a bad mood, Lin Feng felt as if he were rolling through hell. Suffering greatly, the entire afternoon, he could hardly count the number of times he had been scolded. Internally lamenting, Madam, what have you done to offend the boss this time? Chu Lichuan remained occupied with work until past 11 that night. Rubbing his temples, he asked Lin Feng, what is the name of the new chief engineer? Have you investigated? Lin Feng paused, then, realizing, he whispered, his name is Jiang Nan. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Lichuan sprang to his feet, grabbing his coat and heading outside. Lin Feng wore a pained expression. It wasn't that he hadn't told him sooner, but rather he hadn't dared to mention it, fearing the boss's sour mood. Boss, where are you going? Lin Feng quickened his pace to keep up. Back to Yun City, Lin Feng silently cursed. I see this a slap in the face. Chapter 80. A century of unchanging as university commenced. Jiang Nan fervently pursued Inning, delivering meals and love letters, even boldly confessing his affection beneath her dormitory. He would bring her umbrellas on rainy days and cold drinks under the sun, tirelessly picking her up from work, regardless of the hour, undeterred by wind or rain. Ultimately, Jiang Nan won Inning's heart, but it was merely the result of a wager with Shan Yiming to see who could win her affection first. Later, when Inning encountered a misfortune, Jiang Nan, leveraging his affluent background, could have easily extricated her from her plight. Yet, instead of helping Inning, he hastily vanished abroad, leaving no trace behind. Such a scoundrel, and yet she felt pity for him. Had her mind been clouded? Inning, was he mocking her intelligence? The emotions that had been bottled up within her for days ignited in an instant, as she seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Chu Lichuan. I am indeed foolish. I have been deceived by you for so long without a hint of suspicion. Every time you stayed out late, claiming to be busy, I chose to believe you. I thought you understood and respected me. Yet you have only deceived and betrayed me, never once trusting me. Chu Lichuan assumed Inning was furious because she had discovered his true identity. As he caught the flying cushion, his expression reflected irritation. You dare to throw that at me? No woman has ever dared to treat me this way. My identity is not something I can carelessly disclose. Have I truly deceived you in any significant way that warrants such anger? It is indeed a matter best kept private. Were I in your position, I too would feel embarrassed to voice it. Inning's anger flared anew, and she picked up another cushion to hurl at Chu Lichuan. I never expected you to be such a person, hypocritical and vile. If you had told me from the beginning that you were only approaching me to retrieve your watch and that you had a wife and children, I would never have considered marrying you. What do I represent now? A mistress. With a swift motion, Chu Lichuan snatched the cushion from her grasp, flipping her beneath him, his large hand firmly covering her mouth. Do not shout. Do you wish to wake Xian? Gradually giving in to the situation, Inning ceased her struggles as Chu Lichuan removed his hand, looking down at the indignant woman beneath him, and inquired, when did I ever have a wife? Inning, defiantly avoiding his gaze, retorted, you know full well. Squeezing her chin, Chu Lichuan compelled her to meet his gaze. Does having a child imply having a wife? You have a child too. Does that make you someone else's wife? As Inning stared into his deep, dark eyes, reminiscent of an unfathomable ocean, her heart ached and tears flowed uncontrollably. Why are you crying? Chu Lichuan hastily wiped her tears away. You mean you? Inning choked out. She is not my wife. We merely have a child together. Finally realizing that Inning was referencing Anren while he was speaking of Jiang Nan, he embraced Inning, a resigned smile gracing his lips. You are my wife. Inning clung to Chu Lichuan, burying her face in his chest. I am not crying. It is merely sand that has gotten into my eyes. She felt an immense affection for Chu Lichuan and was reluctant to part with him. Yet, whom should she truly believe? Inning could see that Anren loved Chu Lichuan deeply. Should she continue to occupy a place in Chu Lichuan's life, potentially depriving that innocent child of a father? Chu Lichuan cradled Inning's face gently, his voice soft and alluring. I will help you kiss the sand away. He lowered his lips, kissing the dampness from her eyes, his mouth gradually finding hers. Their passionate kiss soothed Inning's tumultuous emotions, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, responding clumsily. A youthful voice interrupted their tender moment. Uncle, Mama, what are you doing? Exine rubbed her eyes, gazing at them. Startled, Inning pushed Chu Lichuan away and hastily stood from the sofa, anxiously straightening her clothes while biting her numb lips. We weren't doing anything. We were, yes. Mama had sand in her eyes, and Uncle was helping blow it out. Chu Lichuan, amused, wiped the corner of his mouth, casually adjusting his shirt. Exine leaped into Chu Lichuan's embrace. Uncle, you finally came back. Why haven't you been home lately? Exine nestled her small head against him, looking utterly pitiful, as if on the verge of tears. It was Uncle's fault. Once I finish this busy spell, I will come home to be with Exine every day. Chu Lichuan affectionately pinched her chubby cheek. Exine gleefully bounced up, turning to Inning. Mama, did you hear that? Uncle said he would come home every day. Uncle, let's make a pinky promise, and it must last 100 years without changing. Chu Lichuan hesitated for a moment, raising his hand to link pinkies with Exine. But Inning scooped her up first. Exine, we need to hurry. School is about to start. Let's wash up and have breakfast. Chu Lichuan personally drove Exine to kindergarten, then took Inning to Lungyan Temple for work. As Inning beheld the luxurious car, she inquired, Isn't this your vehicle? Although she knew little about cars, she could tell it was expensive. Given Chu Lichuan's salary from flying planes, he should not be able to afford it. Chu Lichuan glanced at her, steering with one hand. Who do you think it belongs to? He wanted to reveal his identity to Inning but hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Lichuan, some things are merely material possessions. Becoming too attached can lead to losing oneself. It is better to remain grounded. What do you mean? Chu Lichuan failed to comprehend. Chapter 81. Falling in love? Life has no shortcuts. Inning spoke earnestly. Chu Lichuan abruptly pressed the brake, bringing the car to a halt at the roadside. Resting his elbow on the steering wheel, he turned to face Inning in the passenger seat. Are you implying that I am being kept? Isn't that the case? Inning replied. During her school days, she had heard that Anren was a renowned heiress, wealthy beyond measure. Even a pin or an inconspicuous hair tie in her possession bore a luxury brand. They had a child together but had never married, likely because Anne's family looked down upon Chu Lichuan's background. This was the only plausible explanation Inning could conceive. Chu Lichuan finally understood what Inning meant by being kept in the dark. He playfully poked her forehead. What nonsense fills your mind? Inning covered her head, dejectedly stating, Let us get a divorce. You should return to live happily with her. Is that truly what you desire? Chu Lichuan's tone held displeasure. We entered this marriage as a contract, and there is no need to continue. She loves you deeply, and the child cannot grow up without a father. She has sacrificed so much for you. And you must not betray her. Between us, no one owes anyone anything. Chu Lichuan's tone was laced with barely concealed disdain. He could not envision a future with a woman who had conspired against him, secretly bore a child, and sought to leverage that child for her own gain. Yet, despite everything, he had never financially deprived Anren. Whenever her family faced financial crises, it was he who assisted them. Otherwise, with the family's wealth, they would have gone bankrupt 3 years ago. I now feel quite guilty towards her and the child. Inning confessed. You have not wronged anyone. Remember, you are my wife now, and you are the legitimate one. Chu Lichuan asserted. And what do you represent now? Are you straddling both worlds? There is nothing between me and her. Chu Lichuan irritably lit a cigarette, opening the car's ashtray. Seeing it filled with cigarette butts, Inning asked, Why do you smoke so much? After sitting in the car all night. What else would I do? In the car all night. Weren't you? Not what you think. Inning's cheeks flushed as she recalled the messages he had sent her at dawn. You weren't sitting downstairs all night, were you? Or else, why didn't you come upstairs? Inning queried, her voice softening. Chu Lichuan shot her a displeased glance. I was afraid of waking someone. That someone is quite timid. Last time I returned home late, that someone mistook me for a thief. Inning felt warmth in her heart, gazing at him with soft eyes, yearning to ask if, unbeknownst to them both, he had developed feelings for her as well. Yet, the words remained unspoken, swallowed by her uncertainty. Chu Lichuan extinguished his cigarette and started the car. Upon arriving at Lungyan Temple, Inning hesitated to exit, instead asking him, Do you love her? I do not, Chu Lichuan replied decisively, his voice cold and unfeeling. She has sacrificed so much for you. If you do not love her, you should minimize the harm to her and make a decision sooner rather than later. Inning urged. Chu Lichuan regarded her, a mocking tone slipping into his voice. Then will you support me? Inning's lips moved, her voice barely audible. Your salary from flying is quite high. You shouldn't need my support, right? Moreover, given Chu Lichuan's current lifestyle, filled with luxury cars and designer brands, he had become accustomed to a lavish lifestyle that she could not afford. Chu Lichuan stubbornly pressed, so, will you support me or not? You once said that as long as it was someone you loved, it did not matter if they had no money, no home, no car. You would be willing to support them. Inning clenched her fists, looking at him without confidence. Then, is it easy to be supported? As long as you are well-fed and clothed, Chu Lichuan teased, playfully pinching Inning's nose, eyeing his gentle gaze. Inning found a newfound strength. If you can abandon everything you currently possess and choose to start anew, I would not mind supporting you. Chu Lichuan ruffled her hair. Then it settled. You will support me as he exited the car. He opened the door for Inning and, in full view of everyone, leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. Inning's cheeks flushed crimson as she gently pushed him away. Many people are watching. Remember, you are a married woman. Do not attract unwanted attention. Chu Lichuan cautioned. I am not doing anything. Inning protested, covering her burning cheeks. Following Chu Lichuan's gaze, she spotted Jiangnan standing beneath a locust tree, clad in a white shirt. Their eyes met, seemingly calm yet charged with tension. As if a storm were brewing, Inning's heart raced. No wonder Chu Lichuan had been so cryptic all morning. Could it be that he misinterpreted her connection with Jiangnan? Her relationship with Jiangnan has long become a thing of the past. I shall uphold my principles and maintain my integrity. Inning vowed with a raised hand. I believe in you. Chu Lichuan gently tidied the strands of hair that the wind had tousled, reminding her not to overexert herself at work and to call him whenever necessary. Will you return tonight? Inning asked, reluctant to part. I will return. There is a little wife waiting for me, regardless of how busy I may be. After a sleepless night, I shall find an opportunity to catch up on rest. So drive safely. After Inning's instructions, Chu Lichuan drove away. Inning touched her forehead, where Chu Lichuan had kissed her, feeling a warmth that enveloped her entire being. The girls gathered around her, exclaiming, Sister Inning, your husband is truly an invisible tycoon. That's a limited edition Maybach, worth over 100 million. So that car is that expensive. It belongs to a friend of his. Inning replied, heading to the workshop to change into her work attire. Knowing such wealthy friends, your husband is impressive indeed. The girls continued to surround Inning, determined to unearth the identity of her mysterious husband. Amused, Inning remarked, my husband is not some big shot. Today marks the conclusion of work at the pagoda. We need to start checking from the top to ensure there are no uneven colors. Inning and her students ascended the tower using safety ropes. That moment, 3 flashy fighter jets flew overhead, circling back and lowering their altitude to fly around the pagoda. Although Inning could not see the people in the cockpit, she waved nonetheless. The jets roared away in response. The girls erupted into another round of ecstatic screams, akin to the fervent cheers of fans at a concert. They eagerly questioned Inning if she knew the mysterious figures aboard the planes. One of them is piloted by my husband, Inning said with a smile, pride radiating from her face. The girls gasped, wow, flying a plane, how cool, and a fighter jet, how impressive. Sister Inning, your husband is so amazing. A sweet warmth filled Inning's heart. Her husband was indeed remarkable. If only he could turn over a new leaf, he would be the epitome of a perfect man. Just then, her phone chimed. A message from Chu Lichuan, reminding her to stay safe. Inning reciprocated, urging him to be cautious and not to text while flying. Chu Lichuan replied with 3 words, behave yourself. Got it. Chu Lichuan sat comfortably in the cockpit, casually holding his phone, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Lin Fong, piloting the plane, noticed the boss's good mood and felt his own spirits lift. Boss, are you and the young madam reconciled? What do you mean reconciled? We have never quarreled. Chu Lichuan shot Lin Fong a sidelong glance. Lin Fong smirked, who knows? Your mood swings faster than the pages of a book. Boss, do you realize what it means when one person's mood is influenced by another? What? It means you have fallen in love with that person. Chu Lichuan paused, taken aback by the notion. Fallen in love? Has he fallen for Inning? Chapter 82. Pregnant? Chu Lichuan chose not to respond to Inning's message, instead dialing Gu Yin to inquire about the remaining art wall production for the stores. It's already in the works. Haven't I been busy with our joint venture? You're in such a hurry. You wouldn't have feelings for that young lady, would you? If you, the perennial iron tree, are blooming. You better tell me in advance so I can buy fireworks to celebrate. Enough with the nonsense. Chu Lichuan couldn't bear to see Inning struggling up high, filled with trepidation. Arrange it immediately. Is Mr. Chu satisfied? Inning waited for Chu Lichuan's reply but instead received a call from Gu Yin, who insisted on signing the contract right away. Inning hurriedly descended from the pagoda. Jiangnan rushed forward to assist her in unfastening her safety harness. Inning declined, opting to do it herself. Mr. Jiang, I have to leave for a matter. Please keep an eye on things here. If any issues arise, contact Jiang Fei. She is the team leader. I usually handle double shifts. And when I'm not around, Jiang Fei leads the team. She is meticulous and reliable. Inning implied that she did not wish to receive calls under the guise of work. Jiangnan felt a twinge of disappointment but still expressed concern. Let me give you a ride. It's hard to get a taxi here. Inning pressed her phone. I've ordered a ride. Inning, you really don't give me any chance. I'm married. Just 3 simple words left Jiangnan speechless. After a long pause, he lamented, can't we at least be friends? Married women must maintain a distance from all males. Jiangnan, Inning, do you know who your husband is? Jiangnan asked. I do. Then do you know that he? Before Jiangnan could finish, Inning's ride arrived. She opened the door and got in. Jiangnan stood there, watching her leave for quite some time. Li Xiang, having come down from the tower for water, had overheard the entire conversation between Jiangnan and Inning. She approached him with a bottle of water. Mr. Jiang, have some water. Thank you. Sister Inning has entrusted the work to Sister Jiang Fei again, but Sister Jiang Fei has never studied art, and she doesn't understand much. Her drawings aren't very good. Li Xiang remarked, if any issues arise with Sister Jiang Fei's work, Mr. Jiang can come to me. I can help her with corrections. Jiangnan took a sip of water, tightened the cap, and said, Sister Jiang Fei hasn't studied art, yet she draws almost as well as you all. She must have some talent. After saying this, Jiangnan returned to his office. Li Xiang bit her lip. Her eyes slightly reddening. That moment, He called, and Li Xiang angrily hung up. He continued to call, and only after 3 attempts did Li Xiang finally answer. He began lamenting and seeking sympathy, complaining that Li Xiang had never visited him in the hospital, and then he berated Inning. In the end, Li Xiang simply stated, I want to marry you without a house. Gu Yin and Inning signed 5 major contracts, with the deposit paid on the spot, and the remuneration doubled compared to before. Inning was immensely grateful to Gu Yan and no need to thank me. I'm a businessman. Everything is profit-driven. The Western restaurant has been in soft opening for the past few days, and your art wall has received rave reviews. It has become a popular check-in spot. They say it looks like a real elephant is stepping out from the wall. It's quite breathtaking. If you didn't possess real talent, even with a personal introduction, I wouldn't have hired you. Personal introduction? Inning asked, puzzled. Gu Yin squinted. You must know that it was Mankey who introduced you to me at the outset, right? Although Chu Lichuan had warned him not to speak carelessly, he hadn't said anything about mentioning Chu Mankey. Moreover, he was dying of curiosity about the nature of the relationship between Chu Lichuan and Inning. From the moment Inning first came to work at the restaurant, he had sensed that Chu Lichuan was overly concerned about her. Oh, it was Mankey. Inning smiled and said, this young lady appears spoiled and willful, yet she possesses a warm heart. Miss Chi, how do you know Mankey? One is in Yun City, the other in the imperial capital, such a distance apart, and not even in the same circle. Jiu Yin scrutinized Inning closely, as if trying to see through her completely. Inning preferred not to mention Shin Yiming, so she replied, by chance, quite unintentionally, we hit it off at first sight. Is it really that simple? It truly is that simple. Gu Yin, realizing he couldn't extract any more information, refrained from pressing further, feeling an unsettling itch in his heart. Given Chu Lichuan's cold and heartless nature, it was unlikely he would easily develop feelings for a woman. Moreover, he had heard that Inning had a daughter. This young woman, though not very old, must have employed some sort of strategy to win the heart of the formidable Chu boss. After leaving the restaurant, Inning called Chu Lichuan to share her joy. Hearing her cheerful voice lifted his spirits as well. Are you heading back to the Lingyan temple? He inquired, feigning concern. I can't manage it. I need to buy materials this afternoon. So I won't be going back for now, Inning replied. Chu Lichuan's mood improved further. What time will you be back today? Inning asked, hoping to invite him out for dinner. I'll be busy quite late, Chu Lichuan stated. Inning reminded him to catch some rest when he had the chance, to eat on time, and to drive safely. As she rambled on the phone, Chu Lichuan's smile grew wider. The executives and shareholders in the meeting room looked on in astonishment, whispering to one another, is Mr. Chu actually smiling? He is smiling. After hanging up, unable to reach her husband, Inning decided to invite her sisters instead. Rather than messaging each one individually, She created a small group chat with Chu Manki and Gu Ruoyan, inviting them to dinner that evening. Ji Ruoyan was excited, eagerly shouting about wanting to indulge in a feast, and promptly renamed the group to Three Gorgeous Beauties. After chatting happily with Gu Ruoyan for a while, Chu Manki finally responded, "I'm not free today. Dear miss, Inning rarely has the chance to treat us. We must let her spoil us with a grand meal," Gu Ruoyan urged. After some time, Chu Manki inquired, "What time?" She was currently in the imperial capital. It seemed that Chu grandfather had heard from somewhere that Chu Lichuan had been frequently traveling between Yun City and the imperial capital, and had summoned Chu Manki to inquire about it. Afraid of the situation escalating, she feigned ignorance. Sitting on the sofa, with his hands resting on his cane, Chu grandfather wore a stern expression. "You are the only idle one at home. Keep an eye on him." Chu Manki pouted. "With my brother's temperament, I wouldn't dare." "You wouldn't do it secretly?" Chu grandfather paused with his cane, adding, "After all, he has given us such a wonderful great-grandson. We cannot let him down. I only have this one little treasure, and I hope he doesn't find some dubious woman outside, causing my little darling to suffer." Chu Manki mumbled quietly, "Why don't you say it in front of my brother?" "You think I wouldn't dare?" "Certainly, grandfather dares. He dares." Chu Man hurriedly offered a smile. Grandfather Chu let out a heavy sigh. "I know that Lichuan has no feelings for an R and at his age. He is brimming with youthful vigor, and it is inevitable that he may momentarily lose control. Doesn't grandfather like his granddaughter?" he complained. "My brother can only have one child, Yang, in this lifetime. Then let my brother have another child outside and bring it back." Chu Man tentatively gauged the old man's expression. "What's the matter? Has a woman outside gotten pregnant?" Grandfather Chu's eyes instantly lit up. Chu Man quickly waved her hands. No, there is no woman," Grandfather Chu huffed. "If he had that ability, he could at least bring me back a great-granddaughter." Chu Man pouted, muttering under her breath, "I thought his stance was so resolute." Grandfather Chu shook his head in regret. "What a pity. Lichuan is not that kind of person. He would never allow there to be a second in Rand." Sensing the conversation taking a turn, Chu Man sat beside Grandfather Chu, curiously asking, "Grandfather, what exactly happened between my brother and sister and Rand back in the day? Why did my brother suddenly lose feelings for her? Didn't sister and Rand say they had a strong bond at the beginning?" Grandfather Chu grunted softly. "Enough. Children should not pry into such matters. Keep a close watch on your brother, and if you notice anything amiss, report it to me immediately." Chapter 83. The Scoundrel in the Afternoon. Ning purchased materials and paints, picked up Xian from school, and found a reasonably upscale restaurant that allowed for play areas. She shared the location in their group chat. Ji Ruoyan arrived first, complaining about the difficulty of finding parking nearby. Noticing that Chu Man had not yet arrived, she frantically urged her to hurry up, exclaiming that she hadn't eaten lunch in anticipation of this evening's meal and was starving. "Starve then," Chu Man retorted, replying that she was on the way. Ning ordered some pastries for Xian to nibble on while she played. "Nin, that Jiang scoundrel didn't do anything to you, did he?" Gu Ruoyan inquired. "No," Ning replied, taking a sip of water. "Nin, are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine," Ning responded with a calm smile. Ji Ruoyan remained skeptical, recalling how heartbroken Ning had been after breaking up with Jiang Nan. Ning had suffered from severe depression, undoubtedly influenced by Jiang Nan, who was not only her first love, but also a senior she had secretly admired during high school. Nin remembered not to repeat past mistakes. Gu Ruoyan warned, fearing that Jiang Nan might hurt Ning again. "Yin, you must believe that time can dull all pains. I have long since lost all feelings for him. I won't stumble into the same pit twice." Gu Ruoyan sighed in relief, continuing to chat about Chu Lichuan. "He doesn't want a divorce. He must be in love with you." "Really?" Ning asked hopefully. "Absolutely, to be honest. He treats both you and Xian quite well. It hardly resembles a contractual marriage or a nominal couple, but rather feels like an old married couple. That day at the police station, though he didn't say much, I could tell he was genuinely worried about you. If he can sever ties with Rand cleanly, repent sincerely, and live a stable life with you, he would be a favorable choice. But there is one thing to be cautious about." "What?" Ning asked nervously. "With your husband's physique and looks, how many women can resist his charms? You must keep a close watch and not let him be lured away by another woman. I trust him." Ji Ruoyan playfully tapped Ning on the head. "Trust is useless. You need to have tactics." "What tactics?" Ning leaned in closer, and Gu Ruoyan whispered suggestively in her ear. Ning's cheeks flushed crimson, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, I can't do that." "Sister, you are now married. If you don't engage in some marital activities, aren't you pushing your husband away? Nowadays, women are quite adept, satisfy him. So he lacks the energy to stray. Ning shyly asked, do you and Han Bing do that too? Gu Ruoyin, the love expert, finally blushed. We've been together for 8 years. We are thoroughly an old married couple, unlike you who are still in the honeymoon phase. Speaking of which, you both have bought a house and taken wedding photos. When are you getting married? Ning inquired. We agreed to pick up our marriage license on May 20th, Gu Ruoyin said, covering her face. Ah, you little rascal, why didn't you tell me sooner? I wanted to surprise you. Upon mentioning surprises, Ning recalled that May 20th was also Chu Lichuan's birthday and asked Gu Ruoyin what gifts men preferred. A tie, a belt, a lighter. But I think a belt would be good. It would keep your husband's pants up. How annoying. Ning's neck turned red with embarrassment. Gu Ruoyin laughed heartily. Chu Man walked in and asked what they were so joyously chatting about. Ning covered her flushed cheeks, fearing Gu Ruoyin might reveal too much, and quickly pulled Chu Man to order. Chu Man lacked an appetite and simply ordered a couple of light dishes. After driving for 2 hours, she was utterly fatigued and rubbed her shoulders. Xian crawled out from the play area, climbed onto a chair, and sweetly began to massage Chu Man's shoulders. Chu Man embraced Xian, exclaiming, our Xian is truly a thoughtful little darling. She kissed Xian's smooth cheek, feeling a deep pang of sorrow within. How wonderful it would be if Xian were truly her family's child. Then she wouldn't have to face such a dilemma. However, delaying a decision would only lead to family members discovering that her brother had found a woman with a child outside, which would spark outrage and who knows what repercussions for Ning. The In family would not spare Ning either. It might be better to let Ning retreat while she still could. After cuddling with Chu Man for a while, Xian was snatched away by Gu Ruoyin. This is my goddaughter, Gu Ruoyin declared, embracing Xian and feeding her. Chu Man poured herself a drink and raised her glass. Ning poured herself a beer. Manku, thank you for helping me introduce Manager Gu to the job. With your assistance, I will also do my utmost to help you in the future. Ning had already considered Chu Man a good friend. Downing the drink in one go, Chu Man's gaze flickered momentarily. So her brother was going to such lengths for Ning. Chu Man did not drink soda, but poured herself a glass of wine and finished it in one gulp. Ning and Gu Ruoyin widened their eyes, wishing to stop her, but it was too late. It's fine. I can drink a little, just not often, Chu Man said with a smile. Ning, why do you always seem unable to see your husband? Is he often not home? He is quite busy with work, Ning replied, offering Chu Man some meat to help her appetite. How long have you two been married? I notice he is seldom with you. A marriage where the couple is rarely together is not ideal. Nowadays, men are all driven by their baser instincts. I agree with that sentiment, Chu Man added, especially those men with wives and children who still fool around outside. They are the worst. Ning, you must not let yourself be deceived by men. The typical scoundrel's lines are, I have no feelings for her, I won't touch her, I only like you now, I can't live without you. It's downright despicable. Chu Man took another sip of wine. Ning and Gu Ruoyin exchanged glances, asking Chu Man if she was feeling down. Miss, you haven't been deceived, have you? Gu Ruoyin inquired. You are the one getting deceived. I don't even have a boyfriend. Then what are you lamenting about? I am lamenting. Chu Man looked at Ning, waving her hand. I'm talking about the phenomenon of men. I've seen too much of it in our circle. One at home, several outside, professing their hearts belong only to you, that they love you and can't live without you, only to turn around and embrace another. When they throw a tantrum, they toss money, making their young girlfriends submissive. They have become mere appendages to men. Ning gazed at Chu Man with suspicion. She couldn't help but wonder if she was being overly sensitive. She had felt something was off between Chu Man and Chu Lichuan back at the supermarket. And now, the man Chu Man was alluding to seemed to be Chu Lichuan. What was the nature of their relationship? Chu Man, feeling a bit tipsy, bitterly smiled. My brother is just like that. He seemed to have such a strong bond with my sister-in-law at the beginning. But now, he has changed his heart. He has a woman outside, cheating, ignoring his own child. How do you know their relationship was good? Perhaps their feelings weren't that strong. Otherwise, with a child, why haven't they married? Gu Ruoyin asked, munching on her food. Can a couple with poor feelings stay together? Can they have children? Besides, you don't know my brother. He was hurt before and avoided women, wishing there were no female creatures in this world. The fact that he could date my sister-in-law shows he had genuine feelings for her. Otherwise, how would there be a child? That isn't definite. One-night stands, casual flings, drugs, confusion, drunkenness, all can lead to pregnancy. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, Gu Ruoyin countered. Don't use novels to argue with me. Chu Man angrily set down her chopsticks. Xian, having finished her meal and cleaned her hands, covered her watch. mysteriously scurrying back to play. She had secretly arranged to play with Yang Yang, who had messaged her to say he had arrived. All right, miss, your brother and your sister-in-law are true love. Don't be angry, Gu Ruoyan quickly reassured Chu Man suddenly. Chu Man burst into tears, grasping Inning's hand. Inning, please tell me, why did my brother change his heart? Chapter 84. Issues of affection. Why did he change his heart? You should ask your brother. How would we know? Gu Ruoyan pushed aside Chu Manqi, who was holding Inning's hand, exclaiming, drink, drink. Let's not talk about men. For men are merely stories. We are queens in our own right. Men are but spices in the recipe of life. Why overthink it? Raising her glass, Gu Ruoyan added, your relationship with your fiancé may seem perfect. But it's easy to speak lightly when you're not the one suffering. Chu Manqi grabbed the bottle and took several gulps, slamming it down onto the table. Inning cautioned her about her health, suggesting she drink less, but Chu Manqi paid no heed. I'm utterly exasperated, she declared. What good does your frustration do? Your brother and sister-in-law are not even married, so it hardly counts. Besides, as a sister-in-law, you're overstepping your bounds, which invites disdain. My sister-in-law would never resent me. She treats me exceedingly well. We've been together for 4 years, like sisters, Chu Manqi retorted. Thus, the crux of the issue lies with your brother. You must speak to him. Gu Ruoyan advised. I assert that I'm afraid. Chu Manqi banged her fist on the table. Even without a marriage certificate, my sister-in-law has always lived in my home, and everyone knows they are a couple. What difference does it make? Gu Ruoyan, scratching her head, turned to Inning. After some contemplation, Inning replied, it's quite simple. If your brother doesn't wish to abandon his wife and child, you must urge him to sever ties with the woman outside. If his relationship with your sister-in-law has deteriorated, then they should part ways and seek other partnerships. If your brother desires to have it both ways, such a scoundrel is not worth your sister-in-law's time. My brother is not a scoundrel. He is wonderful. Chu Manqi slammed her hand on the table in anger. He is incredibly wealthy, handsome, and exceptional. His worth is in the billions. Countless women vie for his attention, throwing themselves at him, yet he pays them no mind. Once, at my grandfather's birthday feast, a woman pretended to be intoxicated and spent the night at our home, only to sneak into my brother's room, where he promptly threw her out. If it weren't for his child, I would suspect his orientation. Gu Ruoyan's interest peaked as she munched on peanuts, inquiring, could it be that your brother's orientation is truly in question? You ought to clarify whether his extramarital interest lies with a man or a woman. Chu Manqi crumpled a tissue into a ball and tossed it at Gu Ruoyan. Your orientation is the one in question. Gu Ruoyan laughed heartily, jesting, but this matter is not so straightforward. Haha, it's a woman. I've seen her. She is quite beautiful and has a lovely personality, the type that knows how to care for others. As she said this, Chu Manqi glanced at Inning, who looked utterly bewildered. Chu Manqi rambled on, grasping Inning's hand and asking, what should we do? Inning, unsure of what to suggest, could only offer her friend comfort. Noticing that Chu Manqi had drunk too much, she decided it was time to escort her home. Ji Ruoyan called for them to wait, picking up her phone to call Han Bing. You must come pick me up. No matter how busy you are, if you don't, I shall be furious. Gu Ruoyan, also somewhat inebriated, rambled for some time before Han Bing finally arrived. Inning, noticing Gu Ruoyan's flip phone, exclaimed in surprise, Sister, you've struck it rich? That model must cost over 10,000, right? Gu Ruoyan shook her phone, boasting, 19,000 plus, a gift from my man. Inning nudged Gu Ruoyan playfully, not bad at all. Your man is becoming increasingly industrious. Ji Ruoyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied. He says he will provide me with a life where I can indulge in shopping every day. How enviable! Inning called for Xine to come home. Xine reluctantly bid farewell to Yang Yang. When Inning noticed Xine was taking her time to come out, she glanced towards the play area, where she spotted that child, a miniature version of Chu Lichuan, looking strikingly similar. The little boy also directed his gaze towards Inning. In that moment of eye contact, Inning felt a churn in her chest, as if something were about to burst forth. Mama, Mama! Xine rushed over, calling out twice, snapping Inning back to reality as she took her daughter's hand and hurried out of the restaurant, hoping to avoid encountering and ran, like a soldier in retreat. Yang Yang, clutching a toy car and standing in the sandpit, watched as Xine and her mother frolicked and laughed, the smile on his face gradually fading. He dropped the toy and climbed out of the sandpit. Two little girls approached him, wanting to play. Yang Yang, disinterested, ignored them. Why do you only want to play with that girl from earlier? Don't you want to play with us? Do you like her? One of the girls asked innocently. Don't be ridiculous. She is my sister. Yang snapped back in anger. Your sister has gone home. Why don't you go home too? Did your mother abandon you? The little girl persisted. Why mommy would never leave me. Yang pushed her away in frustration. The girl fell to the ground, crying, You're so mean. No wonder your mother doesn't like you and ignores you. My mommy loves me very much, Yang retorted, sulking as he used his smartwatch to call and ran, asking her to come out and play with him. Sure, mommy can go out to play with Yang, but you must call daddy and invite him too. Otherwise, mommy won't have the time. And Rand's cheerful voice came through the phone, accompanied by the clinking of glasses, suggesting she was at a bar drinking. Yang abruptly hung up, climbing out of the play area. Aunt Ding, let's go home. This place isn't fun at all. I never want to come back. Gu Ruoyan and Chu Maki linked arms, stumbling down the street, singing and laughing. I won't ride in your car. I have my own. Chu Maki jingled her car keys. Your sports car only seats 4. There are 5 of us. Gu Ruoyan tugged Chu Maki towards Han Bing's car. Noticing the Ferrari keys in Chu Maki's hand, Han Bing eagerly opened the car door for her and even ran to buy apple cider vinegar to help them sober up. Inning, having drunk little, was cautious about getting intoxicated while out with her daughter. She set the apple cider vinegar aside and used a wet wipe to clean Xian's hands. Han Bing, unusually chatty today, engaged with Chu Maki and Inning in the backseat. Remarking that Gu Ruoyan usually spent her time at home writing, living a rather isolated life, I often advise her to go out more and socialize. She shouldn't live like a hermit. You're not exactly a sage. In modern society, living in seclusion leads to becoming a societal outcast. If you have the chance, invite Ruoyan out more often, Han Bing continued. Young people should make friends. Chu Maki hazily agreed. Going out to play sounds good. Yes, let's play. After dropping Chu Maki off at her hotel, Han Bing then took Inning and her daughter home. On the way back, Han Bing chuckled. Ruoyan, when did you become friends with someone so wealthy? This is the way to go. Surround yourself with outstanding friends to rise above. Gu Ruoyan shot Han Bing a disapproving glance. A friend is a friend, regardless of status. Why are you becoming so materialistic? Isn't being a bit materialistic beneficial? The straw on a cabbage always comes at a cabbage price. If you wish to rise above, to break free from the lower class, you must interact with those in power and influence to expand your network. Gu Ruoyan, unwilling to argue with Han Bing, turned her gaze to the window in silence. Ruoyan, I am striving to climb higher, all for the sake of living a life of wealth, to buy whatever I desire, without ever worrying about money. If we cannot be second-generation rich, then let us become first-generation rich, so our children can inherit the wealth. Who is going to have children for you? Not I, Gu Ruoyan teased with a smile. All right, no children, no children. Whatever my darling desires. Just as Han Bing parked the car, her phone buzzed twice. Ruoyan, you go on up first. I have to work overtime. It's already past 10, and you're still working late. Gu Ruoyan stomped her foot in anger, but Han Bing had already driven off. Seething, Gu Ruoyan sat on the steps of the building's entrance. Having drunk quite a bit, the breeze only made her head spin more. Leaning against the railing, she dozed off. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the greenery, creeping closer to Gu Ruoyan. Chapter 85. Eager to see you. Gu Ruoyan had no idea how long she had been asleep. Feeling a chill, she realized someone was touching her. Assuming it was Han Bing, she impatiently pushed them away, muttering about how tired she was. The person's touch became rough and unyielding, causing her pain. Realizing something was amiss, Gu Ruoyan snapped her eyes open to find herself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything, save for a man looming over her. Panic surged through her, and she screamed, You don't want to divorce me, do you? Inning inquired cautiously, her gaze filled with hope as she looked at him. Chu Lichuan paused, and after a moment, he replied, Inning, being with you is incredibly comfortable and relaxing. There is no need for pretense. Nor do I have to be on guard. This feeling is something I cherish deeply. Even though he was acutely aware that their paths were destined to diverge, he selfishly wished to savor a few more days together. Inning felt the same. She adored the sense of stability and security she found in his presence. It felt as though, with him by her side, no matter how formidable the challenges, she had nothing to fear. Yet, Chu Lichuan's response was not the answer Inning yearned for. She understood his meaning. It was all right. In a relationship, happiness was paramount. If they became each other's shackles, the essence of being together would be lost. Inning concealed her inner disappointment and turned away from Chu Lichuan, wishing to change out of her nightgown. As he turned around, his tall figure cast a shadow over her. To her astonishment, she noticed droplets of water cascading down the back of Chu Lichuan's head. staining his muscular back with crimson. "What happened to your head?" Inning exclaimed, filled with concern as she leaned in to inspect. Upon hearing her words, Chu Lichuan turned back and was met with the sight of Inning in sheer fabric. Her lovely form partially revealed, exuding an irresistible allure. Instantly, Chu Lichuan felt a rush of heat, his veins pulsating. He smirked, his smile devilishly charming. "Dressed so enticingly for my eyes?" Inning hurriedly crossed her arms over her chest, flustered and dove beneath the covers. "Not at all. It's not for you. Don't overthink it." Chu Lichuan leaned closer, teasingly lifting the blanket's edge, his voice low. "Let me see you properly." Inning clung tightly to herself, insisting, "No peeking. Turn around. I need to change. Got a tea this hour." "It would be simpler to just remove it," he remarked, pulling back the covers and sliding in beside her. Inning attempted to escape, but his long limbs pinned her down, leaving her unable to move. The current position was undeniably intimate. Chu Lichuan, clad only in a towel, had it loosened upon lying down, revealing everything. While Inning could not see, she could certainly feel the heat radiating from him. It was overwhelming. She felt both shy and frightened, her body flushing with warmth. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but her heart raced faster than ever. Chu Lichuan was equally affected, his breath heavy, his dark eyes burning with desire as they fixated on Inning. As if he were a hawk poised to capture its prey. That gaze, Inning found it inexplicably familiar. Some images flickered in her mind, and she forced herself to shake off the memories of the past. Just as she was about to surrender to the moment, something dripped onto her face, carrying a metallic scent. Her heart tightened. "Why are you bleeding?" "Just a superficial wound. Nothing to worry about," Chu Lichuan replied hoarsely, his singular focus on her, disregarding everything else. He leaned down to kiss her. Inning quickly covered his lips with her hand. "You're bleeding." "How can that be nothing?" "Let me help you with that." Wrapping Chu Lichuan's towel around herself, she rose to fetch the first aid kit, covering his body with the blanket to shield his modesty as she knelt beside him to tend to the wound on the back of his head. It was quite a significant cut. Why hadn't he gone to the hospital? Inning's heart ached as she carefully applied pressure to stop the bleeding and reduce inflammation. Chu Lichuan's long arm encircled Inning's slender waist. Resting his cheek against her chest, "I hurried back to see you," he confessed. He had promised to return by nightfall, not wanting to disappoint her. In that moment of danger, he had desperately wished to see her. Inning felt a lump in her throat, gently embracing him. "How did you get hurt?" Chu Lichuan hesitated to reveal the truth to her. He had been driving back to Yun City when he encountered a group of assailants. Several of his men had been injured, and Lin Fong had been taken to the hospital. Just as he had retrieved the valuable watch, he had been ambushed by skilled fighters, all while navigating a route he had driven for the first time. It was clear that a traitor had surfaced among his ranks. Such violent skirmishes would terrify Inning. "I just bumped into something," Chu Lichuan said. "How old are you? Still so careless? And you even took a shower. Don't you know that wounds shouldn't come into contact with water?" Inning scolded him for a moment before gently helping him to lie on his side, wrapping her arms around him from behind. "You shouldn't wash your hair for a while. If the wound gets infected, you might lose your hair. Do you understand?" Chu Lichuan replied softly. He had returned home smeared with blood, fearing it would frighten Inning. Moreover, he was quite dirty. "And you mustn't allow yourself to get hurt again. Do you understand? It would break my heart." Chu Lichuan nodded in agreement, turning to face Inning, pulling her close. "Should we continue?" he asked suggestively. Inning pretended not to understand. "Your birthday is coming up. What kind of gift do you want?" "Gifts shouldn't require asking," he replied. "I don't know what you like. Everything you give me I adore," Chu Lichuan said, leaning in to kiss her. Inning shyly evaded him. "You're injured. You need to rest." "Just a minor injury," he murmured, burying his face in the crook of her neck, breath quickening. "You smell so good." He pressed down on her, planting soft kisses along her pristine neck, trailing lower. "Why do you smell so delightful?" he asked, inhaling deeply, his hands roaming. Inning felt as if she were suffocating, gasping for air, her hands instinctively clutching his strong shoulders. Just as her last defenses crumbled, her phone rang insistently, again and again. It persisted, unyielding. With great difficulty, Inning extricated her hand and reached for her phone on the bedside table. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, she was met with Gu Ruoyan's heart-wrenching sobs. "Yin Yin, what's wrong?" Inning jolted, fully alert. Gu Ruoyan remained silent, wailing uncontrollably over the phone. "Yin Yin," Inning exclaimed, frantic, repeatedly calling her name. Finally, Gu Ruoyan managed to calm her sobs enough to stutter. "Inning, I'm at the police station. Can you come pick me up?" Chapter 86. The scoundrel Inning hurriedly rose, changing her clothes in a flurry, searching for her belongings. "What are you looking for?" Chu Lichuan asked. "My phone's about to die. I can't find the charging cable or power bank." The more anxious she became, the more her mind blanked. Chu Lichuan rummaged through the bedside drawer, retrieving the charger and power bank before getting dressed himself. As Inning plugged in the charger, she urged, "You've been hurt. Just stay home and rest. You're a girl. It's late, and I'm worried it's fine. I'll call a ride," she insisted, not wanting to trouble Chu Lichuan with her friend's issues. "Inning, sometimes you should learn to rely on others appropriately instead of shouldering everything alone." Inning was taken aback. She had always believed that relying on others was futile. Mountains could crumble and people could flee. So it was better to depend on oneself. After Chu Lichuan dressed, he grabbed his phone and car keys, glancing into Xian's room before departing, noting she was sound asleep, and quietly closing the door behind him. His movements were swift yet methodical. Chu Lichuan took Inning's hand as they descended the stairs. "Living with such constant tension will eventually wear you down," he remarked. The wave of sorrow surged in Inning's throat. As a single mother raising her daughter, she had to consider every detail, fearing that even a moment of negligence could lead to irreparable consequences. Even at night, she would rise to check if the doors and windows were securely locked, the gas valves tightly closed, and all electrical appliances unplugged. Each time she left the house, she would meticulously inspect everything. Upon reaching the ground floor, Inning noticed that Chu Lichuan had switched to a sleek black Baojun worth over 100,000. Which eased her mind slightly. At the police station, Gu Ruoyan sat on a chair, her hair disheveled, multiple bruises marring her face, and her clothes torn, presenting a pitiful sight. Xiao Qingwang draped a coat over her shoulders and poured her a cup of hot water. Gu Ruoyan cradled the cup, her expression vacant as she stared into the AI art. It wasn't until Inning arrived that she lifted her hollow gaze, bursting into tears. "Yin Yin, what happened?" Inning rushed towards her. Gu Ruoyan threw her arms around Inning. Wailing loudly, "Yin Yin," Inning felt her heart ache as she embraced her, gently patting her back. "What on earth happened? Didn't Han Bing take you home? How did you end up like this?" Inning couldn't fathom what Gu Ruoyan had endured. Gu Ruoyan shook her head, unwilling to divulge any details. Upon seeing Chu Lichuan, Xiao Qingwang's eyes widened in shock, darting between Inning and Chu Lichuan. "Brother Lichuan," Xiao Qingwang cautiously approached Chu Lichuan, lowering his voice to ask. "Inning's husband. It can't be you, right?" Chu Lichuan shot him a glare, his eyes cold and fierce, causing Xiao Qingwang to hastily cover his mouth and whisper even more quietly, "I'll keep it a secret." He had enjoyed several of Chu Lichuan's thoughtful lunches, yet the fact that he had seen Brother Lichuan here must remain confidential. Chu Lichuan remained silent, uninterested in engaging with Xiao Qingwang. "What's going on?" he inquired at Xiao Qingwang hesitated. Knowing this matter pertained to the reputation of those involved, he refrained from speaking out. "Let us step outside. They need to talk." Xiao Qingwang and Chu Lichuan turned to leave. Gu Ruoyan recounted the events through her sobs, causing Inning to tremble with rage. "That scoundrel? Have they caught him?" Gu Ruoyan shook her head. "I didn't let him take advantage of me. I hit him on the head with my phone, but it broke, and he ran off injured." Inning glanced at the table, where her shattered phone lay, now speckled with blood. Gu Ruoyan vented her fury. "If I ever see him again, I'll make sure he pays for it." Inning clasped Gu Ruoyan's icy hand, kneeling in front of her, softly asking, "What about Han Bing? Does he know? I've tried calling, but he won't answer." Gu Ruoyan cried, tears streaming down her face. "Didn't he take you home? How could this happen?" "He escorted me to the entrance of the community, stating that he had to leave for an overtime meeting at the company." Gu Ruoyan wiped away her tears, explaining that her company had recently been engaged in negotiations for a significant project and had been exceptionally busy, resulting in her not having returned home for several days. Inning gently embraced Gu Ruoyan, patiently waiting for her emotions to stabilize before guiding her outside. It was at this moment that Han Bing hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Gu Ruoyan in her disheveled state, he paused momentarily before rushing over to express his concern for her. "My dear, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. I was in an international meeting, and my phone was on silent, so I didn't hear anything." "Where's that scoundrel? I want to kill him," Han Bing shouted, attempting to storm into the police station, only to be held back by Gu Ruoyan. "We couldn't apprehend him." Han Bing then engaged in a heated argument with the police, criticizing them for their ineffectiveness as the perpetrator continued to commit offenses without leaving a trace. The suspect possesses exceptional counter-surveillance skills. He has either worked in investigative roles or has military experience. The police expressed their regret, assuring that they had deployed all available resources and were conducting a comprehensive search throughout the city. Ms.Gu, you have shown remarkable bravery by injuring the suspect. We have obtained his blood sample, which will greatly assist in solving the case. It won't be long before we capture him. The police informed their colleagues that the suspect had sustained a head injury and was likely seeking medical attention at a hospital or a pharmacy, urging a focus on individuals with head injuries. Inning felt a heavy weight in her heart. Military service, head injury. She glanced at Chu Lichuan, who appeared puzzled, looking at Inning before leading the way out of the police station. Xiao Qingguang awaited him outside, and they conversed about something unknown, with Xiao Qingguang expressing his gratitude to Chu Lichuan profusely. Han Bing draped his coat over Gu Ruoyan's shoulders, wrapping his arm around her as they exited. After a moment of hesitation, he softly inquired, "Did that monster succeed?" Gu Ruoyan slowly lifted her head to meet Han Bing's gaze, her parched eyes incapable of shedding any more tears. "You don't believe me, do you?" she asked, her heart aching. "Why, dear, that's not what I meant. I was merely asking." Gu Ruoyan forcefully pushed Han Bing away. "Are you disgusted by me, Yin Yin? How could I ever despise you? I am merely concerned for your well-being. That scoundrel has likely harmed countless women. He could be carrying a disease. I want to clarify this so we can go to the hospital for a thorough examination." Gu Ruoyan angrily removed her coat and flung it at Han Bing. "Get lost. Just go." "My dear." Han Bing chased after her, but Gu Ruoyan had already entered Chu Lichuan's vehicle. Han Bing stood outside, knocking on the door and apologizing, pleading for Gu Ruoyan to come out. Inning approached, glaring at Han Bing in anger. "You and Yin Yin have been together for 8 years. You know her character better than anyone. When has she ever deceived you? What happened is not her fault. It is yours. You know she had been drinking. Why didn't you escort her home? No matter how busy you are, how much time would it have taken to help her upstairs? I never anticipated that such an incident would occur right at the entrance of the community. You have always seen her home safely before, and nothing happened. The news on the television had been reporting that it was unsafe at night. How could you be so irresponsible?" Inning pushed Han Bing aside, opened the car door, and embraced the silently weeping Gu Ruoyan. Chu Lichuan drove Gu Ruoyan home. Inning supported Gu Ruoyan as they ascended the stairs. She rushed into the bathroom, taking a long shower, and when she emerged, she appeared dazed and disheartened. "Inning, that beast truly did not succeed," Gu Ruoyan spoke with a hoarse voice. "Yin Yin, I believe you, that I know," Inning replied, feeling a deep sympathy for Gu Ruoyan. She had experienced a similar ordeal and understood the suffocating rage and the painful self-loathing that came from feeling sullied. Inning wished to stay and accompany Gu Ruoyan. Han Bing returned, enveloping Gu Ruoyan in his arms, repeatedly blaming himself for the mishap. Gu Ruoyan retaliated by hitting Han Bing, but ultimately, they embraced and cried together. Chu Lichuan exchanged a glance with Inning. "Han Bing, take good care of Yin Yin," Inning instructed. The young couple had reconciled, and it was clear they were no longer suited to remain in the same space. Once home, Inning sat silently on the sofa for a long while before asking, "Lichuan, where were you on April 29, 5 years ago?"